After traveling to a parallel world filled with cultivators and monsters, I gained access to a system that sounds really cool, the pet synthesis system. That's right, a pet synthesis system. I thought I was just going through an ordinary time travel in a dream, but I didn't expect that in this new world, I would become a beast tamer. When I woke up in the morning, my head was dizzy and I saw a strange interface in front of me. This interface was like the character panel of an online game, clearly displaying my basic information, such as host, chi Anlin, realm, first level of the ordinary stage, and even my occupation was written as none. I rubbed my eyes, trying to wake myself up, but the panel was stuck in front of my eyes and would not disappear no matter how hard I tried or how much I rubbed my eyes. Forget it, never mind. I stood up shakily. Although I felt something was wrong, I tried to calm myself down, thinking that it might just be an illusion in the morning. While I was thinking about this, my eyes unconsciously swept to the pile of books on the desk. 1,000 Ways to Cultivate Beast Tamers, Beast Tamer Evolution Route, and Practical Explanation of Beast Taming. I was stunned. Have I read these books before? Why do they look so familiar? Finally, my eyes stopped on a book called How to Become 10 Centimeters Longer. Well, this book is pretty normal. But then, my mind went into a mess, and when I recalled what happened last night, I suddenly realized it. I remember that I once passed by a barbecue stall and encountered a gangster who harassed a beautiful woman. As a good young man in modern society, of course I must stand up and fight for justice. What was the result? This battle ended very quickly. I was beaten to death by a group of thugs and ended up traveling to this parallel world full of monsters. When I looked at the environment in front of me that was incompatible with modern life and the seemingly spiritual atmosphere around it, I finally accepted this fact. In this world, there are not only cultivators and monsters, but also invasions from other worlds and crises for humanity. So whatever you want to travel through, you have to adapt to this new world. I smoothed my messy hair and looked at the line on the panel that said, Occupation, None. I could understand that I had just bound to the system, but why was my occupation none? I took a look at the books on the bookshelf, books like Practical Explanation of Beast Taming and Evolutionary Route of Beast Taming. Could it be that, after learning these things, I can't even be considered a beast tamer? With a sigh, I turned off the panel. The system has no manual, nor any help page. It is almost like a 3-no product, with only the words Pet Synthesis System. I noticed a prompt on the panel that by combining Iron Queen Ant plus White Termite Queen Ant, you will actually get a magic artifact from massive troops. Then I saw that the hamster, the lucky cat, and gold could be combined into a lucky treasure hunting mouse. This is great. Maybe this treasure hunting mouse can help me find some valuable resources. Then I saw that Taiyin Yuying and Taiyang Zhujiao synthesized from the Ice and Fire Dragon Wolf, plus Sun Core or Taiyin Core, and it felt like I could get a pair of powerful monsters with strong power and attributes. Each synthesis has countless possibilities, which really makes my eyes light up. Ant Colony is integrated with military tactics. Wolf Beast is integrated with martial arts. Life-based beast taming can also refine weapons and elixirs. I looked at the prompts that were gradually flashing on the panel. Although I didn't understand anything at the beginning, the system gave me an amazing opportunity. Maybe I can become stronger and stronger with the help of these pets and the system. Chapter 1. After quickly putting on my clothes, I walked out of the room and came to the backyard, which is an area specially set up for pets and some strange creatures. Unlike ordinary pets, there are not only mammals here, but also various insects and even some extremely precious monsters. The grass in the backyard was fenced off and looked particularly neat. At this moment, a few little white rabbits were eating cabbages in the trough. When they saw me coming, they didn't run away as I expected. Instead, a few little rabbits slowly surrounded me and didn't seem to be afraid of me. I let out a long breath, staring at these little white rabbits. I silently read the appraisal in my mind. The next second, a screen-like message appeared before my eyes. Name, Little White Rabbit Attributes. None level, none potential, none. Looking at the basic information of these little white rabbits, I couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Sure enough, this system is quite basic and can perform pet identification. At least, even this point is not missing. Well, let's try to see if I can get some evolution points. I whispered to myself, my heart full of anticipation. Today I can eat vegetables. Tomorrow I can eat people. I can't keep them. I forced myself to calm down and thought to myself, it's time to make a choice. In the end, I still couldn't bear to kill these harmless little rabbits. I don't think I'm a pervert. After all, these rabbits don't pose a threat to me. If they were wild, I might be able to kill them, but not now. If I kill them today, How will I explain myself to my family when they come back? Although I didn't get anything from the little white rabbit, I decided to change my target. Blood energy can only be obtained by killing monsters. So I went straight to an ant nest in the backyard. Without hesitation, I destroyed the ant nest and gained 24 blood energy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blood energy. The system is officially activated. When the system prompt appeared, my heart was excited. However, the interface of this system is much simpler than I expected. I was expecting a mall with a wide variety of products or various rewards and lottery functions. But the system interface in front of me actually only has a synthetic interface without any other options. It looks empty and even has no name. It is simply an empty shell system. Fusion, I whispered, with a hint of curiosity in my eyes. Then, a line of information emerged in my mind. The only use of blood energy is fusion. Fusion can combine a designated monster with other items. The prerequisite is that the monster must be in a bound state. After fusion, the monster will remain loyal to the host due to the change in blood energy. This function really made me brighten up. It turns out that the system can strengthen my pet through fusion. As long as I can get a stronger beast through fusion, my ability will be rapidly improved. Decided to give it a try, I walked into a cabin dedicated to raising insects. There were many insects in this cabin, including my favorite red-legged ant. They have very strong fighting power, especially the queen ant. Although they did not attack me, I know they're extremely powerful. My goal is to contract this red-footed ant queen as my beast. I sprayed some anesthetic and gently turned over the ecological nest. Sure enough, I found the queen ant, which was slightly larger than an ordinary worker ant. Its name is displayed on my panel. Name, red-footed cultivated ant queen, attributes, none level. Ordinary stage 3, potential, ordinary mid-grade. The queen of the red-legged ant has a ferocious personality, powerful jaws, and a poisonous stinger, although she is not good at using it. Its combat power is very strong, especially when there are a large number of them. It can pose a great threat to the enemy. Although its group is not large in number, every time I see it, I am shocked by its ferocious aura. I had no original intention of contracting this queen ant to be my own beast. After all, to successfully contract a monster as powerful and difficult to tame as this one needs very strong mental strength, and I obviously don't have that kind of strength. I originally wanted to keep it as an ornamental animal, but now with the fusion function, I have a new idea. Since the system can fuse monsters, I'll give it a try. I thought secretly. This time, I plan to fuse the red-footed ant queen with other items to enhance its capabilities and try to increase its loyalty through fusion, and finally contract it. As for the queen termite, this is not in my plan at the moment. After all, I haven't purchased it. Chapter 2. In the cabin, I stared at the red-legged ant queen in front of me, thinking about the next steps. The surroundings were somewhat quiet and depressing, with a slight sense of anxiety in the air. The little ant cartoon avatar in the fusion interface was flashing, as if waiting for me to make a decision. I pulled out a small iron rod and gently placed it on the fusion area of the table. This was the only option I had, and although I couldn't guarantee that it would have much impact on the queen ant, it could at least provide her with some additional defense. Ding! Do you want to fuse the red-footed fierce ant queen and the iron stick? I looked at the fusion prompt below and couldn't help but take a breath. Required blood energy, 150 fusion success rate, 60% note. When fusion occurs, you can choose one of the fused items to disappear. 150 health points. I muttered to myself, calculating in my mind, this doesn't seem to be too much, but fusing the iron rod with the red-footed ant queen can only enhance its defense at most. If I were to fuse with the queen termite, wouldn't that require several thousand blood energy? Forget it. Let's collect some blood energy first. I shook my head and decided not to rush into making a decision. After all, blood energy still needs time to accumulate, especially now there are not even a few monsters that can be killed. If you want to obtain enough blood energy, you may only be able to start from the insects around you. I turned and looked at the cockroach nest and mealworms in the yard. Those carnivorous insects were not only cheap, but also easy to handle. Although they were not worth much, they could serve as a transition and help me accumulate blood energy. I took out a box of cockroach medicine from the cupboard and threw it into the cockroach nest. After a while, the cockroaches began to flee in all directions. Then, I took the hot water and poured it into the mealworms one by one. I frowned as I watched them being scalded to death, but I didn't think much about it and finished it all quickly. Kill the mealworms and gain 0.1 blood energy. Kill the cockroaches and gain zero point 0.5 blood energy. Kill the mantises and gain 0.7 blood energy. Kill the mammoth beetles and gain 2 blood energy. Listening to the system's prompts, I gradually relaxed. Although these insects are not valuable, they can steadily gain blood energy. In less than half an hour, I've already obtained 80 blood energy points. These small insects have not reached the mortal level, and they're not even ordinary monsters, but their current situation is enough for me to start realizing my plan. Let's not touch these rabbits. They're my sister's pets anyway. I sighed and made a secret decision in my heart. Next is my real goal, to make the red-footed fierce ant queen my beast through a fusion contract. I took the iron rod and walked into the insect house with the queen of the red-footed ants. The system interface appeared again, and I quickly selected the iron rod as a consumable, silently chanting fusion in my heart. Instantly, the blood-colored thread quickly wrapped around the queen ant, and the iron rod began to dissolve into a pool of molten iron, which then merged into the queen ant's body as it absorbed it. Remaining time for fusion, 1 minute. This short minute seemed as long as several centuries. I stared at the blood cocoon nervously, afraid that even the slightest movement would affect the success rate of the fusion. Fusion successful. The blood cocoon turned into a ball of red liquid and was completely absorbed by the queen ant. At this time, the queen ant of the red-footed ant had undergone obvious changes. Its originally rough surface sparkled with metallic luster, lost all unnecessary colors, and became even larger and more powerful, like a mysterious work of art, exuding a strong aggressiveness. I carefully checked the data of the queen ant. Name: Iron Ant Queen, attribute, metal level, ordinary level 3 potential, ordinary high quality productivity, ordinary level 1, 2/1 day, ordinary beast, 200 to 1 day. Introduction. The mutated queen of the red-footed ant has enhanced defense and weakened production capacity. The worker ants produced can strengthen their own defense by swallowing steel. I was excited because I had finally managed to contract this queen ant. Although its IQ was still low, its loyalty had improved due to the fusion, and I could command it through my mental power. I gently picked up the queen ant and felt a sense of intimacy from it. I closed my eyes and let my weak mental power penetrate into its body. Just when I thought I would be attacked back, the queen ant didn't resist at all. Instead, she took the initiative to contact me. I couldn't help but be a little shocked. The tiny figure of the queen ant suddenly appeared in my mind. Its spiritual core seemed to be merging with my spiritual power. Finally, I realized that I could control it through my mind. This made me very excited. The reason why I had not been able to successfully sign a contract before was because I did not have enough mental strength. Just when I thought I could start to show my skills, a strong heat suddenly came from my body. This heat flow instantly spread, entered my dantian, and quickly flowed to my limbs and bones. It turned out that this was the beginning of the Beast Tamer's training. I immediately understood that the beastmaster did not rely on direct practice to improve strength like other cultivation systems, but enhanced his ability through the feedback from the beasts. And I, perhaps for some reason, was able to be different in this process. Chapter 3. The flow of spiritual energy in my body made me feel unprecedented changes. Every time it passed, it seemed that some impurities were removed, taking away the fatigue that made me feel heavy. I could clearly see through the mirror that the black impurities were discharged from my pores. It was like a release. Although it was not very beautiful, it made me feel a little happy. There are so many benefits to contracting a monster. I couldn't help but whisper to myself. Although this feeling is wonderful and even a little intoxicating, I also understand that this change is not without cost. Logically speaking, contracting a monster should be an extremely painful process. Your mental energy will be severely consumed, and the return of your spiritual energy should also be a huge torture. Could it be that the blood energy made everything so painless? I looked at myself in the mirror and sighed. Perhaps I was too weak since childhood, so I can feel such a strong contrast in this change. After all, not everyone's talent can burst out as easily as the legendary genius. I know very well that I am just a waste. The queen ant was lying next to a cactus on the table, gently touching the cactus's thorns with her slender tentacles, and seemed to be curious about everything around her. I looked at her and was stunned. As a mortal monster, although her body was small, she needed to consume a lot of energy. Otherwise, the worker ants she produced before would not be so mediocre and powerless. Forget it. Let her recharge first. I couldn't help but talk to myself. I took out a processed carp from the kitchen and threw it on the table in the room. After thinking for a moment, I took out a few spirit-gathering pills from a drawer. They're what I eat regularly. Although the effect is not very significant, they can barely provide some energy for the queen ant. Placing the spirit-gathering pill in front of the queen ant, I told her, start producing. Then I went into the bathroom and prepared to remove the filth on my body. When I washed my body and walked out of the bathroom again, I saw that the queen ant had already started eating the carp. Her huge jaws tore through the fish with ease and swallowed it quickly. However, although the queen ant's body was large enough, her digestive ability was not as strong as expected. She was obviously eating with some difficulty, and her stomach had begun to swell. Soon after, I noticed that the queen ant tilted her head to look at the soul-gathering pill beside her. It was obvious that her digestive capacity seemed to have been saturated. It seems that she still needs to digest it slowly. I shook my head and sighed. However, as I observed her, I noticed something interesting. The growth cycle of the red-footed ant is very long, taking about 40 days from egg to cocoon and 27 days from cocoon to worker ant. At this rate, by the time these ants finish growing, I estimate I will have to prepare for my final exams. As a loser who always ranks last in actual combat, if it weren't for my family's connections, I would probably have to attend an ordinary class now. I laughed at myself. Most students in the ordinary study class were unable to practice and could only work as clerical workers. And I was just such an ordinary student who seemed useless. Looking at the ant eggs on the table, I began to wonder, where did these eggs come from? When I came out of the bathroom, I saw that the queen ant was in a frozen state. Although it tried to swallow more energy source, soul-gathering pills after eating, it was obvious that it could no longer continue eating with its current body size and digestive ability. It seems that I have to find a way to improve her digestive ability to avoid this situation in the future. I thought helplessly. So, I decided to use identification on the ant eggs. Name, iron ant egg. Attribute, metal level. First level of ordinary level, potential. Medium level of ordinary level. Incubation time, 1 day. The incubation time of this egg has been shortened a lot. I thought to myself, this means that the queen ant's energy has been used up and the remaining eggs no longer need excessive nutrients to accelerate hatching. Looking at this egg, my heart is full of hope. According to the system, after the ant eggs are hatched, they can enhance their defense by eating metals. As time goes by, the abilities of the ants will gradually improve. However, what I need most at the moment is to get more metal for them to eat. I walked out of the room and began to think about whether I should go to the market to buy some suitable metal items. After all, in this land, anything that can enhance my beast-taming abilities will be my motivation to move forward. After returning to the room, I sat at the table, excitedly waiting for the hatching of these iron ants. This was a stronger sense of accomplishment than when I played with insects before, as if I had mastered some unspeakable power. Soon after, the iron ants finally began to hatch. When the eggshells broke, I was stunned. These iron ants did not appear in the form of larvae, but appeared directly in front of me as adults. They are much larger than ordinary ants, almost as big as a little finger. They have a metallic luster, and their sharp limbs can tear apart almost any object. I couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect that these ants could grow to such a powerful level in such a short time. I gently picked up an iron ant and found that its hardness was close to the hard shells of some beetles. This made me excited, thinking that I could use these ants to fight in the future and even cultivate a powerful ant army. The best way is to recruit more soldiers. I whispered to myself, feeling a surge of blood in my heart. Chapter 4. Shinsha Road used to be a flower and bird market, but since I traveled to this world, it has become a colorful bazaar with all kinds of strange goods and monsters gathered together. It is difficult to tell whether the things here are real or fake. Many people are just opening blind boxes and trying their luck. If they buy good things, they're lucky. Although the items here are rare, they also make me alert. There are not many good things in the market, and it is not easy to find the real thing. Fortunately, I have the skill of identification, which can identify those hidden treasures. However, this skill also has limitations, and I cannot identify things that are 2 realms higher than mine. It seems that I have to see most of the things in this market in person. I took a taxi to Shinsha Road, and in front of me was the entrance to the market with a surging flow of people. The noise of the crowd made me sigh. As a monk, it was obviously not easy to find valuable items in this area. The entrance is designed to be quite hidden, and the narrow passage is like a maze. You're always pushed along, and it is difficult to find the exit once you get in. As I walked along, the system's background messages suddenly began to flood the screen. Kill earthworms, gain 0.2 blood energy. Kill mole crickets, gain 0.4 blood energy. Kill crickets, gain 0.5 blood energy. It turned out that the iron ants in the backyard were already working. Anlin was secretly happy. According to this speed, the blood energy accumulated in a day should easily exceed 100. After entering the market, the scene in front of me was even stranger than I had imagined. Various stalls and storefronts stood side by side, and each stall owner shouted loudly, selling all kinds of weird goods. Iodine belt, a magic weapon of the ordinary level. Dip the belt in iodine and disinfect it while pumping. Mr. Wong, this medicinal wine contains ordinary herbs. As the saying goes, wolfberry and jujube can penetrate Mrs. Wong. I couldn't help but rub my brows. It was really unreasonable. The imagined cultivation market collapsed. Everything before my eyes looked nothing like the mysterious trading places I had read about in books, but rather like an exhibition of poor taste. Although I was speechless since I was here, I couldn't make a wasted trip. I silently skipped those unworthy stalls and continued walking forward. Although the goods at some stalls looked strange, the authenticity of some things could still be confirmed through identification techniques. For example, this iodine belt. Although the name sounds a bit funny, after identifying it, I found that it is really a mid-level ordinary product with disinfection function. Continuing walking forward, I saw a wild Ultraman on a stall. I was a little stunned by the incredible price tag. $10.88 for a photo? I just wanted to laugh at the creativity of such a price. Sighing, I left the stall and headed towards the metal area. Although most of the stalls here were street vendors, there was one with a relatively good storefront. Although the prices were outrageous, the quality was guaranteed. These are all ordinary grade minerals. You won't suffer a loss or be cheated if you buy them. Come and have a look, little brother. A burly stall owner shouted loudly. He was a physical warrior. When he saw me coming over, he obviously thought I was an easy target. I looked at him carefully, and his eyes revealed a shrewd look. After all, although I'm a cultivator, my cultivation is only at the ordinary level. I dress in ordinary clothes and have no special temperament. I look like a young man who has just debuted and can easily be regarded as a soft persimmon. I glanced at the minerals on the ground out of the corner of my eye and began to analyze them using identification techniques in my mind. There didn't seem to be anything special about the minerals. I turned my sight to the crystal next to me and used the identification technique to look at it again. Name, purple glass bead, quality. None name, iron ore quality. None name, black fire stone quality, common lower grade, introduction, and or with a trace of fire spirit power, which can be used to refine equipment. Most of these ores are of poor quality and not worth mentioning. Looking at the smug look on the stall owner's face, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. If there were anything worth buying here, I would have discovered it long ago. I stood there, thinking about the practical uses of these minerals and didn't plan to stay for too long. Finally, I decided to buy some ordinary hard metals. Although these metals have no special properties, they're enough to feed ordinary worker ants. However, the price still gave me a headache. As a newcomer who had just come to this world, I had no idea about the prices. I wanted to accumulate strength quickly, but I didn't dare to spend too much. I asked a few stall owners and finally chose a stall with a more reasonable price and prepared to bargain. After all, as a guy who is used to a rich life, I'm not good at bargaining. But today, it seems that I have to practice this skill. I'm a student. Can you sell this black firestone for 100 yuan? I took a deep breath and asked tentatively. The stall owner's eyelids twitched, and he was obviously unhappy. This is a red spirit stone. It costs 10,000 yuan. He said in a direct and unambiguous tone. Are you kidding? I raised my eyebrows, vaguely feeling that this deal was either a failure or interesting. You were the one who made the joke first. The stall owner smiled slightly, obviously not intending to give in easily. I didn't say anything more and turned around to leave, thinking I'd find another chance. But I didn't expect the stall owner to catch up with me and lower the price to 100 yuan. Deal. I nodded and walked away with the black firestone in my hand. Although this transaction didn't seem to be a good deal, it was better than wasting time. Just as I was about to leave the market, I suddenly heard a kind voice behind me. Little brother, I see that you have a bad omen on your face. I stopped, my pupils shrank suddenly, and I whispered back, I'm not wearing it. Chapter 5. The Taoist words left me frozen in place, my mind in a mess. Looking at his look of seeing through everything, I felt uneasy. Could it be that I was really the same as he guessed? I have contracted a monster that is stronger than me. Could it be that my body can no longer bear the strain? I stared at him blankly, my mind quickly recalling the energy flows I had just felt. Indeed, every time the Queen Ant's power was poured into my body, it did not cause any reaction. But if I contract a few more monsters, my spiritual sea will collapse. What kind of scene will that be? My head can't help but jump violently, and it seems that every time I think about it, my head hurts more. You are weak, but there is an energy that exceeds your own in your body, which has contracted a monster stronger than you. The old Taoist continued, his voice still carrying that mysterious majesty, and it didn't seem to change at all because of my reaction. True, I never felt any backlash, but this flaw was never apparent. I listened carefully to the old Taoist's explanation. Although the power of the monster can quickly improve your physical fitness, your mental strength cannot grow quickly. Your spiritual sea is too fragile to carry more spiritual cores. If you contract a second monster, I'm afraid I'll have to watch you collapse. As I listened, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in my head, as if all the bones in my body were making faint groans. I think I never realized that behind these seemingly powerful contracts, there's such huge risks. Are you saying that if I want to continue to contract with a monster, I have to strengthen my mental strength? I finally plucked up the courage to speak. Although I didn't say it out loud, a sense of uneasiness surged in my heart. The old Taoist nodded and said, yes, the only way is to improve your mental strength to have a chance to break through this limitation. Although your current cultivation is not high, your ability to contract monsters has exceeded the norm, but your current mental strength is not enough to support stronger monsters. If you force the contract, your spiritual sea will collapse, and it will be irreversible. Hearing this, my heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment, and suddenly, I regretted that I was too hasty in contracting the Queen Ant. My father once told me that the training of a beastmaster is a gradual process. If someone makes a breakthrough rashly like me, I probably won't know how to deal with the risks that follow. And I, who clearly had the opportunity paved the way for me by my father, did not know how to cherish it. Don't worry, the power of the monster has not backfired on you at this time, which means that you already have some special qualifications. The old Taoist seemed to sense my worry and comforted me. However, this phenomenon has its limits. If you don't solve the problem of your mental strength sooner or later, you will be in trouble because you can't control more monsters. Is there any solution? I asked again. Although I knew that this problem might not be so easy to solve, I still hoped to get an answer. The old Taoist's eyes flashed, and he slowly took out a transparent bottle from his arms. The bottle was filled with pills that emitted a faint luster. My eyes widened, and I couldn't believe it for a moment. What is this? This is the key to solving your problem. The old Taoist smiled faintly. This bottle of soul-tempering pill can effectively improve your mental power and greatly enhance your ability to bear the demon beast spiritual core in a short period of time. Don't be impatient. Don't ask why I have this thing. I think you have some opportunities, so I give you this. There was no hesitation in his tone when he spoke, as if doing all this was a matter of course. I was stunned. My heart was churning. The soul-tempering pill, a pill that can enhance mental strength, must be a rare good thing. Although it was only a low-grade item, it was enough for my current situation. And the fact that the old Taoist gave it to me without saying anything touched me, but I was also a little confused. Senior, are you really not charging me for this? I couldn't help but ask, my heart full of doubts. It's such a precious thing. How could you give it to me for no reason? The old Taoist seemed to see through my thoughts, and a smile appeared on his face. You and I are destined to meet. This bottle of elixir is for you. If you can break through soon, maybe you can help me, the old Taoist. He then patted my shoulder and said, remember, this bottle of medicine is very important to you. Make good use of it and don't waste it. Then, when do we eat? I asked, my eyes full of anticipation. It can be before or after meals. Increasing energy is the most important thing. The old Taoist smiled slightly, turned around, and prepared to leave. Senior, I couldn't help but call him. How can I repay you? The old Taoist turned around. A mysterious smile emerged on his face. Those who are destined to meet will meet again. After saying that, he turned and left, disappearing from my sight in an instant. I stood there, looking at the soul-tempering pill in my hand, unable to come back to my senses for a long time. The old Taoist words kept echoing in my mind. Those who are destined to meet will meet again. This sentence seemed to leave some indescribable feeling in my heart. At this moment, I seem to have touched a huge, unknown area, and everything in the future seems to become more complicated and unpredictable. Chapter 6. Every failure is a learning experience. I thought carefully about what the old Taoist said just now. Although he made a lot of sense, I also learned similar things when I was in school. I was really fooled by him. This Taoist priest was just a liar. Although his words were all correct, I believed them. A person who can really lie must be able to trust himself. This sentence suddenly flashed through my mind, and it really fulfilled his old liar face. Fortunately, he gave me a bottle of elixir, so it didn't seem to be a complete loss. I sighed, picked up the bottle of pills, and shook it gently. Then, I suddenly realized that the contents of the pill bottle seemed to have changed. I took a look and immediately had a bad feeling in my heart. Identification. Name: chocolate beans. Quality: none. Introduction: a little sweet. Anlin felt a tightness in his chest and almost couldn't breathe. It turns out that only the surface of this glass bottle is filled with soul-tempering pills. After careful counting, there are only 20 soul-tempering pills in it. The rest are actually chocolate beans. This is simply being played for a fool. I had originally thought that I would gain something in this world of cultivation, but I didn't expect to be ripped off as soon as I enter the market. Why do I feel like I've become a sucker in this world? Anlin returned home exhausted and a little discouraged. If it was a normal day, it would be fine, but tonight his father Xingfei was coming back again. What should he do? I looked at the pills in my hand and thought this can be considered an unexpected gain. After all, it is something that is in short supply, so it is not a total loss. Thinking about it, I didn't feel like buying it anymore, so I walked toward the backyard. As soon as I entered the backyard, I casually opened the iron ant's cave and saw that it was full of ant eggs. There were about 100 of them, all of which were laid by ordinary iron ants. Although their productivity was not as strong as that of the queen ant, at least there were more of them and no level difference. The eggs take 2 hours to hatch, which is a major limitation of the iron ant. The newly hatched ants will be weak for a short time and must eat metal to recover their strength. During this period of time, I found that the iron ants in the backyard had successfully slaughtered many insects and accumulated 57 points of blood energy. However, the number of insects in the backyard is limited. Fortunately, there's a big mountain here, and I can bring them over when the iron ants need to expand. The queen ant is still in the house. Her body has grown rapidly, and her digestive ability has also increased a lot. Thinking that tomorrow is the first day of school, Anlin felt anxious. After all, the life of a senior high school student is not easy, and this military training is different from previous years. It is not as simple as marching a few steps in step, but going to another world to hunt monsters and collect resources. I am in urgent need of a monster with strong combat capability so that I can demonstrate my strength during military training. I already have a queen ant, but it's not a combat-type monster. I need to contract a powerful monster. Thinking of this, I walked upstairs. My queen ant was still lying on the table, with a middle-grade egg next to her. The cooking pots were eaten by the queen ant, and the expansion of its body also made me feel a little uneasy. How did it digest all these things? I felt a little annoyed and looked at the metal in my hand again. Suddenly, an idea popped up in my mind. If I combine these metals with the queen ant, wouldn't it be able to enhance its strength? With this idea in mind, I excitedly took out a bottle of soul-tempering pills and prepared to give it a try. I poured out the pill bottle, selected a soul-tempering pill, picked up the queen ant, and turned on the synthesis system. Ding! Do you want to fuse the iron ant queen and the spirit-tempering pill? Required blood energy: 1,000 fusion success rate, 90%. This high success rate surprised me. It seems that this soul-quenching pill is indeed very compatible with the queen ant. However, the blood energy requirement made me hesitate. I had to kill 100,000 ants to obtain this blood energy. How many ants would I have to kill to get enough? I had a headache and was thinking about what to do when I heard my mother's voice from downstairs. Anlin, look who's here. I was stunned for a moment and sighed in my heart. My mother really treats me like a child. No matter how old I am, she will always be my mother in my heart. I picked up a Chinese textbook and went downstairs to deal with my mother. But as soon as I got downstairs, I was stunned. My father came back, still the same, but no matter how I looked at him, he didn't look like me. I suddenly realized that I hadn't completely absorbed the memory fragments, so I didn't expect such a big change to happen. The mother didn't look much different at first glance. She was still as young as ever. But how did the father, who used to look frail and bespectacled as a businessman, suddenly become like this? Looking at that muscular body and slick back hair, Anlin's heart collapsed. What kind of style is this? My father strode over, patted me on the back, and said with a hearty laugh, "Son, what's the point of studying? It's a waste of time." As he spoke, he threw the Chinese textbook out of my hand. Mother Lu Jiahui glared at Qi Xingfei and said, "Don't teach nonsense. Cultural studies are also important." I quickly said, "How come my dad hurt me?" "Good boy, you've been feeling much better recently, so I can rest assured." As my father said this, he opened the door and several cages appeared in front of me. Qi Xingfei took a snow-white wolf cub out of the cage and threw it to me. "This is the wolf cub you took to contract first. You are so old, but you haven't successfully contracted a monster beast yet. I spent a lot of effort to catch it for you." As he spoke, he handed the wolf cub to me and said, "The remaining monsters are for you to train your courage. Kill these half-dead beasts in front of me later so that you won't be scared to pee your pants during military training." My eyes lit up, and I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. "Dad, this is really good news." Chapter 7. I couldn't wait to activate the identification technique, and I immediately scanned the monsters in front of me one by one. Name: Ice Spirit Wolf. Attribute: Ice level, none. Potential: high-grade mortal. Although the little wolf cub that Father Qi brought back from the other dimension has not yet entered the level of cultivation, it has already met the conditions of the contract. The little wolf was weak, the type that had been abandoned by its mother. When Father Qi found it, it was almost dying. If it had not been rescued in time, it would have been eaten by other monsters as food. Due to its mutant physique, it has no hatred reaction to humans and is more likely to establish connections with humans. Father Qi can see this clearly. Then, I looked at the other monsters in the cage. They were obviously in bad condition. They were the courage training monsters that Father Qi brought back specially. Those monsters are all thin and close to death. It would be extremely difficult for me to kill them alone. Name: Flint Rat. Attribute: fire level, ordinary 3rd stage. Potential: ordinary low-grade. Name: Flame Bird. Attribute: fire level, ordinary 2nd stage. Potential: ordinary low-grade. Name: Flame Tiger. Attribute: fire level, 2nd stage of the ordinary level. Potential: low-grade. Ordinary level. Name: Blazing Pig. Attribute: fire level, 4th stage of the ordinary level. Potential: middle grade. Ordinary level. These monsters were not very high in level, and their strength was only between the 3rd and 4th stages of the ordinary level. For the cultivators in our class, these monsters were not a threat. Most of the students can handle it easily. Only the class monitor is relatively strong and has reached the 5th level of cultivation. I originally wanted to catch a fire monster for you, but it turned out that fire monsters are too easy to backfire, so I decided to bring this little wolf cub with me. You can try to contract it first, and if it doesn't work, you can slowly cultivate feelings for it. The father said, taking out an ice crystal from his pocket. "This is an ice-attributed material. It was originally used to make weapons, but I think it will be helpful for you to contract the ice wolf. Wear it as a pendant." Father Qi handed me a white jade stone that exuded a cold aura and continued, "Of course, it is not enough to test your courage. You cannot use long weapons. You must personally come into close contact with these monsters." Then he put a small knife in my hand and said, "Hold it. Courage is important." I felt a chill in my palm, and my hand trembled slightly when I took the handle of the knife. I looked at my father, and his serious expression made me dare not refute. Although this was not the way I was used to, it was clear that this lesson would have to be learned sooner or later. That's not how you hold a knife. The father frowned and changed direction. This is called the ice pick grip. This grip can better exert power. Do you know why? I scratched my head, unable to think of an answer, and said, Baidu said it was because of Shang Yang's reforms. My father was stunned for a moment and seemed to want to laugh, but he held it back. The ice cone style is a sweeping and smashing action. The force is more in line with the human body. The explosive power is stronger, and it is less likely to slip out of the hand. Most importantly, the action is more concealed when attacking in this way. My father continued to teach me, and although I was a little impatient, I nodded, picked up the knife, and got ready. Half an hour later, I held the knife again, ready to start my test. This time, my target was the flaming bird. The other monsters looked too scary, so I had to start with the simplest ones. After all, I had dealt with chickens and ducks before, so killing a bird shouldn't be a problem. The flamingo seemed to be able to sense my presence. It raised its head and stared at me with eyes full of resentment. Although it was tied up and couldn't break free, its sharp eyes made me feel a little creepy. Umitba, I chanted silently in my heart, closed my eyes, and stabbed its neck with a knife. Puff! Blood spurted out, and I was immediately soaked. I didn't expect the blood of this firebird to flow so fast, and it splashed all over me. Killed a second stage mortal monster molters, and gained 150 blood energy points. The smell of blood made me feel a little uncomfortable, but with the sound of the system prompt, I gradually regained my composure, and adrenaline was secreted quickly, filling my whole body with strength. I wiped the blood off my face and walked to the next monster cage, ready to continue. Killed a mortal level 2 monster flame tiger, gained 250 blood energy points. Killed a mortal level 3 monster firestone rat, gained 400 blood energy points. Every time I killed a monster, the system's prompt sound would ring again and again, bringing me an indescribable excitement. The accumulation of blood energy makes me happy. I feel as if I have transformed from a powerless newbie into a monk with great potential. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so brave. My father patted my shoulder, and I could see that he was a little surprised by me. However, if you encounter a monster in the wild, remember to wash off the blood on your body immediately. Otherwise, it will easily attract other monsters. After he finished speaking, he handed me a beast-controlling bag and said, "Put these monsters in the bag. You have to be careful, especially the fire-type monsters." After washing the blood off my body, I took the ice wolf back to the room. After preparing the items for the synthesis system, I looked at the ice crystals and the queen ant on the table, and suddenly I had a bold idea. Ding! Do you want to fuse the iron ant queen and the spirit-quenching pill? Yes. The system prompt sounded, and the blood cocoon wrapped around the queen ant again, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The blood energy has been solved, and the next step is to contract the ice spirit wolf. Ice crystals are originally of ice attribute, so they should be very compatible with the ice spirit wolf. Looking at the little wolf in front of me, I pray to my heart, hoping that this fusion will go smoothly. Ding! Do you want to fuse ice wolf and ice crystal? Required blood energy. 15,000 fusion success rate, 10%. My heart tightened. The success rate of this fusion is too low. Moreover, I can't get 15,000 blood points now. I'm afraid I have to work harder this time. There's no other way. I looked down at the 667 points of health left in my hand, feeling annoyed. The situation before me was somewhat frustrating. Although the synthesis has brought about the enhancement of the queen ant, I am still far from my goal. The ice wolf must be contracted, and there is no delay. I took a deep breath and decided to make some temporary arrangements. Walking to the refrigerator, I took out a large block of ice. The ice spirit wolf is a high-grade monster beast, and its fusion requires a lot of blood energy. If I choose a stronger material, the blood energy required will be even greater, which is obviously not something I can afford right now. Ice, a low-level material, may be able to be used to deal with it. Ding, do you want to fuse ice wolf and ice block? Required blood energy. 100 fusion success rate, 99%. Confirmed. The blood surged, and the ice wolf and the ice cube were wrapped in a blood cocoon. I looked at the light, full of expectations. This kind of fusion has a high success rate, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Although the ice cubes had little effect on the ice spirit wolf, it could at least satisfy the contract requirements. The waiting time made me impatient, and my eyes unconsciously drifted to the iron ant egg on the table, and another idea came to my mind. I just bought a lot of ores, which can be used to do a small synthesis. Since I have enough blood, I will take the opportunity to use it. Ding, do you want to fuse iron ant and golden sandstone? Required blood energy. 500 fusion success rate. 80%. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 10 minutes. The information in the synthesis system flashes, and I silently hope in my heart that the iron ant will be stronger this time. The quality of monsters ranges from mortal level to yellow level to spirit level. The higher the level, the more blood energy is required for synthesis. What Anlin can access now are these most basic mortal level monsters. Time passed little by little, and the ice spirit wolf in front of him emerged from its cocoon. Its appearance had not changed much from before, except that its colors seemed to have become slightly purer. Looking at it, my heart was filled with excitement. I finally succeeded in contracting it. Ding! The contract with the ice spirit wolf was successful. My mental power surged again, and I wrapped the spiritual core of the ice wolf, successfully guiding its spiritual power into my body. At the same time, the ice crystals on my neck began to glow, and the ice spiritual power flowed into my spiritual sea and meridians like two thin streams. Suddenly, I could feel my body changing dramatically. My meridians gradually became crystal clear and stronger. The spiritual power finally broke through, breaking the barrier that had been difficult to cross for many years. It poured into my dantian like a flood, and my whole body was filled with energy. The second stage of the mortal level, breakthrough. Finally, a breakthrough. I was extremely excited. This was the most exciting moment since I traveled through time. I can't even describe how this feeling feels. At this moment, all the regrets seemed to have disappeared, and I felt that I had completely integrated into this world. The ice spirit wolf also broke through. It was no longer a simple wild beast, but became a mortal level demon beast. Name: Ice Spirit Wolf. Attribute: Ice level. First level of the ordinary rank. Potential: high level ordinary rank. Skill: Freeze. Upgradable. This little guy actually acquired skill Freeze? This is really good news. I smiled slightly. The breakthrough of the Ice Wolf gave me confidence in the upcoming military training. I even looked forward to testing its capabilities during military training. However, I did not continue to upgrade it because my current health is not enough to support it. My focus is still on the synthesis of the queen ant. At this time, the iron ant that was being synthesized finally finished hatching. This iron ant broke out of the egg and ate the metal as if it was tireless. I watched them working hard to eat the metal, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. Although their fighting ability was not strong, they were enough to serve as guards for the queen ant. Name: Golden Ant. Attribute: Metal level. First level of the ordinary rank. Potential: high level ordinary rank. Skill: Hardening. Increases a large amount of defense, lasting for 10 minutes. The synthesis of the iron ants went really smoothly. Their growth rate surprised me a little, and Mr. Chi's operation really helped a lot. The potential of these ants cannot be underestimated. At least in the short term, they are enough to cope with the challenges of military training. Crack! Just as I was thinking, there was another strange sound on the table. I looked up and saw that the eggs of the iron ants had hatched, and the new golden ants began to eat metal again. My eyes couldn't help but light up. It seemed that this synthesis was really twice the result, with half the effort. Almost every iron ant grew to be extremely strong. Imagine taking these ants to military training. I might become the focus of everyone's attention. I ordered the queen ant to use its intimidation skill. Although it hesitated for a moment, it quickly activated the skill. At that moment, I felt a strong mental shock. The queen ant's deterrent skill actually had such a powerful effect. Could it be that the power of these ants could really allow me to show a different demeanor during military training? Anyway, today, all of this has been accomplished. The next military training will probably give me a lot of gains. I packed up everything, prepared to take these synthesized monsters away, left the room, and prepared to face new challenges. Chapter 9. What time did you two go to bed last night? When we arrived at school, it was already 8:30. Anlin walked to the door of the classroom with a guilty conscience. Although he was looking forward to witnessing with his own eyes how classes were conducted in the school of the cultivation world, when faced with such a situation, he wanted to know more about how he would be punished. In the classroom, students were excitedly discussing military training. This was their first time going to another world, so excitement was inevitable. However, the reason why everyone was so noisy was because they were waiting for Anlin. After all, entering another world was a big deal, and everyone had to listen to the precautions together. When you enter the classroom, the first thing you see is the muscular teacher, Old Wu. Wantian, how come you're also a physical cultivator? Anlin felt a little desperate. If it was a beastmaster, he probably wouldn't say anything, but physical cultivators rely on their bodies to fight, so they all have hot tempers and will fight if they don't obey. Wu Hong saw Anlin, who was cautiously preparing to sneak in at the door, snorted coldly, and shouted in a hoarse voice, Anlin, stop. Wu Hong has always turned a blind eye to this student who got in through the back door. After all, Anlin's father is a second-level cultivator, and his strength is even stronger than that of the principal. But this time the matter was particularly important. If Anlin still had this nonchalant attitude, then if he died in another world, he would inevitably suffer a lot. Wu Hong felt a little helpless as he recalled that unreasonable man. Forget it, I won't pursue it. It's best if he doesn't come. Wu Hong sighed and lowered his voice. Why are you late? Anlin stopped stiffly and said nervously, traffic jam. Although he could tell Anlin was lying, Wu Hong had no choice but to say symbolically, traffic jam? Is it my fault? As long as this guy admits his mistake, give him a way out. Hearing this, Anlin's brain twitched, and he said reflexively, "Do I blame you?" Everyone, horrified. JPG. It's over, it's over. Anlin took a deep breath and wondered why he was so mean. Looking at old Wu's arms, he would kneel down and beg him not to die with just a light punch. A few blue veins appeared on Wu Hong's forehead, but he still smiled. I'm so angry. I wish I could kill this guy. However, thinking of Anlin's previous actions, Wu Hong's anger dissipated a lot. This guy has always been frivolous, and his train of thought is completely different from others. Okay, let's get off first, or you'll miss the bus from military training. So, under the surprised gaze of the whole class, Anlin slowly returned to his seat. Brother, you are so brave to confront old Wu like this. GGG joked beside him. This could be considered Anlin's brother before he traveled through time. Because of his name, he was often called Brother G. The two have been desk mates since elementary school. Unexpectedly, after arriving in this parallel world, this guy would still be his desk mate. Other people's desk mates were once my white moonlight, but why did the situation change when it came to me? Looking at such a familiar face, Anlin sighed and said, I can't change my straightforward habit. Wu Hong began to talk about the precautions of military training, while GGG shared his experience in the morning. You know, I was scolded by the teacher just now, but I was so happy. GGG said excitedly. Anlin looked at him with some confusion. Could it be that this guy awakened some strange attributes in the world of cultivation? Ignoring Anlin's strange look, GGG continued, I just arrived at the classroom with Xingxin, and I saw her sleeping directly on the table, so I also slept on the table. Anlin looked at Xingxin sitting in the front row, and almost forgot that GGG was a bootlicker who always did some incredible things. As soon as old Wu came in, he shouted, What time did you two go to bed last night? Hey, you two. Anlin. There's no hope. And just now in the elevator, you know our classroom is on the 4th floor, and she pressed the 8th floor as soon as she came in. She was hinting to me that the 8th floor likes me a little bit. Looking at GGG with a silly smile on his face, Anlin took a breath and said, Brother, this wave is stable. After getting encouragement from Anlin, GGG became even more excited. Generally, military training is led by teachers, and when you reach the entrance to the other world, you will be handed over to the military. Anlin got out of the car with his suitcase. This area was very prosperous, and all the residents were monks. The resources in the other world are rich, so various cultivators often go there to collect resources, hunt monsters, etc. Therefore, the cultivators living here are very rich, and most of the things sold in the commercial district are also related to the cultivators. Although this area is used as a war readiness zone, the military has acquiesced to such behavior. On the one hand, it allows everyone to quickly collect resources and improve their strength. On the other hand, these monks can also reduce the pressure on the military to a certain extent. On the roadside, a student holding a donation box had his eyes lit up. He had thought that it would be easier to get donations by choosing an area with many monks, but he didn't expect that each monk was more ferocious than the other. Now that he had finally met this group of high school students, he should be able to receive some donations. He took a deep breath and looked at Anlin and the team. This guy was dressed extraordinary and had a nonchalant temperament. He looked like a rich kid. Anlin got off the car and squinted his eyes at the scene in front of him. The things here are much better than those in the market. Although ordinary people can come here, the surrounding military does not allow Anlin to enter due to the instructions of Chi's father. This is also his first time to come to this place. Suddenly, a student came over with a donation box. Just when Anlin was a little confused, the student said, Brother, many people have donated money to poor students. Anlin was moved. He wiped away the non-existent tears from his eyes and took the donation box. Thank you, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a huge force on the back of his neck. Wu Hong picked him up speechlessly and took him away like a chicken. I really can't afford to lose this person. The student stood there stupidly. What kind of person is this? Soon, Anlin was put down by Wu Hong. He adjusted his collar awkwardly and said with a smile, Teacher, Mr. Wu, what do you want to talk to me about? In front of him was a school bag and a suitcase. Hearing this, Wu Hong was furious. Look at what you have in these 2 suitcases. Are you here for military training or vacation? And why do you have so many weapons? Are you smuggling arms? Anlin scratched the back of his head. Isn't this for my own safety? Safety? You are the biggest source of danger. Wu Hong opened the box and looked at the things inside. The veins on his head popped out again. Chapter 10 Terrorist Chi Anlin. In one suitcase, there were a lot of pots and bowls, seasonings, even a small barbecue grill, and a lot of instant drink packets. What serious student would wear these? The second suitcase was filled with dangerous items. It would be fine if it was a weapon like a knife or brass knuckles. After all, these things can be carried in the other world, but this guy carried only guns, grenades, and other explosive items. Wu Hong broke out in a cold sweat. If these things exploded in the car, he might not survive, let alone the students. They had not expected such a situation. All of Chi Amlin's things were taken from Chi's father's warehouse. Just because Chi's father said lightly, just take any magic weapon you like, as long as it can save your life. Compared to those fancy magic weapons, Chi Amlin felt that such hot weapons made people feel safer. In addition, he played shooting games in his previous life and was particularly fascinated by these things, so he couldn't help but bring a lot of them. These weapons are temporarily kept by the military and will be handed over to your father in due time. The area where you are training is under the jurisdiction of the military. There won't be any ferocious monsters coming. You don't need to bring so many weapons. Besides, I don't think your father will let you use a gun. What if you hurt other students? Wu Hong looked at Chi Anlin, who kept nodding, and felt like he had punched cotton. This guy couldn't be hit or scolded, and there was no way to punish him at all. You could take those pots and other things with you. Also, what's with those ants in your school bag? When Wu Hong thought of the school bag, his mood became complicated. This guy actually had a beast taming bag. The price of this thing is an astronomical figure for a first-level cultivator like him. He didn't expect that Qi Xingfei would buy one for his son, who was ranked last in the grade. It's a waste of natural resources. Those are my graduation thesis. I plan to observe whether ordinary ants will be affected by the aura of another world. And then, Wu Hong's fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. He wondered if it was worth it to be hunted down by a peak second-level cultivator after squeezing this guy to death. How can you, a senior high school student, write a graduation thesis? Taking a deep breath, Wu Hong said in a deep voice, I don't care what you want to do, but don't do anything that threatens your family's safety. In your beast bag, it's best not to let others know. Although this thing is bound, it is inevitable to encounter some desperate people in the other world. Well, in modern cultivation, things like beast taming bags, which are relatively precious and cannot sense location like magic weapons, generally have GPS positioning systems. Okay, I understand. Chi Anlin nodded. Old Wu also had good intentions, and he would not make him angry again in the future. The main reason was that just at that moment, he felt that Wu Hong couldn't help but take action, so he should keep a low profile in the future and not provoke him for the time being. After solving the luggage problem, Chi Anlin followed Lao Wu onto the military armored vehicle. The thermal weapons he possessed could still cause some damage to the first-level monsters, but not to the second-level monsters. However, the speed of the first-level monster is still quite fast, and the master of outlining who is not very good at shooting will be in a miserable situation. Soon, with bursts of exclamations, Chi Anlin looked out the window and found that the sky in the distance was like broken glass, with many cracks. Those broken spaces were like fascinating black holes, swallowing up armored vehicles one after another. According to the plot, this military training will go seriously wrong, and you will be the only one who survives in the end. GGG said in a deep voice. What? Chi Anlin was stunned. What is wrong with this guy? Old Chi, you have always been the last in your grade, and your father is a cultivator at the peak of the second realm. Logically, your talent should not be so bad, so you must have a hidden bloodline that has not been activated. This is the template for the protagonist in the novel. Chi Anlin had a toothache. He thought this guy would finally be able to spit out ivory from his dog's mouth, but he didn't expect him to still be playing tricks. Don't use what I said before to harass me. GGG nodded with a smile. Then suddenly his expression changed, and he said, Old Chi, I know you may not care, but you have to know that my grandfather died in another world. Hearing this, Chi Anlin's face straightened. He had heard of this before. Hey, be careful. I'll let it go, but there are some things you have to believe. Dead relatives will turn into animals to see you for the last time. When I was keeping vigil, I saw a snake next to me. I thought it was my grandfather coming back to see me. Jijiki sighed, and the classmates who were originally a little noisy around him quieted down and looked at him. Some girls even wanted to comfort this usually not serious classmate. He must be in a lot of pain, so he uses this image to disguise himself. I reached out to touch it and got bitten. Later I found out it was someone else's grandfather. Damn it. Chi Anlin rolled his eyes. It was indeed the case. Quiet, Get ready to enter the other world. It might be a little bumpy when you first enter, so sit tight. The instructor's majestic voice came over, and the carriage instantly became quiet. At the beginning, everyone was a little nervous, but because Anlin and Gigi kept chattering along the way, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with being in a different world. And now, the armored vehicle has entered the black hole, and everyone's heart is in their throat again. The next moment, the light appeared again, and a magnificent steel fortress filled everyone's vision. In the distance, soldiers in combat uniforms were running back and forth. Many of them had blood on their bodies, and it was unclear whether it was from the monsters or their own blood. Soon, the armored vehicle stopped, and Anlin got off the car with everyone else. The area they were in was not in the steel fortress, but on the plain at the door. You will go to the chief instructor's office to get your tents later. This military training is not only to train your will and let you understand the other world, but also to enable you to have the ability to survive in the other world. With a loud voice of instructor Sun Wu came, Anlin's eyes lit up. If it was a systematic military training, he would definitely not be happy to accept it. But after hearing what the instructor said, it seemed that they could move freely. In the following time, you can form teams of 7 people each. The team's final results will be linked to rewards, and the results of this military training will also be included in the college entrance examination. I hope you can make a careful choice. After saying that, several instructors left the area, leaving the students confused. Old Chi, quickly find a big supporter to lean on. Gigi reacted quickly. He would definitely be in a group with Anlin, but Anlin was too weak. If they didn't find a big supporter to lean on, the two of them would definitely die. Chapter 11 Ding. You have a team formation message. Anlin thought about it and realized that there must be a reason why he assigned a team of 7 people. After the revival of spiritual energy, many dimensional nodes appeared on Blue Star, as well as many strange races, and most of the races here are hostile to Blue Star. The small alien world needs a larger living space, so it wants to invade the blue planet, while the large alien world wants to occupy the blue planet. In order to resist these races, humans began to evolve various professions, such as combat professions, physical cultivation, chi cultivation, spirit cultivation, beastman, formation master, talisman master, as well as auxiliary professions, doctors, spiritual plant masters, alchemists, and weapon refiners. If we're to have 7 people working together, there should be 6 combat professions and 1 doctor. This combination is definitely insufficient and is only a basis, but for fairness considerations, this is the only way. Gigi is a warrior, and his level is not low. His strength has reached the 4th level of the mortal level. Such strength is considered to be the top level in the class. If you want to form a team, there will definitely be a lot of people to invite. However, this time the team formation is not just carried out within the class. There are about 3,000 students participating in this military training, and the students here are not only from number 2 middle school, but also from number 1 middle school, number 3 middle school, and other schools. The content of the assessment should be hunting monsters, right? Anlin touched his chin and said, I just completed the contract, so my beast control is only at the 1st level of the ordinary level. It seems that no one is willing to guide me except you. After all, this is linked to the college entrance examination results. Although the Queen Ant has reached the strength of the 3rd level of the mortal grade, but due to certain restrictions, Anlin does not intend to expose its existence. The Ice Spirit Wolf not only has the strength of the 1st level of the mortal grade, but is also in juvenile form. His own strength has reached the 2nd level of the mortal grade, but generally speaking, beastmasters can only feel a rough sense of the realm, and usually display their strength through taming beasts. A beastmaster who was caught in close combat was not even as good as a nurse. However, there were also examples of some physical cultivators with strong mental power who served as beastmasters. Anlin's situation was rather special, as everything he had was given by blood. Just as Anlin continued to think about who to find as a teammate, a few students wearing special combat uniforms suddenly came over from a distance. Are you Anlin? Anlin, whose thoughts were interrupted, raised his head and looked at these people with some surprise. He didn't recognize any of them. For a moment, many ridiculous plots appeared in his mind. Could it be that there was an illegitimate child of his father, or that his mother was actually a princess of a big family, who was forcibly abducted by his weak father? Glancing at their attire, the familiar 1st middle school medals on their chests, and the fact that all of them were above the 4th level of the ordinary level, Anlin took a deep breath and said, I am. Hearing this, the leading teenager suddenly smiled and said, That's right. Your father and my father are old friends. Yesterday, your father gave me and my teammates a lot of benefits, which can be regarded as our hiring fee. It just so happens that the team is short of 2 people. I see that you haven't formed a team yet. If you have no other questions, join my team. Holy crap. The students around were dumbfounded that there was such a thing. They all knew Anlin's identity. Although they might look down on him in their hearts, they had to admit that he had a good father. There won't be any segment where people humiliate Anlin just because of his weak strength. Everyone still has some sense. With Anlin's magical weapons, who dares to mess with him? Could it be that during military training, we cannot carry those magic weapons? Today, Anlin does not seem to have that much dangerous aura. Hearing this, Anlin accepted their invitation without hesitation. Although his own strength might not be worthy of such a team, strictly speaking, these were the security guards hired by his father. If he was not stupid, he would definitely not refuse. So, with a confused look on his face, GGG went from being a golden thigh to a lying dog. Through the captain's introduction, Anlin got a general understanding of his teammates. It must be said that Chi's father's work is reassuring. The captain's name is Seya. He is a Chi cultivator with fire attribute. In fact, rather than being a Chi cultivator, it is better to say that he is a cultivator in fantasy novels who relies on spiritual power to fight. The captain's strength has reached the 6th level of the mortal level, which makes Anlin extremely relieved. The divine refiner's name is Li Wan, and he is at the 4th level of the mortal class. This profession relies on fighting with mental power, which is a bit like a long-range mage. However, divine refiners generally do not choose to become beastmasters, as this will put a strain on their spirits and is not conducive to the development of their strength. The formation master's name is Wang Chong. He is at the 4th level of ordinary level. It takes a certain amount of time for a 4th level formation master to construct a formation, but in the later stage, this profession still has the ability of instant casting. Generally speaking, it is more suitable for ambushes and assistance, and it is definitely not as good as other professions in sudden battles. The talisman master is a girl named Li Yu, Li Wen's younger sister. Like Li Wen, she looks ordinary and the type that would be hard to find in a crowd. This profession is relatively expensive, but if you have money and energy, the effect you can bring out is even better than the other professions, with direct firepower coverage. The last doctor was named Chu Xining. She was a cute girl with a small stature, fair skin, chestnut hair, and a slightly pouty face. Anlin felt that if she were in a novel, she would definitely cause trouble for him. The doctor's strength has reached the 5th level of the ordinary level, and he has a nickname, Little A. However, after a brief observation, Anlin felt that this nickname was disrespectful to Chu Xining. He felt that considering Chu Xining's figure that did not match her height, the nickname should be Little D. In addition, as a doctor himself, Anlin felt that this amount of milk was enough to reassure anyone. Several of them were easygoing and approachable. Anlin felt that a big part of the reason might be the temptation of money, so he quickly integrated into the group. Anlin, I heard that you were a beastmaster, but you had a disease when you were a child, so your strength has been limited. Seya observed Anlin for a while and continued. Have you successfully contracted a beastmaster now? Although we will take you to the test, if you don't contribute at all, your final score will still be very low. The contract has been signed, but the realm may be a bit low. Anlin answered truthfully. It's good that the contract has been signed. After you get the tent, you can go to the beast room to get your beast. I have a general understanding of this assessment. We need to occupy a good area as our camp first. It's best to be close to a water source. I heard that this time, the military training didn't provide anything except tents and the things we brought with us, so we have to find food and water by ourselves. Anlin, all your defensive magic weapons have been handed in, so you must be more careful. Although there are soldiers stationed around, if there is an emergency, it is likely that they will not be able to rush over in time. Well, in this military training, apart from ordinary weapons and beast-taming bags, no other magic weapons can be brought. After all, this is considered a foul. When Anlin thought of those defensive magic weapons, he felt a little annoyed. He didn't hand them in, but they were taken away by some shameless boss. Chapter 12: The Blood Call of the Ant Queen. After taking away the tent, Anlin pretended to go to the beast-taming room, and after making sure that no one was there, he used the beast-taming bag to summon the ice wolf. The moment he brought the little ice wolf out, Anlin could feel Little A's eyes lit up. Wow, Shiogo! Little A ran over and wanted to reach out to touch Seya, but Seya dodged him directly. Well, Seya is a bit aloof. A first-level mortal monster cub, Seya rubbed his brows. Although monster cubs were expensive, and the little wolf in front of him was of high quality, it was still a cub after all. It looked like it couldn't even beat a large wild beast that was about to be promoted to a mortal beast. Well, this is my beast. Anlin sighed. If there was time to develop, this scene today would definitely not happen. Can I protect this puppy? I promise not to let it get hurt. By the way, Brother Chi, what's the name of this little guy? Seeing Xiaoya dodge away, Xiao A did not continue to touch him. This is still a proud puppy, so he has to build a good relationship with it first. I have to say, whether in the past life or this life, kittens and puppies are cute creatures that girls can't resist. Its name is Urgu. Ice wolf, little A, huh? Chi Anlin coughed twice and changed his words. Actually, my name is Xiaoya. Xiaoyu? This fair and tender girl should be called Xiao Tian. It sounds more powerful. Ji said. It's a pity that Lao Chi doesn't have a third eye. Chi Anlin rolled his eyes at him and said, Erlang Shun had a frontal lobotomy in order to insert the heavenly eye, so he couldn't control his lust and would beat his own nephew. I don't want to be that kind of person. Everyone. Okay, let's talk about other things after we find a camp. The assessment will officially begin soon. Xiaoyan added. Hearing this, several people hurriedly took their luggage and tents and walked towards the forest. The plain is the gathering place, and after entering the forest, they need to find a relatively hidden area to camp. The rules of this military training are somewhat special. Not only do you need to hunt monsters and collect their crystal cores, you can also collect medicinal herbs and so on. These herbs and crystal cores will be stored in the defense formation in the middle of the camp. This formation can identify teammates, and outsiders who want to open it have to stand in the designated area for 1 minute. This rule is designed to create competition between teams, and the competition here does not refer to stealing, but to defeat the members who remain in the area in order to reap the spoils. The greatest use of a formation master is that he can carve formations around the camp to provide additional protection for the camp. In order to prevent the house from being robbed when everyone is out, the examiner stipulates that the spoils from other teams' camps can only be robbed at night, and the daytime is for everyone to go out hunting. It is worth mentioning that the prey may be robbed while being carried home. This results in the fact that strong teams will get higher and higher points, while weak teams will get basically no points. Of course, these crystal cores and medicinal materials are only considered as part of the assessment, accounting for about 50%, and the rest depends on personal performance. Soon, they found a small pond. Although there was a river not far away, there were too many people fetching water there, and they were easily attacked, so such a small pond was the best choice. The pool is not very deep and is crystal clear, like blue glass. If you look closely, you can see some fish and crabs floating on the surface. If you can't find food, catching fish is a good option. Next to the pool is a stone mountain that towers into the clouds, and at the bottom of the stone mountain is a cave. After Xia Yan's exploration, there is nothing inside. Let's set up camp here. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he and his companions had set out early and had chosen a good location. Several people quickly set up the tent, and Wang Chong walked into the cave and set up the collection formation. You can choose a hidden place to collect the formation. If possible, everyone actually wants to set it up at the bottom of the pool. Personal belongings can be placed in the tent first. What resources did you bring? There's a weight limit on the items you can carry, so each person carries different things. Little A put the box into her tent somewhat awkwardly. Most of the items she brought were clothes and some medical supplies. Apart from these, she didn't even bring any tools for survival in the wild. Liyu's clothes were modest, but the box was full of materials for drawing talismans, which made Chi Anlin feel the heroism of the talisman master again. Liwen brought a lot of pills, as well as some tools and compressed foods. Wang Chong did the same, but he brought some more materials for setting up the formation. Xia Yin carried a lot of weapons, which were all ordinary weapons, such as knives, swords, bows, etc. This guy brought a lot of books, board games, and daily necessities. According to him, the military training would definitely be boring for such a long time, and he needed to use these to pass the time. Seeing Gigi's performance, Chi Anlin opened his box with confidence. Why do you bring so many kitchen utensils? Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. The people in the team had contacted each other in advance and had discussed what they should bring, but he didn't expect that the two new guys would be so unreliable. Have a good meal. Chi Anlin said seriously, there are many monsters in the other dimension, and we need to cook the food well. Gigi nodded in agreement. and Seya said helplessly, "Have you ever thought that this alien world we are in is also called the world of insects? The world of small insects?" Anlin sighed and immediately lost his appetite. Most of the monsters here were insects, and it was difficult to find edible animals. Little insect world. Little A's face turned pale when she heard this. Although she was a cultivator, she was still a girl at heart and was very afraid of insects. "Pack up and get ready to go hunting. Shao, hey, you and Anlin will be in the center of the team. If you encounter danger, crush the amulet in time, and the nearby soldiers will take you away." In this military training, all students taking the test will receive a talisman with a 7th level defense power of the ordinary level. Every time it is activated, a soldier will take it away. Each person has a total of 3 chances to activate the talisman. If it is not activated when attacked, there will be certain casualties in this military training. Several of them returned to their own tents and prepared the tools and weapons they would need to go out. Anlin touched his chin thoughtfully, returned to the tent, and took out the pile of iron ants and the queen ant. Squeak! The queen ant walked around excitedly, and a message came into Anlin's mind. "You mean, in this world, you can feel your former bloodline, and you can recall it if you get close to it?" Anlin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the queen ant was captured in this area and sold to him. Among these ants, there should be some ordinary beasts. Chapter 13 Hunting Plan, Troublemaking Jijiki. First, we have to choose a valley for hunting, which will make it easier to set up the formation and prevent the prey from escaping. Seya held a fiery red spear in his hand and looked particularly handsome against the backdrop of his capable combat uniform. Judging from the style, he was at least a genius at the level of his sex young master. On the other side, Anlin had just returned to the team, and this time he carried the queen ant and the ordinary level iron ant on him. Anlin ordered the rest of the iron ants to spread around this area, and also asked the queen ant to lay the 400 eggs today. These are the limited number of iron ants currently, so Anlin has them act as scouts. If anyone approaches the camp, these iron ants will pass the information to the queen ant. "Leave the task of finding the valley to me." Jijiki volunteered, as this was his strong point. Physical cultivators all max out their attack and defense skills, but this guy's style has always been rather crooked, so he put his talent points into speed and stealth. Therefore, for a professional assassin, scouting the terrain is also a part of this profession. In addition, he can also act as a monster luring role. Anlin nodded in agreement. This guy's stealth skills were really amazing. It is said that one time, Jijiki suddenly wanted to study what brand of shower gel men use when taking a bath, so he observed and interviewed 100 men, but 98 of them answered, "How the hell did you get in?" This shows that Jijiki's talent is really terrifying. Okay, let Jijiki do this job. Li 1, you can assist him in interfering with the monster's mind and making it out of control. Seya nodded. Through his self-introduction, he also got to know Jijiki. As a divine refiner, Li 1 can stimulate the spirits of monsters and make them angry. Ordinary monsters all have a certain level of intelligence, and when they are awake, they can easily discover the traps set by Wang Chong. Anlin. Seya is an ice spirit wolf with a very keen sense of smell. He can find the footprints of monsters. While searching for prey, we can hunt some weaker monsters. Liu, keep an eye on Anlin and Shao first to prevent the monsters from approaching them. Soon, the team completed the division of labor, and several people dispersed and started doing their own things. Anlin was in a team of 4, separated from Jijiki. The monster they needed to find couldn't be too powerful, otherwise it would easily cause a lot of noise when dealing with the monster, thus attracting the attention of other teams. If you want to hunt this type of monster, it would be safer to introduce the formation set up by Wang Chong. The plants in the insect world all look rather strange. On the one hand, they have to defend themselves against being eaten by insects, and on the other hand, they have to accept pollination from insects like bees. Therefore, not only do they have a steel-like appearance, but their stamens also contain some weapons against herbivorous insects. Soon, Anlin saw a dung beetle. Name dung beetle. Attribute, Earth. Level, ordinary level 3. Potential, ordinary middle grade. The dung beetle is also known as the dung beetle. When Anlin discovered it, this guy was pushing a piece of feces that was 1 meter tall. The size of this dung beetle was also exaggeratedly large, as tall as half a person. I don't know why the queen ant is so small that she can fit into his pocket despite having the same strength. They are at level 3, so you can hunt them directly. Liu, keep an eye on them. Seya said in a low voice. Although the earthworm was only at level 3, Its armor that glowed yellow was very powerful. Plus, it had earth-related skills. If they were close, it could kill Anlin instantly with just one ground spike. Lee nodded and leaned back. There was no tacit understanding between the few of them yet, so it would be better to let Xia Yin take the lead now. Xia Yin rushed to the front of the earthworm dung beetle with a few leaps. A cluster of flames suddenly burst out from the spear and stabbed toward the joint of the dung beetle's front legs. Compared to the dung beetle's back, this joint is obviously easier to break through. In fact, for Xia Yin, it is not difficult to directly break through the dung beetle's defense, but that will consume a lot of spiritual power, which is not conducive to subsequent battles. Click! The blow directly broke the dung beetle's front legs, and the dung beetle fell to the ground before it could react, and the manhwa dung ball also rolled out. The frightened dung beetle stood up with the support of 3 legs. After feeling Xia Yin's strength, it spread its wings and wanted to fly away. At this time, Xia Yin stabbed out again, passing through the dung beetle's open wings and directly into its body. Red Flame Spear. The flame flowed down the spear into the dung beetle's body and exploded at the tip of the spear. The dung beetle's body broke into pieces, and the fragments and mucus splashed everywhere, directly splashing all over Xia Yin's face. Anlin in the distance took a breath. He was still a little vague about the strength of cultivation, but if he were to face this dung beetle, he might not even be able to break its defense. He didn't expect Xia Yin to kill it in just 2 or 3 moves. And looking at his skilled appearance, I wonder how many battles he has experienced. Not far away, Xia Yin picked up the yellow crystal on the ground and said calmly, "Let's go and continue looking for the next target." At the same time, on the other side, Jijiki was running away frantically. Behind him, a group of palm-sized bees were approaching rapidly, their ferocious stingers flashing with a metallic luster. With their strength, they could pierce a big hole even in a steel plate. There's something wrong with Lao Xia's plan. The monsters here can all fly, so what's the point of having a valley? Just now, he found a particularly narrow valley with rock walls on both sides. He could climb to the top of the mountain and attack by pushing boulders. But what he didn't expect was that soon after entering the valley, a group of terrifying golden bees appeared. Each of them is at the level of ordinary beasts. If they are surrounded, not to mention him, even a cultivator of the first realm will have no choice but to die in regret. Li Wen, who was far away, felt his throat a little dry and couldn't help swallowing. Gigi was really fast. If it were him, he would have died just 2 seconds after running out. Although Gigi ran very fast, he was still not faster than those bullet-like golden bees. He saw several ordinary 3rd-level golden bees approaching, and, at this time, the sound of fighting was heard not far away. I would rather die than let my friend die. Gigi's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the source of the sound. Although this is not very authentic, if you meet other students, you can save the opportunity to use the amulet. You have to know that in this place, everyone is actually in a competitive relationship. If someone is eliminated, it not only means that the competitiveness will be much smaller, but there will also be more prey. Chapter 14. The Queen Ant advances to the next level. The venomous spider attacks. After passing through the jungle ahead, the view suddenly opens up. I saw that the ground in front was covered with mucus, and giant earthworms divided into several sections were still wriggling constantly. The broken trees and flying sand and stones made the scene look particularly messy. Under a giant tree, Xingxin was covering the wound on his right arm, staring at his enemy breathlessly. In front of her was the team from number 3 middle school. They were surrounding Xingxin and approaching her. Military training assessments do not prohibit students from competing, and even without activating the amulet, there is still a risk to one's life. After all, everyone who participates in this assessment has signed a life and death agreement, and if they die accidentally, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. This is also to allow students to experience the cruelty of the world of cultivation in advance, so that the battles in other worlds in the future will not be limited to just a few. Xiaoxi, snatch her amulet later and don't give her the chance to activate it. The leading young man had a pair of slanted eyes and a fierce look. His pointed face and monkey-like appearance made it clear that he was a villain. Brother Monkey, will this matter? Xiaoxi looked at his boss hesitantly and responded in a low voice. No. If the amulet is not activated, no matter what happens, the nearby soldiers will not come, and what we have done will not be exposed. Xingxin bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She could hear the conversation between the people clearly and became a little anxious. If the amulet is activated, not only will he lose a chance to save his life, but the monster crystal core in his hand will also be taken away. When being attacked by other teams, if you activate the amulet and return to the camp, the crystal core on your body will be left to the attacking team. This crystal core is a 6th level ordinary crystal core, which came from a seriously injured black earthworm. It took her a lot of effort to kill it. Unexpectedly, after finally obtaining the crystal core, these people in front of her jumped out. In her current state, it would be difficult for her to escape. It is unknown whether these people want to get something for nothing or really want to do something to Inshingshin. This scene happened to be seen by Jijiki, who was escaping. Seeing that his secret crush Inshingshin was besieged by several villains, Jijiki suddenly felt angry. He was a little hesitant at first, and now he was too lazy to even issue a warning. Swish! Hearing the noise, several people were about to turn around when they saw a shadow suddenly jump out, pick up Inshingshin, and run away. Who is it? Stop! When Inshingshin saw the person rushing towards him, he was shocked and planned to activate the amulet, but after finding out that the person was Jijiki, he thought about it and gave up resisting. After a while, screams of several people were heard behind me. You mean you feel your own blood here and need to go down to the ground? Through mental communication, Anlin understood the queen ant's thoughts. Will there be any danger? The queen ant swayed gently in her clothes, and Anlin nodded. If the queen ant had not learned mental deterrence, he might not have been so reassured. But now, with this mental power, ordinary mortal-level monsters would be shocked. Except for some monsters with special talents, the mental power of other monsters was relatively weak. Using the excuse of running away to pee, Anlin ran to the side and put the queen ant down and also put the ordinary-level iron ant guard next to the queen ant. Go ahead, I'll come find you later. After doing all this, Anlin returned to the team and continued to move forward under the leadership of Seya. 2 hours later, Seya dealt with 4 ordinary-level monsters. It must be said that this guy's strength was still very abnormal. At least if it was his squad leader, he would definitely not be able to beat him. Compared with other young monsters, Seya's personality seems particularly unsociable. Not only is he unattached, he's even a little cold. Woo-woo. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Seya's hair stood up and he let out a warning howl. Get ready for battle. Seya's eyes focused. He grabbed Seya by the scruff of the neck and threw him backwards into Anlin's arms. At the original location of Seya, a pool of green venom suddenly splashed down, corroding the surrounding land with a hissing sound. Name Senro Poisonous Spider. Attributes: Poison Dark. Level: Ordinary Level 7th Stage. Potential: Ordinary High Quality. Seya, be careful. It's a 7th level mortal monster. Anlin opened his eyes wide and shouted. The strength of monsters is much stronger than that of humans, not only in terms of attack power, but also in their strong physical bodies, so very few people can kill monsters of a higher level. When they encounter such a monster, with their strength, they can only run away. Seya nodded and said through gritted teeth, Liu, take them away first. I will hold them back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Senluo Poisonous Spider suddenly rushed up. Seya's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously fired a shot. The spear collided with the body of the Senluo Poison Spider. Sparks flew, and a huge force surged out, knocking Seya away. Ouch! Seya's sky-blue eyes stared at the Senluo Poison Spider. The next second, an ice wall rose up and blocked Seya. Taking this opportunity, Xiao raised his hands, and a white light gathered in his palms and flew towards Seya. Minor healing technique. The Senluo Poisonous Spiders are very fast. If they leave, Seya will definitely not be able to escape. At the same time, Liu opened her backpack and a pile of talismans appeared. She shook her hand slightly, and several talismans with flame symbols painted on them floated into the sky. Boom! Liu just stretched out his hand, and several talismans exploded instantly, turning into several huge pillars of fire, rushing towards the Senluo Poison Spider. Anlin shook his head helplessly. Although this seemed a bit passionate, there was no point for them to stay if even Seya couldn't defeat the monster. If they leave in time, then only Seya will use the amulet, but if several people stay together, it is very likely that everyone will use the amulet together. It's a losing deal. At this time, a familiar feeling came over him. Anlin felt a stream of refined, spiritual power pouring into his body and being quickly absorbed. The queen ant advanced. killed a mortal level 5 monster woodthorn mantis, and gained 1,500 blood energy points. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded, and Anlin's eyes lit up. It was a good opportunity to try out the skill upgrade. Seya's body slowly grew larger, and a cold light appeared on his originally tender claws. His smooth white fur danced in the wind, and his aura suddenly changed. Affected by the spiritual power in Anlin's body, Seya was promoted again and became a mortal level 2nd stage monster. System: strengthen the beast taming skill. Freeze, Anlin said silently in his heart. Do you want to strengthen the ice? It will cost 50 HP. Yes. Immediately afterwards, Anlin strengthened the ice freeze 5 times in succession, successfully consuming 1,550 points of blood energy. The Sunluo poisonous spider shattered the ice wall with a light wave, and in the gap, Seya leaped to the other side and avoided the attack of the Sunluo poisonous spider. Xiaoyu, use enhanced freezing. Xiaoyu leaped with all his strength and blew out an extremely cold air from his mouth, instantly enveloping the Sunluo poisonous spider. Chapter 15. Escape, Anlin's sister. This time the freezing skill was extremely powerful, directly freezing the 2-meter-tall body of the Sunluo poisonous spider. However, Seya was only at the 2nd level of the mortal level after all, so in the next second, the Sunluo poisonous spider broke through the ice directly and shifted its attention to Seya. Damn it! Anlin quickly asked Seya to leave. He still had the amulet, but Seya didn't have it. If he was caught, he would be dead. At this time, Seya jumped up again, and flames swirled on the spear, turning Seya's entire body into a fiery red color. The sound of flames burning and exploding resounded in the air. Seya shouted in a deep voice and threw the spear out with force. Pyroblast gun. The spear pierced into the body of the Sunluo poison spider under the cover of flames, but stopped after only penetrating a finger's distance. The next moment, the spear exploded violently, and brilliant sparks bloomed above the Sunluo poison spider. Shoo! The Sunluo poisonous spider let out a painful scream, and Seya picked up Liu beside him and rushed directly towards Anlin. He is a chi cultivator and has strong attack power, but his defense is very fragile. If he makes a mistake and is hit by the Sunluo poisonous spider, he will be seriously injured, so when faced with this situation, he can only retreat first. To fight against these kinds of powerful monsters, one has to team up with people of the same realm. He doesn't think that he is the genius who can challenge monsters of higher levels. Are we going to retreat? Anlin glanced at the frightened Xiao beside him, took a deep breath, and turned around to carry him up. The queen ant's spiritual power was still circulating in his body, so his body was also becoming stronger. At this rate, as long as he found a place to practice well, he could directly break through to the 3rd level. 1 level a day. How could GGG feel after practicing for a year to break through to the 4th level? Anlin had a hunch that he should be able to catch up with everyone else in this military training. Swish! Anlin started running directly. He was now a physical cultivator at the peak of the 2nd stage of the mortal level, and his physical cultivation was tempered all over his body. He had no shortcomings, and in terms of speed, he was only slightly behind Seya. Little A was frightened by Anlin's move. In her impression, Anlin had a poor physique and could not retain the effects of the medicine. He relied on the accumulation effect to barely break through. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. She didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Moreover, even if he was running away, shouldn't he be carried like a princess like Seya? How could he run while carrying her? He would vomit. Seya was also stunned by this scene. He was still thinking about how to escape, but he didn't expect that Anlin was actually a physical cultivator. Several people kept running in the woods, and Seya, who was at the front, kept using ice walls to block the attacks of the Sunluo poisonous spider. Many trees were broken by the rampaging Sunluo poisonous spider. Seya's previous attack completely angered it, causing it to chase several people like crazy, and even its compound eyes turned red. The surrounding teams all dodged when they heard the noise. They still had some self-awareness and could distinguish the sounds of fighting and being chased. A monster that could cause such great damage was not something they could deal with. At this moment, Jijiki's eyes lit up not far away. I don't know how I offended these stupid bees. The golden bees kept chasing me. Even after I took care of Monkey Brothers' team, I still didn't give up my goal. The Sunluo poisonous spider caused a lot of noise, and Jijiki knew that he could not afford to offend it. But in his current state, The more ferocious the monster, the more it could help him escape the pursuit of the golden bee. So he started running towards the direction of the Sinluo poisonous spider. On the other side, two soldiers in combat uniforms were chatting. I heard that there are many good talents in this class. Seya from number 1 middle school has reached the peak of the 6th level of the ordinary grade. The squinting-eyed soldier said with a smile. In this small place, the 6th level of the ordinary grade is already very good. He is only at the 9th level of the ordinary grade. As a seeded player, I don't know if I could be admitted to a top university. Our place is still too small. Another fat-looking soldier shook his head and sighed. It's still difficult to get into a top-tier school, but getting into a top-tier school is a sure thing. It has nothing to do with our mission. Now there's a 7th-level mortal monster chasing Qi Xingfei's son. The squinting-eyed soldier was watching with his phone. With their strength, they must have noticed so many students, so there were quite a few specially made drones in the sky of this area. Hey, we can't break the rules until there's life-threatening danger. But Laoli, why do the people above give Qi Xingfei so much face? Even if he is one of the few second-level experts in Zhao County, he doesn't have to. The squinting soldier sighed. Qi Xingfei is not very powerful in other places, but he has a daughter who is admitted to the military university, and the power behind him should not be underestimated. We should just obey him. Thinking of Qi Xingfei's enchanting daughter, the squinty-eyed soldier couldn't help but shudder. You know, in the military training a few years ago, he was also one of the soldiers in charge of the battlefield. However, that woman was rampant in the small insect world and even broke into the non-candidate area, causing a series of incidents. In the end, the person in charge of the insect world stepped in to quell the dispute, and Qi Xingfei's daughter Qi Shuyue could no longer enter the small insect world. But I didn't expect his son to be such a loser. Why is he so vulnerable in the rumors? Hoping that nothing would go wrong this time, the squinting soldier looked at Anlin, who was running away on the screen, with a hint of worry in his eyes. It's finally here. Gigi rushed out excitedly and found several familiar people and the terrifying 7th-level mortal monster. Old Qi, Brother Chicken. Anlin was completely confused. Why was Gigi still holding Yinqing? What was going on in this world? Run! After being in a trance for a second, Jijiki suddenly woke up and found a bunch of golden bees behind him. But in fact, even if he reminded them, everyone would still continue to run away. As if sensing something, Seya suddenly turned around, gathered all his spiritual power, and used freezing on the ground. The Sinluo poisonous spider stepped on the ice and slid forward suddenly, knocking down many trees, and just happened to encounter the pursuing golden bee. The golden bees decisively shifted their attention to the most threatening target and all swarmed towards the Sinluo poisonous spider. However, the Sinluo poisonous spider was no pushover and immediately began a counterattack. Taking this opportunity, several people fled from the battlefield. What the few people did not notice was that when the Sinluo poison spider and the golden bee were fighting, the sealed ground suddenly collapsed and tentacles stretched out. Underground, the Iron Ant Queen was lying on the back of a giant queen ant, absorbing a scarlet crystal. All around, ordinary red-legged ants are constantly transporting food and metals here. Chapter 16. The Powerful Queen Ant, with blood volume exceeding 10,000. Back at the camp, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had never run so hard in a 1,000-meter race in his previous life. Little A had fainted due to the bumpy road. What a straight man. Seya was speechless. As the group's favorite, Xiaoyi was always eager to be shown off by other boys wherever she went. He didn't expect that he would be treated like this by Anlin. What is this? Seya looked at Gigi in confusion. Where did this guy bring this girl back from? Yinqing stood up shakily. She was seriously injured. If Gigi didn't take her away, she would have no choice but to activate the amulet. Thank you. I owe you a favor this time. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Yinqing said very seriously. She didn't expect that the person who saved her in the end was not her teammate, but this boy whom she once didn't take seriously. Hearing this, Jijiki swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "Be my girlfriend." What the hell? Anlin was shocked. This guy really showed the skill of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Yinqing was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on her face, and even her ears turned red. She lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. When Anlin thought that Gigi, the 1,000-year-old widower, was about to get married, Yinqing whispered, "Why not? Just consider it as I owe you 2 favors." Sure enough, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief again, got still his eyes, and Jijiki was turned into a stone statue. After the farce, several people returned to their tents to rest. They had wanted to show their skills in the military training, but they did not expect to suffer a Waterloo on the first day. Everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged. But in fact, Xiaoyan's team had achieved good results. During the day, nearly half of the people used the amulets, which kept the soldiers very busy. The passionate young people finally got a chance to enter the other world, so of course they all stayed close to powerful monsters. So after paying the amulet and the lives of a few unlucky guys, everyone took this military training seriously. Kill the second stage mortal monster Gene BB and gain 100 blood energy points. Kill the third stage mortal monster Gene BB and gain 300 blood energy points. Kill the mortal second stage monster Iron-Legged Grasshopper and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 4 monster Fire Dragonfly and gain 600 blood energy points. A string of news made Anlin suddenly jump up from the ground. What happened? Anlin quickly contacted the queen ant. Could it be that the queen ant was caught in the battle with the Sunluo poisonous spider? The response from the queen ant came from his spiritual sea, leaving Anlin dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out, and he began to tremble with excitement. Ding! Your plug-in is online. The course of events is somewhat mysterious. The queen ant left Anlin and entered an ant nest underground. The ants in this ant nest all possessed a trace of the queen ant's blood. Through the skill of blood control, these ordinary red-footed cultivator ants directly became its subordinates. Along the way, it harvested thousands of ordinary subordinates. When they reached the depths of the ant nest, they found that one of the queen ant's former children had become the queen ant after she was captured. It was unknown what kind of adventure she had encountered, but she already possessed the strength of the 8th level of ordinary rank, and the ants she gave birth to all had the strength of around the 2nd level of ordinary rank. So, the queen ant successfully recruited it, and also gained an adventure with the queen of the red-footed ant, a scarlet crystal. So during this time underground, it had been absorbing this crystal, and the battle of the Sunluo poisonous spider just happened to spread to the top of the nest, so the red-footed cultivator ant legion joined the war. The background messages kept refreshing the screen, and in the blink of an eye, Anlin gained more than 5,000 blood energy. Kill the mortal level 7 demonic beast, Sunluo poisonous spider, and gain 11,000 blood energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10,000 points of blood energy. You have been rewarded with the extreme ice crystal lotus, the white ant queen, and the swift windgrass. There are rewards. Anlin quickly took out the system reward and used it for identification. Name ice crystal lotus. Attribute ice. Quality high quality. Introduction an extremely cold object that can increase ice-type spiritual power and also change the purity of spiritual power. Name white ant queen. Attributes none. Level ordinary level 1. Potential ordinary high quality. Production speed 100/day. Name windgrass. Attribute wind. Quality ordinary top grade. Introduction food for wind-type monsters can increase speed and wind attributes spiritual power. The moment he saw the information, Anlin instantly knew how to use it. All integrated. The queen ant is not around now, so Seya can only do the fusion first. As for himself, after using the synthesis skill, a part of the synthesized monster's blood energy will be transformed into spiritual power and enter his body. So the more blood energy used in synthesis, the more his strength can be improved. The thing that Anlin regretted most was that this system could only be used for synthesis and could not be upgraded by killing monsters. But now it seemed that it was possible. Seya was sleeping in the tent at this time. He had used his skills too many times today, which not only exhausted Seya's spiritual energy, but also overdrawn his body. So he was in urgent need of rest. But rest and synthesis do not conflict with each other. Anlin placed the extreme ice crystal lotus next to it and used the synthesis skill. Ding, do you want to fuse ice spirit wolf and ice crystal lotus? Required health 2,000. Fusion success rate 85%. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 30 minutes. After thinking for a while, Anlin picked up the gale grass. Through this escape, Anlin understood the importance of speed. If he had escaped slower, he would probably be waiting in the fountain for resurrection now. Seya will definitely become his mount in the future. Facing these monsters, Anlin feels that he sometimes needs to escape. so he has to give Seya some speed talent. With control and speed, Seya will definitely become the most disgusting beastmaster. Focusing the synthesis option on the blood cocoon, Anlin tried to use synthesis again. Ding, do you want to fuse? Ice Crystal Wolf and Swift Windgrass. Required health, 8,000. Fusion success rate, 65%. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 50 minutes. Many bloodlines appeared on the blood cocoon again, thickening the cocoon wall. Anlin, it's time to have dinner. You have to take turns guarding the formation tonight, so you need to make some preparations. Xiao A's voice came from outside the tent. Oh no, the blood cocoon cannot be seen by everyone. Otherwise, they will be mistaken for an evil cultivator. I feel like I'm about to have a breakthrough. You guys eat first. I'll practice for a while. A flash of inspiration came to Anlin's mind, and he immediately replied. At this time, the sea of spirituality fluctuated again, and the queen ant's pure spiritual power came again. Anlin's barrier, which had reached the edge of a breakthrough, collapsed, and he successfully stepped into the third stage of the mortal level. Chapter 17, Seya Evolution, Yellow Level Lower Grade. Really, one paragraph a day. Anlin stood up, and crackling sounds came from all parts of his body, like frying beans, and his muscle lines became more perfect. This is what physical cultivation is like, but Anlin feels that he is perfect the way he is now. He won't be called a skinny dog, nor will he become a muscular monster like his father. No, the problem is that the queen ant is broken through again. Anlin felt it in the sea of spirit. The spirit core belonging to the queen ant was as bright as a little star. It has reached the 5th level of the mortal level. After communicating with the queen ant again, Anlin sighed. He originally thought that with so many ants, they would need to hunt a lot of monsters every day, and they should leave behind a lot of monster crystal cores. But after all, with the pure spiritual power in the monster's crystal core, the red-footed fierce ant colony will definitely not let it go. So the monster's crystal core is often more attractive to these ants than the monster's body. The screen in the background is still constantly refreshing, but most of the monsters killed are of the mortal level. It will take some time to accumulate them. After turning off the background notification sound, Anlin looked at the blood cocoon in the tent. During the time he was breaking through, Seya should have been synthesized. Within 2 minutes, the blood cocoon burst, turned into a pool of blood, and entered Seya's body. A pure spiritual power emerged again, continuing to strengthen Anlin's body and pushing his realm to the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal level. Name Snowwolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: Ordinary Level 3. Potential: Yellow Level Lower Grade. Skill: Freeze. A top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's actions. Even after getting rid of the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step. A mid-level ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Yellow Grade, Lower Grade. Anlin opened his eyes wide. No wonder they say that rich people rely on Krypton gold and European emperors rely on mutations. This jump is too big. Seya was already 1 meter tall at this time. His hair was even softer, and his azure eyes were full of indifference. Anlin felt that it might be because he was an ice-attributed monster. Let's go and have dinner. Your monster is growing too fast, isn't it? Seya took a breath. He noticed Seya's changes while he was running away, but he didn't expect that he would become another different person after he came back. When a monster beast increases its strength in its infancy, it will undergo certain changes, similar to the changes in the body when a physical cultivator's strength improves. But it is a bit strange to jump 2 levels in such a short time. He didn't know what quality of beastman this wolf beast was. He was a pure chi cultivator and didn't know much about beastmanship. It may be because after the contract was signed, my father gave it some medicinal pills, and after the quick digestion during the battle, its strength increased. Anlin explained seriously. No wonder. Seya nodded and continued. I've thought about what happened today. I think we can cooperate well in hunting in the future. If we encounter monsters like the Sinluo poison spider again, we can lead them to the valley that Jijiji found first. If you encounter a monster of equal strength, Wang Chong, you should set up a formation around it to prevent it from escaping. You can also stop those who are waiting for it. Anlin's beast has reached the 3rd level of the ordinary level, and he is now capable of participating in the battle. Today's battle was carried out by me alone, which was too inefficient and did not provide any training for everyone. So tomorrow, except for Xiao, everyone must participate in the hunt. Several people began to discuss the battle plan, while Anlin narrowed his eyes and walked to the pond nearby. He has a synthesis system, and the synthesized monsters are all loyal to him. However, due to the limited number of monsters to be tamed, he cannot contract every monster. At present, the queen ant and Seya are enough to meet the needs of this realm, and the distribution of blood energy is just right. Seya is the most commonly used beast. Not only does he have control skills, but he's also very fast. He can escape even if he can't defeat the enemy. So in the next period of time, he will focus on improving these two skills. As for the queen ant, Anlin thinks it should have more types of troops. After all, ants have great limitations, such as being unable to go into water, being afraid of fire, and being unable to fly. There's still a long way to go. The current team can still rely on some compressed food to cope, but it will be troublesome over time. Anlin thought about it seriously and suddenly thought of the queen ant. There are wild beasts in the insect world, but because there are too many insects, these beasts have become endangered species. Although they may not be able to find these beasts, the queen's army of ants certainly can. In this way, everyone was doing their own thing, and before they knew it, it was late at night. We have gained a lot today. I think it is not cost-effective to go out and rob others' crystal cores on the first night, so we could defend for a while. The students who suffered a blow in the morning may want to gain some psychological satisfaction from each other because of their unwillingness to accept the result, so a large number of them will go out to snatch other people's crystal cores. If they continue to go out to snatch crystal cores, they're likely to be robbed. I think I can go out and give a try. If I'm lucky and there are few people around, I can go directly to the crystal core area to rob it. Jijiji took the initiative to suggest. As an assassin, night is his protective color. Okay, be careful and don't get surrounded. The amulet only has 3 chances. Anlin's pupils flickered slightly. He notified the queen ants to come to the camp, preparing to fuse the queen ant with the white devouring queen ant. If there really was someone stronger than the team who came to snatch the crystal core, he would not be polite. Guarding the queen ant is a 7th-level ordinary ant soldier, one of the few high-level ant soldiers in the nest. After allocating the time for each person to keep watch, Anlin returned to the tent. He was the 3rd person to keep watch tonight, and this time period was relatively safe. After a while, the queen ant entered his tent from underground. If an ordinary monster appeared around the tent, it would be easily sensed by Xia Yin or Li Wan, but the queen ant was special, and her mental power was extremely strong, which caused no one to notice it. Compared to when she left before, the queen ant was much bigger. Anlin stroked its head. With the current size of the queen ant, which was as big as a puppy, it was impossible for it to hide on its body. Ding, do you want to fuse the Iron Ant Queen and the White Ant Queen? Required health, 21,000. Fusion success rate, 90%. Anlin checked his blood energy, which was currently around 25,000. The number of monsters hunted by the ant army in a day was extremely impressive, which made Anlin feel again that it was a wise choice to contract the queen ant. If it weren't for the queen ant, he would now only be able to watch other people's fights from the sidelines with Seya, who was at the 1st level of the mortal class. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 3 hours. Chapter 18. Attacked Kneeling 2. After the queen ant began to merge, Anlin looked at the 7th-level ordinary ant soldier, who was in the tunnel at the moment, curiously touching him with its antennae. Name Fire Ant. Attribute, Fire. Level, Ordinary level 7th stage. Potential, Ordinary high quality. Or a fire monster. Anlin touched his chin. Although he really wanted to synthesize this ant soldier, the blood energy required for a mortal level 7 monster should be a lot. Taking out a piece of iron, Anlin tentatively used synthesis. Ding, do you want to fuse Fire Ant and Iron? Required health, 100. Fusion success rate, 80%. Note, this monster has extremely high loyalty and does not need to be restrained, which increases the success rate. Only 100? Anlin was stunned. It seemed that his idea was wrong. The blood energy required for fusion has nothing to do with strength, but is related to the quality of the auxiliary fusion object and the difficulty of fusion. The fire ant should not change much after fusing with iron, so the blood energy required is relatively less. But if it is other mortal level 7 stage monsters, the blood energy required should be a little more. After all, the fusion here also has a taming function, which also consumes blood energy. After opening the system background, Anlin found that his health energy for killing monsters was much less. At least in the past, he had at least 6,000 or 7,000 health energy for killing a 6th-level monster. But now, it was only 2,700. No experience decay, just no cross-level rewards. Could it be that before, because his realm was too low, killing the monster was considered a cross-level kill? So he obtained more blood energy. But now that his strength has increased, the range of cross-level kills is not that large, so the blood energy obtained is much less. No wonder the Sinluo poison spider gave him 11,000 blood energy. It turned out to be because he had crossed too many levels. While Anlin was still thinking, an explosion suddenly sounded outside the tent. He quickly covered the entrance and took Seya out of the tent. Outside the tent, the fire illuminated the surrounding trees, and Seya was seen fighting with a man with a knife with a new spear. The early stages of physical cultivation are really hard. The man with the knife swung his knife while dodging the flames. Anlin's pupil shrank. He knew this man. His name was Su Wu. He was the 10th student in the 2nd grade of middle school and a 6th-level physical cultivator. Seya's flames fell on Su Wu, burning him so much that he grimaced. From a distance, it seemed that Seya had the upper hand. But looking closely, Seya's hands were shaking slightly, and there were some cracks at the base of his thumb. This was the weakness of Qi cultivation. His body was not strong enough. Although these flames would cause certain damage to Su Wu, Seya's strength was still inferior to Su Wu's. If he had not used medicinal baths to temper his physique, he would probably not have the strength to swing the gun now. Qi cultivators of the same level are most afraid of being approached by body cultivators, but the two are just ordinary cultivators, so they are both about the same. Su Wu cannot fight Seya with his physical body alone, and Seya cannot directly break through Su Wu's defense. On the other side, Li Wen, Wang Chong, and others were also fighting. There were 4 people in this attack. Apart from Su Wu, the others were the Divine Refiner, the Talisman Master, and the Wet Nurse. As for the remaining 2 people in the team, they should be guarding the house. While fighting, Su Wu glanced at the others. This team was a bit tricky as only one person got out. But after seeing Anlin, he was completely relieved. He also knew Anlin's strength, so he didn't pay much attention and concentrated on fighting Seya. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Anlin was stunned for a moment, and as if he thought of something, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After asking Seya to help Li Yu, Anlin sneaked around to the nanny in the team. Anlin walked through the bushes and went behind the nanny. The nanny in Su Wu's team was also a girl with the strength of the 4th level of ordinary level. Through the moonlight, Anlin saw the girl's fair back. When a girl shows you the back of her neck and is defenseless towards you, that was her negligence. Anlin held his breath and walked forward, slashing her neck with a knife. Plop! The others all looked over when they heard the noise. After seeing this scene, one of them was furious. Xiao Xue. Yang Xue fell to the ground. The blow made her burst into tears, which made Anlin a little embarrassed. Sorry, I saw it played like this in the movies, and I thought this would make you faint. Because he was afraid that this blow would kill Yang Xue directly, Anlin held back a little, but he didn't expect that he didn't knock her out. And judging from the appearance of that divine refiner, he probably has some relationship with Yang Xue. Tang Ming simply gave up his opponent and rushed towards Anlin. Spiritual thrust. Although a little surprised, Yang Wen did not relax. Seeing his enemy leaving, he decisively used a mental shock attack. Tang Ming gave up on defense and took the blow head-on, launching a direct mental attack on Anlin. Anlin stood there in a daze. The distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. A dagger appeared in Tang Ming's hand, and he stabbed towards Anlin. "Be careful," Li Wen shouted. He didn't expect that Tang Ming had no intention of fighting with him at all, but was determined to kill Anlin. The moment Tang Ming approached Anlin suddenly grabbed Tang Ming's arm and pulled it to the side. Tang Ming was startled and was about to break free, but he didn't expect Anlin's strength to be so great that it clamped his hand like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to resist. The next second, Anlin pushed his knee upwards suddenly. A huge force came, making Tang Ming's throat sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I used too much strength this time, sorry. This was his first personal battle in the world of cultivation, and he didn't expect it to be so dramatic. Tang Ming fell to the ground, and Anlin looked at the stunned Li Wen with an innocent face and scratched his head embarrassedly. Come to think of it, this guy seemed to have launched a mental attack on him just now, but it only made him feel a little uncomfortable. In order to confuse his opponent, he deliberately pretended to have Alzheimer's disease. On the other side, Su Wu turned around and his pupils suddenly shrank. Taking advantage of this gap, a flash of fire shot out from Xia Yan's spear, and he stabbed forward with force. At this time, Su Wu just reacted and tilted his head slightly, barely avoiding the attack. The scorching flames singed his hair, and a line of blood appeared on Su Wu's cheek. He slashed with his sword in anger, knocking Xia Yan back. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. We are doomed today. After spitting, Su Wu took a deep breath and said, Xia Yan, how about we stop fighting tonight? If we continue like this, both sides will suffer. Hearing this, Xia Yan chuckled, swung his spear, and stabbed it into the ground. Do you think we were just playing house? It's over when we say it's over. Xia Yan glanced at Qi Anlin and continued, if you don't activate the amulet today, you will all stay here. If he and his companions were slightly weaker, they might have been injured and started activating the amulet by now. On the other side, two soldiers who were watching the battle through a drone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Squinting his eyes, he sighed. If I'm not mistaken, Qi Anlin should not only be a physical cultivator, but also have strong mental strength. And he's also a beastmaster. Chapter 19, Divine Skill, Gene Extraction. Su Wu glanced at Tang Ming, who had lost consciousness, and sighed deeply. This amulet is not that advanced, and can only be activated autonomously, so Tang Ming cannot activate the amulet at all. Although everyone does not have any deep hatred and may not kill each other. If this continues, Tang Ming probably will not be able to participate in the next assessment. Activating the amulet won't do you much good, Xia Yan. Why don't we make a deal? He had thought that with his own strength, he could at least get some crystal cores, if not a full load tonight. He hadn't expected that the first team he robbed would be so tough. Xia Yan frowned and did not take action immediately. In fact, Su Wu was right. Meeting Su Wu tonight was just a coincidence. If he continued to pester him, not only would his team be seriously injured, but the hatred between the two teams would also deepen. Su Wu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and struck while the iron was hot, saying, how about 2 ordinary level 4 crystal cores, and letting us go? The teams on the first night were not very wealthy, so being able to come up with these crystal cores was already very good. But Xia Yan shook his head and said coldly, the 4 of you have more than these crystal cores for your amulets, and I don't want more. For ordinary level 4 crystal cores, I will let you go, and we will not interfere with each other. Okay. Su Wu readily took out 4 crystal cores from his pocket. There were not many crystal cores on the first night, so most people chose to carry them with them. This also led to the fact that the entire army was basically mobilized at night. After checking the quality of some crystal cores, Xia Yan nodded, but still did not put down the gun in his hand. Let your people take them away, and you leave last. Although Su Wu was not as skilled as his opponent, he did not say anything and soon left with his team. Xia Yan put away his gun and returned to the team, only to see the rest of the people surrounding Qi Anlin and chatting animatedly. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Tell me, how did you block that mental attack? Liwen spoke first. Brother Qi, how did you hide your strength for so long without anyone noticing? Little A asked curiously. Their team brought Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji on board at the behest of Qi Xingfei, which also led to them rejecting the applications of 2 other 5th stage ordinary students. I thought I would be held back in this exam, but I didn't expect that Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji both had certain fighting power. Xia Yan didn't say anything, but looked at Qi Anlin thoughtfully. This assessment does not allow the carrying of magic weapons, so Qi Anlin definitely does not have any magic weapon to protect his spirit, and Tang Ming, who is in an angry state, will definitely not hold back when using the mental thrust. Qi Anlin's mental strength is much stronger than imagined. It can be seen from the fact that he took Tang Ming's attack without any reaction that at least in terms of mental strength, he is far superior to Tang Ming. Possessing such spiritual power, Qi Anlin would definitely not only contract Seya, the monster. Moreover, the power behind Qi Xingfei is also very powerful, so Qi Anlin's other monster must be very powerful, at least a 5th level mortal monster. With such strength, when Mr. Qi invited them, he was quite sincere and offered a lot of compensation. Could it be that he had some plan and wanted to hide his strength? Xia Yan thought for a while and suddenly thought of Qi Anlin's sister. Is it possible that you are afraid of retaliation? Qi Anlin didn't know Xia Yan's psychological activities, nor did he know why Tang Ming's mental attack was useless to him. But according to his feeling, Tang Ming's mental power should be much stronger than his. Forget it, this is my first time to participate in a battle, and I have not received any systematic training before, so I'm just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, relying on my own physical body to bully these two people. If it were any other profession, you would probably have to drink a pot of wine. After chatting for a while, Anlin returned to his tent to rest, while Seya continued to keep watch. After the battle, just now, the people around actually had a certain understanding of Seya's team and naturally gave up on this tough guy. The team spent 3 hours in a peaceful world without any trouble. Anlin was sleeping soundly in the tent. At this moment, a ball of blood-red spiritual power poured into his meridians. It was so huge and pure that it almost broke his meridians. Shit! Feeling the pain, Anlin suddenly jumped up, then fell to the ground again, rolling over and over. In front of him, an ant half a man's height was looking at him curiously with its head tilted. It's the queen ant. The queen ant has changed a lot this time, not only in size, but also in her appearance. Its tail inherited the plump body of the termite queen, but it was covered with a layer of transparent oval shell on the outside. Its limbs were thick and hard, and they sparkled with a metallic luster. Originally, the queen ant shell was extremely smooth, but now it is covered with barbs, making it look a bit hideous. Even without its egg-laying function, the queen ant itself is a killing weapon. It seemed like several centuries had passed before Anlin climbed up weakly. This time the blood energy feedback was particularly painful, probably because he had used a larger amount. The dantian, which was originally unable to be opened, finally began to store spiritual power because of this flushing, and the blood energy also suddenly disappeared and merged into his dantian. This also means that Anlin can become a cultivator. Being kicked to the ground doesn't hurt this much. Sweat soaked his back, and Anlin spat out a mouthful of blood foam from his mouth. In order to prevent himself from screaming and attracting other people's attention, he almost bit his silver teeth to pieces. The first burst of blood energy made Anlin feel like his marrow was being cleansed, and his pores were filled with blood. The following times all strengthened his physical fitness, and this time, it even opened up his dantian. Dantian can store spiritual energy, which means Anlin can become a cultivator. However, having many professions is not actually a good thing. More professions does not mean more powerful. Cultivation itself is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. If you don't focus on it, it will be difficult to achieve anything. Moreover, having 2 professions at the same time is not as difficult as 1 + 1 = 2, and the financial resources required will also increase accordingly. This is also the reason why divine refiners do not become beast tamers, as it would drag down their realm too much. However, what does everyone's difficulties have to do with him cheating? Feeling the spiritual power in his body, Anlin smiled slightly. He could finally use his skills as cool as Seya. But then, Anlin looked at the queen ant, which was the biggest beneficiary this time. Identification. Name eating ant queen. Attributes. Gold fire. Level. Ordinary level 6. Potential. Yellow level mid-grade. Production speed. Ordinary level 9 stage. 1/90th days. Ordinary level 8 stage. 1/30th days. Ordinary level 7 stage. 1 out of 10 day. Level 3. 10/1 day. Level 2. 50/day. Level 1. 200/day. Normal. 2000/day. Skill. Deterrence. Ordinary grade. Bloodline control. Special. Gene uptake. Mid-grade yellow. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production. Yellow high quality. Produce ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the speed. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note, the strength of the soldier itself affects the production speed. Chapter 20. Night Watch. Tang Ming's death. Holy crap. Ever since the synthesis system was introduced, I feel like I'm being shocked every day. Anlin stroked the queen ant's tail in disbelief. The skill he had always dreamed of finally appeared. I always thought that the queen ant only had one type of soldiers, and it was too limited, but I didn't expect that this time the synthesis would produce such a magical skill. In this way, he can manually assemble soldiers in the future. At this time, the shy message of the queen ant came from the sea of spirituality. Anlin raised his eyebrows and found that the queen ant was twisting her buttocks a little embarrassedly. Anlin withdrew his hand somewhat angrily, forgetting that this was a special part. The queen ant has changed a lot this time. As her first beast, even if it didn't rely on the adventure she encountered in the world of insects, its own strength far exceeds that of Seya. As a result, Chi Anlin's own strength also increased rapidly. After this flush of blood energy, he faintly touched the fourth stage of the mortal level barrier. However, this is also because the queen ant encountered a strange adventure. The normal speed should not be so fast. Queen ant, focus on producing second-level ant soldiers. Chi Anlin patted its head. Although the queen ant can produce high-level ant soldiers, it takes too long and is not cost-effective. Second-level ant soldiers have the best cost-effectiveness. You must know that there are mostly low-level monsters around here, and second-level ant soldiers can maximize the collection of blood energy. By the way, give me the crystal cores you collected recently, and don't rush to devour them. Chi Anlin reminded him. This military training was related to which university he could enter in the future. For long-term planning, the strength of the ant soldiers should be put aside for the time being. However, there were drones monitoring in the sky, so he could only pretend to be digging for treasure to collect these crystal cores. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. In a world of small insects, there are also some inheritances of cultivators, so the crystal cores dug out by oneself can also be included in the assessment score, but there will be a certain discount. This made Chi Anlin feel helpless. If it was done freely, it wouldn't be so troublesome at all. It would be great if we could leave this area. The drone only monitors the outer area. The monsters further inside will be stronger, and the drone will be destroyed. After instructing the queen ant to catch meat, Chi Anlin ordered her back to the underground cave. The queen ant's current size made it impossible for her to carry it with her, and producing ant eggs required a lot of energy, which all had to be done by the ant colony. He certainly didn't have the ability to do so. Soon, it was time for him to keep watch. Chi Anlin squatted by the water, somewhat bored, observing the fish swimming in the water. There are some low-level ant soldiers all around. As long as someone approaches, the queen ant will pass it to Chi Anlin through the sea of spirituality. It seems that the queen ant is really powerful. She can receive information from the ant soldiers from such a distance. Therefore, Chi Anlin didn't need to keep watch at all, as no one could avoid the detection of the ant soldiers. The ordinary ants are all deep underground and cannot be sensed by the monks, and no one would realize that these guys are actually scouts. Since you can't practice, you might as well take a look at the book that Brother G brought. Chi Anlin kicked a stone into the water, walked slowly to Gigi's tent, and picked up the book he had placed outside. Lu Sun's Travels. Chi Anlin was stunned, thinking that history had been tampered with, and quickly opened the book. After reading several pages in a row, Chi Anlin threw it down speechlessly. He didn't know who wrote this book, or if it was just a rubbish product from pirated website. Chi Anlin picked up a few other books and took a closer look, and a frown appeared on his head. The Camel's Appearance, Romeo and the Pig Spend the Night, Liang Shambua and the Pig, Snow White and the Seven Little Lovers. What the hell is this? Chi Anlin threw the books away with force. These books perfectly matched Gigi's painting style and had a sense of impropriety. Shaking his head vigorously, Chi Anlin glanced at the last book. God is above, and the earth is my witness that I will never coexist with gambling and drugs. Really beautiful. Just like that. An hour later, Chi Anlin closed the book and looked around with a vigilant look on his face. According to the information transmitted by the queen ant, there are several people approaching not far away. Their strength is not very strong, probably around the third level of the mortal level. After thinking for a while, Chi Anlin took Seya and entered the forest. The few of them were not very close to the camp, and seemed to be looking for a target. Now that they had nothing to do, they could go over for a stroll. Chi Anlin also urgently wanted to know his own strength. With Seya around, he could run for help even if he couldn't win. As for the safety of the camp, with the ant sentinels there, no one will break in at all. Cloud shadows crossed the sky. Moonlight was like water. Chi Anlin rode on Seya's back and rushed towards the ant soldier's alarm. Not far away, a corpse lay quietly on the ground. The mottled moonlight tilted, illuminating the man's body. His chest was stained red with blood, and his eyes were staring in one direction, filled with unwillingness and resentment. There was silence all around, but after a while, a rustling sound came from the bushes on the side, and Chi Anlin walked out slowly with a frown on his face. The night wind blew by, carrying a strong smell of blood. Chi Anlin approached the corpse and slowly squatted down. Tang Ming. After seeing the face of the corpse clearly, Chi Anlin's pupils suddenly shrank. This person was the divine refiner who was beaten by him and vomited blood not long ago. He actually died here. What about Su Wu? Chi Anlin looked around. It was obvious that a fight had taken place here. It was a mess. A tree as thick as a bowl was broken. Anlin walked closer and found blood on it. After careful observation, he found many signs of impact, and there was a huge gash on Tang Ming's chest, as if someone had punched him through. Physical training? Anlin raised his eyebrows. Su Wu's strength was not weak, but he still lost a teammate. This proves that during the battle, no one was able to protect Tang Ming and could not activate the amulets on their bodies. There were no traces of battle caused by the Qi cultivators around, and the other formation master probably didn't have time to take action, so there were no breaches caused by the formation bombing. Su Wu's troops might have been completely wiped out. Anlin looked up at the sky and saw no drones, which meant that the military might not be aware of the battle here. At this time, the Queen Ant conveyed the information again, and many mortal cultivators appeared in this forest. According to the Queen Ant's description, Anlin also knew the identity of this group of people. Soldier. Seya, go back first. Anlin jumped lightly and landed on Seya's back. With so many military personnel showing up, it seemed that what was happening here was not a fight between students. If it is a student, it will not destroy the drone in the sky. You know, these drones are coated with a lot of insect-hating liquids, so ordinary mortal monster insects won't get close to them. Chapter 21 Earth Dragon turns over. Along the way, Anlin had a heavy face. He only found Tang Ming's body, and he didn't know how many other people had died during this period. But there's one thing he is sure of: it was not the students who killed Tang Ming. In this military training, the strongest one is only at the 7th level of the ordinary class. If you were to fight with Su Wu, the noise would not be so loud that the whole camp could not hear it. If Su Wu and the others were safe and sound, then Tang Ming's body would definitely be taken away. Anlin felt that even if they were weak, as teammates they would at least be brought back for burial. Soon, Anlin returned to the camp. After calming down a little, he walked to Xia Yan's tent and coughed twice. Anlin. The tent was suddenly opened. Xia Yan stuck his head out and took a look and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before Xia Yan could continue speaking, Anlin said, "I just heard some noise," and asked Xia Yan to go to the forest. He found Tang Ming's body. Xia Yan's eyes fixed, and the only sleepiness he had disappeared. "Did you see Su Wu?" Anlin shook his head and continued, "I went to check, and there were no signs of monsters fighting around, and the drone in the sky was destroyed. I suspect it wasn't a student." "Impossible," Xia Yan said in a deep voice. "The first 3 days of military training are the students' adaptation period. This area is strictly guarded by the military, and no other cultivators will enter. This area is completely cordoned off to help students get used to the battle, and generally speaking, students will not move to other areas until the 4th day. Therefore, there are not many monsters in this area, and there are no high-level monsters at all. But if you go to other areas, you may encounter first-level monsters, and you can only consider yourself unlucky. Since the world of small insects is not a complete world, the most powerful monsters would not reach the 3rd realm. Otherwise, a place as small as Zhao County would have been conquered long ago. If they were students, there would be no need to destroy the drone. Besides, I think Su Wu's team should have been wiped out." Xia Yan continued, "If it is an outsider cultivator, then he must be at least in the middle stage of the 1st realm to rely on some hiding skills to enter this area, and it is also easy to be discovered. As for those with higher cultivation, did they come here just to kill a few students?" Seeing Xia Yan's confident look, Anlin sighed and said no more. Although Xia Yan believed in the army, Anlin felt that it was impossible to completely block off such a large area. For a cultivator of the 1st or 2nd realm, even a divine refiner, the area that could be covered by the mental power was very small. Although the Sinluo poisonous spider can cause such great destructive power, if you think about it carefully, if a dinosaur collided like this, it could also achieve such an effect. A cultivator of the 1st realm may not be afraid of cold weapons, but being hit by hot weapons is still serious. Anlin felt that if a monster emerged from the ground to attack, the army would not be able to discover it at the first time. Wait, Anlin was stunned. What if the enemy came out from underground? Thinking of this, Anlin decisively contacted the Queen Ant. Seeing that Anlin stopped arguing, Xia Yan did not say anything else. He was also seriously thinking about the cause of Tang Ming's death. Could it be that Su Wu was seriously injured while continuing to attack other camps, and happened to meet the top few in the school? But there is no deep hatred between them, so would they really kill each other? Both of them fell silent, and at this time, there was a noise in the bushes on the side. Seya looked over and found that Ji walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. As for Anlin, the news of Ji's return had already been passed on by the queen ant, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Through the contact just now, he learned a lot of information from the queen ant. There are indeed many holes under the ground, and the queen ant dare not approach them. According to the reaction of her ant soldiers, these holes were dug by a first-class evil earthworm. However, it seems that these tunnels have also been discovered by the military, and many soldiers have gone underground to hunt down the enemy. Anlin naturally would not mention these things to Seya again. After all, Seya would not believe it even if he told him. It seems that my guess is correct, but what is the purpose of these people sneaking into the military training ground? Anlin is very confused, and no students here carry treasures. On the other side, Jijiki fell to the ground exhausted, raising a cloud of dust. Seya walked up and carried him back, then pulled out a sleeping bag from the tent for him to lie on. Something bad has happened. Jijiki paused for a moment and said, "A bunch of crazy people suddenly appeared in this area. Not only did they destroy the drone, they also committed suicide attacks on students. If a soldier hadn't appeared and saved my life, I would have died there." Jijiki said with lingering fear that his amulet had been activated once, and without it, he would not have survived until the soldiers arrived. Seya opened his eyes wide and looked at Anlin suddenly. After hearing about this, everyone was silent for a long time, sitting by the pond, not knowing what they were thinking about. Zhao County is such a small place, it doesn't even have a university, and its military is not strong. Why would so many people suddenly appear to attack students in military training? Anlin frowned. The sense of crisis in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. Originally, as a time traveler, he carried the protagonist panel with him, so he didn't care much about it. However, when a death really happened around him, Anlin suddenly realized that this was not a game. This is also the reason why he feels out of tune with this world. He has to consider everything, and even if he has some fighting power, he dare not give a try. Most of the time, he reflexively regarded other people as NPCs in the game, always thinking that there might be some hidden clues, but this is the real world and many things are illogical. Anlin looked at the people around him. This world was not peaceful. At least life and death were common. I need to adjust my mindset. At this moment, the queen ant in his mind suddenly issued a warning. Anlin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted, "Danger! Activate the amulet!" Several people were startled and subconsciously clenched the amulet. Anlin quickly activated the amulet and used the beast bag to put Seya beside him into it. The next second, a loud bang almost ruptured the eardrums of several people. A black wave suddenly rose in the forest. For a moment, dust filled the sky. Countless leaves and branches were flying in the air. The sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Lightning split the sky like silk threads, making the already dark sky seem to be shattered. In an instant, the mountains roared and bottomless cracks spread across the ground, like a dragon turning over, swallowing up the entire area in an instant. Not far away, the steel fortress was torn apart and turned into ruins. Chapter 22, Seriously Injured. Anlin had a splitting headache. He struggled to get up, but accidentally pulled the wound on his body and couldn't help but gasp. Patting his head, Anlin stood up shakily, and the scene just now emerged in his mind. At that moment, he felt like the end of the world had come. The entire space was directly shattered. Although he held up the amulet, he was still blown away by the rolling black air. After rolling for an unknown amount of time, he fell directly into a crack. "I'm afraid a lot of people will die this time." Anlin sighed. This is not something he can control. What bad luck. Looking up into the distance, Anlin was stunned. After what happened just now, shouldn't the world be devastated and filled with dust? I saw a thin mist in the distance, and the mountains in front were looming in the sea of fog. The thick white clouds in the sky were connected to the mountains and floated slowly, like rolling white waves, surging and surging. And he happened to be on a plane. Am I dead again? Anlin couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he had traveled through time again? He hadn't even become the king of the previous world, but he died again? System, are you still there? The next moment, a familiar panel appeared in front of Anlin. Host, Anlin. Realm, Ordinary Level 3. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Cultivator. Blood Energy, 35,400. Beast Tamer, Ant-Eating Queen, Ordinary Level 6. Howling Moon, ordinary level 4. Fortunately, the system is still there. Seya is such a good kid. He has secretly improved his level. No, have I not traveled through time yet? Anlin quickly contacted the Queen Ant. A faint connection came from the sea of spirituality. The Queen Ant was still there, but she was relatively weak. And according to the contract, she didn't seem to be very far away. As long as she's still alive, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. The Queen Ant is the main source of blood energy. If it's gone, he will have to remain in a weak position for a long time. If I didn't travel through time, then where did I end up? Could it be that the disaster only affected a small area, and I was lucky enough to be blown to another area? It would be nice if the system had a map. After checking the injuries on her body, she realized that such serious injuries would not heal in a short time. So the most urgent thing was to find the Queen Ant first. Anlin summoned Seya, rode on it, and ran in the direction where the Queen Ant was conveying the information. Crossing the plain, Anlin saw many strange monsters, including a horse with a single horn and a tall monster that looked like a big suction cup. Judging from the situation, I shouldn't be in the world of small insects anymore, right? Fortunately, there were probably only herbivorous monsters along the way, so Anlin was not attacked and soon arrived at the location of the Queen Ant. The Queen Ant looked miserable at this moment. Several of her legs were broken and her armor was covered with cracks. She looked like she was dying. Anlin walked forward with great heartache and put it back into the beast-taming bag. The beast-taming bag was a separate space, and the Queen Ant still had a certain recovery ability, so she would not die in the beast-taming space. It may be a little difficult to reproduce ant soldiers. Many of the original ant soldiers have died, and the remaining ones are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Only the original Queen Ant Princess is still alive, and she has reached the 8th level of the mortal level. This unexpected disaster directly weakened Anlin's overall strength. As for the other candidates, Anlin felt that the probability of their survival was not high. He was able to open the amulet in time and resist for a while, and probably because of his good luck, he did not die. The other students would have been in great danger if they had relied on their physical strength. What is going on? Anlin touched his head, not knowing whether those people in the team were still alive. However, after this disaster, Anlin finally understood the fragility of life. Although he had a system, if he hadn't received the Queen Ant's reminder when faced with such an emergency, he would have surely died. The injuries were also very serious. Anlin thought about it, and thought that maybe he should synthesize an auxiliary monster that could heal and stack buffs. Otherwise, if he encountered an injury, it would be difficult for him to recover on his own. Let's take care of our wounds first, and then find a way to accumulate some blood energy. Currently, the only one who has combat capability is Seya, but Anlin does not plan to spend his blood energy on Seya first. The Queen Ant skill of massing troops is the fastest way to increase blood energy. It is not easy to catch a healing monster. At least he has never heard of anyone in Zhao County having a contract with such a monster. However, Anlin was not too worried about the Queen Ant's injury. This mutation allowed the Queen Ant to acquire a magical skill, gene extraction. The extracted genes can be integrated into the Queen Ant's body. In other words, as long as there is enough blood, he only needs to let the Queen Ant obtain the self-healing genes. In this world, animals have evolved into monsters because of spiritual energy, and their original self-healing abilities have become even stronger. As for the self-healing gene, Anlin felt that it could be obtained from those monsters that could regenerate severed limbs. For example, geckos? Geckos have the ability to regenerate after their tails are broken off, but this is only limited to broken tails. The Queen Ant's injuries are not only to her limbs, but also to her outer shell and internal organs. I don't know if there are sea cucumbers in this world. When encountering an enemy, they will actively spray out their internal organs for the enemy to eat. They will not die without their internal organs, and will grow new internal organs after 2 weeks. However, when it comes to regeneration, earthworms seem to be quite amazing, but this kind of regeneration is a little different. A cut earthworm can even be split into 2, and both broken parts can grow new organs and survive independently. I don't know what problems will arise if this gene is extracted from the Queen Ant. After thinking it over, Anlin locked onto a type of insect in his mind, which was the stick insect. This magical creature not only had great camouflage, but also had a strong regenerative ability. Even if all its legs were broken and turned into a stick, it would grow all back in no time. I decided it was a stick insect. I hope the blood used to extract genes isn't too outrageous. Otherwise, with Seya's efficiency, it will take a long time for the queen ant to recover. After the queen ant recovers, this gene can be placed among the ant soldiers, making these ant soldiers invincible cockroaches. Anlin looked at the sky. It was still daytime. His injuries were not easy to recover from, so he decided to find a place to recuperate first. As for the plain just now, Anlin didn't want to go there. As a paradise for herbivorous monsters, who knows what kind of powerful predator will appear there? What he needed was a place to camp. Following Seya through the woods, Anlin soon saw a cave. The location of the cave is relatively hidden, so it is naturally an excellent camp for recuperation, but there is also a monster living in this cave. Name Rock Pig. Attribute, Earth. Level, Ordinary Level 3. Potential, Lower Level of Mortal. Introduction. The meat is tender and delicious, but its stone armor provides strong defense, making it a good snack for teething. Anlin looked at the giant wild boar in front of him. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered with rocks, and had 2 sharp fangs. You call this a snack? Chapter 23. Seya's first kill. The rock pig slowly walked out of the cave, looked at Seya, and a puff of hot air came out of its nostrils, with its eyes full of threats. The rock pig let out a loud roar with saliva flying everywhere. All of a sudden, a group of birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions. The next moment, Seya brought Anlin to a giant tree. After settling Anlin down, he flipped over and jumped down. Seya has never really fought with any monster since he was born. The pursuit of the Synluo poison spider was just a distraction, and it didn't dare to really get close. If it was a monster of the same realm, Anlin might not dare to let Seya fight it head-on, but for a third-stage mortal level, very clumsy rock pig like this, Seya could just run away even if he couldn't defeat it. Unfortunately, Seya doesn't have any offensive skills, mostly interference and speed. He may suffer a disadvantage in this aspect, and it will be difficult for him to break the rock pig's defense. After sensing Seya's hostility, the rock pig did not continue to intimidate him. Instead, it kicked the ground with its hind legs, creating a small hole in the ground, and then rushed out. Seya leaned down and stared at the rock pig. Before the rock pig was about to hit him, he suddenly jumped and avoided the charge. The rock pig's heavy body couldn't stop for a moment and continued to rush forward, hitting the tree and knocking it down. The trees in this forest are so thick that 2 people can hug them together. Although the rock pig did not suffer any damage, it was still a little dizzy for a short period of time. Taking this opportunity, Seya jumped onto its back and bit its throat. On another tree, Anlin nodded with satisfaction. Seya was very smart and not as stupid as these monsters. He could see it from the pursuit of the Synluo poison spider at that time. As for Seya, Anlin didn't want to direct its battle too much. Seya's current attacks were based on its own wisdom and instincts. If he gave orders rashly, Seya might lose its rhythm. Of course, if Seya made a fundamental mistake, Anlin would remind him in time. Seya bit the rock pig on the back of its neck. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere. At this time, the rock pig came to its senses, turned its head angrily, and tried to bite Seya. Seya just leaned slightly and easily avoided the attack of the rock pig. At this time, it also gave up biting the rock pig. The previous bite did not cause much damage except grinding off some stones. If it continued on the rock pig's back, the rock pig might attack it by rolling over or hitting a tree. Although the rock pig is stupid, it is not so easy to deal with other carnivorous monsters because it often deals with them. Otherwise, it would not be able to attack any monster on its back and would have been exhausted to death long ago. Anlin touched his chin. The rock pig did not use attacks similar to the earth thorns. It seems that not all monsters have skills. The rock pig's earth attribute bonus should be used in defense. That would be even easier to fight. Seya landed on a rock. There were no boulders nearby. Otherwise, it could lure the rock pigs to hit the rocks. As for the cave, it didn't want to destroy this new camp. While he was thinking, the rock pig rushed over again, this time at a faster speed. The dizziness from hitting the tree and Seya's attack had made it angry. Seya turned around and started running. With the attribute of wind, he was much faster than the rock pig. However, he was afraid that the rock pig would not be able to catch up with him and would turn around to look for Anlin. So Seya slowed down his speed and tried to keep up with the rock pig. After walking around the open space, Seya saw a bigger tree and his eyes lit up. When it was 10 meters away from the tree, Seya repeated its old trick and jumped to the side again, but this time it used the skill of freezing. The ground was frozen, and the rock pig's feet slipped, and he fell directly to the ground, sliding rapidly forward. At this time, Seya spewed out white gas again, and many ice spikes suddenly appeared on the giant tree. It didn't think that these ice spikes could break through the rock pig's defense. These ice spikes were not used to hit the rock pig's armor. The rock pig slid forward, but it was unable to react in time to the sudden appearance of ice spikes and was directly hit. Poochie! An ice spike penetrated into the rock pig's eyeball and pierced through it directly. The ice spike made by Seya was very strong and penetrated into its brain through the rock pig's eyeball. Blood gushed out. The rock pig let out a deafening roar and then jumped violently and fell down weakly. Killed a mortal level 3 monster rock pig and gained 400 blood energy points. What the hell? Anlin widened his eyes upon seeing this scene. He originally thought that Seya had never experienced a battle, and even if his realm was at a higher level, it would still take a lot of effort, or he might not be able to kill this rock pig at all. Unexpectedly, this guy not only quickly found the rock pig's weakness, but also used a trick to kill it. If you use ice spikes to attack directly, the rock pig will be able to dodge the attack quickly with its reaction ability. Even if it doesn't dodge, it only needs to close its eyes. With the speed of the ice spikes flying, it is difficult to pierce its eyelids. After all, there's still a certain degree of defense on the eyelids. However, when sliding at such a high speed, there was no time to react to dodge the sudden appearance of ice spikes, and Seya created several ice spikes. The rock pig's I did avoid the attack, but the remaining I could only watch helplessly as it was hit. In short, Seya killed the rock pig very easily with almost no effort. And this is its first battle. Anlin smiled happily, thinking he had found a treasure again. After being carried down from the tree by Seya, Anlin slowly walked to the side of the rock pig. When he was just sighing, Seya attacked the body of the rock pig several times and mixed up its brain. Anlin felt that even if he killed the rock pig, he had never thought of finishing it off like this. What if this guy didn't get stabbed in the brain as he imagined, or didn't die completely? Then the final fatal blow might take him away directly. Although this is absolutely impossible to happen, because he has already obtained blood energy, the rock pig would have been dead long ago. Good job, Seya! Anlin stretched out his hand to touch Seya's head, but it dodged him directly. Anlin was not embarrassed either. Seya's personality was like that. Not very cute, but this guy was calm and thoughtful, so this unlovableness could not be considered a shortcoming at all. Although this battle was beautiful, it also made Anlin realize Seya's shortcoming, which was that his attack power was too weak. If it weren't for this strategy, Seya would probably have broken several teeth when breaking the rock pig's defense. I'll go into the cave first. You can drag the body of the rock pig in. I heard it's delicious. We can use it as food reserve. Anlin turned around and prepared to walk into the cave, but at this time Seya rushed directly into the cave, explored it, and confirmed that there was no threat before running out. With such favor, what more could the Lord ask for? Chapter 24, Different World Fusion. Anlin was very satisfied with Seya's performance. He also didn't want his pet to be like a puppet that could only obey orders and would freeze when faced with some complex commands without taking the next step. Right, Queen Ant? Anlin sighed. He had ordered the Queen Ant to be his sentry and patrol the area around the camp. This guy did as he was told, but when the enemies who massacred students appeared in other places, the Queen Ant didn't even mention a word to him. If the Queen Ant was as smart as Seya, she should be able to understand that these are suspicious people who will pose a threat to her. If you ask her to patrol the camp, she will really only focus on the camp. Moreover, he didn't tell me about the adventure at that time. If it wasn't for the sudden breakthrough, Anlin probably wouldn't have known about it. Headache. Anlin now suspects that this huge disaster might be related to those men in black. Otherwise, why would they go to so much trouble to enter the military? Just to kill students for fun? If you knew it earlier, you might be able to tip off and get some rewards. After summoning the Queen Ant and placing it in a clean area, Anlin walked to the side of the rock pig and observed it carefully. Seya, use your claws to attack the pig's body. After giving the order, although Seya was a little confused, he still attacked the rock pig without any hesitation. Snap! This claw directly cracked the rock on the surface of the rock pig, revealing its dark skin. Anlin touched his chin. Since the rock pig was able to control spiritual power during its lifetime, the rocks on its surface were not ordinary rocks. This was also why many monsters had very strong defenses during their lifetime, but were easy to skin after death. However, he is only in the mortal realm now. Even if those high-level monsters are dead, Anlin's current strength makes it impossible for him to tear open their corpses to look for crystal cores. Even if a high-level monster is blessed with spiritual power, its defense is still invulnerable to swords and guns. After letting Seya tear off a large piece of rock pig flesh, Anlin threw the meat to the queen ant and let it chew it slowly. The queen ant also needs energy to recover. Looking at the big rock pig in front of him, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are these monsters here. If it was the small insect world before, it would only be able to eat insects after eating the dry food. Shaking his head, Anlin got a few pieces of meat and prepared to grill them. He was too busy to bring cooking utensils with him before, so he could only simply grill them without even adding any seasoning. He asked Seya to find a piece of wood and a stick. Anlin made a triangular hole in the wood and started to make fire by drilling the wood. I miss Yan's first day. Although Anlin can now be considered a Qi cultivator, his attributes are the same as Seya's, which are wind and ice. Logically speaking, if the attributes are the same as those of the beastmaster, he should have gold and fire attributes. After all, the queen ant has this attribute. At this time, in another alien world, a muscular man dropped the prey in his hand, looked at the panting man in front of him, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "Are you saying that there's a problem with the military training?" Yes, the little insect world has somehow merged with this little beast world. Now the entrance to the little insect world is in ruins, and students and soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Hearing this, the man's aura suddenly changed, like an angry lion. He picked up the thin monk and roared, "Where's my son? With such a change, what are your guardians doing?" "Master Qi, don't worry. We haven't found your son's body. He should still be alive," Qi Ming said with great difficulty. There was no signal in the other world. After receiving the news, he rushed here directly, thinking all the way about how to face this hot-tempered peak-level cultivator of the second realm. This person was Anlin's father, Qi Xingfei. He took a deep breath, put Qi Ming down, and said in a cold voice, "You continue to search in the little insect realm. Now the two realms have merged into one. Maybe Linner encountered space turbulence and was swept to other places. We will search for his whereabouts directly in the little beast realm. The fusion of different worlds has happened before, and teleportation is also a real thing. Before seeing the corpse, Qi Xingfei would not believe that Anlin died in another world. What about his teammates? Have their bodies been found? Are there any students who survived? Ask them if they have seen Linner." Qi Xingfei's blood and energy were churning in his body. He looked up at the distant sky and let out a long breath. At this time, the military in the capital was large. A woman sat quietly in front of the desk. Although her posture was very elegant, she looked strangely heroic. Her half-loose black hair was draped behind her back. Her skin was as white as clouds, with a light cherry pink exuding from it, and her phoenix eyes on her oval face were slightly narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura. "Shuiwa, that's not right. Your eyes can't be so murderous. They need to have a hint of charm." Qi Shuiwa sighed, opened her hands, and collapsed directly on the chair. "Actually, I don't think I need to do this deliberately. That won't work. Look at you like this. Who would think you were a girl? People would hide from you. How can we get sponsorship? Just hit them all at once, it's not that troublesome." Qi Shuiwa was a little helpless. If it weren't for that damn sponsorship, she would still be happily killing people in another world. "Hey, Shuiwa, you can't be so violent. Let's do it again." Su Tiantan rolled her eyes at her and then said gently, "Bang." The door suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure rushed in. "Have you heard? There was a problem with the other world of the military training for the senior high school students this year, and many people died." "Is there a problem? It's just that you don't have enough strength." Qi Shuiwa waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Hey, Shuiwa, you're here too. I heard that the other world with the problem seems to be in your hometown." Before he could finish his words, Qi Shuiwa stood up suddenly, his blood boiling and roaring. The already shaky chair could no longer withstand such pressure and broke into pieces, scattering all over the floor. "I'm going home." By the time Su Tiantian reacted, Qi Shuiwa had disappeared at the door, and the door of the dormitory had also disappeared. This is really rushing out of the door. Does Qi Shuiwa really care so much about her hometown? Su Tiantian was very confused. She rarely saw Qi Shuiwa so anxious. She was not so angry when the scandal spread about her last time. She just beat the person who spread the rumor into a pig's head the next day. I heard she has a younger brother, although she hasn't mentioned him much recently. but judging by the time, he should be in his third year of high school. I see. I hope her brother's okay, or else this guy will go crazy. Chapter 25 Recovery. Anlin had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He was lying comfortably on a smooth stone surface, patting his stomach gently. The taste of this rock pig is simply amazing. The meat is crispy and chewy, with the right amount of fat and lean meat. Even if it is roasted directly, it still has a fruity aroma. It's a pity that there is no seasoning, otherwise it would be more delicious. There were several pieces of meat left that could not be eaten, so Anlin asked Seya to take them to the deepest part of the cave and freeze them. Although there were a lot of monsters here, it was better to store them for safety reasons. The herbivorous monsters on the plains are not easy to deal with. Each one runs faster than the other. Fortunately, Seya has the skill of Gale Step. If they were the insect soldiers of the queen ant, they would have to eat dust behind them. Anlin looked at the queen ant that was gnawing on the flesh and blood of the monster, thought for a while, and then opened its gene panel. Regeneration. Consumes a large amount of energy and can quickly restore damaged parts of the body. Giant Strength. Talent of the ant tribe. Increases strength 20 times. Iron Armor. Integrate metal into the outer shell to increase the shell's defense capabilities. Fire Poison. Can produce a continuous burning effect on the enemy. If it were in the ordinary world, an ant could probably lift something that was 400 times its own weight, but the queen ant's strength now far exceeds this and is no longer determined by her own weight. If he used this skill, he estimated that no one at the same level would be able to withstand his punch. Envious. The regeneration gene cost Anlin 30,000 blood energy. With this gene, it is enough for the queen ant to heal herself, but at present, there is still a lack of energy. Seya goes out early and comes back late, and his combat awareness becomes stronger and stronger. Basically, every time he comes back, he carries the corpse of a low-level monster. After the queen ant recovers, her first goal will definitely be to produce ant soldiers. If blood energy is sufficient, Anlin will definitely collect some genes for the queen ant to produce soldiers. For example, let the ant soldiers grow wings and transform their tails into a bomb that will blow up anyone they meet. Or a jet ant soldier that can carry large amounts of fire poison. He shook his head. He had nothing now, so he should improve his strength and earn blood energy first. When the blood energy reached 10,000 before, the system gave itself a reward, which allowed the queen ant's productivity to increase so much. I don't know what changes will happen when the blood energy reaches 100,000. Kill the mortal level 3 monster Deadwood Python and gain 350 blood energy points. After being out for a short while, Seya killed another monster. For a monster like the Deadwood Python, as long as he used the freezing skill, it would basically be unable to move. I don't know whether cold-blooded animals can get rid of this restriction after reaching a higher level. After a while, Seya came back dragging a 4-meter-long python. This python was the queen ant's food, which she used to recover her body. In the cave, the queen ant that had turned into a stick insect had recovered a lot. Several small legs grew on her body, and the cracks on her back were also filled. After swallowing half of the python, the queen ant bent down and began to produce ant soldiers. Since the evolution, the queen ant soldiers no longer have a long hatching time, nor do they need to practice on their own like the previous golden ant. This time, the ant soldiers only took 5 minutes to hatch, and they were born with the cultivation level of the second stage of the mortal level. After producing 3 ordinary second stage ant eggs, the queen ant began to devour them again. These ant soldiers require energy to produce. So if Anlin wants the queen ant to produce 50 ant soldiers a day, he has to hunt down at least a 5th level mortal monster. Soon, 3 ant soldiers hatched. This time, the ant soldiers had extremely sharp barbs on their body joints, and the huge jaws of their front mouths were glowing with red light. These were the fire poison exclusive to the ant soldiers, and also a powerful killing weapon that could kill the opponent. In fact, for Anlin, it doesn't matter where these monsters die. The main thing is that the queen ant still needs the corpses of these monsters. Otherwise, he can obtain blood energy just by slowly killing them with poison. As for the remaining dead with snake corpses, Anlin did not let the queen ant produce ordinary ant soldiers, but continued to produce ordinary second-level ant soldiers. The efficiency of the queen ant in producing ordinary ant soldiers is still a bit low. The combat effectiveness of those 2,000 ordinary ant soldiers may not be weak. After all, they also carry fire poison, but the number is still too small. If there are tens of thousands of them, They can even surround and kill the third-level mortal monster. However, the casualties would also be heavy, so it would be better to continue producing ordinary ant soldiers and try again after the queen ant's production speed increases again. 3 ant soldiers walked out of the cave and headed towards the other side of the forest. That's deep in the water, and the monsters there are much stronger. Anlin just let them explore the way. The ant soldiers are not Seya, so he won't feel sad if they die. The speed of the second-level ordinary ant soldiers is not slow. If they encounter some first-level monsters, they can hunt them directly, and they can also try to surround and kill the second-level monsters. The combat power of a single ant soldier is definitely not as strong as that of a monster of the same level. But after all, they're all consumables, so there's no need to fear death, and there are fewer concerns. Soon, the queen ant brought him a message that about a kilometer away, there lived a group of monkeys. Their strengths varied, but most of them were around the third level of the mortal class. This was a pleasant surprise for Anlin. Monsters are divided into territories, and the time Seya spends finding a monster is often longer than the time it takes to kill it. There are about 70 or 80 monkeys in the group. If they are all third-level ordinary monsters, he can at least get more than 30,000 blood energy. His accumulated blood energy has now reached 40,000, and he needs another 60,000 blood energy to successfully reach 100,000. By then, he should be able to receive system reward again. Kill the mortal level second stage monster Deadwood Snake and gain 170 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level monster Deadwood Snake and gain 90 blood energy points. Kill the third stage mortal monster Deadwood Snake and gain 340 blood energy points. Kill the common beast Deadwood Snake and gain 30 points of blood energy. Many messages popped up one after another, which made Anlin stunned. Did Seya find the nest of the Deadwood Snake? Why are there so many Deadwood Snakes? Seya has a natural advantage against this kind of monsters, so killing them is effortless for him. In just such a short period of time, more than 2,000 blood energy was contributed to Anlin. There are still about 2,000 blood energies away from 10,000, and improving the queen ant's production skills only requires 10,000 blood energies. It's a pity that my injuries still need to heal slowly, otherwise I could go out and earn blood energy now. Kill the mortal level 4 monster Deadwood Snake and gain 700 blood energy points. After the last message popped up, Seya stopped killing and started to return to the direction of the cave. A 4th level ordinary monster is the biggest prey these days, and it can allow the queen ant to produce more than 22nd level ordinary ant soldiers. Chapter 26. Ant soldiers retreat temporarily, monkeys drink fruit wine. Soon, a 10-meter-long giant python was dragged back by Seya, leaving a long outline on the ground along the way. This deadwood python almost exhausted Seya to death. Seya lay on the ground panting. There was nothing he could do. After all, his talents were in control and speed. It was really difficult for him to carry such a large prey. Anlin was pleased and prepared to touch its head, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Seya quickly got up and left. Anlin. Next time he must contract a cute and friendly monster. Seya never let him experience the joy of petting a pet. After letting Seya rest for a while, Anlin picked up the queen ant and put her on the deadwood python to make it easier for her to eat. After the production skills are improved, the queen ant's digestive ability also improves by leaps and bounds. As soon as the flesh and blood are swallowed, they will be directly converted into energy. After eating nearly 1/10 of the flesh and blood, the queen ant exerted a little force, and 2 ant eggs fell. Giving birth did not delay the time for eating. It continued to devour the flesh and blood of the deadwood python in big mouthfuls. The deadwood python had been eaten by the queen ant, and 3 ant eggs were born. 6 ant soldiers entered the territory of the mortal monkeys, but Anlin was afraid that they would be besieged, so he asked the ant soldiers to look around to see if there were any lone mortal beasts. While the queen ant was devouring flesh and blood, Anlin sat cross-legged and began to practice his skills. After so many battles, Seya's strength has also improved. He has reached the peak of the 4th stage of the mortal level and should be able to break through soon. Speaking of which, even if monsters don't practice deliberately, they will still absorb the spiritual energy in the air. This makes Anlin extremely envious. The cave fell into silence for a short time, with only the creepy chewing sound of the queen ant as the only sound. An hour later, Anlin exhaled and opened his eyes. One after another, the ferocious ant soldiers came into view. They all stood there in a daze, as if waiting for something. Queen Ant, Once you've produced ant soldiers, let them go to the monkey area to hunt. Why are you standing here? Anlin had a headache. Although the queen ant had strong mental power, she didn't have much of a brain. If they were in the wild, she would rely on instinct to send the ant soldiers out hunting. But now that they had become his beastly controls, they had lost the ability to think. So the queen ant just now has been AFK the whole time. At the command, the ant soldiers ran out and rushed to the monkey area. If there were only 1 or 2 ant soldiers, it would be fine, but when there were more ant soldiers, the aura of the second-level mortal beast was completely revealed and was soon noticed by the patrolling monkeys. Yawa! A monkey sentry issued a warning, and suddenly all the monkeys shouted. I saw huge stones being thrown at the ant soldiers, hitting many of them with bangs. On the other side, Anlin sat on Seya's body and rushed to the scene. The queen ant soldiers fight based on instinct. They are no match for the monsters of the same level when fighting alone. When faced with these long-range attacks, they are thrown into disarray. If it weren't for the queen ant's orders, they would have probably fled in all directions long ago. Queen ant, let all the ant soldiers retreat. Anlin said helplessly. Those monkeys were very strong, and there were a lot of them. If they threw a few more stones, the ant soldiers would probably be wiped out. The queen ant is also stupid and doesn't know how to give orders at all. I don't know if buying a copy of The Art of War and combining it with the queen ant can make her soldier stronger. I'll try when I get back, but I don't know whether fusing books will also fuse the content on the books, or will it just be counted as merging with paper? If it can only be synthesized with paper, then it would be a big loss. Anlin also planned to fuse some martial arts with Seya. After the ant soldiers retreated, Anlin looked at the monkey group in the distance. On the tree in the front, he saw a huge monkey king. Identification. Name fruit wine monkey. Attribute wood. Level ordinary level 6. Potential ordinary high quality. Introduction. Monkeys that can make wine have bad tempers and are difficult to tame. When faced with a fatal threat, they will directly destroy the wine cellar. So the wine made by the wine monkey is very precious. Anlin raised his eyebrows. Even if Seya was upgraded, he might not be able to defeat this guy. After identifying them one by one, Anlin roughly understood the overall strength of this group of monkeys. There is 1 6th-level monkey king, 8 5th-level monkeys, 24th-level monkeys, 33rd-level monkeys, and most of the 1st and 2nd-level monkeys are small monkeys, about 40 in total. These ant soldiers are really unreliable. Anlin cursed in his heart. If he hadn't come and take a look at the monkey group, Seya would have rushed forward with a bunch of ant soldiers. He simply couldn't swallow so many monkeys at the moment. If he attacked rashly, Seya would probably be killed. Once he was entangled by so many monkeys, the 6th-level mortal fruit wine monkey king would not be a pushover. Wait until the queen ant's production skills are upgraded or the queen ant's realm is improved, and then develop for 2 more days before you go to provoke these monkeys. Anlin silently led the ant soldiers back to the cave. The monkeys had just reacted, and the monkeys that threw stones were not very strong, so only 3 or 4 ant soldiers were killed. It is estimated that after this time, the fruit wine monkeys will be particularly sensitive to ants and will smash them to death when they see them. Therefore, Anlin feels that how to attack is also a big deal. Let's make a tunnel. The fruit wine that can be introduced by the system must be extraordinary and should be able to improve strength. Therefore, when attacking, he must also protect these fruit wines to prevent these monkeys from destroying his fruit wine. Queen Ant, send 30 ant soldiers to hunt the monsters, and the rest to continue exploring the forest. If you encounter plants with large spiritual power fluctuations, no, as long as you encounter anything with spiritual power, bring it back. Anlin ordered that with these ant soldiers, Seya would be much more relaxed. As for searching for something with spiritual power, if you find something that can heal wounds, then you'll make money. The next day, Anlin finally obtained 3,000 blood energy points. Anlin gave all the crystal cores to Seya for breakthrough, so he could only rely on the ant soldiers to obtain blood energy. However, these ant soldiers were still very powerful. They cleared out all the surrounding monsters and wild beasts in just one night. However, 5 of the ant soldiers were unlucky and encountered a 5th-level mortal giant bear and were directly beaten to death by the giant bear. There were still 8 ant soldiers who were already disabled due to the battle. They could not continue fighting and could only be killed and devoured by other ant soldiers. In short, there was enough blood energy to upgrade the queen ant skills. Anlin looked at the queen ant and said silently in his heart, "Improve production skills." The next second, a ray of blood appeared on the queen ant's body. Under the influence of this bloodlight, the queen ant's tail became bigger and bigger. Chapter 27. Ant soldiers surround and kill the 5-segment monster. The promotion was successful. At this time, the queen ant's tail was about half as large as before. Anlin didn't know the exact production speed, so he used identification. Name eating ant queen. Attributes: gold fire. Level: ordinary level 6. Potential: yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: ordinary level 9th stage, 1/30th days. Ordinary level 8th stage, 1 out of 10 day. Ordinary level 7th stage, 1/3 day. Level 3, 30/1 day. Level 2, 150/day. Level 1, 600/day. Normal, 6000/day. Skill: deterrence, ordinary grade. Bloodline control, special. Gene uptake, mid-grade yellow. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production: yellow grade, produce ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the speed. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note: the strength of the soldier itself affects the production speed. After the improvement, the production speed has become 3 times faster than before. If you want to produce a level 6 ant soldier, it only takes 1 day. Although Anlin really wanted to produce 9th level mortal ant soldiers, this thing needs 30 days to grow and requires a lot of flesh and blood. By that time, he would probably have upgraded already. After thinking it over again and again, Anlin decided to continue producing ordinary 2nd stage ant soldiers. It only takes 2 days for him to let the queen ant produce another ordinary level 6 ant soldier, and let this ant soldier fight the Monkey King. Although the ant soldiers of the 6th level of ordinary level are definitely no match for the Monkey King, it can even be easily killed by him. Seya's breakthrough is almost here. With the cultivation level of the 6th level of ordinary level, even the Monkey King cannot catch up with it, so he can interfere with the Monkey King appropriately. Anlin asked the ant soldiers to transport back the hunted monsters. He ordered the queen ant to continue production. Today, 150 ordinary level 2nd stage ant soldiers can be produced and put into the team to hunt monsters. They can obtain 10,000 blood energy a day. However, this was Anlin's ideal value. The surrounding monsters would run away when they encountered danger. After so many of them were killed, they had already sensed that something was wrong and had headed to other areas. One by one, the ant soldiers walked out of the cave, hunting monsters and devouring their flesh and blood. These ant soldiers are not without room for advancement. They can also break through the realm, but this also requires a large amount of spiritual power. Therefore, after the queen ant no longer produces ant soldiers, the remaining flesh and blood of monsters will also be eaten by the ant soldiers. 2 days later, Anlin stared at his blood energy value excitedly. All the monsters around were hunted down, and even ordinary insects were eaten by the ant soldiers, so there was not even a single earthworm nearby. In addition to the ordinary 2nd level ant soldiers, the queen ant also gave birth to many ordinary ants to find prey. And just now, the queen ant sent news that this group of ant soldiers were besieging and killing a mortal level 5 monster. Seya had reached the critical point of breakthrough, so he did not go to help. More than 300 ordinary 2nd level ant soldiers rushed forward. Each of them was as big as a palm. In addition, this group of ant soldiers had recently swallowed a lot of metal, which made their armor defense much stronger than that of the newborn ant soldiers. Some of the ant soldiers even ate high-quality ordinary metals and became ordinary 3rd level ant soldiers. The mortal level 5 monster originally only saw 3 ant soldiers. Although ants were not delicious, the crystal cores in their bodies were also energy, so it hunted them directly. Unexpectedly, after a while, a dense army of ants surrounded it directly. During these 2 days, the queen ant recovered completely. To be on the safe side, Anlin followed the queen ant and went to the scene through the hole dug by the ants. The queen ant is a 6th level mortal monster. Although her combat power may not be strong, her mental power is unmatched among mortals. The ant soldiers can avoid many casualties by simply intimidating the monster with her mental power from a distance. Arriving at the scene, Anlin walked out of the tunnel and saw a huge monster that was more than 3 meters long. Name: Bronze Ape. Attribute: Gold. Level: Ordinary level 5. Potential: Ordinary high quality. Introduction: the surface of the copper ape has a layer of metal armor, which makes it extremely powerful and has strong defense. There are few rivals among the same level. Anlin glanced at the huge ape with a metallic luster all over its body. He didn't know how many ant soldiers the queen ant would produce after eating this body of tendon meat. Perhaps because of the hard metal shell on its surface, the monkey looked smooth and slippery, like a sculpture that had been poured with metal, and no one knew how it could move. However, although this thing has strong defensive power, the mouths of these ants are used to chew metal, which is truly a professional match. Roar! The bronze ape slammed its chest hard and roared angrily. The sound of shock rolled out along with the roar, and a wave of air was set off around it, and rocks flew all over the sky. The next second, it slammed the ground hard and leaped directly towards the ant soldiers, leaving a circular deep pit on the ground. Anlin estimated that even if he was not injured, this punch would definitely smash him into a meat patty. At this time, the queen ant's tail trembled slightly. A squeaking sound was heard, and a terrifying mental attack appeared, rushing directly into the bronze condensed ape's mind. The bronze condensed ape's body, which was flying in the air, suddenly straightened up and fell directly to the ground. Although the bronze ape had powerful attack power and first-rate defense, its mental strength was still relatively weak. It was frightened stiff and fell into dizziness by the mental intimidation of the queen ant. The surrounding ants gathered around and began to gnaw on the bronze ape's body. Queen ant, let the ant soldiers gnaw on the neck and head of the bronze ape. There was a sound of metal friction, and the giant jaws of the ant soldiers fell on the armor of the bronze ape, tearing it apart directly. Feeling the pain, the bronze ape jumped up directly and was about to slap the ant soldier to death, but was intimidated by the ant queen with a mental blow. All of a sudden, blood gushed out of the bronze ape. The ant soldiers directly bit through its eyeballs and ate half of the flesh on the bronze ape's face in a short time. The bronze ape's neck was also bitten, and an ant soldier bit its blood vessels, and it was directly sprayed out. The queen ant continued to use mental intimidation, but the poor bronze ape slowly lost its life without even resisting. Kill the 5th stage mortal monster bronze condensed ape and gain 2,000 blood energy points. Looking at this bloody scene, Anlin turned his head, and the next second, the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 points of health. The system has been upgraded. System upgrade, 24 hours remaining. The system has been upgraded. Anlin was ecstatic. He always felt that the system's functions were not perfect, but he didn't expect that it was because it had not been upgraded. I don't know what will be added after the upgrade, whether it will be in the mall, or in a lottery, or it could be synthesized for the host. It takes 24 hours to keep people in suspense. Chapter 28, Optimizing Arms. While waiting, Anlin was not idle either, and continued to let the queen ant produce ant soldiers. The blood energy value has reached 30,000, so it can be synthesized again, not too small. However, Anlin does not plan to use these blood energy pools now. After all, he does not know what new functions will be added after the system synthesis. If he uses it up, he can only watch helplessly. The corners of the cave are filled with medicinal herbs, which were found by the ant soldiers. Most of them are used to refine pills to improve strength, and only a few are used to heal wounds. Anlin ate a few herbs and then sat cross-legged. Although the herbs could only exert their greatest effect when they were refined into pills, he couldn't wait until then. After finally acquiring powerful strength, he can now only act like an ordinary person. Although it feels good to just sit back and collect blood, he still wants to try to hunt the monster himself. About an hour later, a powerful spiritual power emerged from Anlin's body. These spiritual powers circulated in his meridians and finally entered his dantian. Seya advanced? Anlin did not open his eyes. He was already at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal level. After this flush of spiritual power, the barrier showed signs of breaking. Pure ice and wind spiritual powers circulated in his body, and the herbs he had swallowed before began to slowly heal his body with these spiritual powers, dissolving the blood clots in Anlin's body. After a while, Anlin's injuries were healed, and the barrier of the 3rd stage of the mortal level was also broken. A stream of heat flowed through his body, and Anlin slowly stood up and exhaled a breath of foul air. Finally broke through to the 4th level of the mortal level. Anlin is now considered an outstanding student among the senior high school students, but he is not really a genius. I don't even know how strong I am. Anlin sighed. Although his realm had been improved, it was still not enough for actual combat. It was not that he did not want to guide Seya into battle that day. How would he know these combat skills? There was no such thing as combat in his previous life. At most, he had a wild fight. Find an opportunity to let the ant soldiers catch a second-level ordinary monster to practice with. Anlin thought silently in his heart that he didn't want to become a waste with only realm but no strength. The first official battle was against a low-level monster. The monster would not hold back. What if it killed itself accidentally? Looking at Seya beside him, Anlin used Identify. Name Snowwolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: Ordinary level 5. Potential: Yellow level lower grade. Skill: Freeze. A top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's actions. Even after getting rid of the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step. A mid-level ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Seya had indeed made a breakthrough. With its current potential, it did not need to be synthesized for the time being. The blood energy should be used mainly on the queen ant first to get the highest yield. Anlin estimated that the place where he was should also be a different world, but it was definitely not the insect world. The insect world was full of insects, and there wouldn't be so many monsters. After leaving this strange world, Anlin planned to keep the queen ant here to continue developing. After all, he still had to take the college entrance examination, and the queen ant could not be exposed at will, so her blood energy could be used on Seya. Now use all the blood energy on the queen ant, and after you leave, you'll be able to harvest a steady supply of blood energy. Glancing at the queen ant in production, Anlin thought for a moment and opened the system page. Although the system is still being upgraded, the basic functions are still usable. Anlin called up the queen ant's genetic panel. There are many genes on the gene panel, but these are unfused genes. Chinese tiger methyl gen, an extremely fast insect with elytra that provide a certain degree of defense. Generally speaking, flying ants refer to termites before their wings fall off. They belong to the order Blatodia, subclass Pterygota, family Termitidae. They are more common on rainy days. Their wings are also very fragile and can easily fall off. And in this place, Anlin happened to catch the Chinese tiger beetle. This creature was extremely fast and had wings, which was exactly what Anlin needed. However, what he didn't expect was that when the system was upgraded, the genes here also changed, and a whole set of genes were directly moved over. If the Chinese tiger methyl gene is to be integrated into the queen ant's body, 50,000 blood energy will be required. Logically speaking, the more blood energy the value, the more powerful the gene will be after fusion. So Anlin is also very much looking forward to it. Let's create a type of soldier. Anlin looked at the options on the side. The queen ant's ant soldiers can not only be created by integrating genes, but also by shaping their appearance, which is also more complicated to operate. Currently, the queen ant can only have 3 types of soldiers, and I don't know how to increase the quota. But fortunately, the soldiers can be canceled, so the old soldiers can also be updated. After calling up the original troops, Anlin thought for a while and realized that these ant soldiers did not carry the regeneration gene, so their broken limbs were basically eaten by their companions. After selecting the regeneration gene, Anlin discovered that the output of the queen ant below was reduced to only 1/3. He frowned and directly canceled it. Today's ant soldiers are all at the second level of the ordinary class and are not very valuable. They're only used as cannon fodder. These low-level ant soldiers can be easily killed directly after being attacked, so there is not much use in carrying the regeneration gene. After removing the original iron armor and fire poison, Anlin found that the output of ant soldiers had doubled. After thinking it over again and again, Anlin decided to keep it. The armor not only increases the ant soldiers' defense, but also enables them to swallow metal. This gene is very important, and there is no need to remove it for such a small output. As for fire poison, 1 or 2 may not be of much use, but when the number of ant soldiers increases, the fire poison gene will become very abnormal. Thousands of ant soldiers can take a bite and kill the prey without the poison appearing slowly. As for the huge strength, that thing is the core gene of the ant soldiers and cannot be removed at all. If they were ordinary ant soldiers, Anlin felt that the 2 genes could be removed. After all, these were scouts and were of no use. It would not be heartbreaking if they died, so it would be better to use them to increase production. Since the genes cannot be changed, Anlin thought about it and decided to change the appearance of these ant soldiers. The barbs on the joints were removed. Apart from looking fierce, they were actually useless, and the ant soldier's armor was made much rounder by Anlin. The surface shell is thickened, and the barbs are unnecessary and can be easily broken by attacks. If there were no protrusions, the oval shape alone could disperse the force. After making serrations on the ant soldier's giant jaws, Anlin transferred part of the fire poison to the ant soldier's tail, and then changed the tail structure so that the fire poison could be sprayed out directly. Chapter 29 System Upgrade, Blood Energy Space. The fire poison may not show much toxicity before it enters the body, but can be sprayed directly into the enemy's eyes, creating a blinding effect. Save the troops. After completing the transformation of the troops, Anlin ordered the queen ant to produce new troops. The new type of soldiers does not look that ferocious. The original evolution only made these ant soldiers appear a little fierce, and using these barbs to thicken the shell not only makes the ant soldiers more restrained, but also increases their defense. This change did not affect productivity, which is a good thing. Soon, new ant soldiers were born. Anlin ordered them to spray fire poison. The ant soldier's tail bent slightly, and a stream of transparent venom was sprayed out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the stone surface. Very good. Ordinary monsters may not defend against the spray of ant soldiers. If they're caught off guard, they can easily be sprayed in the eyes. Although the weak venom will not blind the enemy directly, the fire poison itself has a burning effect, which is more than enough to prevent the enemy from opening his eyes temporarily. The range of ant soldiers is probably within 2 meters. After all, their bodies are only the size of a palm, and they cannot store too much venom. System upgrade completed. Blood energy space opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following reward. Space ring, lower grade yellow, with 10 cubic meters of space. Breath concealing ring, top grade yellow grade, conceals one's own strength. Below the 4th realm, it can hide one's own strength from creatures within 2 realms beyond one's own. Heavy thunder crocodile egg, medium grade yellow grade, a thunder attributed monster. Earth spirit pill, yellow level lower grade, can restore injuries and heal hidden injuries of a cultivator of the 1st realm. Hearing about these rewards, Anlin's eyes lit up. Although he knew that he would definitely get some good things, he didn't expect that these things were all yellow level. Not to mention the space ring. It hurts my dad so much to buy a beast taming bag for myself, and I guess he will go bankrupt if he buys this 10 cubic meter space ring. The breath harming ring is also a great artifact. Although his identity on the surface is a beastmaster, he is actually an individual cultivator and can be easily discovered by others. But after possessing the breath-harming ring, if someone mistaken him for an unarmed beastmaster, that would be very dangerous. As for the heavy thunder crocodile eggs, Anlin did not plan to contract this monster, nor did he plan to use it for synthesis, so it would be best to sell it. After all, the yellow-level mid-quality monster eggs were much more expensive than mature monster eggs. Finally, as for the Earth Spirit pill, if the injury had not yet recovered, I would have probably used it directly. But now there is no room for its use. It is too wasteful. This is a pill that can cure hidden injuries, and it will make a lot of money if it is sold. Picking up the space ring, Anlin put the Earth Spirit pill into it. However, living things could not be stored in the space ring, so the heavy thunder crocodile eggs were put into the storage bag. If the space ring and the queen ant are combined, will space soldiers be generated? Although I really want to give it a try, I still don't understand the functions of the system after the update, so I'll have to wait for the synthesis. After opening the system, a blood energy space option appeared in the original interface. Anlin clicked it without hesitation. Do you want to open the blood energy space? What is this? Anlin touched his chin. The system never gave instructions, so he could only explore it himself. Yes. After making the choice, Anlin only felt a flash before his eyes, and the next second, he appeared in a blood-red space. The blood-red space seemed endless, and the light emanating from somewhere made it look less dim. In front of Anlin, there was a panel. Martial arts teaching actual combat, simulation scene simulation. What is this? Anlin was a little confused, but his eyes lit up. Just one synthesis had benefited him a lot, and now there were 3 more functions in the blood energy space. After getting a general understanding, Anlin couldn't help but be ecstatic. Martial arts teaching, as the name suggests, you only need to buy the martial arts and you can practice it here. The blood energy consumption depends on the quality of the martial arts. It is a complete cheating tool. The actual combat simulation is to use blood energy to create an opponent. You can select keywords or create it randomly. The blood energy consumption depends on the opponent's level. In this area, not only can you fight on your own, but you can also ask Seya and the Queen Ant to join you, and most importantly, you will not die. Whether it is to train beasts or to train yourself, it is a good place that allows you to fight without fear of life and death. The final scene simulation is usually coordinated with the first two. For example, when learning fire-related martial arts, you can simulate a place where fire spirit is active or fight in a forest. In short, there are 3 more gold-eating monsters. Anlin thought about it and chose the actual combat simulation. Without any worries, he chose an opponent of the 4th level of ordinary level. 700 points of blood energy were consumed, which was almost the same as the blood energy obtained from killing a mortal level 4 monster. In other words, if he wanted to simulate an enemy with a higher level of cultivation, he would not need to expend extra blood energy, which made Anlin breathe a sigh of relief. Since no keywords were selected, the system began to create randomly. Soon, a man with 2 huge horns on his head and bright red eyes appeared in front of Anlin. What is this? Anlin was stunned and used identification. Name Ancient One. Race, lower level demon. Attribute, dark. Level, ordinary level 4. Introduction, a lower level demon with a brutal personality, who grew up in slaughter and has extremely strong combat power. Demons? There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? But think about it. Zhao County where I live is too small, and these things are definitely not something I can encounter. Anlin stretched his muscles and prepared to test the strength of this lower-level demon. According to the system's introduction, they must be demons who have experienced many wars. I definitely can't defeat them, but with my physique and special features, I should be able to. Before Anlin could finish his thoughts, the lower-level demon, named Gu, he let out a low growl, bent his body slightly, and rushed towards Anlin like an agile cheetah. So fast, Anlin's pupil shrank, and he reacted quickly, clenching his fists and smashing them towards Gu Yi's head when he approached. With Gu Yi's speed, if he wanted to dodge, he would only continue to be trapped in passive defense. Since he was not afraid of death, it would be better not to defend and exchange his life for another's. However, Anlin was determined to kill Gu Yi at the cost of his life, but Gu Yi was also simulated, so he didn't care about life or death at all. The next second, Anlin's abdomen was pierced, and while attacking him, Gu Yi tilted his head slightly, causing the fist to hit his shoulder. Feeling an intense pain, Anlin clenched his teeth, let out a low cry of pain, turned his hands, and dug into Gu Yi's eyes. When he made this move, Gu Yi pulled out his right hand, changed from fist to claw, and poked Anlin's throat. His throat was torn open, and Anlin only felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Damn, he was killed in seconds. Chapter 30 War Preparations. The blood color around him disappeared. Anlin opened his eyes again and saw the familiar stone wall. I didn't expect that I would be defeated in 1 second. Anlin was a little frustrated. He thought that after having the system, he would be invincible at the same level, and even if he could surpass a higher realm, it would not be a problem. As a result, he was defeated by a mere lower-level demon and couldn't even take 3 moves. Although he attacked Gu Yi, Anlin discovered before he died that his punch did not hurt Gu Yi at all. With a fragile body, poor strength, and no fighting skills, Anlin feels that he is definitely the worst protagonist. After belittling himself for a while, Anlin stood up with a determined look and entered the blood energy space. Challenge the 3rd level mortal demon. Even if he can't defeat the 4th level mortal ancient one, he will kill a demon to vent his anger. A minute later, Anlin fell out of the blood energy space again. He touched his stomach and breathed a sigh of relief when he found there was no hole. This thing was so cruel that it just ripped him open with its claws. And what the hell is this blood energy space? It not only simulates real enemies, but also real senses. The pain just now almost killed him on the spot. Pain tolerance +1. Anlin glanced at Seya beside him and entered the blood energy space again with the intention of exploring. According to Seya's description, he just stood there in a daze for less than 10 seconds before he woke up again. So the speed of time flow in the blood energy space, and in reality, is about 10-1. Anlin's eyes lit up. This would mean that he would have more time to practice combat and cultivate his skills. However, what made him feel regretful was that it was only his consciousness that entered the blood energy space, not his entire body. Otherwise, when encountering danger, he could directly enter the blood energy space. Wouldn't he be invincible? After letting Seya join the team to hunt monsters, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. His foundation was far behind others, and now he could only make up for it through more actual combat. I don't have any martial arts yet. With my current strength, my father won't let me practice them. They're completely useless. Damn it! How could the insect world merge with the beast world? Xingfei cursed on a crack. The small insect world is guarded by Zhao County. The world level itself is not high, and the monsters inside are no higher than the third realm. But the small beast world is different. There are 4 levels of monsters here. The new world, formed by the fusion of the small insect world and the small animal world, is faintly moving towards the earth-level world. Thinking of his son, Xingfei felt a little sad. This time the space fusion was not so violent. So many students who held up the amulets in time survived. These days they were looking for survivors at the fusion of the 2 worlds. Encountering such a disaster, the casualties were only more than half. Among these survivors, there was no son of their own. Xingfei felt a chill in his heart. With Anlin's strength, even if he held up the amulet, he might be devoured by other monsters after experiencing this disaster. Although he no longer had much hope, Xingfei still continued to search for Anlin's whereabouts at the crack, determined to find him alive or dead. Yue seemed to have also come to the small beast world, but did not join him. Now that she's only a sophomore, Yue's strength has surpassed his and entered the third realm. Compared to herself, Yue was more radical. She went directly to the depths of the original insect world, ready to capture the king of the original insect world. Continuing to walk along the crack, as if sensing something, Xingfei suddenly tensed his muscles, clenched his fists, and smashed them towards the ground. There was a crack in the ground, and he reached out, and a giant ant beast was pulled out. The queen of the red-footed ants. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Xingfei's eyes. Anlin, that kid, was always not doing his job properly and wanted to collect these things. Before, Shuyu also brought back a red-footed fierce ant queen from another world, but her realm was relatively low, only the 3rd level of the mortal level. Stay here and give this thing to Linner after you find him. In the cave, Anlin lay on the rock with a look of despair. He spent 5,000 blood points to engage in actual combat, but ended up being basically beaten. Even the rock pig that Seya had killed before could pierce him directly. As for other humanoid creatures, each of them is extremely powerful. Even if one is 1 level lower than oneself, they can still blow oneself up. Not only did he fail to become a genius who could challenge opponents of higher levels, but he was also treated as a small monster by these geniuses. After belittling himself for a while, Anlin stood up slowly. Facing the monster, he had no weapons and could only fight with his bare hands. Even though he was very strong, he couldn't break the defense. Although he was also a chi cultivator, he was too useless before and had no knowledge in this area at all. After releasing the spiritual energy, he could only make a glass of ice water at most, which had no killing power at all. I must study martial arts well when I go back this time. It's a pity that the system does not have them all. Otherwise, purchasing weapons and martial arts can improve his current strength and prevent him from being killed instantly again and again. His only victory record now is defeating a 3rd-level ordinary ant soldier, and it was a Pyrrhic victory. The Queen Ant's ant soldiers now number about 400, and nearly 100 have been killed. Anlin did not plan to let the Queen Ant participate in this battle. Those monkeys were not fools. If they could sense the existence of the Queen Ant, they would definitely attack her desperately. However, the Queen Ant only had strong mental power and had no combat power. In order to maximize production capacity, the Queen Ant now has difficulty even walking, let alone fighting. So to be on the safe side, the Queen Ant stays in the cave. Among these 400 ant soldiers, 78 are at the 3rd level of the ordinary level, and 2 have reached the 4th level of the ordinary level. The most powerful ant soldier, a 6th level ant soldier, was directly produced by the Queen Ant. So many ant soldiers should be enough to face the group of fruit wine monkeys. Queen Ant, have the holes dug by the ant soldiers been completed? Anlin asked. In order to prevent the wine monkey from destroying the wine, Anlin asked the ant soldiers to dig many holes under the wine monkey's territory and found the storage place of the wine. Next to Anlin were stone jars, which were gnawed by the ant soldiers and were used to store fruit wine. Assign 50 ant soldiers to store the wine, and the rest to fight at the cave entrance near the wine monkey forest to attract the attention of the wine monkeys. Anlin gently stroked the Queen Ant's head, turned his head, and said to Seya, assist the ordinary 6th level ant soldiers in attacking the Monkey King, mainly to interfere. After the ant colony has wiped out the monkey group, you can then besiege the Monkey King. Seya did not need Anlin's command in battle. This guy seemed to be born for fighting and could quickly find the enemy's weaknesses and attack them. Chapter 31. Ants vs. Wine Monkeys. After receiving the order, the ant soldiers rushed towards the cave entrance like a black tide. The 150 ant soldiers that were born later were all improved types of soldiers. Anlin once let the two types of ant soldiers fight each other. The improved ant soldiers only suffered minor injuries and then killed the old ant soldiers. Ant soldiers are all close combat players, so this time it basically took 4 ant soldiers to surround and kill a wine monkey. The new type of ant soldier can use the venom in its tail to attack the wine monkey's eyes, causing blindness, and then slowly bite it to death. After obtaining blood energy this time, Anlin plans to add the genes of the Chinese tiger armor to these ant soldiers, so that the ant soldiers will not only have the ability to fly, but their speed will also be greatly increased. Riding on Seya, Anlin arrived at the battlefield first. He used the breath-suppressing ring to cover up his breath. He did not intend to join a battle. This kind of war was not a one-on-one one. If he was surrounded and beaten, it would be a waste of time if he was accidentally defeated. After a while, for ordinary second-level ant soldiers swaggered into the fruit wine monkey forest and were soon discovered by a fruit wine monkey that was looking for insects under a tree. Oh! The fruit wine monkey roared excitedly. It encountered a lot of such ants last time and was very scared at that time. However, after the ant soldiers were driven away, it became more contemptuous of these dark ants. Several ant soldiers died before the battle even started, and their corpses were eaten by the monkeys. This time, 4 more ant soldiers came. It was given a leg of one of the ant soldiers. It was crunchy and perfect as a teething snack. The cry attracted the surrounding monkeys. After discovering the 4 ant soldiers, a dozen monkeys did not throw stones, but ran over excitedly, fearing that they would not be able to share the insect corpses if they ran too slowly. The rest of the monkeys found that there were too many monkeys going to encircle and suppress the ant soldiers, so they gave up the idea and continued to do their own things. On the giant tree, the fruit wine monkey king also noticed all this, but he did not say anything to stop it. With the strength of these ant soldiers at the second level of ordinary level, dozen monkeys were more than enough. Recently, 1 or 2 ant soldiers would occasionally enter the territory and be surrounded and killed, so it didn't care much about these 4 ant soldiers. After hearing the sound, the 4 ant soldiers quickly ran towards the outskirts of the fruit wine monkey forest. These 4 ant soldiers are Anlin's bait. Before the battle, he plans to lure out some monkeys to surround and kill them. This method can only be used once. After all, the monkeys are not stupid. They dare to continue to split up into teams after seeing their fellow ant soldiers disappear. Soon, the ant soldiers came to an open space, and more than a dozen fruit wine monkeys followed them, excitedly preparing to attack the ant soldiers. At this time, there were rustling sounds all around. The fruit wine monkeys turned around and saw hundreds of tentacles sticking out. They were immediately frightened and started roaring. Quick battle, quick decision. Anlin passed the message to the queen ant, and soon, all the ant soldiers rushed out and began to attack the fruit wine monkey. The monkeys in the fruit wine monkey forest heard the dying roars of the fruit wine monkeys, and they all started roaring. For a moment, the monkeys became violently violent, and the fruit wine monkeys fell to the ground one after another. Roar! The roar of the fruit wine monkey king sounded, and for a moment, the voices of the fruit wine monkeys gradually subsided. The wine monkey king was also very clear and shouted, asking all the monkeys in the group to follow him to rescue. On the other side, hundreds of ant soldiers directly overwhelmed the fruit wine monkeys. The suppression of numbers made it impossible for the fruit wine monkeys to even fight back. Their hands and feet were bitten off, and they became food for the ant colony. Kill the mortal second stage fruit wine monkey and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 3 fruit wine monkey and gain 450 blood energy points. Messages popped up one after another. These dozen fruit wine monkeys brought nearly 4,000 blood energy income to Anlin, making up for the blood energy gap he had used in the blood energy space. The group of fruit wine monkeys are about to come to support. Anlin ordered the hundreds of ant soldiers to prepare to continue fighting. His goal this time is to completely eradicate this group. The group of fruit wine monkeys limited the area he could explore on the map. If it was a single monster, Even a 5th-level mortal monster, it could be surrounded and killed at the cost of the death of some ant soldiers. However, this race was too united. As long as one fruit wine monkey was attacked, the others would rush over, making it difficult to eliminate it. The prey around the camp had almost been hunted out, and he needed to expand his territory. Soon, the fruit wine monkey king came over with a group of elite monkeys. When he found that his own people had been eaten by the ant soldiers, he roared angrily. Although there are many ant soldiers, its monkey group is not a pushover either. These 100 or so ant soldiers are all at the 2nd level of the ordinary level, and their overall strength is not as good as that of the monkey group. The war was about to break out, and at this time, the rest of the ant soldiers crawled out of the caves and surrounded the monkeys. The reason why we didn't let these ant soldiers out before was mainly because we were afraid that there would be too many of them and they would scare the monkeys away. These monkeys really couldn't catch them in the trees themselves. Anlin had the ant colony clear this open space specifically to prevent the monkeys from using their agility to jump around on the trees and avoid the ant colony's attacks. Seeing these ant soldiers, the Monkey King's pupils shrank and he let out a terrified roar. But soon, a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. Even if he was surrounded and killed by this group of ant soldiers, he would fight his way out. Roar! The fruit wine monkeys have a bad temper and will not compromise even under the threat of extermination. Instead, they will directly destroy their own wine cellar. So when faced with such a situation, although the monkeys were very frightened, they did not run away directly, but started a suicidal fight. The fruit wine monkey king jumped into the ant colony. These ant soldiers were all at the 2nd level of the ordinary level and were very easy to kill. Just after entering the ant nest, it tore apart several ant soldiers around it. When it was about to kill a lot of ants, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right foot. It kicked it out violently and found that among a pile of ordinary 2nd-level ant soldiers, an extremely huge ant soldier shook its body and crawled out. The right foot of the fruit wine monkey king was bitten to pieces, and the ant soldier of the 6th level approached with the cover of the other ant soldiers and successfully attacked the monkey king. The monkey king became even more furious. He ignored the injury on his right foot and swept away the ant soldiers in front of him and rushed forward. The next moment, the fruit wine monkey king fell to the ground, and the ice on his left leg instantly shattered. When he rushed forward angrily, Seya froze his left leg. The white wolf leaped down from the tree, rushed to the front of the fruit wine monkey king, opened its bloody mouth, and prepared to bite the fruit wine monkey king's head. The fruit wine monkey king roared, climbed up with great effort, stretched out his hand to pinch Seya's mouth and try to tear it apart, but a humane smile appeared on Seya's face. In its mouth, the figure of an ant soldier flashed by. Chapter 32. Kill the monkeys, 70,000 HP. Roar! The fire poison with a burning effect sprayed into the eyes of the fruit wine monkey king, making a hissing sound. The fruit wine monkey king howled in pain, but his hand continued to grab forward, wanting to strangle the monster that had injured him. But Seya had no intention of fighting head-on. He directly used the wind step to dodge the attack of the fruit wine monkey king and quickly left the battlefield. The surrounding ant soldiers burrowed into the ground and rushed to the other side of the battlefield. The blinded monkey king did not distinguish between friend and foe and hammered the ground angrily, smashing bowl-sized trees into pieces. After Seya's sneak attack was successful, he ran towards the group of fruit wine monkeys, where there were still some ordinary level 4 and 5 fruit wine monkeys to deal with. On the other side of the tree, Anlin observed this scene and sighed in his heart that Seya was really awesome. The fruit wine monkey king is very powerful and has strong defense. When in close combat, Seya can be easily killed directly, so Seya does not intend to deal with it. After the attack is successful, he will go to deal with the group of fruit wine monkeys first. When the fruit wine monkeys saw their king being attacked, they were already terrified and became confused, making it even easier for the ant soldiers to kill them. Kill the mortal 2nd stage fruit wine monkey and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 4 fruit wine monkey and gain 750 blood energy points. Kill the 2nd stage mortal level fierce eating ant and gain 120 blood energy points. Not only will the fruit wine monkeys be killed, but all the ant soldiers who have lost their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will be replaced by passing ant soldiers. This is also Anlin's order. These ant soldiers no longer have the ability to survive. Instead of being killed by the aftermath of the battle, it is better to contribute their blood energy, otherwise it will be wasted. The ordinary 6th-level ant soldiers attacked the fruit wine monkey king from time to time, keeping him in a state of rage and causing toxins to slowly accumulate in his body. The eyes of the fruit wine monkey king were corroded by the fire poison, and he had become blind. In a state of fear and anger, the fire poison in his body spread faster, and his own speed slowed down. With Seya's help, the group of fruit wine monkeys was slaughtered in less than 10 minutes, and the remaining ant soldiers rushed towards the fruit wine monkey king, who had become very slow. An icy air appeared and wrapped around the joints of the fruit wine monkey king, leaving the wounds that were gnawed by the 6th-segment ant soldiers exposed. The ant soldiers swarmed forward and gnawed at the exposed flesh and blood. The wine monkey king roared weakly. In its current state, it was powerless to recover. Kill the mortal level 6 fruit wine monkey king and gain 3,000 blood energy points. Finally dead, Anlin jumped down from the tree. Now he had reached the 4th stage of the mortal level, so the extra experience for killing opponents of higher levels was much less. The blood energy brought by the 5th stage monster is only more than 1,200 points. If I were at the 3rd stage of the mortal level, I should be able to gain 5,000 points of blood energy by killing this fruit wine monkey king. After taking away the crystal core of the fruit wine monkey king, Anlin waved his hand and asked the ant soldiers to carry the body of the fruit wine monkey king back to feed the queen ant. Communicating with the queen ant in the sea of spirit, Anlin received good news again. The monkeys that remained in the group were also killed, but the fruit wine was intact. This battle brought Anlin more than 70,000 blood energy, including not only the blood energy of the fruit wine monkey, but also the blood energy of the ant soldiers. The damage to the ant soldiers was also great, and now there are only a little over 100 of them left. Even with Seya's help, those 5th-level mortal monkeys seemed extremely ferocious and almost failed to destroy their own ant colony. The strength of the ant colony is still too low. If Seya fails to make a breakthrough this time, he can only defeat the fruit wine monkey group and then return to the cave to continue developing. The ant soldier at the 6th level of the ordinary level was also hit, with its shell cracked and one of its legs broken. If it were any other ant soldiers, Anlin would probably have executed them directly, but the ant soldiers at the 6th level were still a relatively powerful type of soldiers. He could not create a large number of them at present, so it would be better to let them recover for a while. Even if they could not recover completely, they could still besiege the monsters at the 5th level. Riding on Seya, Anlin excitedly rushed towards the territory of the fruit wine monkeys. He wanted to see his other gains. Passing through the tall trees, Anlin saw an ancient tree that towered into the sky, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. At the roots of the ancient tree, there was a huge passage that had been completely explored by the ant soldiers, and there would be no threat, so Anlin walked in with swagger. The surrounding wooden walls were polished very smoothly. Anlin walked into the passage. He thought it would be very dark inside the ancient wood, but what he didn't expect was that this group of monkeys actually got a huge night pearl. This space is hemispherical. At the top of the space is a huge night shining pearl, and in the middle of the space is a sunken trough. The rich aroma of wine wafts out of the trough, making Anlin swallow his saliva. It smells so good. The mellow aroma of wine carried a hint of fruity fragrance, lingering on the tip of Anlin's nose. Just by taking a sip, Anlin felt that his physique was getting stronger a little bit. Good stuff. Anlin's eyes flashed with golden light. If it was before, he might not be able to take it away, but this time his system was upgraded and he got a storage ring as a gift. The ant soldiers were waiting in an orderly manner around. Although the spiritual fluctuations from the fruit wine attracted them very much, they were restrained by the queen ant and could only wait by the side. This is the horror of blood suppression, a special skill of the queen ant. Even if the ant soldiers are sent to die, they will not resist at all. I don't know whether other queen ants or queen bees can make their offspring completely obey them. Anlin opened the stone jar brought by the ant soldiers, reached out and scooped it up, filled it up, and put it into the storage ring. The trough was very deep, and no one knew how long this group of monkeys had been brewing wine. The space inside was probably more than 3 cubic meters. After exchanging it, he obtained a total of 6,000 kilograms of wine. If you drink it yourself, there is no problem drinking it for a few years. Anlin was extremely excited after getting rich. This was his first official income in the other world. Eat off all the grooves. Anlin ordered the ant soldiers. Although the groove was dug into the wood, something was smeared around it to make the outer wall of the groove very waterproof. After being soaked in fruit wine for a long time, it also absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, so it was not a waste to give it to the ant soldiers to eat. The surrounding ant soldiers rushed forward, and Anlin looked to the other corner. Those were the things collected by the fruit wine monkeys. With just a quick glance, Anlin saw a lot of minerals, some ordinary medicinal herbs, and even a few human corpses. Anlin walked over slowly, his eyes fixed, and picked up a book from a pile of treasures. Name Tiger Fist. Quality, ordinary top grade. Gongfa. It's a good opportunity to try out the first function of the blood energy space. Chapter 33. Martial Arts Learning. Who will save me? Having harvested more than 30 ordinary grade medicinal herbs, more than 10 ordinary grade metals, and 1 yellow grade metal, Anlin was overjoyed. He didn't know the prices of goods in this world, but these medicinal herbs must be very valuable. The metals could also be fed to the ant soldiers to improve their strength. As for the human corpse, it only carried a martial arts book and a long sword. Although it was a bit unlucky, Anlin still accepted it. The long sword was just forged from ordinary metal, and anyone who could be defeated by the monkey group should not be a high-level cultivator. However, these were what Anlin urgently needed right now, and it just happened to be what he wanted. After letting the ant soldiers bury the corpses, Anlin rode on Seya and prepared to return. The territory of the fruit wine monkeys was taken over by themselves. Most of the territory was fruit trees, including some ordinary fruit trees. After the ant soldiers were able to fly, they could produce some ordinary level ant soldiers to pick these fruits. The underground mineral resources are also extremely rich, and the fruit wine monkey has not yet reached the point of digging 3 feet underground, so it is considered a bargain for Anlin. After returning to the cave, Anlin quickly walked to the queen ant and opened her genetic panel. Integration of Chinese tiger methyl gene. Fusion begins, 10 hours remaining. Anlin was deducted 50,000 blood energy at once, and he felt so heartbroken that he wanted to vomit blood. The blood energy he had just obtained was gone. Adding the remaining blood energy, Anlin currently has nearly 60,000 blood energy. He thought about it, gritted his teeth, and directly upgraded the queen ant's production skills. Improve production skills, consume 50,000 blood points. Once we return to the time before liberation, with less than 10,000 blood energies remaining, Anlin sighed, ordered the remaining ant soldiers to continue hunting monsters, and then entered the blood energy space. All the blood energy obtained this time was poured into the queen ant. After these 10 hours, the queen ant's production speed and the strength of the ant soldiers will usher in a period of explosive growth, and he will also be able to gain more blood energy. The blood energy didn't disappear, it just stayed with me in a different way. Anlin comforted himself. After learning the Tiger Edge Fist, he will go to the ring match again. This time, he will bring a sword, and he should be able to defeat the 3rd level demon. The martial arts teaching function was opened, and on the huge panel, there was only one martial arts teaching book, Tiger Edge Fist. Martial arts teaching is not something you can learn directly after touching a martial art. Anlin just tried it and found that only after he roughly read a book, the martial art would appear on the teaching panel. Originally, he was thinking that since he had the martial arts teaching function, he might as well go to those martial arts malls and touch a few to obtain a large number of martial arts. Now the dream is shattered. Clicking on Tiger Fist, several options appeared in front of me again. Getting started, 100 HP. Skilled teaching, 300 HP. Mastery tutorial, 700 HP. Small success tutorial, 1500 HP. Great teaching, 5000 HP. Peak teaching, 10,000 HP. My goodness, it gets more expensive as you go along. Anlin touched his chin. The difference in teaching here, does it mean teaching oneself to this level, or teaching by someone who has mastered this level of proficiency? I don't quite understand. There wasn't much health energy left now, so there was no need to waste it. Anlin chose a mastery teaching option. Ding, teaching begins. Host, please get ready. A figure appeared in front of Anlin. He was dressed neatly, his eyebrows were like swords, his face was tense, and he looked extremely majestic. Boxing requires simplicity and compactness. When using Tiger Fist to kill an enemy, you must be cautious when using leg techniques. You must be 3/4 empty when kicking, and you must not be able to kick without a connection. The figure was practicing to Anlin as he spoke, and Anlin was not careless at all and observed the boxing technique seriously. Tiger Edge Fist is fierce and sharp, strong and powerful. Like an angry tiger emerging from the forest, is a punch that kills people. The man performed the Tiger Edge Fist in its entirety several times, and Anlin was so fascinated by it that he couldn't help but begin to imitate the man's movements. When he felt that he had mastered part of the Tiger Edge Fist, the figure moved again and attacked Anlin. Anlin was startled, and then he thought that this was a blood energy space, and he must be feeding him a move. He growled and used the Tiger Edge Fist to fight back. With his legs slightly bent, he threw a punch. The man leaned forward, raised his hand to block Anlin's punch, and then used his other hand to claw at Anlin's heart. After a burst of pain in his heart, Anlin recovered instantly. He took a few steps back and subconsciously looked at his chest. There was no injury. The figure attacked again. Anlin raised his leg to kick, but the figure dodged it easily. The next second, he felt pain in his knee and blood was all over the ground. Anlin took a breath of cold air and fell backwards. 2 seconds later, Anlin jumped up again and found his left calf on the ground. When he looked down, he found that his legs were still there and the blood energy space had been restored. Is this a one-time training to mastery? A hint of joy flashed in Anlin's eyes. 700 health points in exchange for infinite recovery. It was worth it. As for the pain, in his previous life, he continued to play football for half an hour after breaking his toe, and he pushed it back into place after it was dislocated. Although the pain now was fatal, it would not make him lose his fighting spirit. It's just a minor pain, nothing to worry about. 3 hours later, Anlin lay powerlessly on the ground, tears in his eyes slowly sliding down his cheeks. During these 3 hours, his throat was torn, his eyeballs were gouged out, and his limbs were broken. It can be said that the 10 most cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty were no more severe than these. But fortunately, everything is over. After repeated alternations of life and death, his Tiger Edge Fist successfully transformed into a state of mastery. Once the martial arts teaching starts, it cannot be stopped. He also thought about using other moves to defeat the figure, but afterwards he realized that he was too inexperienced. As long as he used other moves, the figure would kill him instantly, without any reason. Therefore, only if I learn the Tiger Edge Fist can I end this torture. Fortunately, I don't have that much blood to choose the peak teaching, otherwise I would definitely not be able to get out for a few days and would die at least hundreds of times. Just the 3 hours of mastering the realm made him doubt his life. Without destruction, there is no construction. Anlin somersaulted and jumped up. He had suffered so much. It was time to find someone to vent his anger on. After learning the Tiger Edge Fist, Anlin felt that he had become a master. Although he could not defeat the figure who taught martial arts, he was more than capable of defeating the little demons in the actual combat simulation. I should be able to completely slaughter a mortal level 2nd stage demon without getting hurt. Anlin made a rough comparison and found that this teaching not only allowed him to learn the Tiger Edge Fist, but also taught him a lot of fighting skills. It was precisely because he knew nothing before that he only reached the level of proficiency in 3 hours after experiencing so many life and death situations. Actual combat simulation, keywords, mortal level 2, demon race. Simulation successful. With a murderous aura coming towards him, Anlin raised his eyebrows and looked at the simulated figure in the distance. Nama Montak Uin. Race. Attribute. Dark. Level. Ordinary stage 2. Introduction. A genius from the tribe, whose strength is suppressed by the 2nd stage of the ordinary level, with strong combat power. I wish you good luck. Anlin. Chapter 34. Improving combat power and optimizing arms. Seeing this introduction, Anlin took a breath. What does this system mean? Why is there a question mark about race? Is it because I don't have enough authority? Before he had time to think about it, Anlin felt a murderous intent coming and quickly took a fighting stance. No matter how powerful his race is, he is 2 levels higher than this guy, and his strength has greatly increased. How dare a mere mortal 2nd level demon? 30 seconds later, Anlin walked out of the blood energy space. Mine, right? I will remember you. Anlin took a deep breath. There are always people better than you. It shouldn't swell. Rather than saying that he held on for 30 seconds, it would be more accurate to say that he was tortured for 30 seconds. That guy was so strong that it was simply unreasonable. Anlin felt that even Seya would have to kneel if he met a player like Moin. After sorting out his mood, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. This time he planned to choose an opponent carefully and not let the system be random again. Tiger Edge Fist is just an ordinary martial art. It can be used to fight ordinary beasts, but it is not good enough to fight these geniuses. Anlin chose a lower-level demon of the second stage of the mortal level and stretched his muscles. He originally planned to fight the rock pig alone, but then he thought that even Seya could not break the rock pig's defense, and it would definitely be useless to hit it with his fist. Soon, a demon with small horns on its head appeared, and Anlin took the lead in attacking. He had challenged this demon before, named Kagu, but it was only a narrow victory. If it was a real injury, he would not have survived for long. However, after acquiring certain combat skills, Anlin was able to deal with Kagu much more smoothly and was not as embarrassed as before. He was originally a mortal level 4 physical cultivator, and his own strength was enough to overwhelm the demon, but he was still nearly killed. After punching Kagu on the shoulder, Anlin took a few steps back. When he was about to attack again, he gently tilted his body and pushed hard with his right knee. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Kagu's body bent, blood spitting out of his mouth, and he was knocked flying by the blow. In order to take advantage of his weakness, Anlin bent down slightly, rushed out, and punched Kagu in the eyebrow, causing the corner of Kagu's eye to be broken. Kagu turned on the ground and bit Anlin's calf, which scared Anlin. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Feeling pain in his calf, Anlin grabbed Kagu's hair and tried to pull him away, but the guy refused to let go. With a ruthless heart, he made a claw shape with his hand and poked at the back of Kagu's neck. A minute later, Anlin looked at the headless corpse on the ground and spat. If he hadn't been abused so many times and his pain tolerance hadn't improved, he would have probably screamed in pain just now. Even though his calf was almost bitten through, Kagu still held on to his leg tightly. Even though he was dead, his mouth showed no sign of loosening. "Leave the blood energy space," Anlin said tiredly. The scene in front of him changed, and Anlin returned to the cave. The pain in his right leg disappeared and was replaced by a strong feeling of fatigue. After fighting in the blood energy space for 3 hours, he was already exhausted. Now, after experiencing 2 more battles, he felt like he was about to die. "Seya, keep an eye on me and the queen ant. I'm going to sleep for a while," Anlin ordered. The ant soldiers were also patrolling around. Seya was called along just to guard against any birds or beasts entering the cave. After thinking for a while, Anlin took out the fruit wine. He didn't drink it before because he was afraid that he would be drunk and unable to learn the skills. Now that I'm ready to have a good sleep, it's okay to drink a little wine. Name fruit wine. Quality, ordinary top grade. Introduction. The wine brewed by the fruit wine monkey has a certain healing effect. It is very gentle and can also improve certain physical fitness. Picking up the stone jar, Anlin took a big gulp. It was not as spicy as he had imagined. Instead, the mellow and fruity aroma slid across his tongue and turned into a warm current. The medicinal power of the fruit wine quickly took effect and flowed into every part of his body. Anlin closed his eyes, savoring the memory carefully, and picked up the stone altar again with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Just like that, one bite after another, Anlin soon passed out. "I don't know how long I slept." Anlin woke up groggy. In front of him, Seya was staring at him coldly, and at its feet were pieces of roasted meat. The meat was wrapped in leaves, and there were bursts of sounds coming from the abdomen. Anlin looked at Seya with some joy. "I didn't expect this guy could barbecue." Seeing Anlin wake up, Seya raised his front legs, pointed at the barbecue, and walked towards the cave entrance. Anlin didn't care about Seya's cold attitude. This guy was rather precocious, had never been close to his family since he was young, and was extremely intelligent. He was the type of child that other people's children were. Picking up the barbecue and starting to eat, Anlin looked at the queen ant on the side. The queen ant had changed again at this time, making Anlin a little unrecognizable. Compared to before, the queen ant's body looked even larger, and wings had grown on its back. However, Anlin estimated that these wings were probably just a decoration. Given the queen ant's body size, it was still difficult for her to fly. Name eating ant queen. Attributes, gold fire. Level, ordinary level 6. Potential, yellow level mid-grade. Production speed, ordinary level 9th stage, 1/15 days. Ordinary level 8 stage, 1 out of 5 day. Ordinary level 7, 1/1 day. Level 3, 90/1 day. Level 2, 300/day. Level 1, 1200/day. Normal, 12,000/day. In addition to doubling productivity, the queen ant's own strength has also reached the peak of the 6th level of the mortal level. After opening the gene panel, Anlin found the Chinese tiger methyl gene and integrated it into his first type of soldier. The appearance of the ant soldier suddenly changed. Its originally slender body became even thicker, and its 6 legs became much longer. Its shell turned slightly green, and it had an extra shell with wings on its back. Looking at the production capacity, which has become the same as before the upgrade, Anlin sighed. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Since the troops have been strengthened, it is understandable that the productivity has been reduced. Although the ant soldiers born now can produce themselves, they still need to be hatched, and the production also takes a certain amount of time. Unlike the queen ant gives birth almost immediately after eating and does not need much gestation time. This puzzled Anlin. The ant soldiers of the 2nd stage of the ordinary level continued to reproduce, and soon, an ant soldier carrying the Chinese tiger armor gene appeared in front of Anlin. Queen ant called back 10 ant soldiers and assigned 5 of them to surround this new ant soldier. The defense and speed of the new ant soldier have been greatly improved. It is not known whether the combat effectiveness of this ant soldier has been increased compared to the original type. Soon, the 5 original ant soldiers appeared in the cave, and the new ant soldiers rushed towards them fearlessly. This speed must have increased several times. Anlin murmured. Chapter 35. Powerful Tiger Ant Soldiers. The outer shell of ant soldiers with the Chinese tiger methyl gene has been strengthened, and combined with the protective shell of the wings, their defense has reached a new high. Before the old ant soldiers could surround the ant, the new ant soldiers directly attacked one of the ant soldiers, biting the ant's waist and lifting it up. Crack! The sound of the shell shattering was heard. As the weakest part of the body, it was directly cracked into 2 parts by the attack of the new ant soldiers. Kill the 2nd stage mortal ant soldier and gain 100 blood energy points. At the first moment of contact, the new ant soldier eliminated 1 ant soldier with absolute speed, and soon, the new ant soldier turned around again and rushed towards another ant soldier. The ant soldiers also rushed towards the new ant soldiers. Anlin was surprised to find that the new ant soldiers seemed unable to stop. Every time they rushed out, if they did not hit their prey, they would run very far away. After fighting with several ant soldiers, Anlin roughly knew the combat power of the new ant soldiers, which was almost 4 times that of the original ant soldiers. The increase in defense and speed is the main thing. Even if he is surrounded, he can escape quickly. If he is not stupid, 10 old ant soldiers will not be enough for this guy to kill. When I get back, I must ask the queen ant to synthesize some military tactics. The new ant soldiers inherited the genes and combat power of the Chinese tiger armor, so we will name them tiger armor ant soldiers. Anlin looked at the queen ant. As his first beast, he seemed to have not given a name until now. The queen ants will continue to evolve synthetically, so it is not appropriate to name them by race. He walked up to the queen ant and gently stroked her head, thinking of the tiny queen ant in the palm of his hand. I'll just call you Xiaoyi. After giving the queen ant this name, Anlin couldn't help laughing. When the queen ant really appeared in front of the world and became a killing machine, when he shouted Xiao-Yi, many people would be shocked. After letting Xiao-Yi concentrate on producing tiger ant soldiers, Anlin checked his own condition. After drinking the fruit wine, the remaining injuries of his body were successfully recovered, and his physical condition became much stronger. If I really have to describe it, his strength increased by more than 2 times. The medicinal power of some fruit wines has not been completely digested in the body. As a treasure brewed by the fruit wine monkey clan, it is extremely rare on the market. Most people who own fruit wine are high-level monks who will never sell it. In addition, it is relatively rare. Anlin patted his head. If he had known that this thing was so effective, he should not have wiped out the fruit wine monkey clan. Find a way to catch a few and combine them. Then they will become your own, and you can come directly to get fruit wine in the future. When others encounter this kind of resources, they can only destroy the entire clan to obtain the treasure. But I have a system and must pay attention to sustainable development strategies. Fruit wine is a high-grade treasure of the mortal level. Although it is very suitable for physical cultivation, it is easier to get drunk because it contains spiritual energy. Therefore, Anlin did not drink much yesterday and achieve this effect. There is still so much fruit wine left. Even if we sell some of it, we can drink it for a long time. It is actually quite unprofitable to sell this kind of resources. Given their rarity, bartering them is the most appropriate option. Soon, 150 ordinary second stage ant soldiers hatched and marched deeper into the forest. The next time the queen ant upgrades her skills, she will gain 100,000 health energy. There's still a long way to go, but after the queen ant successfully breaks through the 7th level of the mortal level, the speed of producing the 3rd level of the mortal level ant soldiers will be the same as the current production speed of the 2nd level of the mortal level ant soldiers. This is a qualitative leap, so Anlin issued an order that no matter whether it is crystal cores or rare metals, they should no longer be eaten by the ant soldiers to increase their strength, but should all be brought to Shao Yi to eat. After the order was completed, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. There was still some medicinal power in his body that had not been fully absorbed, and fighting was the fastest way to absorb it. This time, he planned to continue learning the Tiger Edge Fist. Fighting in the blood energy space was relatively energy-consuming, unlike in martial arts training, where he would be resurrected immediately even if he died. Deep in the world, a smartly dressed girl with a ponytail was holding a sledgehammer and smashing the ground into cracks. The surroundings seemed to have become purgatory, with flames burning on the ground and leaving deep pits. When we were in military training, you chased me for a long time. Now, so many years have passed, and you have just broken through the 3rd realm. Shuyue carried the sledgehammer on her waist and smiled disdainfully. In front of her, a nearly 5-meter-tall spider roared threateningly. Its body was covered with scars and green pus was constantly oozing out. This was the former ruler of the insect world, the green poisonous blood spider queen. With one blow of the hammer, the small green poisonous blood spider was smashed into a pulp. Shuyue shook the hammer gently, leaned forward slightly, and rushed forward suddenly, leaving a small pit in its original place. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sledgehammer hit the Spider Queen's body, and blood-red flames suddenly gushed out. This blow directly knocked the huge Spider Queen away. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? Shuyue mocked while attacking the queen. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't be missing. What do you mean it wasn't you who did it? You are the ruler of the insect world. Any problems here are your fault. In the distance, several soldiers watched this scene with their mouths twitching slightly. I remember a few years ago, she was just an ordinary cultivator, said the squinting soldier. The previous riot did not cost him his life. As one of the backup forces to protect Anlin, Shuyue came to the little insect realm, and the first thing she did was to cause trouble for him. Yeah, our student from top school's really so perverted? It's only been a short time, and she's already a 3rd-level cultivator, said a 1st-level soldier. Besides, isn't she a chi cultivator? How could she use a body cultivator's weapon? And her strength is so abnormal. Several people were discussing in a low voice that this young lady was not only powerful, but also had a very hot temper. When they heard that she had returned to Zhao County, even the person in charge came to greet her in person and did not dare to neglect her. If Shuyue didn't want to leave this Spider Queen for someone to train, given her personality, she would have come and killed it long ago. Under Shuyue's fierce attack, even a dominant level Spider Queen could only passively take the beating. The Spider Queen herself was also extremely aggrieved. Her intelligence was no less than that of humans. The woman before her not only stole the treasure that helped her get promoted, but was now looking for trouble with her. 2 years ago, he found an extremely precious queen ant. This queen ant was very special. It basically did not require any gestation time to produce a large number of ant soldiers. I had wanted to raise it to the 2nd level and then absorb and devour it, but I didn't expect that it would be taken away by this guy during a fight outside. Chapter 36, Queen Ant Breakthrough, producing ordinary level 5 ant soldiers. While Shuyue was beating up the green light poisonous blood spider queen, Anlin was developing at a high speed. The territory of the tiger-armored ant soldiers has begun to expand gradually, and they soon encountered many monsters above the 5th level of the mortal level. Compared with the previous ant soldiers, the tiger-armored ant soldiers are more powerful. 20 ordinary 2nd-level ant soldiers can surround and kill an ordinary 5th-level monster. And Anlin, with Seya's help, learned to use spiritual power. Using wind attribute spiritual power on his legs can make him faster. As for the ice attribute's spiritual power, it can hinder the opponent's attack and mainly plays a controlling role. In a critical moment, the ice spikes can also be used as weapons. As the queen ant is close to breaking through, the ant soldiers also go crazy, hunting monsters everywhere to get the energy needed for the queen ant's breakthrough. I don't know if he can drink monkey wine. Anlin touched his chin. The queen ant needs some medium for her breakthrough. There are only two types of such media. One is the high-level crystal core, containing rich spiritual energy, and the other is high-level metal minerals. He doesn't have a crystal core, but as for minerals, although ice crystals are not metals, they're also a type of mineral, right? Anlin thought about it, then took off the ice crystal from his neck and gave it to the queen ant. Originally, this thing was intended to be used to synthesize with Seya, but because Seya's level was too low and the degree of fusion was not high, it had to be postponed. Resources are something that can be bought if you run out of them, so Anlin doesn't care how precious they are. After feeling the ice crystal in Anlin's hand, the queen ant excitedly made a hissing sound, and a flattering message came from the sea of spirituality. Anlin did not hesitate, and directly gave the ice crystal to the queen ant. The ferocious mouthparts crushed and swallowed the ice crystals, and the queen ant bent down, as if brewing something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Anlin observed that the queen ant's body began to vibrate rhythmically, and layers of air waves were raised on the ground, shaking the stones away. This cave is still very clean. The queen ant will transform everything it devours into energy and will not excrete it as impurities. The corpses of the monsters are eaten cleanly, without even any bone residue left. The spiritual energy in the air became very active, and Anlin quickly sat cross-legged. Energy flowed through his meridians, and the queen ant began to break through. His own realm has also reached the peak of the 4th stage of immortal level. This time, the spiritual power transmitted by the queen ant carries the breath of ice crystals, which is particularly suitable for him and Seya. Anlin opened the spiritual power channel between himself and Seya, allowing his own spiritual power to flow into Seya's body. Feeling the arrival of spiritual power, Seya let out a long howl and then lay down. At this time, an even more vigorous tide of spiritual power surged in, causing waves of pain in his meridians. Anlin roared and quickly practiced his skills to absorb it. Fortunately, Seya's spiritual power channel was opened. Otherwise, his meridians might have been broken. The man and the beast were immersed in the tide of spiritual power. Their realm began to loosen and soon broke through like a flood. After successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the mortal level, Anlin did not stand up immediately, but used this spiritual power to continue to consolidate his realm. Just like that, about half an hour later, Anlin opened his eyes again, and he felt a sense of fullness in all parts of his body. Even the feeling of fatigue caused by long-term abuse disappeared, and he became very clear-headed. Looking at Seya beside him, Anlin used Identify. Name Snowwolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: Ordinary level 6. Potential: Yellow level lower grade. Skill: Freeze. A top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's actions. Even after getting rid of the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step. A high-grade ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Seya's realm gradually caught up with the queen ant, which was very normal. As a queen-type monster, the improvement of strength must be much slower. After all, an advancement not only improves one's own combat power, but also the promotion of the entire group. Therefore, Seya's strength will definitely far exceed that of the queen ant in the future. After checking Seya, Anlin looked at the queen ant. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold Fire. Level: Ordinary level 7th stage. Potential: Yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: Ordinary level 9th stage, 1 out of 5 day. Ordinary level 8th stage, 1 to 1 day. Ordinary level 7th stage, 3 to 1 day. Level 6, 10/1 day. Level 5, 50/day. Level 4, 100/1 day. Level 3, 300/day. Level 2, 900/day. Level 1, 3600/day. Normal, 50,000/day. What the hell? Anlin opened his eyes wide. This data has more than doubled. An ordinary 3rd level ant soldier can give birth to 300 ants a day, and even an ordinary 7th level ant soldier can give birth to 3 ants a day. The number of ordinary level ant soldiers reached a terrifying number of over 3,000 per day. Just as all the low-level monsters around had been killed, Anlin was delighted and asked the queen ant to start producing ordinary 5th-level ant soldiers. With the current strength of the monsters in the forest, they are basically above the 5th stage. If ordinary 1st-level ant soldiers are produced, although there are many of them can be easily killed by these monsters with just a slap. Some monsters with attribute attacks, such as the flame tiger, can cause a large number of ant casualties by just spitting out a ball of flame. Although the combat power of the 5th-level ant soldiers is not as strong as those monsters, they will not die after a few attacks. When a monster attacks an ant soldier, other ant soldiers will rush forward and bite the monster to death. A 5th-stage ordinary ant soldier was hatched. It was 50 centimeters long and as big as a puppy. Anlin picked up a stone next to him and threw it at it. Bang! A huge force hit the ant soldier, but the ant soldier just shook a little. His armor was intact, and the stone was smashed to pieces. Anlin made a rough assessment and found that the defense of this ant soldier was about 1/3 of that of a rock pig. In addition, because they can fly, the danger index of ant soldiers increases sharply. Even birds and beasts will be targeted and die on the spot. Squeak! When Anlin was encouraging the tiger-armored ant soldiers, the queen ant suddenly made a sound, and a piece of information appeared in Anlin's mind. 3 kilometers away from the cave, the ant soldiers discovered humans, and the words spoken by humans were transmitted to Anlin's mind, intact through the description of the queen ant. The queen ant may not understand what these humans say, but she can simulate it through mental communication. The Yongyuan Pond seems to be nurturing natural treasures. Many cultivators and monsters have gathered there. Boss, should we? Are you crazy? Don't you think about your own strength? I heard that the Tsanglong squad has made a harsh statement this time. If anyone competes with them, it will be a fight to the death. Chapter 37, Hunting the 8th Stage Mortal Monster. The Tsanglong squad? Anlin frowned slightly. From the descriptions of these 2 people, the Tsanglong squad should be quite powerful. However, according to the queen ant's description, these 2 people only seem to be at the 2nd level of the mortal level, which made Anlin feel a little strange. The 2 mortal level 2nd stage cultivators ran to the depths of the forest. Based on Anlin's recent experience of killing so many monsters, this place was still quite dangerous. If there weren't a colony of ants strangling him nearby, he certainly wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. Send 2 ordinary 3rd-level ant soldiers to follow them. Xiao Yi produced 10,000 ordinary tiger-armored ant soldiers and have them disperse to find the location of Yongyuan Pond. The tiger-armored ant soldiers are very fast, and when they spread out their search at full strength, they can completely explore an area of several miles in radius. They are much more maneuverable than previous ant soldiers. The queen ant bent down and did as she was told. Anlin looked at the system background and saw that 20,000 blood energies had been accumulated. His strength has broken through to the 5th level of the mortal level. As an ordinary beastmaster, he can now contract a 2nd beast. The next time he would contract a beast tamer, he would have to wait until he entered the 1st realm. However, for now he had no shortage of combat beast tamers, so Anlin thought about it and decided to contract a functional beast tamer. After thinking carefully for a while, Anlin planned a general goal. The first choice of monster is a healing monster. Since we have decided to contract this type of monster, it must be developed in all aspects. With the synthesis system, he could make his own monsters stand out from the crowd. So he planned to make this beast not only a nurse, but also a gain assistant. It's like adding a group buff, defense, attack power, etc. to the ant colony during a battle, or giving a speed gain buff when Seya attacks the enemy. Of course, as an auxiliary, it is also necessary to interfere with the enemy, so it would be best if this monster could also have illusions and negative auras. This is also a huge project. If it really wants to be cultivated like this, the blood energy it needs to consume can even be comparable to that of a queen ant. But at this stage, I can't find so many good things. The second hypothetical monster is a treasure hunting type of monster. This monster not only needs to have the ability to find treasure, but also the ability to track and conceal its breath. Anlin thought about it and realized that as a treasure hunting monster, luck must be very important so that it would not be without a target. Obviously, the second monster is easier to transform. When it comes to treasure hunting, Anlin thinks of the treasure hunting rat. This thing is small and exquisite and can dig holes, making it the best thing for searching for treasure. It is best to appear harmless so that you won't be killed instantly when you meet certain monks. Xiao Yi, let the ant soldiers search for the rat monsters, but don't kill them. Then let the ant soldiers build a cage to imprison them. Forget it. You don't understand this. Looking at Xiao Yi, who was nodding rapidly, Anlin covered his eyes speechlessly, thinking of his other orders. It is not possible to order the queen ant to search for treasures. This guy has no idea what treasures are and always gives Anlin some corpses of monsters. Maybe for the queen ant, the corpses of these monsters are her treasures. Just do this first. I'm going to go out for a while. Name electric mouse. Attribute, thunder. Level, ordinary level 8. Potential, yellow level lower grade. Skill, a flash of lightning, a high-grade mortal. The spiritual power surges throughout the body, transforming into a flash of lightning to rush forward and cause damage to the enemy. Electric shock, use lightning to attack the enemy, causing temporary paralysis. On top of the giant tree, Anlin looked at the electric mouse being besieged by ant soldiers below and shook his head regretfully. Although this electric mouse has a high level and potential, it is still far from being his ideal beast. Speaking of the electric mouse, the first thing that came to Anlin's mind was Pikachu, but this thing doesn't look like it at all, and it's even a little scary. A yellow rat as tall as a human. As they went deeper into the area, the monsters began to become stronger. In just one day, Anlin successfully eliminated 7 mortal level 6th stage monsters and more than 30 mortal level 5th stage monsters. In other words, he gained 50,000 blood energies in one day. However, Anlin did not choose to let the queen ant eat the crystal cores of these monsters. After seizing the treasures from Yonyuan Pond, he planned to leave the forest and find a way out. What he was sure of was that he was still in the scope of the other world. The 2 humans discovered before seemed to be preparing to leave this area. 2 mortal level 3 stage ant soldiers and several hundred ordinary ant soldiers followed them. They should be able to find a way out of the alien world soon. After leaving, the queen ant will continue to stay in this area to develop, and the crystal cores harvested at that time will all belong to her. Now, part of the crystal cores obtained can be used for delivery, and the other part can be sold. Although he had a lot of pocket money, it was only on par with that of ordinary people. Now, as a monk, even with his father, it was better for him to be self-sufficient in resources. I don't know if this military training still counts. I hope my buddies in the team won't die, especially GGG and Xiao. Under the tree, the ant soldiers began to besiege the electric mouse, and Seya was also circling around it. Seya's combat ability is very strong. Anlin plans to buy a few martial arts books suitable for Seya after he returns, and use them for synthesis to improve Seya's attack power. As his own single combat beast, and also an open beast, Anlin felt that he must train it to be invincible at the same level and to be able to defeat Emoine. While Anlin was daydreaming, Seya began to interfere with the electric mouse. When the electric mouse uses electric shock, Seya will use ice to block it. Although water is conductive, strictly speaking, ice is not conductive as long as there are no impurities in it. I don't know what's going on in Seya's brain. If it was the queen ant, she would definitely fight head-on, but Seya was very smart. She broke a long and thin tree and used it to attack the electric mouse. Under Seya's command, the ordinary level 5 and 6 ant soldiers picked up trees or ice spears to attack the electric mice. They also flew into the sky from time to time and shot the electric mice with venom. As a range attack monster, the electric rat poses a huge threat to the ant soldiers. If Anlin had not finally encountered such a high-level monster, he would definitely not be willing to take the risk. Under the siege of the ant soldiers and Seya's harassment, the electric rat, after several hours of fighting, was covered in wounds and its movements became very slow. Finally, several ant soldiers swarmed over and tore the flesh and blood of the electric mouse. A large amount of fire poison was injected into the body of the electric mouse, causing the already dying electric mouse to twitch and lose its life. Kill the mortal level 8 stage lightning mouse and gain 18,000 blood energy points. Chapter 38 New Types of Arms. The ordinary 8-segment electric mouse was carried back to the cave by several ant soldiers and was quickly devoured by the queen ant. All this energy would be accumulated and saved for production tomorrow. Upgrading the queen ant's production skills requires 100,000 blood energies, and the current productivity is pretty good, so Anlin plans to use this blood energies to try to synthesize it. The things that can be synthesized are nothing more than some herbs and minerals. Anlin narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, the more precious the item is, the better the effect after synthesis. Of course, it also has something to do with the degree of compatibility. There was a pile of medicinal herbs and some not very high-grade metals piled up in the corner of the cave. The high-grade metals were all used to enhance the strength of the queen ant and the ant soldiers, and the remaining metals were just prepared by Anlin for sale outside. Among them, most of it is gold. In the other corner, there were many tied-up rat-like monsters. Anlin touched his chin, looked at the queen ant, and turned on the synthesis system. Ding, do you want to fuse the ferocious ant queen and the space ring? Required health, 1500000. Fusion success rate, 55%. What the hell? Anlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief and carefully counted the blood energy value. 1.5 million. Why not just go and rob it? After such a long time, the total blood energy he had was only about 200,000. 1,500,000. Are you trying to raise money to make money? A flash of inspiration came to Anlin's mind, and his expression changed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The biggest problem facing the queen ant now is that the food she swallows needs to be digested. The longer it takes to digest, the longer it takes. After all, the flesh and blood of these monsters contain more energy. Therefore, it would take more than an hour to produce all the ordinary 5th stage ant soldiers now. You should know that it only took 10 minutes to produce so many ordinary 2nd stage ant soldiers in the past. If a space ring is synthesized, does it mean that the queen ant's stomach will become a space to accommodate the digestion of flesh and blood, and the production time will be greatly improved? The number of ant soldiers bred by the queen ant may also increase accordingly. Must be integrated. It is definitely impossible to fusion at this stage, and the success probability is relatively low. Maybe after the queen ant level is increased, the success probability of fusion will also increase. Putting on the space ring again, Anlin opened the queen ant's genetic panel. The genes of the monsters devoured by the queen ant will also be stored in the gene bank, but blood energy is needed to integrate them. Lightning mouse gene use spiritual power to convert into lightning and launch paralyzing attacks on enemies. Blood energy required for fusion, 32,000. The genes of the electric mouse can be fused to create a new type of soldier. Although the electrical energy of a single ant soldier may not be much, if a group of ant soldiers discharge electricity together, even a monster of a higher level will not be able to withstand it. After paralysis, the tiger ant soldiers can also inject venom. Anlin thought about it carefully and suddenly thought of the treasure in Yanjiwan. At that time, I will definitely have to compete. Although the ant soldiers can fly, they are definitely afraid of water. Their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced when they enter the water, and they cannot compete with the water monsters at all. It would be better to integrate the scuba gene into the new type of soldiers and preferably add the ability to advance underwater so that the electric mouse gene can be maximized. Anlin began to search in the gene bank. Recently, ant soldiers had swept through many places, including a small pond, and all the monsters in it were devoured by the ant soldiers. In the end, Anlin found a gene that was most suitable for the new ant soldiers. Archaeid gene possesses the ability to swim in water, and its multiple legs can move forward as fast as a yacht. Blood energy required for fusion, 20,000. Fusing the electric rat gene and the rocket bug gene. Fusion begins, takes 1 hour. The queen ant was wrapped in a blood cocoon. Anlin closed his eyes and entered the blood energy space to fight again. In the past few days, he has spent tens of thousands of blood energy in battle, and his strength has increased rapidly. Now combat experience is no longer his shortcoming. Soon, an hour passed, and Anlin defeated several demons at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal level in the blood energy space and retreated. Although he now has enough combat experience, he still lacks in martial arts. He only has the Tiger Edge Fist. After returning, he should choose some body movements and defensive skills. After leaving the blood energy space, Anlin looked at the queen ant. After the fusion this time, the queen ant grew many long legs under her body, which improved the queen ant's ability to move. At least it was not as strenuous as before. After opening the gene panel, Anlin selected the 2nd type of soldiers and started the game of pinching soldiers. For the new type of soldiers, Anlin removed the tiger armor gene and fire poison gene and incorporated the electric mouse gene and water arrow worm gene. After the fusion, the new ant soldier looked very strange in appearance, like a crushed centipede. Anlin sighed. This was a big project. In order to make the ant soldier's body swell up again, Anlin transplanted two power-generating organs on both sides of the ant soldier's body. He then molded the ant soldier into a streamlined shape so that it could break through the water flow and move quickly. Anlin redistributed the hairs on the centipede-like legs of the ant soldiers. With these hairs, the ant soldiers would have greater swimming power. At the bottom of the body is the organ that the rocket worm uses to burst into sprints. High-pressure water can be sprayed from here, allowing the ant soldiers to sprint quickly. After transferring the organ to the tail of the body, Anlin made some minor modifications. Soon, a brand new type of soldier was created. Anlin nodded with satisfaction. This thing looked pretty cool. The electric organs on both sides glowed blue, and the appearance was like a submarine, and the mouth parts were sharp like arrows. Let's call you Lightning Ant Soldier. Anlin thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a nice and domineering name, so he simply chose the simplest one. Order the queen ant to produce ant soldiers. Although many genes have been added, the production speed of the new ant soldiers has not slowed down due to the removal of the Chinese tiger silver gene and the fire poison gene. Soon, a lightning ant soldier was produced. This ant soldier was smaller than the tiger ant soldier of the same level, but its body was much longer. Sitting on Seya's back, Anlin brought the ant soldier to the pool and put it in. As soon as it was put into the water, the lightning ant soldier's multiple legs flapped rapidly, and it suddenly rushed out like a blue lightning. What the hell? The speed of the lightning ant soldier is almost the same as that of the tiger ant soldier on land. But you have to know that this ant soldier has not yet used the jet organ at its tail. I'm determined to take the treasure of Yanji Wanton. Chapter 39, The Third Beast, Treasure Hunting Rat. The lightning ant soldiers are not slow when walking on land, but their fighting power is definitely not as strong as underwater. With this new type of ant soldiers, some of the rivers we encountered before can also be reclaimed. The tiger-armored ant soldiers suffered heavy casualties in the river, and they were unable to even be killed by their companions. So Anlin also gave up on the monster in the river. The new type of ant soldiers can not only kill these monsters, but also search for treasures underwater. Treasures on land will basically be discovered by other cultivators, but treasures underwater are more special. Even cultivators with water-attributed spiritual power cannot survive underwater. Therefore, underwater monsters are not only more precious than ordinary monsters, but also stronger and more numerous than monsters on land. But unfortunately, the queen ant can no longer produce today. After creating the new type of soldiers, Anlin returned to the cave and began to select his own rat monsters. These rat-like monsters are basically ordinary level 4 or 5 monsters, and they are all relatively large in size. After all, those rat-like monsters with relatively low strength have basically been hunted down by the ant soldiers. Anlin doesn't care about sustainable development. There are many things in the other world. If it weren't for the powerful strength of humans, they would have invaded the blue planet long ago, so he won't show much mercy. This is also China's idea. The door to the other world is still constantly opening, and China itself is also unable to do what it wants. Therefore, when facing the other world, China always maintains the idea of directly shocking and killing it. After all, external threats are still there. If we negotiate peace, we never know when they will bite us back. The agreement cannot restrain these heretics at all. These rodent monsters all have bared teeth. As his own beasts, Anlin feels that their appearance doesn't have to be great, but should at least be acceptable, right? Of course, if the potential and attributes were perfect, Anlin wouldn't care about its appearance. After continuously using the identification function, Anlin finally sighed. These are not the beasts he wanted. Queen Ant, let the ant soldiers kill all these mice. Waving his hand, Anlin was about to leave in disappointment. At this moment, a white and yellow figure suddenly jumped out of his sight. Squeak! Anlin lowered his head and saw a small rat-like monster that looked like a hamster constantly clasping its hands and greeting him, as if asking for a red envelope during the Chinese New Year. Anlin stopped the ant soldiers who were about to attack the little mouse, squatted down, and used identification. Name hidden mouse. Attributes none. Level ordinary level 4. Potential yellow level mid-grade. Skill can't see me. Lower grade yellow level. Can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Introduction. A little mouse with lucky attributes, with a very low sense of existence, loves money by nature, but is very timid. A gleam of light flashed in Anlin's eyes. This little guy is not bad. Even before synthesis, Its potential has reached the middle grade of yellow level, and it also possesses the skills that he has always dreamed of. No wonder he didn't notice it before. However, how could this monster with lucky attributes be caught by its own ant soldiers? Logically speaking, this little guy has a very low sense of existence, has the attribute of luck, and has reached the 4th stage of the mortal level. He should not be caught by the tiger-armored ant soldiers. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was a man who possessed the protagonist panel and a synthesis system, so being contracted by him as a beast tamer was a very lucky thing in itself. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. A smile appeared on Anlin's face. He was still worrying about how to obtain the lucky attribute. After picking up the little mouse and finding that it was too frightened to move, Anlin touched its head and turned on the synthesis system. In the eyes of the hidden mouse, the ant soldiers below were killing crazily, making it feel like urinating. My rat almost died. Hidden Rat thought to himself. Because it was very lucky to have eaten a very magical herb before, its intelligence is now no less than that of ordinary humans. It was precisely because of this that, relying on its own wisdom and keen intuition, it had just dug a hole into the cave and was about to steal the gold, but after hearing what Anlin said, it came out to beg for mercy like a conditioned reflex. That's right, it was not caught by the ant soldiers, it was just passing by. Ding, do you want to fuse Hidden Rat and gold? Required health, 10,000. Fusion success rate, 100%. 10,000? Anlin opened his eyes wide and looked at the hidden mouse in his hand and the gold on the ground. Why did gold, a metal with no quality at all, require so much blood energy? Moreover, this was the first time he had seen a synthesis with a 100% success rate. Aiming the gold at an ant soldier, Anlin chose fusion again. Ding, do you want to fuse tiger ant and gold? Required health, 100. Fusion success rate, 60%. Sure enough, the hidden mouse is special. Anlin no longer hesitated and directly chose to fuse the hidden mouse and gold. Suddenly, some blood appeared on the ground, wrapped the gold, and flew towards the hidden mouse. Fusion successful. How come this fusion doesn't require cocooning and time? Anlin was a little confused. This is not scientific. He hadn't synthesized the beast for a long time, so his body had not been able to receive the blessing of blood energy. As long as he contracted this hidden rat, the blessing of blood energy would appear on his body again and increase his physical fitness. Name treasure hunting mouse. Attribute gold. Level, ordinary level 4. Potential, spiritual level lower. Skill, can't see me, lower grade yellow level, can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Treasure hunting, yellow grade, top grade, has a special ability to sense treasures and can sense treasures within 100 meters around. Introduction, a treasure hunting mouse with lucky attributes, with a very low sense of presence, a love of money, a special ability to sense treasures, but a very timid person. Lower spirit level, Anlin was stunned. Just 10,000 blood energy could allow this little guy to reach the spirit level, and the fusion is just ordinary gold. It seems that I need to pay more attention to the best contract items in the future. Anlin directed his mental power towards the treasure-hunting rat and contracted it very skillfully. A huge amount of energy surged into his body, and Anlin quickly sat cross-legged and began to absorb the blood energy. Unlike before, Anlin felt that impurities were being expelled from his bones, and his strength became stronger. At this moment, a mysterious feeling appeared in his body. Anlin felt his mental power suddenly exploded, and he became clear in an instant. His strength was pushed to the peak of the 5th stage of the mortal level. Anlin felt that at this rate of advancement, he would probably be dissected if he went out. Squeak! Just as I was immersed in the joy of improving my strength, suddenly the queen ant sent a message that Yanji had been found. Moreover, the way I was found. 3 good things coming together. I'm so lucky. Chapter 40 Treasure Hunt. Ordering the tiger ant soldiers to explore the area around Yongyuan Lake, Anlin went out with the treasure hunting rats. Now that I have a treasure hunting rat, of course I have to go out and try it myself. The surrounding area has been cleared by ant soldiers, so there won't be any danger. In the forest, a white shadow kept shuttling back and forth. It was so quiet along the way that even the sound of insects could not be heard. Above Seya's head, the treasure-hunting mouse was observing carefully, its pink nose twitching slightly, as if it was looking for something. For female monks, the treasure-hunting rat is definitely a powerful weapon. But Anlin looked at the treasure-hunting rat and smiled evilly. The treasure-hunting rat is extremely timid and has a lucky attribute, so Anlin feels that this guy will not die even if he goes to the front line. As a master of plants versus zombies, Anlin knows very well that the cowardly mushroom should be placed at the front of the battle line to build up its courage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes lit up, and he shouted in ecstasy. Found the treasure? Anlin was stunned for a moment, then looked at the treasure-hunting rat inquiringly. The treasure-hunting mouse's eyes flickered, and he nodded firmly. Anlin understood that this guy must have found the treasure. Next, the man and the mouse looked at each other with their eyes wide open. The air seemed to freeze. After a full minute, Seya made a puzzled sound. The next second, the treasure-hunting mouse drew a graceful arc in the air and flew out directly. Lead the way once you find it. Are you waiting for me to dig it out myself? Anlin said speechlessly. This guy really has no sense of priority. So, the treasure-hunting mouse began to lead the way dejectedly. I, rat, have met a bad guy. Name Xuanyu spiritual root. Quality, yellow grade, low grade. Introduction. Wind attribute medicinal materials that can increase elemental affinity and are essential for the evolution of monsters. Well done, Xiaoxing. Anlin touched the treasure-hunting rat's head. This guy was simply his lucky charm. He found a lower-grade yellow medicinal herb the first time he came out to look for something. Speaking of which, those ant soldiers were really useless. I don't know how many good things they didn't search for, and I don't know if they were eaten by themselves. Anlin plans to find an alchemist to refine this wind-attributed elixir after he returns. From many medicinal herbs, the effects will be greatly reduced if taken directly. They need to be refined into pills in combination with other spiritual medicines to exert their maximum effect. Putting the Xuanyu spiritual root into the space ring, Anlin continued to move forward. According to the feedback from the only lightning ant soldier, the treasure in Yongyuan Pond is a lotus, which is still in the gestation stage and is surrounded by many high-level monsters. It looks like it will mature within 3 days, so it still has time to develop. The number of ordinary level 5 tiger armored ant soldiers has reached more than 120, and the original ordinary level 2 tiger armored ant soldiers have basically reached the 3rd and 4th levels, with a total number of over 1,000. As for the ant soldier of the 6th level of ordinary level, since it is not a tiger armored ant soldier, its combat power may not be that strong, but it has eaten a lot of rare metals recently and has reached the 7th level of ordinary level. With such a force, even a 9th level mortal monster can be killed directly. In the next 3 days, Anlin planned to produce all the 5th level ordinary lightning ant soldiers to deal with the underwater monsters. Seya was running aimlessly in the forest, and at this time, a sharp sound was heard. Anlin looked up and saw a bat running away, and behind it was a 5th level ordinary tiger armored ant soldier. These flying guys are all the fish that have escaped the net. Anlin smiled, suddenly thought of something, and looked at the treasure-hunting rat. I wonder if the treasure-hunting mouse would think the flying mouse was an angel. At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting rat came from the sea of spirituality. Rat, I saw the stewardess. Anlin. Can you speak? Although he had a lot to complain about, Anlin couldn't help but ask. Although Seya and the queen ant could communicate with him in the sea of spirituality, they did not actually transmit language directly, but rather a strange message. Anlin could only understand it roughly. The treasure-hunting mouse was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head rapidly. Yes, Brother Wolf and Sister Ant can do it, right? After saying this, it looked at Seya below it with contempt. What it doesn't know is that the communication in the sea of spirit is actually shared among all the beasts. So every time the queen ant soldiers were attacked by high-level monsters, Seya would rush to interfere in time. A gust of icy air came and instantly froze the treasure-hunting mouse into an ice cube. Seeing this scene, Anlin laughed. He had been here for a week. When he was bored, he could only enter the blood energy space to fight. His life was very depressing. Seya was not very willing to pay attention to him, and the queen ant was rather stupid and had no idea what Anlin was talking about, so he had never had anyone to communicate with in this world. The appearance of treasure-hunting rats has added some color to our boring and dull life. In 3 days, Anlin harvested a total of 5 yellow-grade medicinal herbs and more than 10 yellow-grade metals. What surprised Anlin the most was that he found the remains of a human monk again and obtained 2 top-grade mortal martial arts and a mid-grade mortal longsword. With the increase in the number of ant soldiers and the appearance of lightning ant soldiers, Anlin's speed in obtaining blood energy also increased rapidly. In 3 days, he obtained a total of 130,000 blood energy. The low-level monsters have basically been hunted down, and now the only ones left are high-level monsters. So every time you kill one, you can gain thousands of blood energies. In the water, the lightning ant soldiers also brought back a lot of fresh and delicious fish monsters. But some of the fish were difficult to catch, so the prices they sold outside were ridiculously high. So Anlin asked the lightning ant soldiers to catch these fish and bring them to a small pond very close to the cave to raise them. Maybe next time I come to another world, I will be able to harvest fish fry. The treasures in Yongyuan Pond were close to maturity, and Anlin also sent out a large number of ant soldiers to search for any enemies around. It must be said that this treasure attracted a lot of cultivators, including 5 at the 7th level of the mortal realm. The army of ant soldiers was ready to go. Anlin also came to a big tree near Yongyuan Pond and used the breath-concealing ring to conceal his breath. Anlin himself was unwilling to deal with human monks, but treasures were tempting, and with the presence of these monks, it would be difficult for him to obtain treasures. Therefore, they must lose their fighting power. When he came to this world, although he knew that the world of cultivation could be very cruel, after all, he had received so much education that he would still be hesitant if he really had to take action against humans. However, Anlin is not a saint. His own strength is definitely the most important thing. If someone threatens his life, he will not hesitate to let the ant soldiers surround and kill them. Chapter 41 Tien Fenglian. Ant soldiers lead to war. Brother, what kind of treasure is hidden here that there are so many high-level monks? A man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said in the bushes. According to rumors, it should be Tian Feng Lian, said the man with a bandage on his head. He is Li Qing, the captain of the Zonglong squad. His strength has reached the 9th level of the mortal level, and he is only 1 step away from the 1st level. But this 1 step away was like an unbridgeable chasm that had been bothering him. He also knew that his qualifications could only support him so far. However, the treasure nurtured in the Yongyuan Pond has the function of cleansing the marrow. Although the Tianfeng lotus is only a yellow-grade spiritual medicine, it has a very powerful effect on low-level cultivators. Although it is a yellow-grade spiritual medicine, its selling price is much higher than that of a mysterious grade spiritual medicine. Moreover, this thing is in short supply. As soon as it appears on the market, it will be monopolized by the big families. As long as he can get it, even if he does not use it himself, he can sell it, and the resources obtained will be enough to support him to break through to a new level. Thinking of this, a hint of heat flashed in Li Qing's eyes. As long as he could get the lotus seeds of the Tianfeng lotus, not only his strength, but also the strength of the entire team would be greatly improved. Tianfeng lotus! The monkey cried out in a low voice. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a treasure. Fortunately, there is something strange about this area, and only cultivators below the 1st realm are allowed to enter. Otherwise, the name of the Tianfeng lotus alone would attract many cultivators of the 1st and 2nd realms, and then they would definitely not even have a chance to drink the soup. Boss, we made a fortune. Monkey stared at the direction of Yongyuan Lake with burning eyes and continued. Boss, after I finish this job, I will go back and marry her. On the other side, Anlin sighed sympathetically. He originally thought that this team was full of high-level cultivators, and they would definitely be his strongest competitors. He didn't expect that this guy would actually set a flag. There might have been a chance to snatch the lotus seeds, but after hearing these words from the Queen Ant, Anlin began to doubt whether this guy could go back alive. The Queen Ant's ordinary ant soldiers are lurking around these people. Although they're all cultivators and have a certain sensitivity to monsters, who would care whether there are ordinary ants around them? No one would have thought that these ants could actually transmit information to their enemies. Through the information from these people, Anlin learned about Tianfeng Lian. Putting aside other things, just based on this effect, if my previous self had been able to use it, it wouldn't have been so useless. From this we can also see how precious the Tianfeng lotus is. Otherwise, with my father's character, he would have brought it back to me long ago. As for that violent sister, Anlin reflexively stopped thinking about her. That girl was a genius. Compared with himself, Anlin even doubted whether she was his biological daughter. However, there's one thing that these people reminded Anlin of. When the Tianfeng lotus matures, the lotus seeds will be ejected like bullets, and the number will usually reach about 15. Therefore, this depends not only on strength, but also on luck. Maybe someone else would not be able to harvest all the Tianfeng lotus seeds, but Anlin has an army of ant soldiers. As long as he lets the ant soldiers spread out, he can stop all the lotus seeds. Shao Yi, let all the lightning ant soldiers enter the water. Feeling that the monsters under the water were beginning to stir, Anlin immediately gave the order. These monsters, or humans, may just be thinking about whether they can harvest 1 or 2 lotus seeds, so they will wait until they are fully mature, see the direction in which the lotus seeds are spraying, and then start to snatch them. But Anlin is different. What he needs is all the lotus seeds, including the Tianfeng lotus. Although they heard that the Tianfeng lotus itself had no effect, Anlin had a synthesis system. If it could be combined with a certain beast, it would be a big profit. Therefore, for Anlin, the more chaotic the scene is, the better. Hundreds of lightning ant soldiers dived into the water, moving through it like bullets, and soon encountered the lurking monster. This was a 7th-level ordinary snake-like monster. The distance was quite far, and Anlin had no way to identify it, so he directly let the ant soldiers start attacking it. After seeing the mighty ant soldiers, the silver water snake curled up slightly and made a threatening sound. Anlin did not say anything and directly ordered the ant soldiers to start fighting. The lines on both sides of the lightning ant soldiers suddenly burst into dazzling blue light, and powerful electric currents rushed out. The electric currents of hundreds of ant soldiers illuminated the pool of water. In an instant, the silver water snake's body twitched, and it became as stiff as a stick and floated to the surface of the water. The nearby fish also suffered, and all of them floated up with their bellies turned up. All of a sudden, all the monsters in the pond were alarmed and started to riot. This change also attracted the attention of the monsters and humans on the shore. They thought that the Tianfeng lotus had matured, so they all rushed out. Roar! Anlin had not expected that his attack would cause such a chain reaction. He didn't know if it was because his luck had improved recently. Originally, everyone was just waiting for the lotus seeds to mature before competing. But now they have lost their hiding place, and without hesitation, they directly start attacking their competitors. Only a small number of people who were waiting to get something for nothing continue to hide, while the rest were caught up in the melee. Damn it, the lotus seeds are not ripe yet. What on earth are these monsters doing? Li Qing roared. The Tianfeng lotus could mature at any time, and a fight at this time would be disadvantageous to everyone. As soon as he appeared, his powerful aura was noticed by everyone, and 3 8th-level mortal monsters also came to him. Li Qing punched a 7th-level mortal monster and sent it flying. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he could only kill all these blind guys. His strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary 9th-level cultivator. So many high-level cultivators. Although he was mentally prepared, Anlin was still a little shocked to see all these cultivators and monsters coming out to fight. These high-level monks were all wood-cutting gods. As soon as they appeared, the battle affected the surrounding trees and directly opened up the area around Yongyuan Pond. Anlin also quickly moved to another location. As the fuse of this war, the lightning ant soldiers were of course the focus of attention, but Anlin did not order them to continue fighting. These were all high-level monsters, and if they were besieged, his group of lightning ant soldiers would not be enough. Ordering the lightning ants to use their skills to escape the scene, Anlin continued to lurk. Before, thousands of ant soldiers had no confidence to defeat these monks and monsters, but after the melee, he is the biggest Oriole. Open the mountain. Li Qing's roar was heard from afar. Veins on his hands were surging. He swung a huge axe and chopped down a giant green ape in front of him, sending it flying. Chapter 42. Pick up a lot of blood energy. The giant ape's chest was chopped into a bloody mess, and it fell heavily to the ground, losing its combat effectiveness. Li Qing did not finish it off, but quickly attacked another mortal-level 8th-stage monster. If the Tianfeng lotus had not been forcibly picked before it was ripe, which would have caused it to self-destruct, he would have definitely snatched the lotus directly and would not have been left here and be besieged. On the other side, Anlin saw the mortal-level 8th-stage giant ape still wailing on the ground. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly ordered a mortal-level 5th-stage tiger-armored ant soldier to go and finish him off. The system doesn't care whether the monster was injured by itself or not. As long as it is the one who makes the final kill, its health will not be reduced at all. Soon, the tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed out like an arrow, bit the giant ape's Adam's apple, and killed the giant ape directly. Kill the mortal level 8th stage green would ape and gain 20,000 blood energy points. After biting the Aoki ape to death, the ant soldiers fled the scene directly. Anlin did not intend to let the ant soldiers move the giant ape's corpse away at this time, even though this thing was enough for the queen ant to produce many ant soldiers. As the strength of the ant soldiers increases, the queen ant needs more and more nutrition, which is also a headache for Anlin. But now, if the ant soldiers move the monster's corpse away, they will most likely be attacked by other cultivators or monsters. The corpse of an 8th level ordinary monster is still extremely valuable. The battle soon entered a white-hot stage. The water in the lake turned scarlet, and there were heavy casualties on the ground. By picking up leaks, Anlin actually gained nearly 100,000 health energy. Unfortunately, these guys were so bloodthirsty that sometimes they would directly kill their opponents, which made Anlin very sad. As for the human monk who was about to die, Anlin sighed and did not kill him directly. He still couldn't bring himself to do it. After he leaves, if anyone enters this area again, he will not care. He is not everyone's babysitter. If he allows human monks to enter this forest, it may pose a threat to the queen ant. The most important thing is that this group of people brought him the news that there would be no cultivators above the ordinary level in this area. Without absolute, overwhelming strength, who can deal with so many ant soldiers? Xiaoxing, go and practice your courage. Anlin flicked the treasure-hunting rat lightly and directly threw it towards the nearest corpse of a monster, asking it to take out the crystal core of the monster. This is the most valuable part of the monster. Anyway, the treasure-hunting rat is very small and has skills, so it will not be noticed. Xiaoxing is the name Anlin gave to the treasure-hunting mouse. This little guy brings him luck and is a mascot. This name is perfect. The treasure-hunting rat looked at Anlin tremblingly, stood up from the ground, rubbed his butt, and walked towards the monster's corpse with tears in his eyes. I ran and go to the battlefield. Ignoring Xiaoxing, Anlin observed the battle. Looking at the remaining monsters and humans, he thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and directly spent 100,000 blood energy to improve the queen ant's production skills. Although it cannot be synthesized remotely, the skills can be improved remotely. Even after you leave, you can continue to improve the skills of the queen ant. This skill upgrade only takes 10 minutes. After Anlin waited for a while, he received the news that the queen ant skill upgrade was complete. Name eating ant queen. Attributes gold fire. Level ordinary level 7th stage. Potential yellow level mid-grade. Production speed ordinary level 9th stage 1 to 1 day. Ordinary level 8th stage 5 to 1 day. Ordinary level 7th stage 20 to 1 day. Level 6 60/1 day. Level 5 200/day. Level 4 400/day. Level 3 800/day. Level 2 1800/day. Level 1 8000/day. Normal 150,000/day. Skill Deterrence mortal grade, top grade, bloodline control, special, gene uptake, yellow grade, middle grade, production, mysterious grade, lower grade. Anlin opened his eyes wide. His skills were so powerful after being upgraded to the lower level of Xian level. Every time the production skills were upgraded, there would be a qualitative leap. The next upgrade would require 300,000 health points, but Anlin felt a little jealous and stopped thinking about it. About 15 ordinary level 5th stage ant soldiers can surround and kill an ordinary level 7th stage monster beast. More than 100 ant soldiers should be able to surround and kill an ordinary level 9th stage monster beast. Anlin asked the queen ant to start producing ordinary 5th level ant soldiers. He no longer hesitated and directly dispatched all the ordinary ant soldiers to carry the corpses of the monsters. The rest of the ant soldiers directly attacked the monsters. After an hour of fighting, everyone was very tired. After all, this was the territory of monsters. The human monks suffered heavy casualties, and monsters continued to appear in the distance, attracted by the noise of the battle. Boss, what should we do? The monkey looked at the monster in front of him with some horror. As a leader in the mortal level team, he had successfully completed many missions and originally thought that the Tianfeng Lotus would be in the pocket of the Songlong team this time. He did not expect such a change to happen. Don't worry, Lu Li and the others will be here to support us soon. Li Qing looked at Tianfeng Lian in the distance somewhat unwillingly. He didn't understand why this group of monsters suddenly rioted. Despite being seriously injured, he managed to kill a demon beast that had just entered the 9th level of the mortal realm. Now it has no combat power left. Lu Li will bring the 5th level mortal beauty here later. She's a doctor and should be able to restore half of my strength without damaging my own foundation. Li Qing thought to himself. Originally, he was planning to take the Tianfeng Lotus from this beautiful girl and then go back to enjoy it. But if he brought her here now, he would not be able to protect her in the melee. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded around him. He looked up and found a group of ant beasts with hideous mouth parts appeared in the sky. The number was so large that it was astonishing. Damn it, come here if you don't want to die. Li Qing shouted in horror. This was not the time to decide whether to snatch the Tianfeng Lotus. Being surrounded by this group of ant soldiers, it was even a question whether they could escape. On the other side, Anlin seemed to have sensed something with a hint of joy in his eyes, and he rode Seya to rush in the opposite direction of the battlefield. According to the ant soldier's perception, little A seemed to have arrived nearby. Anlin was very happy to see his acquaintances. He had been in this place for so long, and there was not even anyone to chat with. The next moment, his brows furrowed as he saw Chu Xining, her body covered in blood, her limbs tightly tied up, and she was held in the hands of a woman who looked very strong. Ordinary level 7. Anlin raised his eyebrows and took out a long sword from his storage space. She jumped off Xiaoya's body, and Xiaoya stepped forward to block the woman's way. The woman was startled and stopped immediately. She breathed a sigh of relief when she felt Xiaoya's breath. A 6th level ordinary beastmaster and an ignorant beastmaster dared to block his way? Luli laughed a little. The boy in front of her should have no combat experience. Doesn't he know that it is better for a beastmaster not to expose himself to the sight of a physical cultivator? What's more, this physical cultivator is stronger than his own beastmaster. Anlin, who possesses the breath-harming ring, looks like a beastmaster without any strength. When Chu Xining saw Anlin, her eyes, which had been somewhat dim, brightened up again, and she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Qi, run! These people are all high-level cultivators." Chu Xining cried hoarsely as tears as big as beans fell down her cheeks. They killed Brother Wang Chong. Chapter 43, killing the mortal level 7th stage body cultivator. Anlin's eyes narrowed. When he saw this scene, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Although he had not had much interaction with Wang Chong. After all, they were in the same team, so he still had a deep impression of this always taciturn formation master. If he had met a 7th level mortal cultivator before, he might have simply asked the queen ant for help, but he has not been idle in the past few days. Not only has he further improved his proficiency in the Tiger Edge Fist, he has also learned other martial arts gained from treasure hunting. Although he still couldn't defeat the demons of the same level, he tried to fight Xia Yin in the blood energy space and ordinary human cultivators, and won easily. The repeated battles not only gave him basic fighting instincts, but also made him understand the various weaknesses of a human body. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could kill with one blow. Luli pulled out a dagger from her waist. This was her weapon. The Canlong Squad is considered a mercenary group, and the restrictions within it are certainly not the same as the college entrance examination. In the small beast world, most mercenary groups are composed of physical cultivators, and cultivators of other professions rarely appear. After throwing Chu Xining out, Luli leaned over and rushed towards Anlin like a cheetah. Although she was very jealous of the woman's beauty and her inhuman fullness, the boss had declared that he would make this woman his slave, so no matter how much she wanted to kill her, she could only think about it in her mind. In the other world, women abducted by mercenaries will never see the light of day again until they are fed to monsters after they are tired of playing with them. But now that the boss is in danger, this woman's life becomes even more important. She doesn't want Chu Xining to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Seeing Chu Xining flying out, Xiaoya roared and rushed towards Chu Xining quickly, wanting to catch her. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Li's eyes. It seemed that this boy did not discipline his beastmaster well. Didn't he know that the most important thing a beastmaster should pay attention to is the safety of his master? The beastmaster himself had no means of defense, and Anlin did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations on his body. For an ordinary person like this, she only needed a flick of her finger to smash the head. After all, he was a kid with no combat experience, just like the formation master he met before, not even half the strength of a mercenary of the same level. Once this beastmaster is killed, the 6th level pale wolf beast will be attacked back, and she will be able to kill it without suffering any injuries. D. The dagger slashed forward with force. With just a slight touch, the throat of the little ghost in front of him would be torn open, and bright blood would burst out. In her eyes, Anlin was just standing there stupidly, and he must have been scared out of his wits. And the wolf beast didn't even have the slightest thought of turning back to offer support. What she didn't know was that the moment she turned her head, Seya suddenly turned around, with the breeze blowing under his feet, and rushed back towards her quickly. Clang! The dagger scraped sparks on the sword. Lu Li's pupils shrank, and a huge force came, blowing Lu Li's arm away. Although she was shocked by this sudden change, she was someone who often walked on the edge of a knife, so she reacted quickly. She quickly pulled out another dagger from her waist with her other hand and blocked Anlin's sword. With a slight twist of her right leg, Lu Li unloaded the force with her hands, and with the help of Anlin's strength, she turned over. Suddenly, a sharp spike emitting a black luster emerged from the back of her shoe and stabbed towards Anlin's forehead. At this moment, Anlin's body began to fluctuate with spiritual power, and his speed suddenly increased. Lu Li only felt a sharp pain in her back and was kicked away by Anlin. Physical cultivation and Qi cultivation? Lu Li's heart sank. She did not feel any fluctuations in Anlin's spiritual power. Excluding the possibility that Anlin's realm was far beyond hers, he must have a secret treasure on him. Thinking of this, Lu Li became even more panicked. If an ordinary person possessed such a secret treasure, she would definitely be ecstatic. However, the young man in front of her not only possessed a secret treasure, but also practiced the three major professions at the same time. To be able to achieve such strength at such an age is not something that ordinary people can do. He must have a huge family behind him. They have countless life-saving magic weapons on them. Unbeatable. This thought flashed through Lu Li's mind, but the next moment, a breeze came from behind her, bringing a little coolness. Without thinking, Lu Li turned around and stabbed behind her, but as soon as she made this move, the joints of her arms were covered by ice, making her unable to move for a moment. It's that wolf beast. The sharp claws sank into her throat, and Lu Li lost consciousness instantly. Kill the mortal level 7 Lu Li and gain 8,000 blood energy points. Hearing the system prompt, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting against a physical cultivator who was 2 realms higher than him was still very stressful. Fortunately, this guy was tricked by me and mistakenly thought that he was a beastmaster with no real strength. Anlin smiled as he gently stroked the breath-hardening ring with his fingers. The identity of a beastmaster was good, as it could also be used to ambush people. If not for this, the battle would not have ended so quickly. At least with this woman fighting to the death, no matter how experienced he was in combat, he could not avoid the possibility of injury. Fortunately, I mastered the acceleration of wind spiritual power this time. Otherwise, I might have been poked by the sharp spikes on the heel of this guy's feet. Looking at Seya, whose claws were stained with blood, Anlin showed a relieved smile. Seya would not abandon him to save others first. This was just a trick Lu Li. Brother Chu Xining was protected by Seya's ice wall. She was shocked when she saw Anlin knock Lu Li away. Lu Li is a mortal level 7 physical cultivator. What on earth happened to Brother Qi in these short 10 days that his strength increased so quickly? After being rescued by Anlin, Chu Xining's tense heart finally settled down. For a moment, all kinds of emotions, including grievance, fear, joy, and relief, surged into her heart, making her burst into tears. Hey! Anlin walked up and gently touched her head. I will avenge Wang Chong. Anlin raised his head and looked in the direction of Yanjuantan, where the ant soldiers were already bloodthirsty. After getting the news, they no longer held back. After hearing the news of Wang Chong's death, Anlin felt that he still had to change his view of this world. This is a world of cultivation and also a world of cannibalism. In the peaceful world, there's so many dirty things happening, let alone here. If you want to get the treasure, no matter what the reason is, you have to accept the possibility of death. On the ground, the monks who discovered that the ant soldiers would not harvest their lives did not run away. Instead, they rolled their eyes, walked back again, lay on the ground, and waited for the Tianfeng lotus to mature. Suddenly, the ant soldiers rushed back again and tore their throats apart. These monks who wanted to reap the benefits had no ability to resist and turned into corpses one after another. Chapter 44. 250,000 blood energy. Kill the mortal level 8 Zhang Feng and gain 16,000 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 7th stage, Yi Ming, and gain 9,000 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 6 Wang Yang, and gain 3,500 blood energy points. Messages came one after another, and those human monks who had lost their combat effectiveness but did not flee received lunchboxes, which immediately provided Qi Anlin with 120,000 blood energy. Let Seya take Chu Xining back to the cave, and Qi Anlin walked towards Yanjiwan. Of course, the queen ant in the cave received the order and went to other places, so she would not be discovered by Chu Xining. At this time, Yanji wanted, "What's going on with these ants?" the monkey said in horror. He was relieved when he saw that these ant soldiers only killed monsters and not humans. He gave up fighting with the ant soldiers and wanted this group of strange ants to clean up the battlefield. As a result, these ants suddenly started to kill ruthlessly. Even their injured companions were not spared. Under the siege of several ants, even with his 8th level mortal cultivation, he was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Li Qing smashed the shells of several ant soldiers and roared, "Hold on a little longer. The Sky Wind Lotus will soon mature." Damn it, what on earth is Lu Li doing? There were more and more ant soldiers around him. Although he had killed a dozen of them, this group of ant soldiers seemed not to be afraid and kept rushing towards him. TSK, TSK. With his thigh hugged by an ant soldier, Li Qing split its head in half with an axe. At this moment, he felt a burst of heat behind him, and the surrounding ant soldiers began to attack with venom. Fortunately, there are only more than 30 of these ordinary level 5 ant soldiers left. Although the few people on the battlefield are at the end of their strength, they can still manage to clear out the ant soldiers. By that time, no one will pose a threat to him, but he still has a trump card. In this chaotic situation, and because there are very few doctors in the mercenary group, it is difficult for them to recover from their injuries. After swallowing a healing pill, Li Qing ignored his injuries and used his martial arts again to attack the ant soldiers. 10 minutes later, at the cost of more than 10 lives, the high-level ant soldiers were finally wiped out. On the other side of the tree, Qi Anlin looked at the results of the battle and sighed. Although he had a lot of ant soldiers, most of them were middle-level mortals. The cultivators and monsters here were consuming each other, so it was good enough to achieve this step. But 150 ordinary level 5th stage ant soldiers are on their way. These people must have no ability to resist anymore. Qi Anlin no longer arranged the other low-level ant soldiers to go and die, as these ant soldiers still had to carry corpses and snatch lotus seeds. On the battlefield, a golden hamster was running around in confusion. "Oh, rat, I'm scared to death." When it found those crystal cores and was about to go back to be praised, it discovered that Qi Anlin had already disappeared from his original location and did not care about its safety at all. "If my master behaves like this, I, the rat, will be disloyal." Of course, this is just a thought. Xiao Xing tremblingly put the crystal core he had obtained into the space ring prepared for it by Qi Anlin and looked at the Tian Fenglian in the distance. This thing seemed to be about to explode. The master came to this place and ordered these tool ants to die, just for this thing. If it explodes later, should it grab it? After thinking for a while, the treasure-hunting rat suddenly straightened its back. With its lucky attribute, it would definitely get 2 lotus seeds later. When the time comes, I must let this vicious master reward me well, preferably by helping it catch a flight attendant. The next second, the lotus suddenly exploded. Xiao Xing looked over excitedly, and her face changed drastically in an instant. The base of this lotus exploded, but the lotus itself remained intact, resulting in the lotus seeds not popping out. The entire lotus flew towards Xiaoxing herself, and those ugly-looking mercenaries were all rushing towards this direction. Xiaoxing, looking at the direction where the lotus seeds flew, Qi Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. He accidentally forgot about this guy. Although the treasure-hunting rat has the skill to reduce its presence, in the current situation, everyone's attention is on it, and it cannot reduce its presence at all. Hiss! The treasure-hunting mouse is also a person who values money over life. Although he is scared to death, he still can't help but take the treasure away after seeing it. The lotus suddenly disappeared, and the treasure-hunting rat started to flee frantically, holding the space ring. Stop! How brave! Seeing the pursuers behind him, the treasure-hunting rat ran as fast as he could, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The human monk, who was seriously injured, was unable to catch up with the treasure-hunting rat for a while. Xiao Xing, turn right. The ant soldiers will be here soon. Anlin said in the sea of consciousness with a headache. Xiao Xing was running while calling and screaming crazily in the sea of consciousness, making the queen and a little irritable. After hearing what Anlin said, the treasure-hunting rat immediately gained confidence and asked those cannon fodders to help block it. A bunch of ant soldiers at about level 3 appeared and began to resist these people, and soon, the treasure-hunting rat saw more than 150 ant soldiers at level 5. A gleam of joy flashed in the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes. I once took all the lotus seeds of the heavenly wind lotus amidst thousands of troops. Damn it, Li Qing, who was escaping, roared. He gave everything, but ended up being so unlucky. Not only did Lu Li's support fail to arrive, but even the lotus that was caused by the explosion was taken away. He gambled everything, but got nothing in return. No, I can't die here. As long as I'm still alive, I'll be able to make a comeback sooner or later. He glanced at the monkey that escaped with him. After this battle, the Canlong squad was almost wiped out, with only the two of them left. With a ruthless heart, Li Qing suddenly kicked the monkey towards the ant soldiers behind him. No, the monkey was furious. He had never expected that Li Qing would actually attack him. In terms of relationship, Li Qing is still his cousin. Li Qing has always taken good care of him and would even give him the women he is tired of playing with. Unexpectedly, when both of them had the opportunity to escape, Li Qing still attacked him just to be on the safe side. Li Qing, you will not die well. The monkey's heart-wrenching voice rang out and soon turned into a wailing sound. The ant soldiers were also pulled back a distance. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, without any guilt in his heart. When he returned, he would tell the military about the situation here and let the military wipe out the insect queens here. You know, the worm queen is at the red danger level, just one level lower than the world lord. The ant soldiers behind him were getting farther and farther away. Li Qing was delighted and was preparing to escape from this restricted area. At this moment, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his head and lost consciousness briefly. A divine refiner at the pinnacle of the mortal level. The next moment, hundreds of ant soldiers swarmed out and engulfed it. Kill the mortal level, 9th stage Li Qing, and gain 60,000 blood energy points. Not far away, Anlin smiled. His blood energy had reached 250,000. Chapter 45, Victory, Blood Wind Lotus. After picking up the treasure-hunting rat, Anlin took back the space ring. This little fellow's luck was strangely good. Originally, as an ant colony, it might not be able to intercept all the lotus seeds, and some of them might be taken away by those monks. The treasure-hunting rat's actions also attracted the monks and monsters who were still hiding, allowing Anlin to wipe them out in one fell swoop. If the news about the queen ant were to be passed on, there might be some trouble, but there is no need to worry about it now, as all the people who knew about her are dead. After taking out the Tianfeng lotus, Anlin raised his eyebrows. Why is this thing blood red? Name blood wind lotus seed. Quality, yellow grade. Introduction. A mutant of the Tianfeng lotus formed after absorbing a large amount of blood. It has the effects of cleansing the marrow and nourishing the body, and can widen the meridians to a certain extent. Mutated? Anlin's eyes flashed with joy. The heavenly wind lotus was already precious enough, not to mention this mutant. Looking at the blood-red lotus, Anlin thought for a moment and used the identification method again. Name blood wind lotus. Quality, yellow grade. Introduction. A variant of Tianfeng lotus that can absorb blood to nurture lotus seeds. Absorbing blood to nourish lotus seeds? Anlin opened his eyes wide. If it was the sky wind lotus, the lotus seeds would probably be useless after being blown away, but this blood-wind lotus could continue to produce lotus seeds as long as there was enough blood. It just so happened that he had an ant colony with a strong harvesting ability. They would devour a lot of monsters a day and gather the blood of these monsters in a pool for the lotus to absorb. Satisfied with putting the blood-wind lotus back into the space ring, Anlin picked up the sulking treasure-hunting rat and walked towards the cave. In this battle, not only did he harvest a precious blood-wind lotus, but he also gained a large amount of blood energy. Adding all the energy together, the accumulated blood energy finally reached 500,000, which is one step closer to 1 million. It would be better to give this blood energy to the queen ant to improve her reproductive skills or fuse her genes. In the cave, Xining's eyes were red, and it looked like she had just cried. Brother Xining's voice trembled, causing Anlin to sigh. I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier. At Anlin's reminder, Several people quickly opened the amulet that day, but faced with the catastrophe of the fusion of the insect world and the small beast world, they eventually fainted. When Chu Xining woke up, only Wang Chong was by her side. Both of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, Chu Xining was a doctor. After 2 days, both of them finally recovered. The whereabouts of Xia Yin and others are unknown. Fortunately, with the existence of Wang Chong, Chu Xining will not starve to death in this world or be hunted by monsters. A helpless doctor has no guarantee of survival in the other world, and they have basically no combat power. The nightmare of the two people happened after they met the Songlong squad. Chu Xining was originally very happy after seeing the Songlong squad, as it meant that they had the possibility of returning and would be safer. But what she didn't expect was that when this group of people saw her, they revealed their true nature like wolves tearing off sheep's clothing, and Wang Chong was beheaded by the enemy when he was helping her escape. Afterwards, when her clothes were torn and she was about to be violated, the captain of the Songlong squad suddenly seemed to have received some news and left directly, allowing her to escape temporarily. Looking at the girl with moisture in her eyes, Anlin sighed again. Although the ant colony had expanded to a large area, there were only 2 ant soldiers who left the forest in search of a way to leave the other world. Therefore, there was no way for them to encounter the Songlong squad, nor could they find Xia Yin and the others. After something like this happened, even if revenge was taken, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and Wang Chong left forever. Chu Xining seemed to be tired of crying, and curled up in the corner and fell asleep. What happened in the past few days made her nervous, and she hadn't had a good rest for a long time. After Chu Xining fell asleep, Anlin started a fire in front of her to prevent her from catching a cold, and then put his clothes on Chu Xining. The girl's clothes were covered with blood and had many holes, revealing her snow-white skin. Anlin didn't even think about changing her clothes. This kind of thing was too ambiguous, and it also felt like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. It would be better to wait for her to wake up and change her clothes. After leaving the cave, Anlin found the queen ant. In such a short period of time, the ant soldiers surrounded and killed several high-level monsters again, allowing Anlin to gain more than 30,000 blood energy again. Although this battle yielded fruitful results, it also resulted in heavy losses. Of the thousands of ant soldiers originally, only the group of ordinary 5th-level ant soldiers that had just survived were left. What the queen ant needs to do now is to accumulate military strength again and expand her territory. With the current strength of the ant soldiers, they will not be able to stop another 9th-level mortal monster. The energy used by the queen ant to produce ant soldiers today is all that has been accumulated in recent days. Otherwise, she would not have been able to produce so fast. If the queen ant really had to devour flesh and blood to produce ant soldiers, she might only be able to produce 20 ant soldiers in an hour. After all, chewing food takes time. Therefore, Anlin plans to create another ant soldier that can help convert nutrients, so that it will not be so troublesome for the queen ant to replenish energy, and it can also speed up the production of ant soldiers. When it comes to converting and storing nutrients, Anlin thought of honey ants. Ordinary ants cannot expand at will because their digestive organs are covered with a layer of exoskeleton, but the stomach of honey ants can expand to the size of a grape. So what Anlin needs to do is to remove the exoskeleton of the new soldiers and simulate the structure of the honey ants. Then what remains are the genes that convert energy. Anlin was selecting from a gene bank. Fortunately, the queen ant ate a lot of monsters, so Anlin quickly found similar genes. Heavy silkworm gene. It can convert food into nutrient solution with higher energy content and store it in the body with extremely high conversion efficiency. The blood energy required for this gene fusion is as much as 100,000 points. Fortunately, Anlin is now a nouveau riche, and he decisively merged it into the queen ant's body. Next, Anlin found the genes of the ant lion and spent 10,000 blood energy to integrate them into the body of the queen ant. When hunting, ant lions inject digestive enzymes containing certain toxins into the prey's body through their mouth parts, dissolving the substances in the prey's body and then sucking them up. The new type of soldiers does not need to have very strong combat capabilities, so the remaining genes can be discarded. Chapter 46 Puppies Never Lie. After an hour, the queen ant's fusion was completed. Anlin opened the gene panel again and integrated the 2 genes into the body of the new ant soldier. The ant soldier's body needs to store enough nutrient solution, so he can give up defense and mobility to expand his own size. Anlin molded the new ant soldier into a caterpillar-like shape and asked the queen ant to produce a new ant soldier without a level. As soon as the ant soldiers appeared, they collapsed into meat paste. Anlin raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he still had to give up something. The excessive pursuit of size has resulted in the new ant soldiers' bodies being extremely fragile and unable to bear their own weight. Afterwards, Anlin made many attempts and finally succeeded in creating a new ant soldier after the 10th failure. Let's call you Transport Ant Soldiers. Anlin looked at his masterpiece. The full name of the Transport Ant Soldiers is Nutrition Transport Ant Soldiers. Even if this thing has no levels, its length is as long as Anlin's forearm. If it is a 5th level ordinary ant soldier, its size will be as big as a buffalo. This type of ant soldier has no fighting ability or walking ability and can only rely on other soldiers to deliver food to it. However, these ant soldiers do not need to move to devour flesh and blood. They only need to inject digestive enzymes into the body of the monster, and then they can directly suck the liquid in the monster's body. The production volume of transport ant soldiers is 3 times that of ordinary ant soldiers. If ordinary level 5 transport ant soldiers are produced, 600 ant soldiers can be produced in a day. However, Anlin felt that at the current stage, only 50 ordinary level 5-stage transport ant soldiers would be enough. A transport ant soldier can store a maximum amount of nutrient solution within 1 day, which is enough to produce 10 tiger ant soldiers of the same stage. However, the production of these ant soldiers can only start tomorrow. At night, Anlin returned to the cave. On the way, he ate a 4th-stage ordinary rock pig. The meat of this thing was very delicious, and Xining must have been hungry for a long time. Xining, who was originally very lively and cheerful, became a little taciturn. Anlin didn't say much. After leaving here tomorrow, Xining should be much better. I've stayed in this strange world for long enough. If I don't get out, my family will be worried sick. After eating the barbecue, Anlin did not enter the blood energy space. There had been too many battles recently, and he was a little tired and needed a good rest. Xining hugged her knees and squatted beside Seya, wondering what she was thinking. Hey, maybe Xia Yin and the others are already waiting for us outside. Wang Chang definitely doesn't want to see you like this. After thinking about it, Anlin took the initiative to comfort Xining. When we get home, we'll reunite with our family. The Canlong squad has been wiped out, and Wang Chang's revenge has been avenged. As soon as she finished saying this, Xining's eyes turned red again, leaving Anlin at a loss. Sure enough, whether in his previous life or this life, he didn't know how to make girls happy. Xining curled up into a ball like a wounded little animal. I have no family. Brother Wang, Brother Xia, and everyone in the team are my family. Xining said in a crying voice. My mother died during childbirth, and my father went to another world when I was 7 years old and also lost his life. I only have Xiaobai left. Xining raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. She said sadly, after my father passed away, Xiaobai stayed at his grave for 6 days and nights without eating or drinking. On the 7th day, Dad picked up Xiaobai and must have criticized him severely. Dad said he would stay with me forever, and Brother Wang Chang also said he would never leave me. Xining's voice became increasingly hoarse, and her face turned terribly pale. The man and the dog looked at Xining somewhat at a loss, and she could no longer hold back. Her eyes filled with tears, and her crying became louder and louder. They always say that puppies lie, but puppies never lie. My father left me, Xiaobai left me, and even Brother Wang Chang left me. I can neither keep nor let go. Anlin looked at Xining, who was crying in silence, not knowing what to say. Maybe he should comfort this girl now, but he has no experience in this area. Fate, a thing without shape and life, always tortures proud human beings with unspeakable pain. With a flick of his hand, Anlin took out a jar of monkey wine and handed it to Xining. He didn't know how to comfort Xining, but a long time ago, when he wanted to forget something, he would choose to drink. Beside his legs, the treasure-hunting rat kicked a stone nearby in frustration. Then, a painful wail was heard. Xining fell into a deep sleep again. Anlin sighed softly and decided to just wait until they left the alien world. After all, as teammates, he would send her to Xia Yin and the others first. I hope that the next time you cry, it will be because of happiness. After saying this in a low voice, Anlin walked to a corner and sat down, then entered the blood energy space. This time of turmoil made him realize that his time travel was not just a game, but could really result in death. If he had not activated the talisman, or had Seya's protection, he would have been dead when the turmoil occurred. Nothing is more important than strength. In one night, he spent 30,000 blood energy. The next day, Anlin opened his bloodshot eyes, picked up Xiao Xing, and put Chu Xining on Xiaoya's back. Today is the day I leave this other world. The blood lotus was planted in the queen ant's new base. Underground, a huge pool was dug by the ant soldiers to store blood. There are hundreds of tiger-armored ant soldiers around the queen ant, which ensures her safety for the time being. After telling the queen ant to be safe and develop freely, Anlin rode Seya away from here and followed the route given by the ant soldiers to go home. After leaving the other world, he will go to the Chamber of Commerce hundreds of kilometers away from Zhao County to buy some rare treasures for Seya's synthesis. Seya's strength will also make a qualitative leap. The queen ant's strength increases relatively slowly, but as an independent individual, Seya can quickly break through the mortal level and enter the first realm as long as he is willing to spend money and blood energy. Soon, a steel fortress appeared, and Anlin breathed a sigh of relief, finally leaving here. Suddenly, he saw the corpse of a spider that exuded a terrifying aura, and he was stunned. Under the spider's corpse, a familiar figure froze, then burst out with terrifying speed and rushed towards him. Chapter 47's sister arrives. Before he could react, Anlin felt his head being clamped, and a familiar fragrance hit him in the face. Good boy, do you know how worried I have been these days? You still have time to fool around with girls. Seya strangled Anlin's head with her hands and squeezed out every word from between her teeth. This guy even brought a drunk girl with him, and the turbulent appearance of her breasts made her gasp in amazement. At this time, Seya suddenly realized something was wrong and said in disbelief, "What's wrong with you? How come you're already at the 5th level of the ordinary level?" If her perception was correct, this guy was not only a beastmaster, his physique had also reached the 5th level of the mortal level, and there was spiritual energy flowing in his body, and he also seemed to be at the 5th level of the mortal level. All-round development? Fuck, Anlin exclaimed. Seya could actually see his own realm. He had a breath-concealing ring on him. So how did Seya know his true level of cultivation? His head was fixed, and he couldn't move. He gave up struggling and used identification. Identification failed. The truth is revealed. Seya must be a cultivator above the 3rd realm. I'm only 2 years older than him, so why is the gap so big? Anlin was a little confused. Could it be that this guy also had a system? Sister Seya, please let go first. My head is going to explode. Hearing this, Seya finally let go of her hand and then hugged Anlin tightly. I'm glad you're okay. A lot of people died this time, and I was scared to death. Fortunately, you're okay. Anlin felt a warm feeling in his heart and was about to express his emotion when he suddenly felt a huge force coming, and he appeared in the air the next moment. There was confusion in his eyes, and on Seya's back, Seya clapped her hands. Not bad. You are more resilient now. Now that it is confirmed to be safe, I will inform Dad and rush back to school. Taking this opportunity, she finally dealt with the world ruler who bullied her 2 years ago. It must be said that the world ruler is very strong. If she had not reached the peak of the 3rd realm, she might not be able to kill him. In some special worlds, high-level cultivators will have their cultivation suppressed when they enter, and the insect world is just one of those worlds. If she hadn't merged with the beast world this time, she might not have been able to deal with the green, poisonous blood spider queen. The strength of the world ruler is not as simple as being at the same level. His combat power is extremely strong. With the level of insect queen and world domination, Seya narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking that she could get a lot of money now. The resources to break through the 4 realms are also available. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Anlin climbed up and patted himself. If you have strong strength, go and pick up manure. After complaining in his heart, Anlin smiled. Sister Seya is really a genius. She has reached such a level at the age of 20. Huh? Are you saying I'm old? Seya looked at Anlin with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Doesn't this guy know that age and weight are women's biggest secrets? Which eye of yours saw me calling you old? Anlin took a deep breath and continued. Sister Seya is too modest. You are as young as a placenta. The next second, he flew out again, his eyes full of confusion. People passing by lowered their heads, fearing that they would be implicated. In the car, Seya sat carelessly in the back seat, with Chu Xining, who was still sleeping next to her. Chu Xining's emotions were out of control last night. and she might have drunk a little too much. Anlin didn't expect that this guy had such a poor alcohol tolerance, but he still poured wine into his mouth after getting drunk. Little Anzi has grown up now and has learned to take cabbages from other people's homes. After carefully looking at Chu Xining's pink and white face, Qi Shuiyue squinted her eyes with satisfaction. This girl is so pretty and worthy of our Qi family. He gently touched Chu Xining's face, and at this time, Qi Anlin said, "Don't get me wrong, we are just ordinary teammates." Hearing this, Qi Shuiyue almost bit her teeth to pieces, but then she thought of Qi Anlin's worrying emotional intelligence and finally sighed. Never mind, just let it be. Oh, what a pity this guy has good looks, height, and emotional intelligence. Looking at Qi Shuiyue, whose face was uncertain, Qi Anlin did not say anything and shut his mouth tactfully. When he was young, he had rebelled and quarreled with Qi Shuiyue. But that time, they had a fight while being tied to a telephone pole. After scolding Qi Anlin for a long time, Qi Shuiyue finally said that she was tired and closed her eyes to rest. She had been looking for Qi Anlin's whereabouts these days and had not slept well. I belittle myself in the most extreme way every day. You don't really think that those few insulting words you said to me can really affect me, do you? At this time, Qi Anlin felt that he should also properly maintain his dignity. Bang! Feeling pain in his head, Qi Anlin closed his mouth. Fortunately, I put the treasure-hunting rat into the beast bag in advance. Otherwise, I would have been laughed to death by this guy. Soon, Qi Anlin returned home. His parents were still looking for him in the other world. They must have just received the news and were on their way back. After Qi Shuiyue arranged Chu Xining to rest in her room, she grabbed Qi Anlin and walked into the backyard. I gained a lot from this trip to the other world. You have officially entered the world of cultivation, so it's time to prepare some resources for you. Qi Shuiyue waved her hand, and a pile of rare treasures fell to the ground. Here are some resources I collected from the small beast realm, as well as some treasures I got from raiding houses. You can keep them for honing your realm. The rest are resources I no longer need, so they're perfect for you. Now I just want you to get good grades in the college entrance examination. Although I don't know what kind of adventure you have, you don't need to hide your other professions in the next test. With me here, no one will care about your special features. These can all be added points. Once you go to college, you will have to obtain resources on your own. I won't help you anymore. Looking at these exquisite treasures, Qi Anlin nodded quickly and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Most of the treasures here are yellow-level treasures, and there are also a few medicinal herbs that cannot be identified. There were even quite a few martial arts techniques that Qi Anlin lacked, and the one that attracted Qi Anlin the most was a high-quality yellow-level bodybuilding technique. I have also become a relative, Qi Anlin thought with some pride. Okay, take these things away. You also have a space ring. Don't tell others that you found this space ring in another world. Just tell others that I gave it to you. It can also intimidate some villains. Qi Shuiyue's mouth curled up slightly and continued. Remember, I gave you a space ring. Remember to return it to me when you go to college. And these resources, return it to me double in the future. Qi Anlin, who was immersed in joy just now, suddenly froze at the corners of his mouth and looked at Qi Shuiyue in disbelief. This woman is being so attentive for no reason. It turns out she has ulterior motives. Chapter 48, Yellow Level Body Refining Method. After accepting the training resources given by Qi Shuiyue, Qi Anlin sighed and felt that he was on a pirate ship. Tell me, what did you do in the other world? Qi Shuiyue asked curiously after giving the cultivation resources to Qi Anlin. I saved a life, and I'm proud of myself. Qi Anlin said seriously. Qi Shuiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, can you tell me more about it? I was just wondering whether I should beat you to death, but I finally held back. Bang! Qi Anlin flew out again. A minute later, Qi Anlin came back trembling, holding his chest. This guy is serious. Looking at his sister, Qi Anlin sighed. This female devil has always had a bad temper and caused a lot of trouble during her school days. In comparison, Chu Xining was too well-behaved. Not only was her voice soft, but she also gave off a feeling that made people want to protect her. Perhaps this is the reason why poverty leads to evil and extreme happiness leads to cups. Leaving aside the existence of the queen ant, Qi Anlin recounted his experiences in the other world in detail. In the yard, Qi Shuiyue became quiet. It turned out that she had always felt that Qi Anlin's character was very lonely and weak. In addition, because he had no talent, he would never be able to come into contact with these things in his life. So, you learned a common martial art to the level of mastery in one day? Chishu said doubtfully. Come on, try to attack me with this martial art now. Don't think you have mastered it right after just getting started. Learning martial arts is not that easy, especially since Anlin's cultivation is not very high. It would take her a month or so to master martial art. Of course, if she were to learn the Tiger Edge Fist now, she could learn it within a day. After all, after becoming stronger, she has also learned a lot of martial arts, and she can master these relatively simple martial arts with ease. Isn't this bad? As soon as Anlin spoke, he suddenly attacked Shuyue. Snap bang! Shuyue blocked Anlin's attacks several times with a speechless look on her face, and then kicked him away. He wanted to sneak attack her without even considering his own strength. However, this guy's martial arts skills have really reached the mastery level. What Shuyue was sure of was that Anlin had never learned any other martial arts, and there was no one in the other world who could teach him. So how could he have reached the level of proficiency so quickly? Could it be that he lied about military intelligence? If not, it means that Anlin's talent in this area is terrifying. Shuyue's eyes lit up. She must talk to her tutor when she gets back and try to get some benefits. Well done. It took me half a day to master a martial art. With your talent, even if you enter the military academy, you will be fought over by all the instructors. Hearing Shuyue's words, Anlin raised his eyebrows. He had been in the blood energy space for a long time and had undergone high-intensity training to learn this martial art. How could this guy be even more outrageous than him? But what made him feel at ease was that according to Shuyue, he was still quite a genius. Okay, I won't waste any more time talking to you. I have to pack up and go back to school. It's not vacation time now, and I still have a lot of work to do. Spend more time with girls. Xiao Chu is really pitiful, as she doesn't have a girlfriend at such an age. Take more care of her in the future. Shuyue said with a sigh. The old Qi family is still waiting for Anlin to carry on the family line. As for the Bloodwind Lotus that Anlin mentioned, it had no effect on her, so she did not mention it further. You yourself have nothing either. Just as he was about to retort, seeing Shuyue's unhappy expression, Anlin held back the next words. After seeing Shuyue off, Anlin began to check his spoils. In the space, he obtained 20 crystal cores of the 7th stage of the ordinary level, and 5 crystal cores of the 8th stage of the ordinary level, but no crystal cores of the 9th stage of the ordinary level. Those human monks he killed were all poor guys. All the elixirs on their bodies had been eaten up. Only some weapons and magic weapons were left, all of which were collected by Anlin in his space ring. And the resources obtained in the other world, plus the resources given to him by Shuyue, are more than enough to cultivate to the 1st level. This is the joy of having a background. The resources that you have worked so hard to obtain are not even 1/3 of what Shuyue has prepared. These resources include not only elixirs that can assist in cultivation, but also medicinal materials that can temper the body. The most important thing is that the book on bodybuilding exercises is exactly what he needs. I don't know if this kind of skill can be learned in the blood energy space. Anlin thought about it and realized that the time flow rate in the blood energy space was 10-1. If possible, he would definitely be able to double his strength again in the shortest time. He checked the information about the college entrance examination on his computer, and during this time, he was also searching for the surviving students in the little insect world. This time, the disaster affected not only the students, but also the people who were already in the small beast world. The casualties have exceeded 10,000. Military training areas throughout the country have been attacked by cults, but none as serious as the little bug world. Therefore, the military training results were also invalidated, leading to the reform of the college entrance examination this year. Many senior executives were dismissed for improper management, and for a time, a wave of cracking down on cults swept across the country. The cult here refers to the lackeys of the other world. Anlin sighed. This was truly an unexpected disaster that just happened to happen to him. I don't have the contact information of Xia Yin and others, so I'd better wait until my father comes back to ask. Fortunately for Anlin, Gigi was still alive and was recuperating in the hospital. After seeing the news about Anlin, he kept clamoring to come and see him. After tidying up, Anlin entered the blood energy space. He estimated that it would not take long for the school to return to normal, and the new college entrance examination policy would definitely be implemented. There is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. If you want to be admitted to the military university, you must work hard. When Shuyue was in military training, she had already reached the 9th level of the ordinary level, surpassing her classmates. You have to work hard too. After entering the blood energy space, Anlin started learning martial arts and was delighted to find that all the skills he had obtained could be learned. Thinking of this, Anlin decisively chose the Xianjun body refining method. The Xianjun body refining method has a total of 9 levels, and each level requires a large amount of body-tempering medicinal materials to promote it. Among the options given by the system, there was one that shocked Anlin. First level learning, 10,000 blood energy, consume medicinal materials, flower Hugo, high-grade ordinary level, blood flame root, top-grade ordinary level. 50,000 blood energy can be used instead of medicinal materials. Second level learning, 30,000 health energy, medicinal materials consumed, Tinctulin, low-grade yellow, Baidulian, low-grade yellow. 200,000 blood energy can be used instead of medicinal materials. Chapter 49, Level 1 Body Refining. The consumable medicinal materials here are just the best options given by the system. Of course, other medicinal materials can also be used for accumulation and cultivation. However, Anlin had not expected that blood energy could be used instead of medicinal materials. There are more places where blood energy needs to be used, and Anlin has a headache. After thinking about it, Anlin directly learned the first level. He had quite a few spiritual medicines. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Anlin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. In front of him was a blue space. In the center of the space stood a large cauldron with fiery red liquid bubbling inside. Please throw in the medicinal materials. There was a progress bar next to the cauldron. Anlin walked closer and took a closer look. It seemed that a medicinal bath was about to be conducted. This is the kind of thing that is created on the first level. Will the body refining in the future have to simulate magma? Without thinking too much, Anlin directly took out a bunch of ordinary grade medicinal herbs. And at this time, he found that there were numbers written on these medicinal herbs. For example, the high-quality ordinary wind leaf grass actually has -10 written on it. Not all medicinal herbs are suitable for body tempering. Anlin did not expect the system to be so considerate. It saved him a lot of trouble. Flame orchid grass, fire Buddha fruit, red blood fruit. Throwing herbs into the cauldron one by one, Anlin quickly filled up the progress bar and then directly flipped in. As soon as he entered the cauldron, a burning sensation went along his skin into his internal organs. Anlin's eyes suddenly widened, his teeth clenched, and he almost cried out in pain. The skin was torn and blood gushed out. At this moment, a blue light flashed into space, followed by bursts of coolness. The injuries on his body slowly recovered, but were torn apart again in the blink of an eye. Caught between these two extremes, Anlin was like a blade of grass that could be broken at any time, feeling extremely anxious and desperate. Anlin's blood began to burn like some kind of medium, and the flames that burned through the blood were once again absorbed by Anlin's body, burning the meridians and entering Anlin's dantian. The icy spiritual power in the dantian seemed to have encountered a powerful enemy. It kept fleeing to the surroundings and was absorbed by the walls of the dantian, causing a hint of blue to appear above Anlin's dantian. At this moment, outside the blood energy space, Seya seemed to feel something. His body twitched, and he quickly curled up into a ball, constantly making low wailing sounds. A colorless fire inexplicably rose above its white hair, but did not burn the surrounding furniture, as if it only existed on its body. Anlin didn't know about Seya's changes, otherwise he would definitely feel happy. We share the hardship. I don't know how long it took, but Anlin woke up drowsily. The painful torture had long ended, and he was directly kicked out of the blood energy space. Although the blood energy space was not entered by the physical body, everything that happened inside would be directly fed back to Anlin's physical body, making him feel incredible. After struggling to get up, Anlin looked at his arms. His arms, which had been tanned by the sun, now looked like they were reborn. Anlin quickly stood up and walked towards the mirror. No! Anlin let out a wailing sound. After the body refining was completed, his body turned several shades whiter, making him look quite delicate. This is because during his first body refining, his skin was constantly torn and regenerated, so to some extent his skin now is all new. He had thought that after training his body, he might become like those muscular monsters, but he never expected it to turn out like this. After being stunned for 5 minutes, Anlin finally accepted this setting, sighed, and hoped that he would not be like this again next time he practiced body. After feeling it carefully, Anlin felt that not only his defense had become stronger, but his strength had also doubled. His strength increased a lot again, and Anlin even felt that he could fight against a 7th level ordinary physical cultivator alone. Anlin had fought a lot of battles in the blood energy space before, and he had defeated many 6th level ordinary players, but those were just ordinary people, not geniuses who could fight across levels. Unfortunately, I need to digest the excess energy now and cannot proceed to the 2nd level of learning immediately. If Shuyue knew that Anlin actually wanted to learn the 2nd level, she would definitely want to send him for research. You know, Xianjun body refining method is a high-grade, yellow-level technique. Anlin was able to enter the 1st level when he was at the 9th level of the mortal level, which made him a genius among geniuses. In fact, if it weren't for the special nature of the blood energy space and Anlin's maximum pain tolerance, he would have exploded and died during the body training. Therefore, Anlin's combat power has more than doubled. You know, many cultivators at the 1st level have only entered the 1st level. The Xianjun body refining method becomes more and more difficult as you progress, and its power is even greater than that of the spiritual level techniques. This is also Shuyue's collection. After the activities, Anlin looked at Seya standing aside. The house was messed up by this guy. It seems that Seya himself has the blood of a husky. When he is not paying attention, he can't help but destroy the house. It's totally inconsistent with my usual personality. Now that we're back in the normal world, I have to improve your strength. Anlin thought for a moment and said to Seya. In the other world, he mainly relies on the queen ant. Although Seya is also very powerful, the maximum blood energy he can get every day is only 10,000 points, and he mostly serves as a mount by his side. As the queen ant's soldiers develop, if they are lucky, they can gain 100,000 blood energy a day, so it is natural for him to take care of the queen ant's strength first. After looking at Seya's attributes, Anlin touched his chin. It still lacks some offensive skills for combat. It just so happens that among the martial arts given by Sister Shuyue, there's a book on ice-related martial arts, so why not give it to Seya to try? Anlin did as he said. He took out this martial arts book, aimed it at Seya, and used Synthesis. Ding, do you want to fuse Snow Wind Wolf and Ice Palm? Required health, 30,000. Fusion success rate, 85%. The success rate is quite high. Anlin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and decisively chose to confirm. Yes. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 1 hour. The blood energy enveloped Seya again. During this time, Anlin continued to think about how to improve Seya's combat ability. There was still a lot of blood energy left. In the morning, the queen ant attacked some monster's nest again and killed an 8th level ordinary monster and more than 10 6th level ordinary monsters. Enough for myself to splurge. Anlin's eyes lit up when he caught a glimpse of his bookshelf. Seya's fighting ability is so strong. Why not learn some martial arts that I have collected before? Anlin ran to the bookshelf and pulled out a copy of Bejiquan. Chapter 50, Ice Wolf. Bejiquan is a type of boxing in Chinese martial arts. It is a short-range boxing style with great explosive power and is tough, fierce, and brittle. In fact, martial arts still have a certain effect on cultivators today, and some martial arts are also transformed from martial arts, which are more suitable for cultivators. Some martial arts also need to be used in conjunction with spiritual power, so the difference is still quite large. After getting the Bejiquan in his hands, Anlin caught a glimpse of several other books out of the corner of his eye. Psychology, the art of war, meditation. Try them all. As long as the degree of fusion is high, it proves that this thing is more compatible with Seya. So Anlin took it off with great interest. Ding, do you want to fuse Wind and Snow Wolf and Bejiquan? Required health, 50,000. Fusion success rate, 98%. So expensive? Anlin raised his eyebrows. This Bejiquan should have greatly improved Seya. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive and have such a high success rate. Yes, the blood cocoon was wrapped in blood threads again, and the time required to synthesize Seya became 3 hours. Ding, do you want to merge Ice Wolf and the Art of War? Required health, 10,000. Fusion success rate, 5%. Huh, the variety has changed again. Anlin raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Seya's quality was going to improve again. However, it seems that the art of war cannot be integrated. In fact, a long time ago, Anlin had been wondering why in ancient times, when the enemy hung up a banner of no fight, Both sides would cease fighting, and they were not afraid of the enemy's false surrender. Later, after reading The Art of War, I also understood why Sun Wu was called Sun Tzu. Shaking his head, Anlin continued to try to combine the other books with Seya. Ding, do you want to merge? Ice Wolf Warrior and Psychology? Required health, 70,000. Fusion success rate, 80%. Anlin didn't expect that he would be so lucky as to find 2 books suitable for Seya in a row. Yes, the synthesis time became 5 hours. Anlin shrugged. The system's synthesis took an extremely long time every time, which kept him on tenterhooks. There was nothing to do at the moment, so Anlin entered the blood energy space, found a book on swordsmanship, and started learning. After a while, a powerful energy surged into his body, and Anlin felt that every cell in his body was cheering with joy. Blood energy feedback is here. Anlin stared blankly at Seya, whose appearance had changed drastically, and couldn't help swallowing. Claws as sharp as steel and gleaming coldly, light blue eyes, a faint chill rising from under his limbs. Seya's eyes expanded again, reaching more than 3 meters. If it's any higher, the room won't be able to accommodate it. Seya lowered his head, and Anlin noticed that on his forehead there was a blue snowflake emitting a faint light. This is so cool. If this is used as a mount, it will be so cool that it will kill everyone. Anlin thought happily in his heart. Which man doesn't like a handsome mount? By the way, I haven't looked at your attributes yet. Name, Ice Wolf. Attributes, Ice Wind. Level, Ordinary level, 7th stage. Potential, Yellow grade. Skill, Freeze, lower grade yellow level. The freezing effect is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed. It can create ice to attack the enemy. Swift Wind Step, a top-grade ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and increases the speed by 2 times. Ice Claws, lower grade yellow. Each attack carries a frost mark, strengthening the attack power of the claws. When the frost mark reaches a certain level, it will freeze the opponent. Physical skills, yellow level mid-grade, passive skill that can improve the explosiveness, attack power, and combat ability of the beast. Eye of Insight, yellow level superior, passive skill, able to find the enemy's weaknesses and infer the enemy's next move based on the movements of various parts of the enemy's body. Anlin opened his eyes wide, hating himself for being uneducated and unable to describe how awesome this synthesis was. Seya originally had a certain talent for fighting, and now, with the addition of the Eye of Insight and physical skills, his fighting instinct has been raised to the peak. Not only can he find weaknesses, but he can also infer the enemy's movements. Anlin felt sad for the enemies Seya would encounter later. This is what it means to be a cheater. Seya's strength has already broken through to the 7th level of the mortal level, and a large amount of blood energy fed back this time, plus the spiritual power fed back from Seya's breakthrough, directly allowed Anlin's realm to rise again, reaching the 6th level of the mortal level. Now Anlin is sure that he can kill Seya with 1 punch. After waking up, Chu Xining left Anlin's house with a red face. Although her mobile phone was not with her, she contacted Seya and others through Anlin's computer. The good news is that, except for Wang Chong, all the members of the team are alive, and Seya has also broken through to the 7th level of the mortal level. As for Chu Xining's blushing face, Anlin was a little confused. Maybe it was because she was drunk last night? She felt that she was too out of control? In the car, Chu Xining's face was red, like a peach that could be squeezed to produce juice. The clothes she was wearing were changed. The shame made her want to crawl under the cushion. Even if Anlin didn't do anything to her, changing clothes. Chu Xining also didn't know that it was actually Shuyue who helped her change her clothes. Because she was drunk, she had no memory of meeting Shuyue at all. At this time, at home, Anlin was reviewing his experience to his parents. With Shuyue's experience that time, he could speak very fluently. The mother's eyes were red, and the father also took a long breath, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's okay, it's okay." In the past few days, he has used almost all his connections to find Anlin, and he has found dozens of 2nd-level cultivators alone. Fortunately, Anlin was fine, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. After a lyrical scene, Xingfei pulled Anlin into the room. "Your sister has told me everything. I didn't expect that you could practice 3 professions at the same time." At this point, he looked at Anlin suspiciously. He didn't sense any spiritual fluctuations from Anlin, and he looked like an ordinary person. "You have a breath-retaining treasure on you, right?" Qi Xingfei said. There was no need for Qi Shuyue to lie to him. Qi Anlin nodded and used the appraisal on Qi Xingfei with some curiosity. Name Qi Xingfei. Realm, second realm, ninth stage. Occupation, physical training. As expected, he is at the peak of the second realm. Dad has not hidden his strength. Thinking of the old man who stole his magic weapon, Qi Anlin felt a little angry. He was now certain that the guy was just idle. When you reach that level, why would you care about his little magic weapons? Actually, I've had the breath-concealing ring a long time ago, and I've always wanted to hide my strength. Qi Anlin thought about it and realized that his strength was improving too fast, so he still needed a fig leaf, and the breath-concealing ring was the best way to hide it. After all, he had only come into contact with a cultivator 2 realms higher than himself, once in Zhao County, so it was understandable that he wanted to hide for so many years. Chapter 51 Spirit Stone Mine. No wonder, Qi Xingfei murmured. If it wasn't for the breath-concealing method, how could Qi Anlin have gone from a mortal level 1 scum to a mortal level 5, 3 professional practitioner in such a short period of time? However, the change in Seya's strength was somewhat terrifying. He met Seya in the yard when he just came back. This little wolf cub, who was just brought back by him more than 10 days ago, had become a 7th-level mortal monster in such a short time. However, Seya itself is a mutant monster, and its strength is evolving rapidly. He couldn't explain it clearly. He just thought it was appropriate to capture it at the beginning. He was not quite sure about Seya's specific quality. He was not a beastmaster, and he did not seek help from a professional. No, why are you hiding? Qi Xingfei frowned and looked at Qi Anlin. Based on his understanding of this kid, as long as Qi Anlin has some strength, he will definitely want to let everyone know. Qi Anlin was stunned. Oh right, why should I hide? After staring at his father for a minute, Qi Anlin sighed and said, Dad, think about it. Sister Shuyue is so talented. I will definitely not be able to compare with her during the college entrance examination. If this happens, many people will compare me with her, and I will be under a lot of pressure. But if I am completely useless and then suddenly show my accomplishments during the college entrance exam, wouldn't that shock everyone? There's a saying that goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. At this time, Qi Anlin looked around, lowered his head, and said slyly, Dad, I don't know if you have read novels. The protagonists in the novels are all useless at the beginning. So, bang, I finally know who Qi Shuyue learned this from. Qi Anlin patted the dust off his body and said nonchalantly, Anyway, for various reasons, I've been hiding for so many years anyway. Qi Xingfei stared at Qi Anlin without saying a word. Seeing that he was not embarrassed or nervous, he finally accepted this setting. Pay attention to yourself. I've always thought that your sister is so talented. Even if your talent can't reach Xiao Xue's level, it can at least surpass that of ordinary people. You won't be so useless. But your 3 professional practice is indeed taking a bit of time. If you concentrate on conquering one of the professions, you might have reached the 8th or 9th level of the mortal level long ago. Qi Xingfei said very seriously. Although Qi Anlin would get a lot of extra points for practicing 3 professions, if he continued on this path, not many people would invest in him. Throughout human history, no one has been able to reach a higher level by practicing all 3 professions simultaneously. Most of them stayed at a low level and had to give up some of them. Even if it is an auxiliary profession, everyone can only practice with one person at most. If Qi Anlin could give up other professions and only focus on one profession, he would progress very quickly. Qi Anlin nodded. He had systematic help, so it was not difficult for the 3 professions to practice together. After these few feedbacks, he realized that most of the blood energy would be fed back to his physique, and Xiaoya's breakthrough spiritual power would change his dantian. As for the queen ant, the spiritual power it needs for each breakthrough far exceeds that of other creatures, and the amount fed back should also be huge. Therefore, Qi Anlin guessed that most of the things the queen ant fed back should have been converted into other things, and only a small part of it was used to improve her physical fitness and gain spiritual power. As for Xiao Xing, it brought him more good luck. Therefore, Qi Anlin felt that even if he developed in all aspects, he would not fall behind. Seya was a mutated monster and was eventually fooled. Qi Anlin originally wanted to buy a few wooden stakes online for Seya to practice martial arts, but then he remembered that Seya could make icicles by himself, so he didn't mention it. After confirming Qi Anlin's safety, Qi Xingfei also left. As a cultivator, one has to look for opportunities to make himself stronger. What Qi Xingfei needs now is more of a battle of life and death to break through this bottleneck. Anlin also got a brief period of leisure. Kill the mortal level 9 stage iron-toothed tiger and gain 65,000 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 5 tiger armor ant soldier and gain 1,500 blood energy points. A long string of information came. Anlin raised his eyebrows. The queen ant found a 9th level mortal monster. Judging from this news, the ant soldiers suffered heavy losses. There were more than 20 ant soldiers who gained experience alone. These were all ant soldiers who were injured and could not be healed, not to mention those who died in battle. Kill the mortal level 8th stage spirit stone tiger and gain 19,000 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 7 segment crescent python and gain 9,000 blood energy points. Another long string of prompt sounds came, followed by silence. Anlin quickly contacted the queen ant, but didn't know what it was doing. In the system space, news of the queen ant came, and Anlin's pupils shrank, and he fell into ecstasy. Continue to produce monsters tomorrow, and I will use all my blood energy on you. The queen ant discovered a spirit stone mine in another world. According to what it sensed, if it occupied this spiritual stone mine, it would be able to make a breakthrough quickly. After this experience, his blood energy has reached 280,000, which has made up for Seya's consumption. There are 20,000 health points left, which should soon reach 300,000, and can be used to upgrade the queen ant's reproductive skills. While waiting, Anlin took Xiaoxing out. This guy had been clamoring in the beast bag to come out and play, which made Anlin a little overwhelmed. Arriving at the backyard, Anlin threw the treasure-hunting rat to Seya. Seya trained Xiaoxing's evasion ability. Its main task on the battlefield is to collect supplies, not to fight, so escape and evasion skills are more important. Squeak! Xiaoxing opened his mouth and called out. He didn't want to play with this guy. Seya always gives it a feeling of no strangers allowed, and is very cold. I won't play with this big guy. He's not very smart and will kill rats. Seya stopped when he heard that, looked at Xiaoxing, and exhaled a breath of cold air. Xiaoxing was frozen into an ice sculpture, with a look of horror on his face. Shu, have been bullied by the beast tamer. Kill the mortal level 5 tiger armor ant soldier and gain 1,200 blood energy points. Improve the queen ant's reproductive skills. After obtaining the last 1,000 points of health energy, Anlin immediately upgraded the queen ant's skills. This time, the time it took the queen ant to upgrade her skills was exceptionally long, a full 5 hours. Anlin also calmed down. After all, the spirit stone mine was right there, and she couldn't escape. As for those monsters that are still absorbing the spirit stone, or they will eventually become food for the queen ant, so the spirit stone or is not wasted. Anlin will use the blood energy he gains next on Xiaoxing. This guy is too weak, so Anlin plans to give him some more escape skills. However, the treasure hunting rat can be a bit mean sometimes, so it could be better to add some taunting skills that can be used actively. Chapter 52, Production Options for the Queen Ant. 5 hours passed quickly, and after the query of the Queen Ant skills was completed, Anlin couldn't wait to query the Queen Ant's data from the system background. When you're not around, you cannot use the identification function directly. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes, Gold Fire. Level, Ordinary level 7th stage. Potential, Yellow grade high quality. Production speed, Queen Ant. Production speed is half of the original Queen Ant production speed. Strength is the same as the original Queen Ant, does not have the ability to produce Queen Ants 1 to 90 day. Ordinary level 9th level 2 to 1 day. Ordinary level 8th stage 10 to 1 day. Ordinary level 7th stage 40 to 1 day. Level 6 120/day. Level 5 400/day. Level 4 800/day. Level 3 1600/day. Level 2 3600/day. Level 1 16000/day. Normal 300,000/day. Skill: Deterrence, Mortal grade. Bloodline control, Special. Gene uptake, Yellow grade. Medium grade, Production. Spirit grade, Best grade. Queen Ant. Anlin was stunned. Xiao could give birth to a queen ant? This time, the skill upgrade even led to an improvement in Xiao Yi's quality. The production speed doubled again. Anlin asked the queen ant to continue producing ordinary level 5 stage ant soldiers. At this stage, ordinary level 5 stage ant soldiers are still the best choice. As for producing the queen ant, we have to wait until he has enough troops or his skills are upgraded again. Otherwise, if a queen ant is produced now, it will take at least 60 days for Yi to make a profit and make up for the ant soldiers that were not produced during this period. The next time production skills are upgraded, it will be 1 million. Anlin sighed. It seemed that the only things he could look forward to recently were accumulating health to 1 million and upgrading the system. According to the feedback from the queen ant, Anlin learned that there were 5 mortal level 9 stage monsters and more than 20 mortal level 8 stage monsters in this spirit stone mine. As long as he kills these monsters, his accumulated blood energy value may exceed 1 million. However, judging from the current production capacity of the queen ant, it will take at least 2 days to clear this place. First, clear out the lower level monsters around, and pick some spirit stone mines for the ant soldiers to eat. Anlin was not quite sure what level the spirit stone mine was, but judging from what the queen ant said, this spirit stone mine was very large, enough for it to break through to the 9th level of the mortal level, and there would be a lot left over. Therefore, Anlin felt that those fragmented spirit stone mines at the beginning could be used to help the ant soldiers improve their strength. It was much easier for individual ant soldiers to break through than the queen ant. After receiving Anlin's order, the queen ant began to act quickly, and soon the sounds of killing monsters began to be heard one after another. The ant soldiers of level 5 have also become consumables recently. Anlin sighed. Thinking back then, a monster of level 7 could chase him everywhere, but now it has become a small monster that he has to kill on the road. This time it's my fault. I'm sorry to everyone. An officer said with red eyes. This cult attack killed many innocent students and monks, which was a disaster for the entire Zhao County. The fusion of the small insect world and the small beast world was secretly planned by the Zhao County cult over the past 10 years. This group of desperate lunatics finally began to attack students in military training, sprinting for the final sacrifice. The culprit of all this, the ruler of the insect world, was finally killed by a human genius, but those dead creatures could never come back. More than half of the students who participated in the military training were killed. What shocked and angered Siduli the most was that the evil cult actually got the core of the world of the insect world. Although it is just a small world, the core of the world is not an ordinary thing, and the damage caused in the future cannot be compared to today. He will definitely be punished by his superiors and may even be sent to an unknown world as a vanguard. However, due to this sudden change, China acted quickly and destroyed several cult strongholds overnight. At this time, at home, Anlin looked at the message sent on his mobile phone, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Because so many students died this time, Zhao County's college entrance examination policy was given preferential treatment. Originally, military training was required for the assessment, but now, people from above will conduct a qualification review. In a small place like Zhao County, it is impossible to check talents. And in such a small place, many people will take the wrong path and don't know what suits them. Therefore, the qualification review can be regarded as a benefit to Zhao County, and some students who have gone astray will be guided back. People with good talents can enter good universities even if they're not very capable. I don't know what my talent is. Anlin was a little troubled. He knew his own situation. It was not that he did not practice before, but he was really useless. So for him, the measurement aptitude was actually a disadvantage. Forget it. Even if I really finish the test, maybe I have talents in other areas. Anlin didn't know what the measurement method was. Maybe it was like in the novels, where there was a magical instrument that could measure aptitude. The Queen Ant's army of ant soldiers has already conquered a small area and directly devoured all the spiritual stones in that area. Nearly 20 ant soldiers have broken through to the 6th level of the mortal level. The remaining ant soldiers should be able to break through if they devour a certain amount of spiritual stones. Although the ant soldiers have the ability to devour metal, spirit stones are a common commodity. Even Anlin has rarely seen spirit stones. The spiritual stones used by ordinary cultivators are mostly mixed, and absorbing them is not good for the body. After returning home, Anlin no longer had the exciting feeling of being in the other world. He thought about it and decided to focus on his cultivation and prepare for the next talent test. A dreamless night. The next day, the Queen Ant produced another 400 tiger-armored ant soldiers, which consumed all the reserve store by the transport ant soldiers. When a Queen Ant breaks through to the 9th level of the mortal class, the blood and flesh of the monsters in that area will not be able to keep up with the amount required for the Queen Ant's production. The warning sounds of many monsters being killed rang out, and Anlin's blood energy reached 100,000 again. We are one step closer to the 1 million mark, and I don't know what rewards or new features the system will give next time. There was a crunching sound in the room. Anlin raised his eyebrows and looked over, and found that the treasure-hunting rat was holding his table leg and gnawing on it. When he discovered it, the table leg was almost broken. Sure enough, this guy was still too idle. Anlin felt that it was necessary to let the treasure-hunting rat be taught a lesson by its so-called flight attendant. This guy is still too timid. He should ask the flight attendant to take him flying for a while so that he won't be scared when being carried by the tiger ant soldiers in the future. Anlin walked up and flicked the treasure-hunting rat away, then took out his cell phone and bought a bat. As for whether the bats will listen to him, all he needs to do is synthesize it. After placing the order, Anlin glanced at the treasure-hunting rat. It just so happened that he needed to sell some things, so he might as well take the treasure-hunting rat to the Chamber of Commerce and use it to buy some good things. The treasure-hunting rat shuddered, covered his aching head, and looked at Anlin. Shoo, looking at your shifty eyes, I know you're not a good person. For treasure-hunting mice, any adjective about mice is a positive word, but the queen ant is stupid, which is a negative word. Chapter 53, Lynching Chamber of Commerce. The college entrance examination reform meant that the crystal cores collected by Anlin were no longer useful. The monsters in the small beast world are divided into different regions. The area where he is located is mostly wood and earth monsters, and there are no ice monsters, so Anlin cannot give these crystal cores to Seya. However, there are a few metallic crystal cores that can be used by Shaoxing. Anlin picked up the treasure-hunting rat and tossed it casually. Although the quality of this little thing was the highest among his 3 beasts, it had never been trained much, and its level was only the 4th stage of the ordinary level. During the 2 days since returning home, Anlin also searched the internet for the classification of quality and level, and gained a deeper understanding of this world. There are only a few of them in terms of professions, and as for realms, when they reach above the mortal level, they're from the 1st realm to the 9th realm. And there are only 3 9th realm masters in China. I heard that when one reaches that level, one can destroy a large alien world by oneself and directly shatter the space. As for the quality, the monsters, elixirs, weapons, etc. are all unified. Ordinary level, yellow level, spirit level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, king level, monarch level, ancient level, and saint level. The treasure-hunting rat is currently at the lower level of the spiritual realm, corresponding to the 2nd realm. Although it sounds like a very low level, you have to know that there are very few cultivators at the 2nd realm in Zhao County. Anlin thought about his own cultivation and couldn't help but sigh. Wait for the queen ant to occupy the spirit stone mine. After taking Shaoxing and Xiaoyu out, Anlin got on a high-speed train. It is rather troublesome for a beastmaster to take the high-speed rail. After all, if he does not have a beast-taming bag, the beast will be sent to the monster check-in area. The Chamber of Commerce is about 100 kilometers away from Zhao County, in Lynching. The cultivators there are much stronger than those in Zhao County, so the management will be more strict. After closing his eyes and entering the blood energy space and experiencing several battles, Anlin finally reached his destination. Accidents in cars basically never happen, as the strong don't have the time to do so, and the weak will be suppressed by the people around them as soon as they start to act up. Not only the law enforcement officers, but many of the monks in the car are powerful fighters, and they will basically not sit idly by when encountering such things. After getting off the car, Anlin took Shaoxing out and walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. Large monsters are not allowed to appear in any special areas of the city, so Anlin did not summon Seya. Otherwise, if every beastmaster carried a monster with them, the whole city would have been in chaos. Soon, Anlin saw a grand building with 4 large gold-plated characters emitting waves of spiritual energy. Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. There are spiritual power detection pillars at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. Generally speaking, the alarm will only sound if the spiritual power of the demon cult is detected. The devil cult is different from the evil cult. The evil cult is the running dog of the other world. You know, among so many other worlds, there are several whose strength can be compared to that of Blue Star. For them, Blue Star is also considered another world. Different races restrain each other, and humans are not the only dominant species. The demon cult, on the other hand, is a group of demons who use living beings for sacrifice and to practice martial arts. Not only are these people very powerful and kill people without hesitation, they're also extremely mentally abnormal. There have even been incidents of the demon cult massacring cities in the past. In fact, Anlin felt that, in a certain sense, he could also be considered a member of the demon cult. After passing the reconnaissance column, Anlin entered the Chamber of Commerce and was immediately blinded by the dazzling scene. Name Bluestone. Quality, ordinary middle grade. After a quick inspection of the ground, Anlin took a deep breath. This was a big deal. This entire building is actually constructed with ordinary materials. Apart from anything else, facing an ordinary earthquake, the entire Chamber of Commerce would not even be harmed. The first floor of the Chamber of Commerce was a market-type building with many people setting up stalls. The overall layout seemed somewhat European in style. When Anlin looked up, he saw that the crystal ceiling lamp was even covered with monster crystal cores. Dog owner. Anlin cursed in his heart and then went to the second floor. Most of the areas on the first floor are where ordinary people hang out, while the second floor belongs to the monks. There are many shops on the second floor, which are more modern in style, while the innermost area is used for gambling on stones and identification of magic weapons. Anlin walked around again. The area on the third floor was the Chamber of Commerce's own area, which had many elixirs, spiritual herbs, etc. on display. There were also many cages on both sides, which held monsters of different growth levels. The fourth floor is where martial arts techniques are sold, and it looks like a large library. Anlin was too weak to enter the last fifth and sixth floors. In fact, Anlin's dream has always been to own a small world where he can farm and raise spiritual beasts, but the gold ring he obtained after traveling through time is obviously not of this kind. That should be another type of novel. Back to the second floor, Anlin began to wander around. He wanted to find the manager of this place mysteriously, tell him that he had a big business, and then shock his eyes. However, if others give me this ordinary crystal core, they will most likely look down upon it. It would be good to take it to Zhao County to show off. After finding a place selling crystal cores, Anlin walked in. As soon as I entered, a young lady came up and said in a gentle and delicate voice, "Hello, what do you need to buy?" On Anlin's shoulder, Xiao Xing looked around. When he saw the young lady, his eyes lit up, and he quickly kicked Anlin. "Big fool, contact information quickly." Anlin flicked its head gently and replied, "I need to sell some things, and I need a larger venue. There are a lot of miscellaneous things in the space ring that you don't need and can be used to exchange for resources." The sales lady observed Anlin carefully and found that he was not holding any bags in his hands, but the fluctuations of the magic weapons coming from his body should not deceive her. Last time, Shuyue not only gave Anlin a lot of cultivation resources, but also gave him a defensive magic weapon, so Anlin dared to come to Linsheng to sell things. Things like the space ring might be picked up, but when paired with a defensive magic weapon, anyone would know that he has a background. Moon Rock Necklace. Quality, spiritual grade lower. Introduction. When attacked, the shield will be automatically activated and is equipped with an automatic alarm and positioning system, which can withstand the attack of a peak cultivator of the first realm for 5 minutes. Although it may not be able to stop those powerful monks, it at least provides an identity for myself. This magic weapon was specially made by Shuyue and has sufficient safety guarantees on Blue Star. As for the other world, regardless of whether the positioning system and alarm can be effective, others may not necessarily care about your identity. "Sir, please come in." The sales lady saw the space ring on Anlin's hand and the beast-taming bag on his waist, and smiled sweetly, appearing even more friendly. Chapter 54, Selling Crystal Cores. Anlin nodded and walked in. In order to protect the privacy of some guests, many transactions were conducted in single rooms. Following the sales lady into an empty room, Anlin moved the items he had already selected to the room. Suddenly, a pile of crystal cores, elixirs, and a lot of miscellaneous items appeared in front of her. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll ask the appraiser to come and get the valuation." Although the ant soldiers could even eat the bones of the monsters, Anlin still left many important parts of the monsters for sale. For example, bear gall, snake gall, tiger whip, etc. It was nothing. He just wanted to see if the combination of tiger penis and wolfberry could allow Mr. Tang to penetrate Mrs. Tang. Soon, the sales lady came in with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Namely Sheng. Occupation, divine refiner. Cultivation, First level, second stage. Seeing the things on the ground, Li Sheng looked at Anlin in disbelief. After discovering the treasure-hunting rat on Anlin's body, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he couldn't tell what kind of species the treasure-hunting rat was, according to his identification, the quality of the treasure-hunting rat must be above the yellow level. This rat-like beast is only at the fourth level of the ordinary class. It is possible that it has been raised since it was a cub. Coupled with the space ring and the beast bag, it is enough to prove that there must be a strong person behind Anlin. He didn't think that Anlin had obtained all these crystal cores and elixirs by himself. But why does this young master want to sell these things? Li Sheng shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and started his work. The total price of the crystal core is 7 first-grade spirit stones, while those scattered monster parts are 4 first-grade spirit stones. Master, these things can be exchanged for 34 first-grade spirit stones in total. I'll make the decision here and give you 35 spirit stones. Do you think that's okay? Li Sheng looked at Anlin and said. Anlin had also done some research online in advance and roughly knew the recycling price of these things. 34 first-grade spirit stones were almost the same as his estimate. 1 crystal core of the first stage of the realm can be exchanged for 5 first-grade spirit stones. So, Anlin supplies can be exchanged for about 7 crystal cores of the first stage of the realm of monsters. The yellow-level elixirs were not taken out. These were either rare treasures or given to him by Shuyue. They were all useful. Anlin did not take out the Bloodwind Lotus either. Even if he wanted to sell it, he couldn't sell it so hastily. After all, there was no market for it. A first-grade spirit stone would be worth about 100,000 yuan when converted into RMB, which was far more than Anlin's pocket money. This is also the sorrow of ordinary people. A lifetime of work may not be able to match a hunt of a first-level cultivator. In fact, Li Sheng gave Anlin an extra spirit stone because in his eyes, if he could be favored by Anlin and be considered as a long-term trading partner, he would definitely make a profit in the future. Even an ordinary 4th-level cultivator may not be able to obtain a space ring. On the top floor of the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, in a place specially open to high-level monks, only 5 space rings were for sale. Meanwhile, the sales lady blushed. As a relatively remote store on the 2nd floor, their main customer groups were ordinary and first-level cultivators. 35 spirit stones could already give her nearly 3 months' salary in commission. After adding the store's contact information, Anlin took the spirit stones and left. It was rare for him to have so much money on him, so he planned to go to the gambling stone area to take a look. All along, he had only known about this kind of thing through novels or games, and had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally have to go and have fun. Besides, I have a treasure-hunting mouse, so am I still afraid that I will lose money? If I really lose, I'll take the treasure-hunting mouse with me tomorrow to train my courage. Xiao Xing on his shoulder shuddered, looked at Anlin suspiciously, and then looked around excitedly. So many young ladies, phew, so many treasures. Smelling the atmosphere of the gambling stone area, the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes became starry. The treasures here are more than it has ever seen in its life. Crack, crack. Underground, an extremely huge and ferocious insect beast was devouring ordinary spirit stones. And all around, extremely fast ant soldiers were shuttling back and forth, splitting the spirit stones and sending them into Xiao Yi's mouth. On the other side, at the spirit stone mine, a mortal-level 9th-stage demon beast roared angrily. On its body were densely packed, tiger-armored ant soldiers. Its iron-like skin was torn like plastic under the giant jaws of the ant soldiers. A burning sensation came from all parts of the body, and the fire poison flowed into its body through the wounds. These ant soldiers are all above the 5th level of the mortal level, and some have even reached the 7th level of the mortal level. On the ground, many bodies of tiger ant soldiers have been crushed into meat paste, and some ant soldiers who were unable to fight would be killed by passing ant soldiers. Within one day, the ant soldiers directly captured 1/3 of the territory of the Spirit Stone mine, and with the help of some ordinary ant soldiers, they quickly mined it all out. Anlin's guess was wrong, because creatures like ant soldiers can quickly become stronger by relying on the Spirit Stone where they obtain. There are now more than 50 ant soldiers who have reached the 7th level of ordinary level. These ant soldiers alone are enough to kill all the 9th level monsters in the spiritual mining area. It only takes a few hours for the queen ant to completely break through the Spirit Stone mine. The spiritual power in the queen ant's body has reached a critical point and is on the verge of a breakthrough. Anlin didn't know all this. The ant soldiers have been fighting too frequently recently, so in order to get a good night's sleep, Anlin turned off the system notifications. At this time, Anlin was wandering around the gambling stone area with Xiaoxing. An ordinary stone actually costs 31st grade spirit stones. Why don't you just go and rob it? Anlin cursed inwardly. The stones here are so expensive that it's frightening. No wonder there aren't many ordinary monks hanging around here. Anlin also knew that his identification system was of little use. Name raw stone. Introduction in ordinary stone. This is a stone that contains nothing, and the only difference in the system is name raw stone. Introduction. An ordinary stone containing something. It's better not to give any hints. After Anlin complained, he continued to select the rough stones. If it weren't for Xiaoxing, he might have gone back. After all, although the system can determine whether it contains something, it cannot determine how precious the things inside are. There was a tingling sensation in his belly button through his clothes. Anlin raised his eyebrows and reached into his pocket. In order to prevent Xiaoxing's magical power from being discovered by someone with ulterior motives, Anlin put Xiaoxing into his clothes so that it would remind him when it sensed good things. This guy actually dared to pick my belly button. Pinching Xiaoxing, Anlin held it gently, using a force that it could accept. Rat, I'm going to be strangled to death. Let you be a bitch. At this time, a voice came from his head again, and Anlin was stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1 million HP points. System upgrade. Chapter 55. Gambling on Stones. The system has been upgraded? Anlin quickly checked the background information and found that the queen ant had killed 3 mortal level 9 monsters. The accumulated blood energy value has reached 1 million, and the remaining blood energy is as high as 300,000, which is enough for him to consume. And the queen ant is about to break through. He pinched Xiaoxing happily. Apart from this guy, the other 2 beasts performed quite well. The system was being upgraded, and there were still 12 hours left. Anlin suppressed his joy and continued to visit the gambling stone area. With his current financial resources, 35 first-grade spirit stones can only buy 1 raw stone. The spirit stones that the queen ant harvested in the small beast world are all ordinary grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between ordinary grade spirit stones and first-grade spirit stones is 100:1. According to this conversion, the queen ant has devoured about 50,000 spiritual stones so far. In the entire mining area, there are 1,500 first-grade spirit stones. Anlin was a little itchy. The queen ant was a little rich woman. Holding the pitiful 35 spirit stones, Anlin walked towards the cheapest raw stones. Xiaoxing, take a look at the raw stones priced below 35 spirit stones. Which one gives you the strongest feeling? Anlin had looked up treasure-hunting rats on the internet, and usually he could only vaguely feel the existence of the treasure. This kind of raw stone is very special and cannot be explored with spiritual power, so it is difficult for ordinary treasure-hunting monsters to sense the items inside. But Xiaoxing, aside from its ability, it itself has the attribute of luck. A tingling sensation came from his belly button again, and Anlin's face turned black. This guy really never learns his lesson. I'm too lazy to argue with this guy now. I'll settle the score when I get back. Anlin looked at the rough stone that Xiaoxing had chosen. It was not a big thing, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it was basically a loss. Price: 31st grade spirit stones. Seeing the price, Anlin took a deep breath and said to Xiaoxing, "You can feel it again? If this thing can make money, I will buy you a cheese stick. This thing is very expensive. You have to kill several first-level monsters to make money." Cheese sticks? In the clothes, Xiaoxing tilted his head. Although he didn't know what this thing was, if Anlin, a stingy man, could spend such a huge price to buy it for himself. You need 2. So it stretched out its claws and scratched Anlin's belly button twice. Okay, then 2 pieces. Are you sure? Anlin took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and smiled cordially in the sea of spirituality. After confirming that there was a treasure in this rough stone, Anlin said to the staff, "I want this rough stone." "Okay, sir, a total of 31st grade spirit stones." The employee looked at Anlin, then came forward enthusiastically and picked up the raw stone. There was no trace of a cultivator on Anlin's body, but there was no mistaking the aura of a magic weapon on his body. Presumably, he was another rich kid out for fun. Anlin's mind moved, and 30 spirit stones emitting a faint luster appeared on the table. Seeing this scene, A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the employees, and the expressions on their faces became more enthusiastic. "Excuse me, sir. Do you need me to cut this rough stone?" Anlin thought about it, nodded and said, "Cut it open." Coming to the gambling stone area, of course the goal is to make a fortune, but Anlin will not be too complacent so as not to attract the attention of others. "Okay, please wait a moment." Following the staff to the stone-cutting machine, a master craftsman took the raw stone, looked at it carefully, and then began to polish it gently with the machine. Seeing the stone skin being worn away layer by layer, Anlin became a little nervous. His gold ring was not like those in novels where you could directly see what was inside, so he didn't know what was inside. There were quite a few people gambling on raw stones nearby. After seeing Anlin's attire and the appearance of the raw stones, they couldn't help but shake their heads and continue to choose their own raw stones. The stupid son of a landlord. Soon, the stone was cut open, and a very familiar pale white color appeared in Anlin's field of vision. Identification. Name: Second Grade Spirit Stone. Introduction: a stone containing spiritual energy that can be used to practice martial arts to absorb spiritual energy. Sir, this is an undecomposed second-grade spirit stone, or it can be exchanged for 2 second-grade spirit stones here. The staff member raised his eyebrows and said to Anlin, "2 second-grade spirit stones?" Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had made a lot of money. 2 second-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 200 first-grade spirit stones, which means that he made 17 million in one go. Huge profits. Okay. Anlin nodded. Although it was not like the magical weapons or magic medicines in the novels, if you think about it, the ores here have been screened, and the good ores have basically been digested internally. After exchanging the raw spiritual stone for 2 second-grade ores, Anlin continued shopping. Now he had enough money to buy more expensive raw stones. With the experience of the first time, Anlin quickly selected 2 raw stones priced at 51st grade spirit stones and 1 raw stone priced at 41st grade spirit stones. In fact, only the raw stone of poor quality contains good things. The others are empty stones. If I win every time I bet, I guess someone will come and have tea with me. However, Anlin's worries were obviously unnecessary. As the largest chamber of commerce in Linsheng, Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce had encountered all kinds of situations. As long as Anlin did not make huge profits for 5 or 6 times in a row, they would basically ignore it. The person who just noticed Anlin opening the stone looked over with interest, wanting to see whether this lucky, rich second generation could continue to be lucky. Soon, the first 2 rough stones were cut, and everyone showed an expression of as expected. He's another rich kid who hasn't been beaten up by society. He doesn't know when to quit. Wang Ming said sourly in the crowd. He noticed Anlin from the beginning. This guy actually had a space ring. If it weren't for the defensive magic weapon on his body and the rules of China, he would have gone up to kill people and steal the treasure long ago. In another world, if someone was killed, there was a high probability that the murderer would not be found. After all, in that kind of place, death would be in vain and the murderer would basically never be found. Without solid evidence, there is no need to worry about being sought for revenge within China, unless you encounter some high-level monks. While Wang Ming was secretly cursing the injustice of the world, he saw the 3rd rough stone selected by Anlin opened. Fuck! Amidst the pile of debris, a martial arts technique emerged. Wang Ming's eyes instantly turned red. The raw stones here were all mined from an alien world. Anyone could tell how precious this thing was that the martial arts could be preserved in the stone for such a long time. On the other side, Anlin's eyes lit up instantly. Identification failed. Please improve your strength or upgrade the system. Chapter 56, King-Level Kung Fu. On the first page of the technique, there are 3 big characters written: Flame Phoenix Art. Anything that Anlin couldn't identify must be at least at the Xian level. The breathing of the people around him became heavier, and Anlin also realized the seriousness of the matter. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Shuiyue. "Little brother, I spent 10,000 11th grade spirit stones to buy this martial arts book of yours," said a pot-bellied second-level Qi cultivator. He also noticed the storage ring on Anlin, and for a moment he did not dare to threaten him. 10,000 11th grade spirit stones? Who do you think is a fool? Don't listen to this guy, little brother. "I will spend 2,000 second-grade spirit stones," said another second-level physical cultivator. There was a big knife on his back, emitting spiritual power fluctuations. Hearing these words, Wang Ming's eyes turned red. These two people were family cultivators, unlike him, who was a casual cultivator. He had just entered the second realm and couldn't even take out these 10,000 11th grade spirit stones. My whole family wants this technique, said a third-level cultivator dressed in luxurious clothes. He exuded a faint pressure and pressed towards Chi Anlin. 3,000 second-grade spirit stones. Give me this technique. Chi Anlin raised his eyebrows. Even in his previous life, there were many so-called capitals in private. He also knew that no matter where you are, there will be a dark side. What's more, this is the world of cultivation. If you have no power and influence, going to a place like this is just seeking death. With a thought, Chi Anlin directly put the flame phoenix art into the space ring. If this thing was snatched away by someone, even Chi Shuyue would find it difficult to get it back. Anger appeared on Hu Yi's face. He saw the storage ring on Chi Anlin's hand and knew that Chi Anlin might be of extraordinary status. However, he had heard of this martial art in ancient books. It was a king-level martial art. If he could master it, even if he offended the people behind Chi Anlin, his family would protect him. Chi Anlin felt the pressure coming from this guy and suddenly laughed. I don't know much about the transaction, so I naturally have to ask my sister from the military department. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. First, calm this guy down to prevent him from suddenly killing people. Although the laws in China are very strict. After all, this world is still ruled by the strong, and many high-level cultivators have the power of life and death. Hu Yi was stunned. He knew the heirs of several major families, so he had the confidence to intimidate Chi Anlin. But if Chi Anlin's sister was from a military university, it would be difficult to deal with. After graduating from the military university, all students will join the Daxiao army, which is the official external deterrent force. Therefore, the military university handles student matters very seriously. If they knew that they had robbed the relatives of military university students. Chi Anlin thought about it and did not report Chi Shuyue's name. Although Sister Shuyue had reached the peak of the third realm, after all, the strongest person in the Chi family was only his sister, which was still a little worse than that of ordinary big families. After calling Chi Shuyue, Chi Anlin thought for a moment and spoke first. Sister Shuyue, I just want a set of skills by gambling on stones. Someone from the Hu family in Linxiang wants to buy it for 3,000 second-grade spirit stones. On the other side, Chi Shuyue, who received the call, was about to ask Chi Anlin impatiently what was going on. After hearing this, she was silent for a while and said, the technique given to you by the family is enough for you to practice to a higher level. This technique can be sold, but it is not something that the Hu family can afford. You wait there for a while. I happen to have a few friends in Linxiang. Let them take a look at it for you. Chi Shuyue said this as she ran towards her teacher's residence. Since ancient times, it is rare to find any martial arts techniques in gambling on stones. Unless the material of the martial arts technique itself is extremely special, it is difficult to preserve it. Most of these skills are of heavenly level or above and are extremely precious. Chi Anlin called me, probably because he felt threatened. The monks have excellent hearing and can hear the voice coming from the phone even from a long distance. So what Chi Shuyue said was deliberately meant to intimidate these people. After a full-scale sprint, Chi Shuyue soon arrived at her mentor's door. She didn't even knock on the door and just walked in. Teacher. Inside the room, an extremely charming woman was lying on the sofa. Her face was unmade up, and her phoenix eyes revealed a misty glow. Seeing Chi Shuyue breaking into the room, she smiled and said nonchalantly, Xiao Shuyue, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Before Chi Shuyue reached the door, she had already felt Chi Shuyue's presence, so she was not surprised. Chi Shuyue did not waste any time and quickly explained the whole story. She doesn't have any friends in Linxiang. They're almost the enemies she has beaten up. The woman smiled after hearing this. What a lucky little guy. I know about this. Wait for me to call Qizhan. Qizhan is the guardian of Linxiang. In this world, high-ranking officials are all high-level cultivators. Otherwise, they will not be able to control the people below. Hearing the teacher's words, Chi Shuyue breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, Chi Anlin's safety was guaranteed. But why is this guy going to gamble on stones instead of practicing at home? Where does he get the money? This guy must be made to explain himself afterward. We came out in a hurry this time and didn't get to know him well. At the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, several third-level physical cultivators came to Chi Anlin's side. These people were guards recruited by the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. They seemed to have received some notice. Chi Anlin also noticed the logo on their chests, frowned, and looked at Hu Yi. Hu Yi's cell phone rang. His face changed, and Anlin also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these people must have received the notice from my sister, so they came here. If Anlin hadn't seen who answering the phone, he would probably think that it was an insider who came to arrest him. After answering the phone, Hui glanced at Anlin and walked away dejectedly. Those people around him who were ready to make a move also suppressed their thoughts. This guy's background should be even bigger than they thought. Young master, if you want to sell your martial arts skills, you can consider the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. We will definitely give you the most fair price. A guard with a crew cut said with a smile, with a hint of envy in his eyes. It's okay for this man to have a powerful background, but he also has such good luck, which is really enviable. After a while, a man with a dignified face floated in the air. Anlin was stunned. His elder sister had such a relationship. Floating in the air is the symbol of a cultivator in the fifth realm. I don't know what realm this person in front of me is at. The faces of several people around Tiger War King changed, and they bowed and said, King level? Anlin's eyes lit up. He knew this. The title of the defender of Linsheng was Tiger Fighting King. Anlin was about to speak when his face changed drastically. The queen ant broke through. A huge amount of energy surged into his body like an angry dragon, shattering his meridians. Zhan frowned, as if he sensed something, and looked at Anlin. Chapter 57, Multiple Promotions. This kid is actually a practitioner of 3 professions. Zhan saw through the secret of Anlin at a glance. With his realm, the breath-containing ring is of no use at all. He could feel that there was a tide of spiritual energy in Anlin's body that was beyond his ability to withstand. If he didn't take care of it, he would most likely explode and die. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and Anlin appeared directly in front of him. Zhan's body floated in the air again and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Anlin appeared in a room full of spiritual power. This was the training room opened to cultivators by the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, and it was also the most advanced training room in the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Anlin had lost consciousness, and Zhan gently placed his hand on Anlin's back and began to clear Anlin's spiritual power. You have contracted a beast that is much stronger than you. Zhan's eyes fixed. This situation has happened before. Many people who are born with strong mental power naturally don't want to contract low-level beasts, but they have never thought that their own strength is too low and they can't bear the spiritual power transmitted by the beast. Although the combat effectiveness of the beastmasters themselves is relatively low, if the monsters advance quickly, their strength will be greatly improved. However, they are no match for other professional monks of the same level. Zhan used his own spiritual power to clear the violent spiritual power in Anlin's body and sighed. He knew Shuyue, but he didn't expect that the Qi family actually had 2 geniuses. How strong is this guy's mental power that he can actually contract a beast of this level? After curiously exploring Anlin's spiritual sea, Zhan was stunned. I saw 3 marks on Anlin's spiritual sea. A mark, like a huge sun, was located in the center of the spiritual sea, radiating spiritual power in all directions and strengthening Anlin's spiritual sea. The other mark, with a sense of extreme cold, continuously transported spiritual energy to nourish Anlin's meridians and dantian. As for the last golden mark, he didn't quite understand it. It was a golden mouse. There was no fluctuation at all, but it gave him a very special feeling. 3-headed beast? Zhan stopped investigating Anlin. These 3 beasts were of a special type, different from the contracts he had known before. In a normal contract with a beastmaster, the monster beast cannot nourish the beastmaster himself except for feeding back energy. Only special monster beasts can have an effect on the beastmaster's body. With just these 3 beasts, Anlin is enough to look down upon other geniuses of his age. Zhan has a hunch that this little fellow will have a longer way to go than him. After thinking for a while, Zhan took out a golden petal, dissolved it with his spiritual power, and merged it into Anlin's body. When Zhan was stabilizing Anlin's meridians, Xiaoxing crawled out tremblingly, took one look at Zhan's face, and her hair exploded. Oh my god, this guy's face is so stinky. The treasure-hunting mouse quickly ran to the side, trying to run out of the room. I'm sorry, Xiao Anzi. Shoo, I will go find Big Silly Wolf to avenge you. As a result, the next second, it stopped. A pile of spiritual stones attracted its attention. The treasure-hunting mouse took a deep breath. People die for money, birds die for food. I can't be fooled by these spiritual stones. Squeak. They're all mine. The treasure-hunting rat pounced on the pile of spirit stones. The treasure-hunting mouse, with red eyes, was about to put the spirit stone in front of it into its mouth. It could feel that the spiritual energy of this thing far exceeded that of the second-grade spirit stone and was worth a lot of money. At this moment, it suddenly hung in the air. Qijan looked at it speechlessly from a distance. He had sensed the existence of this little mouse a long time ago, but he didn't expect that this guy was so brave. Although he had a lot of these spirit stones, the treasure-hunting rat would definitely explode if it swallowed them with its current cultivation level. Feeling Qijan's gaze, Xiaoxing turned away stiffly. Xiaoxing's expression hung down. Qijan shook his head, stopped paying attention to the cute hamster, and continued to help Anlin to clear his spiritual power. Waves of spiritual energy flowed to various parts of the body, and soon, Anlin's aura changed, and he directly entered the 7th level of the mortal level. And only a quarter of that spiritual power was consumed, so Qijan had to continue to clear it for Anlin. On the other side, Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Qijan no longer paid attention to her. Looking at the spirit stone that was out of reach, its little heart ached slightly. No, even if I can't eat the spirit stones, I have to absorb more. So, the treasure-hunting rat put all its strength into absorbing the spiritual energy around it. At this moment, in the beast-taming bag, a large amount of spiritual power poured into Xiaoya's body, wreaking havoc on Xiaoya's meridians. Xiaoya's meridians recovered quickly after being shattered, and his aura became stronger and stronger. While absorbing these spiritual powers, a flame ignited in Xiaoya's ice-blue eyes, floating slightly. Xiaoya's aura became stronger and stronger, and finally broke through a critical point and entered the 8th level of the mortal level. Practice room. Qijan's face changed, and a spiritual power with a sense of ice-coldness inexplicably appeared in Anlin's dantian, and it actually followed the meridians and wrapped them all up. What secrets does this guy have? Generally speaking, the monsters contracted by the beastmaster are all of the same attribute, to avoid attribute conflicts caused by the influx of spiritual power. The huge spiritual power before was attributeless, which made Qijan a little unbelievable, but this time the ice spiritual power. Anlin's dantian and meridians were dyed blue, and the violent spiritual power also calmed down, quickly becoming compatible with the ice spiritual power and being absorbed by Anlin. After a while, Anlin's aura changed again and reached the 8th level of the mortal level. At this time, Anlin's body was like a dry, dead tree, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Even though these spiritual powers were only a drop in the bucket for the entire training room, Qijan still couldn't stop feeling surprised. Some kind of physical training technique? Qijan's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that he would pick up a treasure by doing a favor for his friend. As if he thought of something, Qijan sighed. Linda could not compare to Junda. This kid was so talented, I was afraid he could not compete with those old guys in Junda. Let's make a good relationship. A pile of medicinal herbs appeared in the training room. Qijan used his spiritual power to transform them into a pool of spiritual liquid, which then merged into Anlin's body. Anlin opened his eyes again, and everything he saw was unfamiliar. The crystal-clear spirit stones exuded a white luster. Anlin swallowed his saliva. He could feel the surging spiritual power in these spirit stones. They were definitely high-quality spirit stones. Awake! A deep and powerful voice came from behind him, and Anlin quickly turned his head. Thank you, Lord Tiger War King, for saving my life. Although he was unconscious, he still had some impression. If it weren't for the man in front of him, he might have been blown up. Speaking of which, the Ant Queen's spiritual power is really terrifying. Chapter 58, Mortal Level 9. Host, Anlin. Realm, Ordinary Level 8. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Cultivator. Blood Energy, 412,000. Beast Tamer, Xiao Yi, Ordinary Level 8 Stage. Xiao Yu, Ordinary Level 8 Stage. Xiao Xing, Ordinary Level 5th Stage. Kung Fu, Tiger Edge Fist, Ordinary Level Upper Grade, Great Success. Ling Feng Bu, Ordinary Level, Minor Success. Falling Leaf, Sword Technique, Ordinary Level Top Grade, Minor Success. Guyuan Xiangong, Yellow Level Upper Grade, 2nd Level. Xianjun Body, Refining Method, Yellow Grade Upper Grade, Level 2. Anlin was stunned. He didn't expect that the Queen Ant's breakthrough this time would cause such a huge chain reaction. Not only did he allow himself to break through by 2 levels, but Seya also broke through as well. As for Shaoxing, for some reason, this guy didn't share a spiritual power channel with him, which meant that whether it advanced or he advanced, it would not affect each other. The most important thing is that his bodybuilding skills have also improved. Anlin feels that he should be able to defeat Li Qing, who is at the 9th level of the mortal level. Little guy, you've consumed a lot of my supplies this time, Zhan said with a smile, and Anlin couldn't help but stiffen when he heard this. Of course, he felt it, and now his body still had a faint flow of medicine. In fact, Zhan didn't want Anlin to return it. He just teased him on purpose. His intuition told him that he would have to deal with Anlin in the future. This can also be considered an investment, but a genius who has not grown up is ultimately just a genius. The key is to be able to keep going. Anlin thought about it and took out the Flame Phoenix art. As the guardian of Linsheng, and because Zhan saved his life, Anlin felt that he was trustworthy. Faced with someone of this strength, even if you want to rob him, you have no way to do so. It is better to just cling to someone powerful. Senior Tiger War King, this is the skill I got from gambling on stones. I wonder if it will be useful to you. A king-level cultivator with a title has reached the 6th realm in strength and can be regarded as the king wherever he goes. The art of Flame Phoenix. Zhan was stunned. Feeling the fluctuations of the king-level monster on the book, as well as the trace of the aura belonging to the great Tao, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This book is made of the skin of a king-level monster. The original versions of many martial arts techniques were made with materials of corresponding grades, and this Flame Phoenix art was most likely the original version of a king-level martial arts technique. Zhan's eyes were a little fiery. This book also recorded the path taken by a king-level cultivator. But Zhan took a deep breath and looked at Anlin. He is a gold-attributed Qi cultivator, so naturally he cannot practice fire-based techniques. The most he can do is learn from the path this person has taken. This is the preciousness of the king-level technique. With the teachings left in this technique, it may be possible for a cultivator at the peak of the 5th realm to break through. Do you know the importance of king-level skills? Zhan looked at Anlin very seriously. Unless they were the closest people, few people would share skills of this level. Anlin sighed. He also wanted to learn this technique, but the name Flame Phoenix art sounded like a fire-related technique, which did not quite match his attributes. Sister Yue can use this technique. I don't know, but if it weren't for the senior's help, I would have exploded and died by now. What's more, the senior also refined a lot of resources for me, and the martial arts are external things. How can they compare to the grace of saving my life? Anlin said very sincerely. Senior and I have no relationship, but I am grateful to you for being able to do this. If I don't repay your kindness, it would be against the rules. Zhan was amused. This kid's words were quite interesting. Look again, as a king-level powerhouse, ordinary mortal cultivators may not even be able to stand steadily when they meet him. Although this guy calls him senior all the time, he actually doesn't have much respect for him. He patted Anlin's shoulder with satisfaction. Not bad. You are worthy of being the genius of lynching. This petal of golden feather leaf was not wasted. This book doesn't match my attributes, and I don't understand the true meaning of the fire Tao in it. But, after all, it is a king-level technique, and it may help me make further progress. I will accept this technique for the time being. I heard that your sister is also a fire-type Qi practitioner. After I finish reading this technique, I will pass it on to your sister. Although he paid with a golden feather leaf, what he gained far exceeded that. Anlin also smiled. Although he didn't quite understand what Zhan said, he could understand that the most important part of this technique would be kept, and he would not suffer any loss. It's time to say goodbye. Anlin thought about it, and decided that he had to go home and soak in the blood energy space to adapt to his own realm, so as to avoid causing an unstable foundation. At this time, there was a wave in the sea of spirituality, and Anlin stopped. This was the message conveyed by the Queen Ant. It's about to break through again. Anlin took a deep breath, looked at Zhan, and smiled awkwardly. Senior, I may need your help. Looking at the young man sitting cross-legged in front of him, Zhan looked at him almost as if he were a monster. Although he had seen geniuses who had broken through one realm during the college entrance examination, he had never seen a freak who could practice 3 realms at the same time at this age and had such a solid foundation. If this guy had a good fighting awareness, no one in the same level would be his opponent. Qi Zhan could feel that Qi Anlin's physical strength and mental power were far beyond those of cultivators of the same level, and the amount of spiritual energy stored in his body was more than twice that of an ordinary ninth-level Qi cultivator. And this guy obviously has a strong sense of combat. Qi Anlin has a fearless attitude. Although he looks smiling, he actually has a ruthless spirit in his bones. He has a dangerous spirit of wanting to bite off a piece of flesh from his enemy, even if he dies. All of this stems from the battle in the blood energy space. After all, Qi Anlin will not really die in that place, so he will continue to attack the enemy until the moment before his consciousness disappears. At this moment, even though he was practicing, Qi Anlin's body was not completely relaxed. If someone attacked him, he would fight back like a conditioned reflex. Another little monster. Qi Zhan continued to channel the spiritual energy in Qi Anlin's body. This guy was about to break through to the 9th level, a third-class monster at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Qi Zhan gave up the idea of keeping him. This kind of guy will definitely go to those top universities. Soon, Qi Anlin's aura changed, and a spiritual power with a sense of ice appeared in his dantian again. Qi Zhan let out a breath. As expected, this situation would occur. I really want to slice this guy up and study him. Chapter 59 System Upgrade. Qi Anlin opened his eyes again, and every part of his body was filled with strength. After the queen ant ate the spirit stone, he jumped 3 levels in a short period of time and reached the 9th level of the mortal level. But there were also dangers in this. Qi Anlin estimated that if he hadn't suddenly wanted to gamble on the stone, and if the Flame Phoenix art hadn't just opened, and his sister had called the Tiger War King, I guess he's reincarnated again. Now, not only has he broken through the 9th level, his own realm has also been pushed directly to the peak, and he is only one opportunity away from the 1st level. What he was sure of was that he could defeat someone like Li Qing within 3 rounds. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to the buffs that you stacked by cheating. After thanking Qi Zhan, Qi Anlin checked the Queen Ant's data. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold Fire. Level: Ordinary level 9th stage. Potential: Yellow grade high quality. Production speed: Queen Ant. Production speed is half of the original Queen Ant production speed. Strength is the same as the original Queen Ant. Does not have the ability to produce Queen Ants 1 to 90 day. First level, 2nd stage, 1/3 day. 1 state, 1 section, 5/1 day. Ordinary level 9th level, 40 to 1 day. Ordinary level 8th stage, 120/1 day. Level 7, 400/day. Level 6, 800/day. Level 5, 1600/day. Level 4, 3600/day. Level 3, 10,000/day. Level 2, 30,000/day. Level 1, 100,000/day. Normal, 1,000,000/day. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Anlin was choked by saliva and couldn't help coughing. I thought I had improved enough, but I didn't expect that compared with the Queen Ant, I was just a piece of trash. 40 ant soldiers at the 9th level of the ordinary level can play with themselves as balls. As for the production volume of 1 million on the following day, Qi Anlin shuddered, his trypophobia coming on. Qi Zhan glanced at Qi Anlin, smiled, and didn't care anymore. After setting the training room to only 1 hour, he left. As the garrison commander of Linsheng, he doesn't have much time to hang around outside. If a crisis occurs in another world, he must be there at the first moment. During this time, he had to quickly check the exercises to see if they could be of any help to him. After leaving the training room, Qi Anlin bought a ticket home and left Linsheng with the treasure-hunting rat. Maybe it was because I became luckier after contracting the treasure-hunting rat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suddenly thought of coming to this place to sell my excess resources. There are still 2 hours left before the system update is completed, so he just needs to wait quietly. Soon, Qi Anlin returned home. Since his parents and sister were all monks, Qi Anlin was usually alone at home and relatively free. Seya was released. Due to Qi Anlin's continuous breakthroughs, Seya also reached the 9th level of the mortal level. From this perspective, Shaoxing is indeed a bit of a loner. But this time, thanks to this little guy, otherwise I would have exploded. I have to reward it well. At least, you have to be less harsh on it in the future. This little guy is a mascot. Qi Anlin smiled and turned to look at the treasure-hunting rat. On the lawn behind him, the treasure-hunting rat was holding a mobile phone and tapping the screen excitedly. Huh, what is he doing? Qi Anlin shook his head. This guy must be playing games. Although he is smart, he is still like a child. Damn it. Anlin accidentally saw the screen and discovered that the treasure-hunting rat was chatting on his mobile phone. There were some big words on the message bar that made Anlin furious. This was the chat box with Xiao. Hey. Anlin rushed over with a ferocious look on his face and pressed Xiao Xing on the phone. Xiao Xing, who was held down by Anlin, used all her strength to press the send button. Lu Yinlin, Xiao F. I have fantasized about being an inventor and a philosopher, but in the end I still want to live in your house at hashtag #acti***. The rest of the gibberish was typed using Xiao Xing's head. Anlin withdrew the message in a second in horror, and couldn't help but sit on the ground and cover his heart, almost dying. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly and was not seen by Chu Xining. After calming his pounding heart, Anlin grabbed Xiao Xing, who was about to escape, and showed a ferocious smile. Seeing the message pop up and then withdrawn on the phone, Chu Xining's face instantly turned red, as if steam would come out in the next second. Chu Xining put her head back in the quilt and curled up into a ball. Outside the room, Seya sighed. They all grew up together, and Chu Xining could be considered their common sister. Wang Chang left first, and there was one less person to take care of Chu Xining. After this college entrance examination, they may go their separate ways, and there will be even fewer places to take care of Chu Xining in the future. The Canlong squad has been disbanded, and those who had participated in this incident were also killed in another world. Wang Chang's revenge has been completely avenged. Anlin, Seya murmured. After listening to Chu Xining's description, he also realized that Anlin might be hiding his strength. Shaking his head, Seya returned to his room. Since the college entrance examination was reformed, he had to take this opportunity to see if he could make another breakthrough. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded, and the road to monster evolution has begun. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. The rewards are as follows. White Crane Sword, lower spiritual grade, possesses the White Crane Spirit, which can increase the speed to a certain extent. Great Strength Diamond Pill, yellow grade top grade, can increase strength to a certain extent. In addition to these rewards, the system also rewarded 2 monsters. Name Lucky Cat. Attribute Gold. Level, Ordinary level 4. Quality, Yellow grade. Skill, Fortune, Yellow level, temporarily improve luck through blessing and gain wealth. Introduction. An ornamental monster that can bring wealth. After seeing the attributes of this monster, Anlin's eyes lit up. It happened to be a monster that increased luck. He wondered if it would be compatible with the treasure-hunting rat. Name, Frost Soul. Attribute, Ice. Level, Ordinary level 9th stage. Quality, Spiritual grade lower. Skill, Arctic Storm, top grade yellow skill. It will create an ice storm on the spot, causing certain damage to the enemy. Freezing Fist, yellow level lower grade, uses spiritual power to simulate several fists for rapid strikes. Elemental Body, lower spiritual level, passive skill. As long as the body is not half destroyed, it can absorb spiritual energy to recover. Introduction. Elemental Monster, immune to certain physical damage. Anlin. Is it too late to replace Seya now? The properties of this thing are too abnormal, and Anlin was a little moved after seeing it. After calming down for a while, Anlin gave up the idea of making a contract with the monster. If it were an ordinary person, he might have contracted this monster as his own beast. After all, it has the same attributes as Seya, and there would be no conflict of attributes after the contract. But Anlin was different. He was rather reckless before and didn't know that monsters actually had different attributes, so the attributes of the 3 beasts were different. However, after these attempts, Anlin also realized his own peculiarities, so if he contracted this monster, the position of this monster would conflict with Seya. Furthermore, after breaking through to the first realm, he can contract with another demon beast. If he makes a hasty choice, he will have to wait until the second realm to contract with a demon beast again. Chapter 60, Bonds, Lucky Treasure Hunting Mouse. For the next beast tamer, he was going to choose an auxiliary beast tamer. After all, with his special features, there was a high probability that he would become a lone wolf in the future, so he had to carry an auxiliary that could add blood with him. So this monster can temporarily serve as his first beast. After all, the queen ant is not around. He will wait until its strength can no longer keep up with his, and it is eliminated. Although he seems to have a lot of blood energy now, if they're really used, it is not enough for the 3 little ones, and there's only a little that can be used on other monsters. Cat Xiaoxing, who was being carried around in the air by the bat. You could try to combine it with the lucky cat later. But before that, Qi Anlin opened a new function of the system, which is the path of monster evolution. The next second, Xiaoxing's attribute column appeared in Qi Anlin's sight. Name treasure hunting mouse. Attribute gold. Level, ordinary level 5. Potential, spiritual level lower. Evolution route. Golden rat, spirit level mid-level. Required blood energy, 300,000. Blood energy can unlock the materials required for evolution. Spirit mine rat, spirit level top grade. Required health, 500,000. So this is the path of evolution. Qi Anlin touched his chin and showed an expression of as expected. In this way, maybe he could also act as a spirit trainer? The profession of soul breeder is relatively niche, and what is needed more is knowledge. This profession is specifically for beast tamers, and its main purpose is to evolve beasts. After all, many beastmasters find it difficult to give up a monster once they have contracted one, so in order to make further progress, they can only evolve the monster. Therefore, most of the soul trainers are beast tamers. After all, cultivators of other professions do not have so much leisure time to understand monsters. After checking the evolutionary range of the treasure hunting rat, Qi Anlin shook his head. None of these evolutionary directions were what he wanted. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology, and the European emperors rely on luck. With luck, of course the choice is synthesis. The lucky cat was extracted from the system. It was a golden cat with spots on its body like copper coins, and it looked very wealthy. Ding! Do you want to merge treasure hunting mouse and lucky cat? Required health, 350,000. Fusion success rate, 90%. The degree of fusion is indeed very high. Since Xiaoxing's own quality is relatively high, it requires more blood energy, which directly consumes more than half of Qi Anlin's blood energy. Without hesitation, Qi Anlin directly chose fusion. When merging with the monster that serves as the main part of the synthesis will be retained, while the monster on the auxiliary part will disappear. In other words, the treasure hunting rat will absorb the fortune cat. It sounds inhumane, but when he thought about the monsters he had killed, Qi Anlin felt relieved. When he came to this world, he should adapt to the survival rules of this world and should not be too merciful. A blood cocoon wrapped the treasure hunting rat and the fortune cat. After Qi Anlin moved them into the house, he looked at Seya. The fusion time is 24 hours. Qi Anlin is going to see if Seya can merge with the Frost Battle Soul. The Frost Soul was summoned. This thing looked a bit like the blue buff in the game, but it was surrounded by elements and had no entity. Ding! Do you want to fuse Ice Wolf and Frost Soul? Required health, 800,000. Fusion success rate, 30%. Sure enough, Qi Anlin touched his chin. Although they were both ice-attributed monsters, the degree of fusion between Seya and the Frost Battle Soul was not high. After all, the Frost Battle Soul was an elemental body, which was very different from Seya's flesh and blood body. The Frost War Soul also needs to be synthesized, otherwise it will not obey his orders. After Qi Anlin asked Seya to create a piece of ice out of thin air, he used synthesis on the Frost War Soul. Ding! Do you want to fuse Frost Battle Spirit and Ice Cube? Required health, 5,000. Fusion success rate, 80%. The Frost War Soul is a 9th level mortal monster. If it were an ordinary wild beast, it might only take more than 10 points of blood energy to fuse with the ice. Most of the 5,000 points of blood energy here are used to change the loyalty of the Frost War Soul. After choosing fusion, the Frost War Soul was wrapped in a blood cocoon and broke out of the cocoon 5 minutes later. There was no change in its properties, and Qi Anlin put it into his beast bag. This monster would disguise itself as his first beast. Since there was no contract, he could only give verbal commands. He had also looked up information about beastmasters on the internet before. It seemed that other beastmasters gave verbal commands to the beasts to fight, which was different from him being able to communicate directly in the sea of spirituality. The Frost Battle Soul is more likely to be restrained by Qi cultivators, but for ordinary body cultivators, it can be said to be absolutely suppressive. Host, Qi Anlin. Realm, ordinary level 9. Occupation, beastmaster, physical cultivator, Qi cultivator. Blood energy, 250,000. Beast tamer, Xiao Yi, 9th stage of the ordinary class. Xiao Yu, 9th stage of the ordinary class. Xiao Xing, 6th stage of the ordinary class. Kung Fu brief. Bond, Sea of Spirit. It has some functions of the Queen Ant, greatly improves mental power and expands the capacity of the Sea of Spirit. Ice Soul Dantian. The speed of spiritual power recovery and absorption is accelerated. Every time Seya breaks through, he will gain a large amount of source ice power to expand his Dantian and improve his physical condition. Luck. Your luck improves, and your chances of encountering something extraordinary increase. 24 hours had passed. Shaoxing synthesis was completed and evolved again, and Anlin also found a new prompt from the system. Bond. No wonder I suddenly had a Dantian. It turned out that Seya gave it to me. From this point of view, every time you make a contract with a monster beast, you can gain a bond, so you should be more cautious in choosing the beast to tame. Name Lucky Treasure, Hunting Mouse. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 6. Potential, Spiritual grade, Top grade. Skill, Can't See Me, Lower grade, Yellow level. Can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Luck, Special passive skill. Luck increases with level. Treasure Hunting, Yellow grade, Top grade. Has a special ability to sense treasures and can sense treasures within 100 meters around. Shaoxing doesn't seem to have changed, but in fact its luck has improved a lot because of this synthesis. It has been separated from the introduction column and turned into a real skill. It's a pity that this lucky skill cannot be enhanced by using blood energy. Otherwise, Anlin would have started consuming blood energy long ago. After upgrading Seya's Gale step to the lower yellow level, Anlin stretched, packed up, and prepared to go out. The so-called college entrance examination is today, and I don't know how these people test their talents. After contacting Chu Xining, and others, Anlin went out with the beast taming bag. I had some hidden anticipation in my heart. It was finally my turn to show off and get slapped in the face. Chapter 61, Spiritual Power Test. Soon, Anlin arrived at the testing center. Under the scorching sun, there were huge crowds of people, and it seemed that except for me, everyone else was accompanied by their parents. Zhao County suffered heavy losses this time, with many students dying in another world. This caused all the parents to be terrified that something might happen to their children, and they wanted to accompany them wherever they went. The testing center was originally a gymnasium in Zhao County, and at this time, many monks in special combat uniforms were maintaining order around them. Anlin, this guy didn't die in the world of insects. Not far away, Tang Hao looked over with a frown. As the class monitor, he was extremely disgusted with people like Anlin who dragged down the average. But because of Anlin's extraordinary family background, he never said anything. This time, 5 people in the class died. I thought that with Anlin's strength, he would die in this battle, but now it seems that he is not even seriously injured. He also heard that Shuyue killed the ruler of the insect world directly because Anlin was missing. Forget it, just let him live, he is lucky. Tang Hao shifted his gaze. He was not a fool. He knew Anlin had a strong background, but still went to provoke him. At the gate, had already joined the team, and Anlin saw his humble appearance from afar. After my hand heals, can I play the guitar? Said with a sad face. His arm was wrapped in a bandage because he had injured his bones in the other world and needed to rest. Although doctors can restore bones for others, it also depends on their own level. There is no doctor in Zhao County who can restore bones. Chu Xining couldn't bear to see Gigi's sad look, so she whispered, Okay. I'm so cool. Once my hands are healed, I can learn to play the guitar. Gigi cheered, and Xia Yin and others around him looked at him speechlessly. This guy would die if he didn't act like a humiliator one day. When the insect world merged, they fell into the same place as Jijiki and were almost annoyed to death by this guy. Stop it. Anlin is here. It's time for us to go in. Xia Yin sighed and pulled Gigi over. Although this guy was a bit annoying, Chu Xining's mood had been a little abnormal recently, so it would be good for her to interact with this guy more. After all, this guy is an optimist and heartless. Anlin walked over slowly. He took a glance and found that everyone's strength had improved. After all, no one has ever been exposed to the other world before. After experiencing life and death, everyone's strength will be improved to a certain extent. Xia Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th level of the mortal level, while Li Wan and Liu have also reached the peak of the 5th level of the mortal level. As for Chu Xining, perhaps due to the influence of Wang Chang's death, she is still at the 5th level of the mortal level. This is a hurdle for Chu Xining. If she can get over it, her rel will be greatly improved in a short period of time. What Anlin didn't expect was that Gigi had actually reached the 6th level of the ordinary level. Although everyone has made great progress, Anlin, who is like a cheater, has directly jumped from the first level of the mortal level to the ninth level of the mortal level. So he was not surprised by the improvement of several people, and even had a feeling of expectation. After exchanging pleasantries with a few people in the team, everyone walked into the gymnasium together. Parents were not allowed to enter the gymnasium. After Anlin and others verified the candidate's information, they began to line up. This test is more comprehensive. After all, it is not only to test the realm, but also to test the talent for cultivation. In fact, beastmasters and divine refiners can actually be considered two branches. After all, they can both be considered as the same kind of mental power. Others, such as formation masters, talisman masters, doctors, etc., can be regarded as branches of chi cultivation. Therefore, the test is first to test one's own spiritual power, followed by mental strength, and finally physical fitness. Not only that, this time there will also be a test of one's talent for practicing martial arts. There were many unfamiliar figures around. Anlin raised his eyebrows. There were not so many candidates from Zhao County itself. Most of them came from other counties and cities. Of course, most of these students who came here were geniuses, and they wanted to use the talent test as an extra point for themselves. After queuing up, not far away, an old man with a white beard was conducting a spiritual power test. Behind him, there was a 3-meter-high machine that was running. I saw a fair-skinned young man walked up and input his spiritual power into a crystal ball. The crystal ball slowly turned into khaki, and the amount began to be displayed on the tall machine. 287. Number 65 Feng Pan, Level 3 of the Mortal Realm, Earth Attribute, Low-Quality Spiritual Power. An old and majestic voice sounded. Feng Pan's expression changed, and he shouted quickly, "Impossible! I want to retest." The next second, several people in special combat uniforms came forward, picked him up, and took him to the next testing point. People around were whispering and becoming very nervous. When they first entered the world of cultivation, as young people, they were all full of high spirits and believed that they could be the one who could defeat all the other heroes and eventually reach the top. After all, as an individual, everyone thinks that he or she is the protagonist of this world. However, we are more than just the protagonist. In many people's lives, perhaps we have all been just insignificant supporting roles. Anlin shook his head. If it weren't for the system, perhaps he would just be Zhang San or Li Si, just a part of the vast crowd. If there is nothing special about you, is it really possible to reach a high level just by working hard? Anlin looked around. No matter which world you are in, background is an extremely important part. People with backgrounds can get more resources for cultivation, while those without resources can only rely on themselves. In this world, how many resources can an ordinary person without any power get by relying on himself? There are basically no ordinary people among the rich people in this world. Ordinary people are unable to protect their wealth. Shaking his head, Anlin stopped thinking about it and began to wait slowly for the test. There were fewer and fewer people around, and many students started crying. However, the staff did not try to comfort them, but took them directly to the next test site. At this time, a playboy in gorgeous clothes walked up, revealing his aura, which startled the people around him. Ordinary level 8. When did Zhao County produce such a genius? I heard that he came from Linsheng. He seems to be from the Hu family, one of the 5 major families. On the testing table, Hu Tian looked down at the students around him. What a poor little place. It breeds a bunch of trash. Hu Tian's eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, these guys who would be cannon fodder in the future were not qualified to be tested for talent. Because of these guys, he had to wait so long. He reached out his hand to the crystal ball, and soon, a number appeared on the machine. 720. Number 250 Hu Tian, Mortal Level 8, Fire Attribute, Low Quality Spiritual Power. Chapter 62, Ice Soul Battle Body. Impossible. Impossible. For this test, his father spent a lot of training resources and forcibly improved his strength by 2 levels, hoping that he could enter a top university. However, with this kind of breakthrough, his realm has been raised, but his foundation is unstable, so the quality of his spiritual energy is only equivalent to the 7th level of the ordinary level. There must be something wrong with the mechanical test. I didn't get such a good result when I tested in my family. Hu Tian yelled, but was quickly taken away from the scene. The old man shook his head, but did not stop. In fact, when Hu Tian came up, he had already noticed the weakness of Hu Tian's aura. If you force yourself to improve your strength, it will easily lead to an unstable foundation, which will affect your qualifications. However, during the college entrance examination, many people know the disadvantages of this matter, but still do it without hesitation. After all, if you can get into a better school and get more resources, you can eliminate the previous defects. Next, although the old man's voice was small, it echoed in the ears of every candidate. After hearing this, Seya clenched his fists and walked forward. The spiritual power levels of the more than 200 people before him were very low, which made him doubt himself. As a genius from #1 middle school, can he really compare to someone from a big family in lynching? After taking a deep breath, Seya placed his hand on the crystal ball, and his spiritual power circulated. Soon, the crystal ball was dyed red. Below the stage, Chu Xining and others stared at the machine nervously, as this test would determine their college entrance examination scores. The final college entrance examination tests theoretical knowledge, but generally speaking, as long as one has enough talent, the score requirements will be lowered. Soon, a number appeared on the machine. 799. Number 251 Seya, 7th level mortal, fire attribute, high quality spiritual power. The old man nodded slightly. This result represented that Seya had a solid foundation and was able to control his spiritual power well. It's much better than those who take drugs. Seya breathed a sigh of relief, said thank you, then left the scene and headed to the next testing point. Although he was also curious about the results of other members of the team, the tests were conducted one after another, and he could not delay. After Seya left, the students who had not been tested talked about it a lot. The 200 people before had put too much pressure on them, and now finally a person with high-quality spiritual power appeared, which rekindled their hope. And then several people in the team also walked up one after another. 550. Number 345, Chu Xining, mortal level 5, physician, medium spiritual power quality. The attribute of a physician is not one of the major attributes, but involves a little bit of life, so they do not have any combat capabilities. Generally speaking, wood-attributed chi cultivators may also have some healing abilities, but they are far inferior to doctors of the same level. However, wood-attributed cultivators still have certain combat capabilities. 384. Number 388 Liu, 5th level of ordinary level, talisman master, medium spiritual power quality. The talisman master mainly relies on talismans to fight, so he needs some spiritual power and mental power, and it mainly depends on his own talisman-making ability. As for Li 1 and GGG, they went directly to the next test. They did not have much spiritual power in their bodies, so they had to take the next spiritual power absorption test to test their chi cultivation talent. The number of people around gradually decreased, and Anlin also saw several geniuses with high-quality spiritual power, most of whom were people from other places. 987. Number 1580 Luo Yudi, mortal level 9, water attribute, high-quality spiritual power. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience upon hearing the news. This was also the first candidate to reach the 9th level of the ordinary level. We are both in the 3rd year of high school. So why has this person reached the 9th level of the ordinary level? I work so hard and practice for 10 hours every day, but I'm only at the 5th level of the ordinary level. Brother, you're already considered a genius in Zhao County. These are all people from Lincheng, a student who is only at the 3rd level of the ordinary level side. The children of large families have no shortage of resources for cultivation. In order to prepare for this test, his family spent a huge amount of money to buy him a first-grade spirit stone to absorb, which allowed him to barely reach the peak of the 3rd stage. The family members could obtain a lot of such spirit stones every month. After causing a commotion, Luo Yudi left the scene, and the old man looked at the next person's name. Anlin. The old man raised his eyebrows, and he perked up instead of feeling drowsy. He was originally a tutor at Lin University. After hearing the gossip from someone, he took the initiative to come here to help with the testing in order to find a good candidate in advance. The person on the list is one of his targets this time. However, Anlin would definitely be admitted to a top university unless he actually had poor talent, so he didn't hold out too much hope. Lu Long had some expectations in his heart. This was the first time he came to accept a disciple before the college entrance examination. If Anlin could become his disciple, he would probably be able to teach a king-level student in the future. Next one, Anlin. Hearing Lu Long's voice, Anlin walked onto the stage excitedly. He was also very curious about the quality of his spiritual power. Generally speaking, he seldom uses spiritual power to fight, and mostly relies on the pulsation of his physical body. However, With the interference of ice spiritual power, defeating ordinary enemies becomes exceptionally easy. I don't know whether my spiritual power is high or low. Soon, Anlin walked onto the stage and reached for the crystal ball. Below the stage, Tang Hao looked at Anlin and shook his head. He knew that Anlin was a beastmaster. Perhaps this spiritual power was refined from the elixir sent by Sister June and was not worth mentioning. He also couldn't sense the spiritual energy from Anlin, so he probably wasn't even at the mortal level. Just as Tang Hao was constantly belittling Anlin in his heart, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations around him, and he quickly looked over. Above the crystal ball, a shadow of ice appeared faintly. The old man's gaze fixed, and he stood up directly. Battle body? Lu Long began to tremble with excitement. Anyone with a combat body would at least be a king in the future. The numerical value on the machine soared and soon reached 900, but it continued to rise. The icy shadow gradually solidified into shape, and its figure vaguely resembled a smaller version of Anlin. It's the ice soul battle body. Lu Long confirmed Anlin's physique, and it was undoubtedly a battle body. There are tens of thousands of types of combat bodies, but this number is not limited to Blue Star, but exists in all worlds. Although Anlin's combat body was only the second to last, it was still better than many geniuses. There were countless living beings in the heavens in myriad worlds, but there were only tens of thousands of combat bodies. The Ice Soul battle body not only has a fast training speed, but also makes it difficult for the possessor to go astray, and the speed at which spiritual energy recovers is far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, among the same level, there are very few people who can be rivals. While Lu Long was still thinking about how to recruit Anlin as his disciple, another color faintly emerged on the crystal ball. Dual attributes? And above the machine, the values are finally fixed. 1098. Chapter 63, Individual Test. Number 1581, Anlin, Mortal Level 9, Ice and Wind Attributes, Top Quality Spiritual Power. Lu Long hesitated for a moment and said, since Anlin has an icy soul combat body, he can get a special recruitment quota in advance. After the announcement, he looked at Anlin and said with a genial smile, I am Lu Long, the special warfare instructor of Lin University. If you're interested in entering Lin University, you can become my disciple. Before Anlin could react, the crowd started to make a commotion. Master Lin, special warfare instructor. I remember now. The old man who checked the spiritual power is a heavenly level expert. Heavenly level? Isn't that the 5th level? A student from Linchang suddenly said, didn't you notice what Senior Lu said? This Anlin is actually a combat body. Battle body? Was a battle body. Isn't Anlin a waste who is unable to practice? Upon hearing this, the people around him instantly turned their heads and looked at him with contempt. If this can be called trash, then what are they? While everyone was talking about it, Anlin also reacted. Battle body? Could it be because of Seya's bond? Thanks for Senior Lu's kindness. If there is a chance for me to enter Lin University, I will look for Senior Lu. Anlin was polite. Although he would most likely enter Lin University in the end, he had his roots here after all. It was very important for him to gain some favor in front of the heavenly level cultivators. Lu Long nodded and said with a smile, okay, Lin is not a fish in a pond. I know that you're unlikely to stay in Guizhou province. Let's go to the next testing point. Although you're already considered a student admitted to a top university, you still need to complete the tests. Anlin nodded, said a few polite words, and went to the next testing point. Have you heard? Anlin is actually a combat body, and his spiritual power quality exceeds 1,000. A student from number 2 middle school said excitedly. Just now, a friend told him the news on his mobile phone. What? Isn't Anlin unable to practice? The news quickly spread throughout the entire testing point, and everyone started talking about it immediately. As long as the legendary combat body does not die prematurely, it can eventually enter the king realm. That's right, although the Ice Soul battle body ranks 9998, this physique is what many people dream of. Not only can it increase the speed of cultivation, but it also does not fear going astray, said the science group. At this time, the Dihua group also began to speak. Anlin's sister is also a genius, but she is a fire element. Could it be that because she was suppressed by her sister's attributes before, she was unable to practice until she experienced the crisis in the other world? And then she suddenly awakened, accumulated a lot of experience, and reached the 9th level in one day. On the other side, the gossip group began to say, I saw Chu Sheening from #1 middle school running out of Chi Anlin's house with a red face. Finally, the slander group said, if I had that kind of talent and family background, my strength would definitely be far greater than this guy's. The world is really unfair. Jijiki suddenly appeared beside this person and whispered in his ear, life is boring, Toad's comment on humans. Shit. The man was frightened by Jijiki. He didn't feel anyone approaching him at all. Seya sighed and said to Jijiki, stop messing around and come here quickly. Let's get ready for the test. Originally, he thought that even if Chi Anlin hid his strength, he should be about the same as himself, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Thinking of Chi Anlin's sister, Seya felt even more helpless. This brother and sister from the Chi family were simply evil. After hearing Seya's words, Jijiki continued to say to the man disapprovingly, jealousy makes me gaussy and fuzzy. Jealousy makes me increase, but decrease. Jealousy makes me induce breeding. Jealousy makes me oxidatively decompose. Before he could finish his words, he was pulled away by Chi Anlin, who had just arrived. Although he was already used to Jijiki's painting style, he had to admit that sometimes Chi Anlin didn't even want to admit that he knew this guy. For example, when they were playing games together, his name was Robbery Police Station, and Jijiki's name was King Logging Menuine. Who the hell would come up with a name like that? After taking Jijiki away, Chi Anlin learned about the content of the second test, which was a test of the speed of absorbing spiritual power. This test involves sending out a spirit stone, which will be absorbed under the observation of the tester, so even physical cultivators can be tested. The ultimate goal of the spiritual power of Chi cultivation is to enter the dantian and circulate throughout the body, while the ultimate goal of body cultivation is to integrate the spiritual power into the body and strengthen the physical constitution. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a few people in the team, a man in a special combat uniform came over and said, Student Chi, we will test you individually next. This was notified by Chi Zhan after he received the news. As a combat body, conventional testing methods should not be used, not to mention that Chi Anlin is a practitioner of 3 professions. Chi Anlin was stunned and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. I have endured humiliation for so long just for this moment of showing off, but this group of people actually want to deprive me of it. Seeing Chi Anlin's constipated look, Jijiki nodded thoughtfully and said, will we know the results after the test? The results will naturally be announced. Chi Anlin felt relieved. It turned out that Jijiki understood him best. Arriving at a separate room, Chi Anlin saw several instructors who exuded a sense of oppression and stood aside somewhat restrainedly. Another warrior has emerged from Zhao County. The person who spoke was a 5th-level physical cultivator with veins bulging on his muscles, as if he was suppressing his own strength. Again, Chi Anlin was a little puzzled. He had never heard of any combat body, but it seems that I didn't care much about these things before. Seeing Chi Anlin's puzzled look, a female Chi cultivator said, little guy, don't you know that your sister also has a combat body? Hey, this is quite strange. The same parents gave birth to 2 combat bodies with completely different attributes. The instructors were talking about it, and Chi Anlin was also upset. Chi Shuiyue didn't even tell him about such a big thing. Well, even if I tell him, he won't care at that time. He will just give me a few compliments and then try to ignore it. Excuse me, master, what kind of combat body is my sister in? Flame Phoenix battle body. To be honest, her battle body is much higher than yours, but it's not as abnormal as yours at this stage. Flame Phoenix battle body? Chi Anlin thought of the Flame Phoenix art he had obtained before. Was it a preparation for her? The ranking is probably around 5,000. Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the violent maniac's combat physique was in the top 10. Now it seems that it won't take too long for him to surpass her. After all, when Xiaoya's quality is improved, the bond will also change. By then, his physique will be more than the current 9,998th. Okay, little guy, stop chatting. We will test your spiritual power absorption speed, mental strength, physical strength, combat ability, and comprehension. Others may be able to test their talent as a talisman master, etc., but for you, I suggest you focus on your current career. After all, you can't shoot too much. You may have to give up some careers in the future, otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. Chapter 64, Excessive Mental Strength. Chi Anlin nodded. The 3 professions were due to the bond. Otherwise, he would not have reached his current level. If I were to learn a few more professions, I would need to spend even more time. It's not that I can't learn it, but wouldn't it be better to use this energy to focus on improving other abilities? Most importantly, Anlin felt that he might be able to synthesize a beast that could make medicine, so he wouldn't have to do it himself. Soon, Anlin began his first test. A mentor in a long robe waved his hand, and several spirit stones appeared on the ground. Then, he drew a formation with his hand, and some dense patterns appeared on the ground with Anlin as the center. A golden light rose up, and Anlin felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around him suddenly increased and became thicker. This is a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. Now you can start absorbing spiritual energy. Hearing this, Anlin nodded, and without any delay, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be caught in a whirlpool, and the expressions of several instructors slowly changed. Anlin's combat body development was so high. This absorption speed is no less than that of a cultivator in the first realm. His ability to absorb spiritual energy is also top-notch. Xiao Shun nodded. As a divine refiner, he could see more clearly the circulation of spiritual energy in Anlin's body. Part of this spiritual power entered the Dantian, and the other part began to temper the body. It's just that the dual cultivation of Qi and Qi is really slowing down the progress. If I give up one of them, I estimate that I have already reached the middle stage of the first realm. In fact, Anlin had basically never absorbed spiritual power on his own. The spiritual power transmitted from the Queen Ant at all times was enough for him to temper his body. The spiritual power that was fed back during the breakthrough allowed him to break through the realm again and again. If it weren't for the blood that was fed back after each synthesis to transform his body, his realm probably wouldn't be so stable now. Xiao Shun shook his head with some regret. Anlin was young and energetic. As a genius, he might not listen to his advice. He would understand after he suffered losses in the future. After testing the ability to absorb spiritual energy, the 5th level physical cultivator brought a machine from outside the door. This is a mental power meter. I don't quite understand how it works, but you just need to lie down on it. Anlin nodded and lay down directly. Something like a blindfold covered his eyes, and Anlin also felt as if something was stimulating his head. While Anlin was testing, Xiao Shun stared at Anlin's head in disbelief, as if he had picked up a treasure. His body trembled slightly, and he said with some regret, "With such a spiritual C, he is still a beastmaster." When the instrument interfered with Anlin's mental power, he also noticed the fluctuations in Anlin's spiritual C. Soon, a numerical value began to appear on the instrument. 1390. A 9th level mortal with spiritual power close to that of a 4th level divine refiner in the first realm. Hiroyin opened her red lips slightly. If she could compete with those strong men from the top universities, she would even want to force Anlin to become her disciple. Quick, 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 continue the test. This kid has a solid body and abundant Qi and blood. At first glance, he is a good candidate for my physical training. Soon, the results of the physical fitness test came out, and Anlin's physique was equivalent to that of a physical cultivator at the first level of the first realm. Several instructors took Anlin away from the testing center. Originally, the practical test should have been conducted during the official college entrance examination, but due to Anlin's special situation, they would test him in advance. The actual combat test was conducted in an arena where there were monsters that they had just captured. Since they didn't know Anlin's actual combat ability, they discussed and decided to release a 7th level mortal monster to test the waters first. Even if Anlin cannot win, he will not be killed directly under their protection. They also knew that Anlin had never had the opportunity to go to another world before, and after finally completing a military training, something went wrong. Therefore, Anlin's own combat ability should not be strong. Everyone in the Colosseum was driven out. Anlin walked to the center of the Colosseum. The ground here was stained black due to years of being soaked in blood, and it revealed a strong smell of blood. Most people would even vomit after smelling this smell, but Anlin, who had experienced many battles in the blood energy space, had long been accustomed to this smell. The door in front slowly opened, and Anlin subconsciously used the identification function. Name Lightning Dog. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Ordinary level 7th stage. Potential, Ordinary high quality. Ordinary level 7. Qianling's mind. Are these instructors afraid that he will be killed accidentally? Anlin clenched his fists and did not choose a weapon. Although he had learned swordsmanship, After experiencing so many physical fights in the blood energy space, it could be said that bare hands are what he is best at. This time, he had no intention of hiding his strength. The more he showed, the more resources he could get. As long as the queen ant is not exposed, it will be fine. Anlin stepped hard and rushed out like an arrow, directly facing the lightning hound. Feeling the sudden burst of breath from Anlin, the lightning hound was startled and hurriedly prepared to escape, but the next second, its limbs were frozen and it was unable to move for a while. Kill the mortal level 7th stage lightning dog and gain 9,500 blood energy points. The lightning hound's head exploded like a falling watermelon, and an ice wall appeared in front of Anlin, blocking the splattering blood. The blood on his hands turned into ice cubes, and Anlin shook it off lightly. Teacher, let's switch to a mortal level 9th level monster. Although most cultivators cannot defeat monsters of the same level, his strength cannot be calculated according to the 9th level of the ordinary level. If you're so confident, Yang Zheng, release the beast king you caught. Hiroyun said with a chuckle, her eyes flickering slightly. This little guy was so decisive in killing, and he didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. The most important thing is that when he threw a punch, Hiroyun could feel the murderous aura from him, as if he had experienced many battles. Physical cultivator Yang Zheng did not refuse, and said with a hearty smile, "Boy, the strength of the monster I released is not comparable to that of ordinary 9th level monsters. You'd better not capsize in the gutter." The beast control bag for capturing monsters was opened, and a huge monster fell into the arena. Name Silver Sand Ironback Bear. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 9th stage. Potential, Yellow grade. Roar. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and a deafening roar was heard. The several-meter-tall body of the Silver Sand Ironback Bear suddenly jumped out and attacked Anlin directly. Chapter 65, Anlin's Limit. The wind spiritual power circulated in his feet, and Anlin rolled over to avoid the attack. The Silver Sand Ironback Bear is very powerful. If it slaps you on the body, you'll either die or be injured. Anlin dodged the attack of the Silver Sand Ironback Bear. After finding the right moment, an ice wall appeared in the Silver Sand Ironback Bear's field of vision, blocking Anlin's figure. The Silver Sand Ironback Bear roared and smashed the ice wall, and taking advantage of this time, Anlin came to its back and punched it on the back of the neck. If it were in the past, he would hit someone's head first. After all, injuries to the head are often fatal. But now, after experiencing so many battles, he also understands the disadvantages of hitting the head. For monsters like the Silver Sand Ironback Bear, a hit on the head can be fatal, but it also depends on whether you have enough strength. Although Anlin's strength is not inferior to that of an ordinary first-level cultivator, as a beast king of the same level, hitting the head is often a stupid behavior. The skull is the most defensive part of the body, not to mention that of the Silver Sand Ironback Bear. The blow hit the back of the Silver Sand Ironback Bear's neck. Anlin rolled over and dodged the Silver Sand Ironback Bear's palm again. And this time, Anlin also fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, several ice cones shot towards the Silver Sand Ironback Bear's eyes. Feeling threatened, the Silver Sand Ironback Bear also blocked the ice cones with his hands. Taking this opportunity, Anlin approached the Silver Sand Ironback Bear again, with his claw-shaped hands, and directly grabbed the Silver Sand Ironback Bear's vitals. As the weakest part of a male creature, this weakness is fatal enough. And in order to kill the enemy, Anlin often uses any means necessary. However, a large part of the tricks he used were those that others had used on him in the blood energy space. Roar, roar. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Silver Sand Ironback Bear let out a miserable howl. An indescribable pain surged into its heart, making it unable to help but roll on the ground. In the stands, seeing this scene, several instructors had strange expressions on their faces, and some even laughed out loud. Although Anlin's behavior was somewhat sinister, it also improved the evaluation of him by several mentors. During a battle, flashy and hesitant behavior is not desirable, and people like Anlin who are unscrupulous are what they value most. It's either you die or I live. There's no need to talk about morality. While the Silver Sand Ironback Bear was rolling around, Anlin also attacked it several times, but at this time the Silver Sand Ironback Bear mostly attacked randomly, so Anlin didn't want to fight with it desperately. The attacks of the ice cones were useless. Facing a monster of this level, unless it had overwhelming strength, the ice cones could not destroy its defense at all. Therefore, in the early stages, the attack power of fire monks is often higher than that of monks with other attributes. When the silver sand ironback bear was already exhausted, Anlin attacked again, and this time he directly used the fully developed Tiger Edge fist. There was a hint of a tiger's roar in the attack. Anlin quickly found the silver sand ironback bear's weakness. He jumped up and kicked it, directly piercing the silver sand ironback bear's throat. Kill it while it's weak. The subsequent punches all hit the same spot, and Anlin punched a large gap in the silver sand ironback bear's neck. The silver sand ironback bear, which lost too much blood, finally fell down powerlessly. Kill the mortal level 9 stage silver sand ironback bear and gain 80,000 blood energy. After taking a few deep breaths, Anlin looked at several instructors. With his greatly increased strength, he thought that he could easily defeat monsters of the same level, and even defeat monsters of the first level of the realm. But now it seems that he may still be a little short of it. The power of the monster is too strong. If you're not careful, you may be seriously injured, so you must be extra cautious when fighting. Several instructors were also stunned by Anlin's desperate fighting style. It doesn't look like he has never experienced any battles. Even those military children who were sent to fight in another world since childhood did not have such combat awareness and murderous intent. What monster? However, no matter how they guessed, they would never have thought that Anlin had experienced far more battles than ordinary people. After all, when he was in the other world, he spent most of his time every day fighting in the blood energy space and died over 100 times, so he could not only quickly find the enemy's weaknesses, but also avoid his own weaknesses. After the battle, Anlin took a deep breath, and a large amount of spiritual energy around him was drawn into his body, and the energy consumed in the battle just now was quickly restored. Defeating the Beast King of the same level is enough to prove the fighting ability of this little monster. Hiroyin looked at Anlin with a very dangerous look, as if she wanted to eat him. I think his limit is not just this. It just so happens that I have someone capture a first-level monster. Why not let him try it? Xiao Shun suggested. A first-level demon beast? Are you crazy? Don't you know the difference between a mortal level and the first level? Yang Zheng frowned after hearing this. Although he was also curious about Anlin's limit, this was too dangerous. Xiao Shun shook his head. You are exaggerating too much. Although Anlin's talent is indeed extraordinary, it is not so easy for him to die young. Besides, he has defensive treasures on him, so he will be fine. I agree with Xiao Shun's opinion, but even if Anlin might be in danger, we can subdue the monster in the first place. Everyone was talking about it, and at this time in the Colosseum, Anlin suddenly opened his beast bag and released 2 monsters. His talent as a beastmaster has never been shown, but beastmastering is part of his strength, so it can be used in actual combat tests. Although the Frost War Soul is not his own monster, after being synthesized by the system, the monster is absolutely loyal to him, so Anlin can also command its battle normally. In order to conceal his tracks, Anlin separated a bit of his mental power to surround the spiritual core of the Frost Battle Spirit, but did not establish a contract with it. Teachers, beast control is also considered a part of my strength. I want to challenge a first-level demon beast. Hearing Anlin's words, several instructors were slightly stunned. Since Anlin's other talents were too dazzling, they naturally ignored his talent as a beastmaster. After all, a genius who could cultivate to the 9th level of the mortal level at this age should not have the energy to take care of the training of beast tamers no matter what. This kid actually owns 2 high-quality mortal level 9th stage beasts. A sense of absurdity arose in the hearts of several people. As mentors, they had seen many geniuses, but compared with Anlin's performance, they were nothing. Good, you have guts. Yang Zheng laughed first. As a physical cultivator, what he admired most was courageous people like Anlin. He has talent, strength, and courage. If he had a daughter, no, he would never let others take his own cabbage, unless you were stronger than him. Chapter 66, Battle Against a Level 1 Monster. The 2 monsters, like Anlin, have ice attributes, and when they work together, it's more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Soon, a second-level cultivator holding a beast-taming bag came to the arena, nodded slightly, and released the first-level monster. Because his strength increased too quickly, Anlin had never fought against a first-level monster. The moment this monster appeared, he felt his body giving him a warning, which made Anlin couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was also the first time that he fought a monster that could threaten his life in reality. Anlin's adrenaline was secreted crazily, and he became excited. Name: Giant Rock Warrior. Attribute: Earth. Level: 1 level 1 stage. Potential: Yellow grade mid-grade. Introduction: a monster whose entire body is made of rock, with powerful defensive capabilities. After seeing clearly this first-level demon beast, Anlin took out the white crane sword from his space ring. When facing such a monster, using fists will not only fail to break its defense, but will also injure your hands. Of course, if you have a sledgehammer, it should be much easier to fight. The giant rock monster's body was covered with moss, its hands were like war hammers, and its nearly 5-meter height made Anlin swallow his saliva. When they are at a lower realm, the size of monsters will often become very large, but when they reach a higher realm, their bodies will be compressed to a normal level. Once they fight with all their strength, they will expand to unimaginable heights. The monster in front of him could be killed with just one punch. Frost War Soul. Focus on attacking the right leg of the giant rock war monster. Seya will assist the Frost War Soul in the attack. Anlin gave the order quickly. The giant rock war monster's huge body and terrifying power meant that its movements would be very slow. Anlin's primary goal was to destroy one of the giant rock monster's legs. After receiving Anlin's order, the Frost War Soul flew towards the giant rock war monster without hesitation. Its elemental body could float in the air and was immune to certain physical attacks. Therefore, the Frost Soul can not only serve as a main attacker, but also as a meat shield. The giant rock war demon's huge fist smashed down, and for a moment, sand and stones splashed everywhere on the ground. Dust filled the sky and swallowed the body of the Frost War spirit. In the stands, Yang Zheng scratched his head. As a physical cultivator, although he was strong, he could only sense 4 life breaths below and could not use his mental power to observe the actual situation. Elemental monsters? Where did this guy get this from? Xiao Shun said in surprise. Elemental monsters are good at defeating physical cultivators and are highly recommended by many beastmasters. However, most of these beasts are in a different world in the north. According to the information he had obtained, Anlin had never left Qianzhou. Could it be that Shuyue brought it? Thinking of this, Xiao Shun suddenly understood. In addition to Shuyue, could Anlin also create a monster out of thin air? This is even more ridiculous than those protagonists in novels who have systems. In the Colosseum, the smoke and dust dissipated again, and the giant rock war demon raised his hand in surprise. In the deep pit, the blue figure of the Frost War Soul swayed slightly. If the Frost Battle Soul does not solidify into a solid entity, it will not be harmed by physical attacks. Therefore, if the Qi cultivator cannot separate the Qi and blood from the body, he will not be able to harm the Frost Battle Soul at all. Frost War Spirit. Use the freezing fist to attack the giant rock war monster's knees. Howling Moon. Use the Ice Freeze skill to freeze its hands. Just now, Seya used the Eye of Insight and saw the weakness of the giant rock war monster and its next move. After communicating with Seya in the Sea of Spirituality, an ice path appeared in front of Anlin, and Anlin stepped hard and slid on the ice path. The ice path surrounded the body of the giant rock monster, and Anlin was able to get close to the neck of the giant rock monster through the ice path. Falling Leaf Sword Technique. In a very short period of time, Anlin swung out several swords in succession, all hitting the same position, cutting a gap in the neck of the giant rock monster. The body of the giant rock war monster is made entirely of special rocks. Only the crystal core in its head and the rock spirit in the middle of its chest are the most deadly parts. Apart from that, every other part of its body can be discarded. These damaged bodies can be restored as long as they absorb enough Earth's spiritual power. As long as one of the fatal points is removed, the body of the giant rock monster will collapse directly and turn into a pile of rocks containing spiritual power. The Ice War Spirit's fists glowed blue, and in a very short period of time, he threw out several punches, hitting the knees of the giant rock war monster. Seya's body changed quickly, and he used the wind step to come to the right shoulder of the giant rock monster. After using the ice skill to freeze it, he began to attack the giant rock monster with ice claws. The giant rock monster let out an angry roar, and for a moment didn't know which side to attack, so it waved its other unrestrained hand and began to slap around randomly. When its right arm broke free from control, Seya had already left blue scratches on its hand. This was Seya's frost mark. When it accumulated to a certain amount, it would directly cause a freezing effect. The Ice War Spirit attacked the Rock War Monster's knees frantically, smashing layer of rock into pieces. The Rock War Monster also swung its legs angrily and kicked the Ice War Spirit's arms directly. The next second, the Ice War Soul condensed its arms again, but at this time the giant Rock War Monster's legs had already passed through its body, so it began to attack the giant Rock War Monster's leg band. The weakness that Seya saw was the damage this giant rock monster had suffered when it was captured, so this position was relatively weak and could be easily destroyed. There were more and more ice tracks on the field, and Anlin kept sliding on them, occasionally finding opportunities to attack the weak points of the giant rock monster. Under such an attack, although the giant rock monster was angry, it was still unable to attack Anlin and Seya. Suddenly, its hands sank into the ground, and the next moment, spikes of earth suddenly shot out from the ground, destroying all the ice roads. Anlin jumped lightly and landed on the ground. Due to the interference of the earth spikes, he had no chance to let Seya build the ice road. Seeing that destroying the earth spikes was a thankless task, Anlin directly changed the battle plan and attacked the weak points of the giant rock monster separately. And just like that, about 5 minutes later, the right knee of the giant rock monster was completely pierced and its body tilted and it almost fell down. Ice Battle Spirit. Use Extreme Cold Storm. An ice tornado blew up, and the giant rock monster lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding earth spikes shattered with a loud bang, and this fall also happened to completely shatter the weak point that Anlin attacked. The right arm of the giant rock monster fell off, and its threat capability was greatly weakened. Seya's frost skill also took effect, freezing the entire giant rock monster into an ice sculpture. There was no suspense in the battle. Anlin and the two monsters pursued the victory. After a few minutes, they finally took out the crystal core of the giant rock war monster. Kill the first level monster, giant rock war monster, and gain 150,000 blood energy points. Chapter 67. Earth level Kung Fu Fragments. Anlin took a deep breath. He didn't expect that killing a first level monster would be so difficult. If this thing hadn't run so slowly, and with the help of Seya and Hanbang Battle Soul, it would have been difficult for him to deal with this monster. In the stands, several instructors stared at Anlin in shock. The giant rock war monster is a relatively special monster. Its actual combat power is stronger than that of ordinary first-level monsters. However, it was solved so easily by Anlin at this time. The reason why the mortal level is called the mortal level is because it has not yet left the scope of mortals. While the first realm is the real entry into the world of cultivation, and the level of life is different. Therefore, the difference between the mortal level and the first level is like the difference between heaven and earth. The real monster. Xiao Shun exhaled a breath and did not continue to test Anlin's fighting ability. Being able to fight across borders was enough to prove Anlin's talent. Anlin will definitely be accepted by a top university. The military university just sent a message saying that he will arrive tomorrow. Before that, we should keep an eye on Anlin. Xiao Shun said very seriously. Anlin's talent will definitely be reported, and as a genius of China, this is also the time when he is most likely to fail. After the college entrance examination results are released, people from evil cults or demon sects will attack and kill some extremely talented students. Most of these people are cultivators of the first or second realm, and those at higher levels will not dare to show up unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, many schools will pick up students in advance. Although geniuses should not grow under the wings of a school, due to the existence of these people, if they go out alone, they will basically die. What is frustrating is that these people are like rats in the sewer and cannot be cleaned up at all. As a combat body, Anlin would be attacked by cult members, just like his sister Shua, who was attacked by a second-level physical cultivator after the college entrance examination. Therefore, when these universities have not sent people to recruit students, they will always protect Anlin. The next test was a test of comprehension. Several people led Anlin to a relatively quiet practice room and began to discuss the exercises. This kid just used the falling leaf sword technique and was able to stab out 4 swords in 1 second. I guess he's already reached the minor success stage. Hiroyan glanced at Anlin. In the early stages, it was difficult to open the distance between cultivators, and the minor success martial arts that Anlin mastered would definitely make his combat effectiveness far superior to others. Hey, I can see that. This kid has a special physique. I thought he was born with supernatural powers, but after careful observation, I think he has practiced the yellow-level body refining technique. Yang Zheng touched his chin. When he was learning the ordinary level body refining technique, he was tortured to the point of being worse than death. This kid not only learned the yellow-level body refining technique in advance, but also, judging from the looks of it, he should have entered the second level. At least, an ordinary 7th level physical cultivator would not be able to break through Qi Anlin's defense without using all his strength, like a humanoid monster. In that case, it seems that Qi Anlin's comprehension is far superior to that of ordinary people. There is no need to test him with those low-grade skills. Hiroyun, I remember that you just came out of the ruins not long ago and obtained a yellow-level sword technique, which has not been included before. Why not let Qi Anlin test it? Xiao Shun suggested. With Qi Anlin's mental strength, it is already enough to comprehend the yellow-level martial arts. If Qi Anlin could master the sword technique within one day, he would be considered a genius. Well, by learning my swordsmanship, you're also doing me a favor. This favor will be of great use in the future, Hiroyun said with a smile. She also intended to do so, and when Xiao Shun mentioned it, she naturally took out the swordsmanship directly. After discussing it, several people walked towards Qi Anlin. Xiao Qi, come take a look at this yellow-level martial art. This is the last step of the test. If you can master this martial art within one day, you will be considered a seed in the future. Hiroyun was stunned when she said this. With Qi Anlin's current performance, even if he didn't take the last test, he would be trained as a seed student if he entered a top university. After all, he is a fighting body. Qi Anlin nodded, feeling a little excited in his heart, thinking that he had picked up a yellow-level martial art for free. Only after the experience of making money, you will know how great it is to make money. After giving a few instructions, Hiroyun handed the martial arts to Qi Anlin. With Qi Anlin's physique, there was no need to worry about the possibility of him going astray. What they were worried about was that if he didn't get started, Qi Anlin's self-confidence would be hit. But Qi Anlin doesn't care about these at all. The time flow rate in the blood energy space is 10:1. And with the personal teaching of a strong person, if you can't get started in the blood energy space after 10 days, you might as well just kill yourself. After obtaining the martial arts, Qi Anlin sat cross-legged, opened it and read it, then entered the blood energy space. In the martial arts learning column, the shadow of this sword technique appeared. Xian Yin sword technique, incomplete. A middle-grade yellow-level martial art, an incomplete version. The original sword technique was divided into 5 parts and is a low-grade, earth-level martial art. The sword technique carries the energy of Xian Yin, which can be detonated inside the enemy's body, breaking the enemy's tendons and veins. This is so vicious. Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. The introduction didn't seem like a serious martial art. However, the people in this world mainly rely on strength. After all, external enemies are still there. Since this kind of martial arts can kill people, no matter how vicious it is within the scope of learning. In addition to the evil blood sacrifice technique, since this martial art is a fragment of an earth-level martial art, then its difficulty should be more difficult than a mid-level yellow-level martial art. Qi Anlin sighed. Others might be very excited to pick up this technique, but you have to know that he will have to find the remaining fragments in the future. It is very troublesome just thinking about it. Shaking his head, Qi Anlin clicked on the remaining chapters of Xian Yin sword technique. Getting started, 30,000 HP. Skilled teaching, 100,000 HP. Mastery tutorial, 300,000 HP. Small success tutorial, 1 million HP. Great teaching, 250,000 HP. Peak teaching, 8 million HP with the power of Xian Yin. It was ridiculously expensive. Qi Anlin felt a little embarrassed. If the queen ant hadn't been promoted, he probably wouldn't have been able to master it. During this day, the queen ant produced 15 ordinary level 9th stage tiger-armored ant soldiers. As for why she didn't produce all 40 of them, it was because there wasn't enough flesh and blood. The queen ant also needs to replenish energy, and most of the monsters in this forest have been killed. These ant soldiers were only able to be born because it captured a few mortal level 9th stage monsters. Maybe in 2 days, it will have to go somewhere else. Qi Anlin shook his head. With the queen ant around, he could spend lavishly. Learn to master teaching. Ding, the teaching begins. Host, please get ready. Chapter 68 Epiphany. Soon a figure appeared and began to explain the sword technique to Qi Anlin. As the figure appeared, Anlin couldn't help but start to dance with the wooden sword given to him by the system. If he didn't learn it now, it would be too late when the sword stabbed him later. At this time, several instructors in the training room looked at each other. After reading the sword technique, Anlin became dazed. Hiroyun was stunned and almost choked to death by her own saliva. Why is this kid in a daze? Yangzheng couldn't help but say, when I first started learning martial arts, I couldn't concentrate for a long time. I was in a daze like this kid and was almost beaten to death by the teacher. Should I remind him? At this time, Xiao Shun frowned, feeling something was wrong, so he used his mental power to investigate Anlin. Seeing this, Xiao Shun opened his eyes wide and shouted to the others, "Shut up! Don't disturb him!" Around Anlin, a faint sense of martial arts truth emerged, and the sound of swords could be heard faintly. Xiao Shun said in disbelief, "This kid actually had an epiphany." Upon hearing this, Yang Zheng could no longer sit still and stood up. It's my fault." Feeling the murderous gazes around him, Yang Zheng scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and sat down gently. Afterwards, several people stared at Anlin. Some people might not even experience enlightenment once in their entire lives, but they didn't expect Anlin to fall into a state of enlightenment within a minute of coming into contact with this martial art. I don't know how long this enlightenment will last. The training room was completely silent. After a long silence, Yang Zheng couldn't help but whispered, "Is this kid's talent really that abnormal?" "Shut up!" Xiao Shun and Hiroyun shouted in unison. "This guy talks too much. They should have not brought him out earlier." Shrugging helplessly, Yang Zheng closed his mouth. He has never had an epiphany in his life, and he doesn't know what it feels like. Xiao Shun continued to observe Anlin. This boy had too many secrets. As a divine refiner, he could see through Anlin's poor concealment method at a glance. There were 3 spiritual cores in Anlin's spiritual sea, and only one of them belonged to an ice-attributed monster. And the Ice War spirit before was obviously not Anlin's beast. Then why? Can he obey Anlin's command? Xiao Shun glanced at the 2 people next to him. Although he really wanted to study Anlin, he definitely had no chance with these 2 people around. Shaking his head, Xiao Shun gave up the idea. Not to mention that he would be hunted for the rest of his life. There was also this guy Yang Zheng. This guy had an overwhelming sense of justice and wasn't very smart, so he might fight him to the death. At this moment, in the blood energy space, Anlin was covered in blood, and blood was gushing out like a sluice gate. Only 1 hour had passed in the outside world, but he had been in here for 10 hours. He didn't know how many times he had been killed by the man in front of him. The projection of the blood energy space has the same strength as himself, and even the physique is exactly the same, but this person is proficient in the Xian-Yin sword technique, so he can kill Anlin again and again. If Anlin used other martial arts, the projection strength would suddenly increase, and then he would be killed with 1 sword. I don't know if there's a kind of martial arts that can upgrade to a higher level after dying once. Otherwise, Anlin feels that after dying hundreds of times, he should be invincible in the world. His swordsmanship had already reached entry level, but he still suffered repeated defeats at the hands of the projection. With the torture of the blood energy space, even if Anlin was like a certain anime protagonist with his toes pulled out and he calculated 1,000 to 7, he would not turn evil. In the small animal world, the queen ant keeps producing ordinary level tiger-armored ant soldiers. There was nothing left to eat in the entire forest, and it discovered a strange place with many small balls containing spiritual power and many square objects that were thinner than leaves. It had the ant soldiers carry all these things back. There were still some small balls left. These small balls contained as much spiritual power as several spirit stone mines, so even he had to digest them slowly. It ate one of those square objects, which seemed to be made of the skin and flesh of a monster, but it was too dry and tasted like chewing wax. And the ant soldiers don't eat everything, but thinking that their owner likes this kind of strange thing, the queen ant kept it. In addition, there seemed to be a strange voice that kept chattering something in its mind. The queen ant gnawed a monster bone angrily. It was this thing that kept making noise and prevented it from sleeping. And in its spiritual core, a spiritual consciousness was like a pyramid scheme, constantly saying, "I am truly a king-level powerhouse. Become my successor, and I can at least make you a heaven-level monster." The blood-devouring king's consciousness fluctuated slightly, and he was almost angry to death. This monster had powerful mental strength and was also the mother of insects. Logically, its intelligence should be extremely high, but it couldn't understand what he said at all. Whether it was animal language, demon language, human language, or even the common language of the major worlds, this guy could not understand any of it. It's so stupid. If it hadn't been so long and his spiritual consciousness was on the verge of collapse, he would have definitely killed this guy. The blood-devouring king sighed. If he had known that this queen ant was so special, he should have directly taken over the body of an ant soldier. Unexpectedly, I ended up capsizing in the ditch. However, he also felt that this queen ant had an owner, and he didn't know what level of powerful person could be able to subdue a creature like the queen insect. I hope it's not a monk from a hostile force. The blood-devouring king's consciousness continued to wander. This queen ant had a special physique. Not only was her reproduction speed extremely fast, but the spiritual power reserves in her body were also extremely terrifying. Even if some of the spiritual power and the few pills he left behind had been lost, they were not something that a monster of this level could swallow. No, I have to find a chance to leave here and take over the body of an ant soldier. Although ant soldiers are only low-level creatures, he cannot be so picky now. After I have recovered a certain amount of strength, I will come back to take over the body of this queen ant. As for the queen ant being a female creature, as long as it can become stronger, who cares what kind of creature it is? Several figures flashed by in the sky. This battle body is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. King Finghua is a fire-attributed chi cultivator, so he is not suitable for teaching the ice soul battle body. Stop arguing. Let's talk about accepting disciples after we get back to school. If you two delay the trip again, your combat bodies will be snatched away by Tianshan University, and the dean will skin you both alive. King Bailing said helplessly. These two people were born to clash with each other, and he didn't know why the dean allowed them to come together. They dare. I will kill them at Tianshan University right now. Finghua King. Chapter 69, The Adventures of the Bloodthirsty King. After hearing the news about the war, many universities began to send people to Zhao County. The other geniuses can have the opportunity to become kings only if they are well trained. And as for the combat body, as long as it does not die, it will definitely enter the king realm in the future. In Zhao County, this insignificant little place was once again pushed to the forefront. I finally escaped. The blood-devouring king looked at the queen ant with some lingering fear. As a powerful king of the demon clan, he could get to this point thanks to that hateful old man. There are no restrictions in the small beast world. I thought that with my own strength, I could devour all the creatures in the world, but I didn't expect to meet the wandering old man. A glimmer of reminiscence flashed in the blood-devouring king's eyes. He thought about how glorious he was in the past. As a genius of the demon clan, he was unruly and conceited, always thinking that he could reach the top. However, he never expected that after sneaking into the human world, he was hunted down by a large number of powerful beings and had to flee to the small animal world to hide. Seeing this unoccupied small world, he originally wanted to sacrifice the blood of all the creatures in the entire world and then devour the origin of the world. His strength would definitely increase greatly, and he might even break through to the monarch level. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived near the forest, he would meet an old man. This man had no breath on him, but he floated in the air. Before he could react, he pushed him into the ground and sealed him up. His physical body was destroyed, and some of the things in the storage ring were taken out and left underground. As for why he didn't kill himself, he heard the old man's soft murmur while he was conscious. I'll leave you here and accept the consequences. When he woke up again, he was on the queen ant's body. The blood-devouring king was very aggrieved. If the queen ant had not thought he was too noisy and kicked him out of the core of his spirit, he would not have been able to break free even if he had waited until he was destroyed. With a sigh, the blood-devouring king's consciousness flew towards a 6th-level mortal ant soldier. His consciousness was too weak now and could not fly too far, so he could only choose an ant soldier nearby. The spiritual consciousness entered the body of the ant soldier. The blood-devouring king felt it and decided it was okay and he could stay there temporarily for a while. His spiritual consciousness fluctuated slightly, and after destroying the ant soldier's spiritual power, the blood-devouring king directly entered its spiritual core and quickly occupied it. The blood-devouring king breathed a sigh of relief after regaining control of his body. At least he no longer had to worry about his spiritual consciousness collapsing. But the next second, his face changed, and he hurriedly tried to escape from the ant soldier's body. But it was too late. A familiar spiritual force instantly enveloped it. The next moment, the Blood Eater King's face changed drastically. He was completely trapped in the body of this ant soldier. A force of law enveloped him, and a ferocious look flashed across the blood-devouring king's face. What kind of monster is this? Opposite it, the queen ant suddenly woke up and looked at it with some confusion. Just for a moment, it felt that the soul of one of its children had disappeared. It didn't take it seriously at first, but the next moment, the child seemed to be resurrected again. The queen ant tilted her head as she let the resurrected tiger ant soldier come to her side. This child seemed to have become different and even seemed to be somewhat resistant to it. The queen ant's antennae trembled slightly. According to her master, she must have given birth to a mutant child. The queen ant was very happy that this child, like herself, was able to think independently. The antennae tapped the cute little ant soldier's head, and the queen ant let it leave with relief. One day, this child may become as smart as its mother. In the blood energy space, Anlin began to fight back and forth with the figure. 3 days have passed, and I have become numb to death. Anlin knew very well that he was not a genius, and even if he had a system, he could not just sit back and enjoy the results and become stronger. But at least, the path he was taking should be correct. Without the contract with the queen ant, he would not have been able to obtain so much blood energy. Without the contract with Seya, he might have been suffocated to death by the queen ant's spiritual power. Without the contract with the treasure hunting rat, he would not have met Zhan in the first place. Anlin has never fallen behind in training beasts and improving himself. He looked at the figure and realized that his comprehension was indeed not strong. In a place like this, if it were Yue, he would probably have reached the minor success stage by now. It was completely in line with my instructions, an endless battle of life and death. If I couldn't even endure this little bit of pain, that would be useless. After blocking the sword that was stabbing at his vitals, Anlin pretended to fight back, but when the figure swung the sword to block it, he suddenly changed his move and slashed upwards. To put it simply, Xianin swordsmanship is Lao Yinbi swordsmanship. The more sinister the move, the more likely you are to receive the true teachings. In this sword technique, the unscrupulousness and cunningness are fully displayed. The figure was injured by this move, and Anlin had a vague realization in his heart. A chilly air appeared in his dantian, but was quickly integrated with Anlin's own ice spiritual power and transformed into a more strange spiritual power. Spiritual power surged from the long sword, entered the figure's body, and began to destroy the figure's meridians. The next moment, Anlin brought out several swords in succession, and his aura slowly changed, becoming more restrained. Compared with his previous aggressiveness, Anlin at this moment was like a cold and poisonous snake. He began to hide his body and was ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. The realm of mastery has been broken through. The figure retreated step by step and soon had no strength to fight back, and the blood energy space was directly released, allowing Anlin's consciousness to return to his body. In the training room, Anlin opened his eyes, and the sound of swords around him disappeared. The three instructors clearly felt the change in Anlin's aura. Is the epiphany over? Hiroyin appeared in front of Anlin like a flash. Enlightenment? Anlin was a little puzzled, but then he thought that his way of understanding martial arts was indeed different from that of ordinary people, so he nodded thoughtfully. Let me see how far you have learned. A long sword flew over, and Anlin caught it subconsciously, and then blocked Hiroyin's sword. This was a sword struck by the power controlled by Hiroyin. Otherwise, with Anlin's current realm, he would definitely not be able to take on a sword from a cultivator of the fifth realm. Clang clang. The two men started fighting, and Hiroyin was also using the Xian sword technique, and she understood it more thoroughly than Anlin. With a few sword strikes, she directly knocked Anlin away. After knocking Anlin away, Hiroyin stood there in a daze. After those few sword strikes, she had already felt that Anlin had mastered this martial art to the level of proficiency. She looked at Anlin with burning eyes. Even if she couldn't compete with those top universities, she would pull Anlin onto her own warship. At present, Anlin is still very weak, and his investment is undoubtedly a timely help. Chapter 70 Attack. Thinking of this, Hiroyin looked at Anlin with even gentler eyes. As a heavenly level expert, she has been stuck in this realm for more than 10 years and has been unable to break through. At this time, we can only rely on external forces. Therefore, when many geniuses are still very weak, strong people will appear to protect them and help them grow. Of course, The investment here refers to the genius's talent far exceeding one's own and being able to break through to a higher level. Otherwise, if he is at the same level as oneself in the future, how can he help? And Anlin is just the right candidate. Maybe she has a chance to get revenge. Little guy, you and I are destined to be together, and we happen to learn the same sword technique, so you could be considered as half of my successor. This martial art is divided into 5 parts. I have only found 2. You may have to find the remaining 3 by yourself in the future. It's just right. I see that you are on the verge of a breakthrough. I have a pill here that can expand your meridians when you break through a realm. I will give it to you today. It can be regarded as fulfilling half of your duty as a master. Anlin was stunned, and Yang Zheng was also stunned. They looked at Yun in disbelief, as if to show off their kindness. Yun rolled her eyes at him. Did this guy have muscles in his brain? This was clearly an advance investment. On the other side, Xiao Shun gently pushed his glasses frame, his eyes flickering slightly, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Without waiting for Anlin to refuse, Yun flipped her hand lightly, and a bottle of pills appeared. She took Anlin's hand affectionately and stuffed the bottle of pills into his hand. In a short period of time, Anlin felt that Yun wanted to accept him as his godson, so he quickly tried to find an opportunity to pee. But after all, the 3 of them came to protect him, so how could they let him escape? So Anlin could only sit there helplessly waiting for the arrival of the university admission staff. If these people come here, they should take a plane, right? Anlin felt that no university would send a strong person above the heaven level just for a genius. As for the danger that Yun mentioned, Anlin did not underestimate it. What if there really were 1 or 2 desperate people who wanted to replace him? Wouldn't he be the one being taken advantage of? Anlin sighed. Others came here to slowly train with opponents of the same level. But why was it that when he came here, he might encounter a bunch of invincible lunatics? After expending 200,000 blood energy to upgrade Xiao Xing's can't-see-me skill from the lower yellow level to the upper yellow level, Anlin summoned it out and stuffed it into his clothes. This guy is a lucky treasure-hunting rat. With it, even if I encounter an enemy, I won't be so unlucky to be killed in one blow. Unfortunately, although Xiao Xing's skills are powerful, they are still not good enough for a cultivator in the 5th realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the 3 mentors. Yun and Xiao Shun knew that Anlin must have 3 beasts, but Yang Zheng's mental strength was not strong, and he had no intention of exploring other people's bodies. So when he felt the appearance of the treasure-hunting rat, he said in confusion, "You have another beast?" Anlin chuckled. In fact, he could also feel that he was being watched, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was still too weak. When I find any treasure, I must cure this shortcoming, otherwise I will always be visited by these powerful people. How can I pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? I was born with strong spiritual power, so I contracted 3 beasts. To be honest, Anlin's spiritual power has reached the 1st level, so Yang Zheng did not doubt it. He just muttered, "Why not contract a beast? Contract a little mouse. Although the quality is a bit higher, this thing is not suitable for fighting." Anlin pretended not to hear and looked away. At this moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his belly button, which made him take a deep breath. There is no treasure here. Xiao Xing is doing this just to be a masochist. While in Anlin's clothes, Xiao Xing picked at Anlin's belly button and felt Anlin's body stiffen. Then he rolled over with joy. "I shoo just like this." Zhao County, North District. I heard that this time it was a warrior. The Feathered Clan paid a huge price to let us capture him alive. A man in black said in a low voice, "I heard that this war body is escorted by 3 powerful heavenly masters. We, the 3rd realm cultivators, have no way to capture him alive." Another man in black, who was obviously a physical cultivator, said, "There were a total of 2 3rd realm cultivators and more than 10 9th-stage ordinary cultivators who came here this time just to capture this war body alive. Our goal is to capture the war body alive, and those heavenly level masters will be held back by their own people," said the man in black who spoke before. If the bounty was not very tempting this time, he would not have taken a risk to capture the war body. Fortunately, he got the news quickly and was relatively close to here, otherwise he would not have had such a good opportunity to receive this task. Huyen sighed. After completing this order, he would have to leave the human world. If Yuren had not promised him to keep him safe, he would not have risked implicating the Hu family to capture Anlin. Several people slowly approached the training room where Anlin was. With their strength, they would definitely be sensed by the heavenly grade powerful man once they reached the vicinity of the training room. So they had to let the person who was delaying the heavenly grade powerful man take action first. The night was deep and quiet, and 3 instructors were guiding Anlin's practice in the training room. As they talked more, they also learned about Anlin's shortcomings. This kid doesn't seem to understand much basic knowledge other than training and fighting. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. No one can be omnipotent. Anlin asked the 3 teachers for advice very humbly, without any airs or arrogance of a genius. At this time, Xiaoxing suddenly raised his head in his clothes, and his intuition told him to stay away from this place. Feeling the crisis, Xiaoxing was furious and screamed madly in Anlin's spiritual sea. Xiao Anzirun. Someone wants to kill the rat. Xiaoxing began to pick Anlin's belly button frantically. Over the past few years, it relied on this intuition to survive after stealing things from other monsters. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, Anlin's face changed, and he looked at the 3 instructors around him and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack!" After saying that, Anlin summoned Seya and Frost Battle Soul and laid directly on Seya's body, ordering Frost Battle Soul to use Arctic Storm multiple times. Although they did not sense the presence of the enemy, Hiroyun and Xiaoshan were still ready to protect Anlin at the first moment. The next moment, an old voice was heard, and several people's faces changed drastically. "What a perceptive boy! You can actually sense my murderous intention." An extremely powerful pressure emerged. Hiroyun drew the sword from his waist and shouted, "Heaven level strong! Yangzheng, Xiaoshan, go protect Anlin. Take him away from here." Even the aftermath of a battle with a heavenly grade powerhouse was enough to shock and kill Anlin. A murderous look appeared on Hiroyun's face. There must be more than one person coming this time. I just invested in a genius, and you hyenas want to attack him. The building collapsed with a loud bang, and several frost storms swept up sand and gravel, making the scene look extremely chaotic. Chapter 71, Xiao Shun's Rebellion. Anlin asked Seya to try his best to escape, although he knew it was dangerous to do so, but it was more dangerous to stay there and wait for death. As for Yang Zheng and Xiao Shun in the rear, Anlin did not completely believe them. In a situation where there are 3 mentors, if 2 of them had evil thoughts about him, they would have taken action long ago, but if there was only one, he would wait for an opportunity before taking action. Anlin had never completely trusted anyone. Although the 3 mentors were there to test his talent, it was inevitable that they might have bad intentions towards him, or they might even be a cult. Call it paranoia or not, Anlin felt that at times like this, he could only trust himself. Yang Zheng felt Anlin fleeing quickly and followed him immediately. He had to protect this kid, as there must be more than one person from the cult. The big guy shouldn't be a bad guy. After all, teacher, he has been led away. If he wants to attack me, he could just go after Xiao Shun, who is beside me. Anlin thought to himself. Few other professional cultivators can defeat a physical cultivator in close combat. Not to mention that Xiao Shun is a divine refiner. Anlin glanced at Xiao Shun. Although this mentor was most likely not an enemy, under this circumstance, Anlin felt that it was necessary to be suspicious. Seya used the gale step to fly away, while the ice-fighting spirit returned to the beast-taming bag again. The extreme cold storm just released was only to disrupt the field of vision. Although this method is useless against heavenly-level strong men, it is still useful against some low-level cultivators. Secondly, the extreme cold storm is very noisy and may attract some instructors who are testing in the gymnasium. At this time, Hiroyun was waving his sword like a madman, stabbing the old man's vital points with every move, while the old man was also using his spear to block Hiroyun's attack. "Hiroyun, is this kid worth your risking your life for?" The old man looked solemn. His purpose was just to stop Hiroyun from going to support, but he didn't expect that this woman would be so crazy. She only attacked and did not defend, and adopted a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. "Hu Tianzong, as the ancestor of the Hu family, you dare to join a cult. Aren't you afraid that your Hu family will be uprooted?" Hiroyun snorted coldly. She recognized the identity of this old man. He was a reclusive ancestor of the Hu family. She didn't expect that he was still alive. "My life is coming to an end, and this kid is worth a lot of money. Even if it brings trouble to the Hu family, as long as I can make a breakthrough, the Hu family will have a chance to make a comeback." Hu Tianzong's eyes flashed, and he poked Hiroyun's sword away with a spear and flew backwards. "Hiroyun, I know you have used all means to achieve a breakthrough in the past few years, all for the sake of revenge for your husband who died at the hands of the blood-devouring king. But investing in a genius, aside from the risks, even if this guy really reaches the king level, will he really take into account our old friendship and help you break through? Hu Qianzong laughed. Too vague. Why don't you join me in taking down this guy and exchange him for cultivation resources to break through? Don't forget that the blood-devouring king is a genius of the demon clan. When you break through to the king level, will he be unable to move and wait for you to kill him? Roar! Yun swung his sword, and the sword light turned into a water dragon, roaring towards Hu Tianzong. The human race is trying to survive in the cracks because of traitors like you who keep hunting geniuses. Hu Tianzong, even if you don't kill Anlin today and expose your identity, I will definitely kill you. Behind Yun, torrents rushed up into the sky, surrounded her body, and rushed towards Hu Tianzong together. It's unreasonable. Hu Tianzong's face turned cold. Seeing that Yun was so stubborn, he didn't waste any more words. He tore open the water dragon with a spear and stabbed towards Yun. Chase! Seeing the house collapse, the two third-level strong men hurriedly chased in the direction where Anlin fled. Not far away, Yang Zheng's roar came, Lu Gao Wupeng. How dare you rebel? A violent roar was heard, and for a moment it even caused the ground to crack. Puff! Blood gushed out of Anlin's mouth, and Seya was also blown away. At the moment when the powerful heaven-level warriors in the back were fighting, he felt threatened and quickly took back the treasure-hunting rat. Otherwise, with Xiaoxing's strength, he would most likely be shocked to death. This was just the spatial fluctuation caused by the fight between heavenly-level powerhouses, but it almost shook him to death, and the surrounding houses were all shattered, and many ordinary people were directly turned into bloody mist. Damn it! Anlin no longer cared about the casualties. He struggled to run towards Seya and took out the Earth Spirit Pill that the system had rewarded him. The Earth Spirit Pill can cure the hidden injuries of a first-level cultivator, so curing Seya's injuries is certainly no problem. To be precise, it's a bit of a waste. But at this point, Anlin couldn't care less. As for my own injuries, escaping is more important. Seya took the pill, and his injuries recovered quickly. He stood up and continued to escape, carrying Anlin on his back. Behind him, Yang Zheng was entangled with two heaven-level powerhouses and was beaten back repeatedly. Xiaoshan, stop being dazed. Help quickly, reinforcements will be here soon. Yang Zheng roared. He felt that the other mentors were on their way. Although their strength might not be as good as theirs, they could still be considered a fighting force. Xiaoshan lowered his eyes and looked at the devastated ruins around him. A young boy who looked only in his teens was wailing under the rubble. With a sigh, Xiaoshan's spiritual power emerged, and under Yang Zheng's shocked gaze, he directly crushed the boy's body into a pool of blood. A special aura emerged. Yang Zheng was furious, lost the rhythm of fighting, and was knocked to the ground by Lu Gao's punch. Junior brother, if this goes on, do we really have a chance to avenge our master? Xiaoshan's face was indifferent, as if he had become a different person. Blood and energy appeared on his body, as if countless dead souls were wailing in it, like purgatory. Lu Gao and Wu Peng stopped unconsciously. Xiaoshan was not their man, so this was a pleasant surprise. On the ground, Anlin heard the noise and turned around to see this scene. He almost couldn't suppress his injuries. His throat felt sweet and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. If I had just met up with these two mentors, I would have probably been caught by now. But then, Anlin felt a little desperate. Why did others level up like the Calabash brothers, saving their grandfather, beating the younger ones before the older ones, making these enemies their stepping stones? When it came to him, there were several heaven-level experts right at the beginning. If no one rescued him, with Anlin's current means, he would definitely be captured in the end. The difference in realm is too great. No matter what trump card you have, it will be useless. It's going to be a disaster. Anlin's current feeling is no less than that of Emperor Hun Tian, who got the script and wanted to kill Xiao Yin at the beginning. The ground trembled slightly, a roar was heard, and Yang Zheng flew directly up from the ruins. His eyes were bloodshot, and his blood was boiling all over his body, like a human-shaped nuclear bomb about to explode. Seeing this, Lu Gao's face changed, and he shouted, Yang Zheng, are you going to die? Yang Zheng's power continued to increase, and he actually stimulated all his potential and destroyed his own foundation. Under the horrified gazes of several people, Yang Zheng's aura changed again. This guy's burning potential was not enough. He actually burned his life. Chapter 72, Death of Yang Zheng. The smoke and dust around him seemed to be impacted and spread out all at once. Yang Zheng's aura reached its peak, even approaching the king level. One punch, the storm stops, and there are no gods in the world. With all the muscles in his body surging, Yang Zheng threw a punch at Lu Gao, who was closest to him. The fist came with unmatched force, and Lu Gao's body froze in place. Although they were both heavenly level warriors, his strength was not as good as Yang Zheng's. Not to mention that Yang Zheng had burned everything and forcibly increased his combat power. The surrounding air squeezed his body, making him unable to move, and the next moment, the huge fist smashed into him. The roar was like thunder, resounding through the sky, and a wave of air spread out with Lu Gao as the center. For a moment, it was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Bang! Lu Gao's body was smashed into the ground, and the surrounding sand and soil seemed to evaporate, leaving behind a deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters. The ground was in ruins. Yang Zheng fell rapidly and attacked Lu Gao again. At their level, if they don't quickly deal with the opponent and protect civilians, it will cause greater damage. The so-called protection and kindness are of no use except giving the opponent the opportunity to hurt you. Xiao Shun remained silent. This guy Yang Zheng actually burned his vitality for a combat body that had nothing to do with him. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the souls beneath him. They seemed to be living in purgatory, surrounding his body and trying to drag him down to hell. Over the years, he has been stained with countless blood and killed many innocent people. Yang Zheng did not answer his question, but directly burned his life and exhausted everything to fight. That was his answer. Xiao Shun smiled self-deprecatingly. My hands are stained with blood, so what? I killed innocent people, so what? What did I do wrong? He stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and Seya, who was fleeing in the distance, stopped and flew towards him uncontrollably. At this time, a figure flew out directly from the ground, and Yang Zheng's voice also came out. Not enough. All three of you come at me together. As he spoke, Yang Zheng appeared beside Xiao Shun. He punched out, and the powerful blood and energy caused the souls around Xiao Shun's body to scream in fear. Junior brother, why are you doing this? Xiao Shun shook his head. If Yang Zheng risked his life to take these two people away, he would probably end up with his body abandoned and unable to practice. But if I were to be taken with him, I would die and disappear. His aura locked onto Lu Gao, who was about to escape. Yang Zheng said coldly, Are you worthy enough to call me junior brother? Xiao Shun dodged Yang Zheng's attack, while the other two also moved closer, ready to forcibly surround and kill Yang Zheng. I do this just to break through, junior brother. If it wasn't for revenge from Master, would I want to become this half-human, half-ghost appearance? Xiao Shun seemed to be crying and laughing. Facing Yang Zheng's oncoming fist, he did not block or resist and took the attack head-on. Yang Zheng's fist stopped in front of him, and the wind from his fist made Xiao Shun's long hair fly. In order to get revenge, you have to harm the innocent. In order to get revenge, you have to fall into the evil cult. Xiao Shun, you are unworthy of being my disciple. Turning around and attacking Lu Gao, Yang Zheng's body began to crack faintly, showing signs of collapse. Killing innocent people? Yang Zheng, as heaven-level experts, how much have we contributed to China? We are the ones blocking the front line. Why? Why should we waste all our resources on a so-called genius, a so-called fighting body? We have no merit? We have no contribution? Why? Xiao Shun was like a madman, but did not attack Yang Zheng. How many heaven-level cultivators are unable to break through because of hidden injuries from battle? Teacher, so are we. We have cultivated to the heaven level. So aren't we considered geniuses? Just because of a battle body, just because of a gifted talent, a lot of resources are wasted on these so-called geniuses. And what about us? We can't break through, so we can only wait to die of old age or in battle. This is how they treat us. Xiao Shun's eyes turned bloodshot and tears flowed out. Their teacher, unable to recover from a hidden injury, traveled to another world before his death and used up his last bit of life to kill the enemy. Why? How much resources and time are needed to train a genius to become a king? It is obvious that as long as we give the resources to them, we can immediately have a few more king-level strongmen. Yang Zheng smashed Lu Gao's head with one punch. His hair turned pale, his body looked a little old, and his breath dropped sharply. Xiao Shun, master once said that you are talented and suitable for the position of mind training, while I am stupid and can only train the body. My master once told me that if I followed you, I wouldn't easily go astray. Tears welled up in Yang Zhang's eyes, but master is wrong. I hated it. I hated why no one from the human race helped master break through. I hated why they didn't let master enjoy his old age in peace. On the side, Wu Peng roared and tried to escape, but was trapped by Yang Zheng. Under Yang Zheng's desperate attack, he could only defend passively. But the master told me so himself. His path has been blocked, and when he needs help from others to break through, he will stop here for the rest of his life. He once told me that we were able to get to where we are today thanks to the protection of the older generation. The human race cannot be without hope, even at the cost of one's own life. I don't blame others. It's my incompetence. I don't have the ability to break through to the king realm and help master recover from his injuries. It's my incompetence. He looked at Xiao Shun, the big guy who could only endure the injuries silently, and said with a sob, "Master said you are smart. So he never told you these things, thinking that you could understand, but never thought that you would go astray. He is really wrong." After half of Wu Peng's body was shattered, Yang Zheng's eyes became a little dazed. He turned around and looked at Anlin, who was imprisoned on the ground by Xiao Shun's mental power. Was he also protected by his teacher in this way back then? From Anlin, Yang Zheng saw the little version of himself. It was also that time that the teacher hurt his own foundation. However, the teacher only drove away the evil cult leader, while he not only fought 3 of them alone, but also killed 1 and injured another. "Teacher, I'm much better than you." Yang Zheng grinned. Because he was honest and an orphan, he had been bullied by people around him since he was a child. He resented the people around him and was full of malice towards everyone. The appearance of the teacher made him change his mind. For the first time, he felt warmth and home. For the first time, he felt what love is. The surrounding scenes passed by quickly, and Yang Zheng's body fell weakly from the sky. In a trance, he seemed to see the kind old man handing him a piece of hot sweet potato with a kind face. Under the guidance of this old man, he learned to show kindness to people around him, learned to control his temper and be kind to others. "Teacher, the part of me that has been changed by you will stand with me forever on your behalf." In this way, we can be said to be fighting side by side forever. Chapter 73, King Level. Wu Peng's body slowly recovered. He glanced at Yang Zheng, who was falling, and breathed a sigh of relief. This madman was finally dead. If he had not reached the peak of the heavenly level, he would probably have died here. As for Lu Gao, it's better if he dies. 1 less competitor and 1 more resource. Yang Zheng's body stopped gently the moment it touched the ground, without stirring up any dust. Above the sky, Xiao Shun looked at Yang Zheng's body with a complicated expression. It was unclear whether there was sadness or confusion in his eyes. On the ground, Anlin looked at Yang Zheng's body, and there was a faint anger in his heart that could not be released, which turned into a sad low hum. The mentor who was joking with me and scratching his head innocently yesterday fought for me and died because of me. Anlin was a little dazed for a moment. Why? Why would he risk his life for himself? Why would he burn his life without hesitation? Anlin looked at Xiao Shun, his eyes filled with bloodshot and resentment. Perhaps Xiao Shun did have his own difficulties, but because of these difficulties he went astray and watched his fellow apprentice die in battle. He would never understand. Feeling Anlin's gaze, Xiao Shun looked over. "Hope, I regret it." Xiao Shun sighed softly, his eyes full of pain. A soul roared, mixed with blood, and was drawn by him and merged into the blood curtain behind him. This was Lu Gao's soul and blood. Even if he was not as good as Yang Zheng, he was also a dignified heaven-level strongman. The next moment, Xiao Shun took action. His huge mental power turned into a skull and rushed towards Wu Peng. "Xiao Shun, how dare you!" A terrifying shout rang out, almost breaking Anlin's eardrums. But Xiao Shun did not stop and attacked Wu Peng directly. The seriously injured Wu Peng was no match for Xiao Shun. He said in horror, "Xiao Shun, if you kill me, the Pope will not let you go." He originally thought that Xiao Shun was only tempted by profit and thus turned against Yang Zheng, but he never imagined that Xiao Shun was actually a member of the cult. The next moment, the skull swallowed it in one gulp, and the floating ghost began to devour his body and soul. Above the sky, Xiao Shun's aura suddenly changed and began to gather. Unlike Yang Zheng's burning life, He absorbed the souls and blood essence of two heavenly level powerhouses and was preparing to break through by force. This idiot has been stupid all his life, and he's smart just this once. Bloody lines appeared on Xiao Shun's body, and his eyes became even more scarlet. Under Qi Anlin's confused gaze, a giant hand that covered the sky appeared in the air and grabbed Xiao Shun, who was like a demon in the air. Xiao Shun, do you really think that you can rival me by relying on magic to forcibly break through the king realm? Under the giant hand that covered the sky, Xiao Shun was as insignificant as a blade of grass trembling in the wind and rain. This was also the first time that Qi Anlin saw a king-level strongman take action. If it weren't for Xiao Shun's mental power protecting him, he might have been crushed in a bloody mud by the pressure of the giant hand. As strong as a king, but so what? Xiao Shun said with a smile, but his eyes were full of indifference. If my foundation hadn't been damaged, how could you, an old dog, use me as a pawn? And how could you let me watch my junior brother die? The blood curtain unfolded. Countless wronged souls wailed, like 100 ghosts wandering at night, and for a moment they blocked the fall of the giant hand. A lot of blood flowed from the corners of Xiao Shun's mouth. After all, he was promoted to the king level by external force. He was still a little short of defeating this man. Many dead souls dissipated, and Xiao Shun saw his former students, those innocent people, and even his own daughter. For the sake of power, he took a step, made a mistake, and when he finally came to his senses, his hands were already covered in blood. Xiao Shun showed a bitter smile and looked at Qi Anlin on the ground. Boy, it is impossible for a person to be right every step of the way. For the sake of power, I even forgot that I am still a human being, a real human being. I killed my students, I killed my daughter, and finally I killed my fellow student. He closed his eyes gently, and a tear stained with blood slid down. The surrounding ghosts roared and merged into Xiao Shun's body. For a moment, human faces appeared on Xiao Shun's body. Wailing and cursing continued to come out of their mouths, but they became weaker and weaker, and finally turned into Xiao Shun's voice. Countless faces opened their mouths, some crying, some laughing, and said in unison, I can't turn back anymore. All the past events came to Xiao Shun's mind. When he made his first mistake and wanted to make amends and pay off the debt, he found that he was simply unable to make up for it. We always pay off what we have committed. After the ghost entered his body, Xiao Shun's aura became even more powerful and even more weird. You have trapped me for 10 years, King Qinshan. Today is the day of your death. The human faces on Xiao Shun's body bulged out and began to bite each other. At this time, his spiritual power gushed out like a flood bursting through a dam and turned into a murderous ghost under the 9 netherworlds and actually swallowed the big hand directly. Just a fake king. Several giant hands stretched out, and when they approached Xiao Shun, they suddenly changed direction and grabbed towards Qi Anlin. The next second, the giant hand shattered and a blood-red sickle appeared, and Xiao Shun let out an unpleasant scream. Want to run? Old dog, you're getting worse and worse. The sickle was waving, as if breaking through the sky. An old figure appeared in the sky. His body was like a huge sun, emitting energy and blood. King Qinshan's expression looked a little ugly. If Xiao Shun had not rebelled, he could have taken Qi Anlin away without any action. But now he was in trouble. His identity was exposed, and there was no place for him to stay in the human world. In that case, then you'll die here, King Qinshan said calmly. He captured Qi Anlin and left quickly to avoid any more trouble. However, even if he didn't do it himself, Xiao Shun would eventually be strangled to death by humans. It is against the will of heaven to practice magic, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid death. The shadow behind Xiao Shun suddenly rushed towards King Qinshan, and at this time, a charming light flashed in Xiao Shun's eyes. King Qinshan's face changed, and he hurriedly protected his sea of spirituality. This man was also a genius more than 10 years ago, but he was impetuous by nature and was eventually plotted against by him and controlled by him for a long time. I thought this genius would fall because of this, but I didn't expect that his mental strength would actually improve a step further. The sea of spirituality showed signs of being torn apart. King Qinshan roared angrily, and white light flashed on his fist as he smashed toward Xiao Shun. Emperor breaking fist. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of explosions resounded through the sky. Xiao Shun frowned, and the aura on his body floated. In just an instant, he turned into more than a dozen figures. Above the human figure, a ghost holding a sickle appeared and chopped towards the punch at the same time. Chapter 74. Xiao Shun versus Qianshan King. The two men fought at such a fast speed that even Anlin could not see their shadows. He could only feel the pressure coming towards him and the deafening explosion. Xiao Shun kept dodging King Qianshan's attacks. The phantom he created through his resentment and mental power already had the strength of a king, but it was still far from enough to kill King Qianshan. The distance between the two gradually widened, and at this time, the restraints on Anlin suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Shun's voice appeared in Anlin's mind. Run! There are two more Third Realm monks chasing you. After hearing this, Anlin quickly got up from the ground and ran towards Seya. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Yang Zheng's body out of the corner of his eye. After being stunned for a moment, he gritted his teeth, rushed over, and put it into his space ring. Xiao Yu run. At this time, Anlin also understood that Xiao Shun did not want to be an enemy of Yang Zheng, but had to watch Yang Zheng die. If he had just made a move, the Qianshan King in the Dark would have also made a move. After Yang Zheng burned his vitality to kill two heavenly-level warriors, Xiao Shun used the magic skills to absorb their souls and finally broke through to the king level by force. Anlin was silent. In the previous world, although some negative social news would often break out on the internet, it was far less realistic than this world. With a certain level of power, can a law really still restrain people? He shook his head with a wry smile. For a moment, Anlin began to desire strength. Only when he was strong would his relatives and friends be safe from threats. After summoning Xiao Xing, Anlin rode Xiao Yu and started to run away. After today's incident, he and the cult are irreconcilable. Xiao Shun's right arm was torn off by King Qianshan, and at this time the sickle swept across, also cutting off one of King Qianshan's hands. However, Xiao Shun was a spiritual cultivator, and King Qianshan was a physical cultivator. This injury was nothing to King Qianshan. As his blood and qi surged, the severed arm reappeared. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Shun escaped again. His glasses had already been shattered before the battle began, and the clothes on his body were also transformed by his mental power. With his eyes flickering slightly, Xiao Shun landed in a house on the ground. King Qianshan's eyes were full of indifference and disdain. Did this guy think that he would not attack civilians? Just as he was about to destroy the house with a punch, a familiar aura appeared, causing King Qianshan to quickly stop his attack. Xiao Shun flew out again, and this time there was a child about 5 years old in his hands. Bastard! Let him go! King Qianshan's eyes were grim, and he wished he could tear Xiao Shun into pieces. Let him go! Xiao Shun's mouth was bleeding, and he smiled grimly. Old dog, this is your only relative, right? The child trembled all over. When he saw King Qianshan, tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, King Qianshan became angry, and the houses around him shattered, as if the end of the world had come. There was no tongue in the child's mouth. Xiao Shun, you have such a cruel heart. He is just a child. King Qianshan said word by word through his teeth, almost breaking his fist. Child? So what if she's just a child? Xiao Shun pinched his head and said coldly, My daughter, my student, they are not children. You forced me to kill them, time and time again. Now I'm alone, and I'm not afraid of you threatening me again. Tears of blood flowed from Xiao Shun's eyes. Yes, even that honest junior brother died in battle in front of him. What else does he have to lose now? Not only your grandson, but all your dead relatives over the years were killed by people I sent. Xiao Shun waved his hand, and a pile of corpses fell to the ground. At this time, something flew towards King Qianshan. King Qianshan's face changed, and he quickly caught it. Old dog, you are an old man. You are so old, but you still married a young wife. Unfortunately, when I dug the baby out of her belly, she was still muttering your name. King Qianshan looked at what was in his hand with trembling hands. It was a dead fetus that emitted a stench of corpse. It was his child. You're crazy. Qianshan King burst into tears, not thinking about how he had dealt with Xiao Shun before. He just kept saying, I will make you pay with your life. I will make you pay with your life. Xiao Shun shook his head, and the head in his hand spurted out blood like a watermelon exploding. Xiao Shun. Anlin stretched out his hand to call back the frost fighting spirit that was almost dissipated and continued to run away with a gloomy face. Behind him were 2 third-level monks and several lower-level monks. For my sake, you sent out a king level, 3 heaven levels, and so many small fry. You cult, You are really awesome. Chi Anlin's teeth were nearly broken. He had never offended the cult. So why did he do this? Chi Anlin kept releasing spiritual power to the rear to hinder the pursuit, and at this time, his sea of spiritual energy was already in chaos. Queen Ant, I gave birth to a super smart child. Seya, Xiaoxing, Shu Shu is dying. Mommy, you don't have to save any food for me tonight. Silly, don't give birth to a child. Help! Someone wants to kill the rat. Someone wants the rat's life. Of course, the queen ant cannot speak, so Chi Anlin only understood the general meaning. Seya ran away at his maximum speed, but the distance between him and others kept closing in. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Chi Anlin helplessly discovered that he did not have any means to escape from the hands of the third-level cultivator. Even if Seya's skills are upgraded, there is not that much health left now. Chi Anlin's consciousness entered the blood energy space, and he immediately began to fight against the third-level cultivator, trying to find his weakness, but the next second, he died. The gap is too big. Soon, one of the third-level cultivators caught up with him and pulled Seya to a stop while he was running. If he hadn't been afraid of accidentally killing Chi Anlin, he would have used martial arts to attack Xiaoyu long ago. The next second, Seya suddenly disappeared, and Chi Anlin ran away. The moment he was caught, he put Seya back into the beast bag. Brother, my Chi family will give you double the reward of the cult. Chi Anlin no longer cared about his face at this time. The most important thing was to survive and take revenge when he became stronger in the future. The next second, he flew out directly, and another third-level cultivator arrived. Don't waste time talking to this kid. Capture him quickly. The reinforcements will be here soon. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of this third-level cultivator, and he almost let this guy run into the wild. Their mental power is not as exaggerated as that of the scanner. If Chi Anlin really runs away, they will most likely lose their target. Chi Anlin fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Looking at the two third-level cultivators with some despair, Chi Anlin let out a long sigh. He had tried his best, but it seemed that the author wanted to kill him. Who the hell gets chased by a bunch of bosses when they are a novice? My life is over. Chi Anlin closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But the attack from the third realm cultivator was delayed, and at this time, Chi Anlin felt a chill. Lord Fenghua, look, if the two of you hadn't wasted time, this little guy would have been injured like this. Chi Anlin opened his eyes with some confusion, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, his pupils shrank involuntarily. The evil cult members who had just been chasing him were now turned into ice sculptures. Chapter 75. Raw Rhinoceros Cannot Be Burned. Above the sky, King Bailing's beautiful watery eyes were filled with accusations. This kid has a really good physique. King Fenghua landed on the ground and patted Chi Anlin's body gently. All of a sudden, the injuries caused by the attack just now began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, King Fenghua waved his hand again, and flames rose behind him, like purgatory, engulfing the group of evil cult monks. All right, kid, you're safe now. Seeing this scene, Chi Anlin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is he out of danger now? The two third-level cultivators were killed instantly, without even a splash. Chi Anlin looked at Fenghua King. From the other person's address, he knew that this person was also a king-level cultivator. The Fenghua King in front of him had a ferocious face, as if he would be furious in the next second. Coupled with his flaming hair, Chi Anlin shrank his neck and did not dare to speak for a while. Don't scare him, King Fenghua. He has an icy soul combat body. If you don't restrain your fire-attributed spiritual power, you will hurt him. A gentle spiritual power lifted Chi Anlin up, and when Chi Anlin turned around, he saw the holy King Bailing, who was as pure as a fairy. The flawless white skin, delicate facial features, and gentle and quiet temperament made Chi Anlin think of the grown-up Chu Xining. King Fenghua blew out a puff of hot air from his nose, and without refutation, he turned to Chi Anlin and asked, "Boy, where are the instructors who tested you?" Hearing this, Chi Anlin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly said, "Two seniors. Teacher Xiao is still fighting with King Qianshan. Although he has the aura of the demon sect, he fell into the demon sect because of King Qianshan." No wonder. King Fenghua nodded and suddenly laughed. "I don't know that old man, but he is extremely weak. Being beaten by a fake king, he has a tendency to go crazy. Don't worry, King Shueiyue has already gone to capture the two king-level monks. As for the matter of the demon cult, that is not something you should worry about. Damn it, how dare a mere mortal monster bully me?" On the grass, a bloody ant roared and rushed towards the giant tiger in front of it. Several tiger ant soldiers around seemed to sense something, and they raised their butts and rushed over here excitedly. There are fewer and fewer monsters in the forest, and their food is also scarce. I didn't expect that there's still one here. Sensing the arrival of the ant soldiers, the Blood Eater King's face changed, and he no longer hid his weakness and pounced directly at the giant tiger. Blood Demon Kill. The huge jaw pierced into the body of the Lingua tiger, and at this time, the blood around it suddenly gathered together and pierced into the body of the Lingua tiger. The next second, the Lingua tiger turned into a dried corpse, and the blood-devouring king also fell to the ground. Squeak! A few ant soldiers arrived late, and after finding that only a piece of tiger skin was left of the Lingua tiger, they left in disappointment. The blood-devouring king's body turned even more scarlet. In just one night, he had already reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. Although the ant soldier he took over was not very strong, he was able to kill many monsters and gather a lot of blood and energy by relying on his various secret techniques. After absorbing the energy of an entire spirit moon tiger, the blood-devouring king continued to search for the monster. For some reason, he felt that he no longer had any hostility towards the queen ant, and even had to obey the queen ant's orders. As a former king-level warrior, the blood-devouring king certainly did not want to live under someone else's roof. But the body of this ant soldier seemed to fit him particularly well. I don't know if I can break free from the queen ant's control after my strength increases. At this moment, in the underground cave, the spiritual power of the queen ant was vibrating, and she felt like she was about to break through. After eating nearly half of the meatballs, the queen ant felt a little full and quickly gave birth to a bunch of babies. Only then did she feel much better. Out of boredom, its consciousness swept over the child it had been focusing on. This little guy was about to break through to the 9th level of the mortal level. The queen ant shook her body happily. She didn't know what her master was doing and didn't even contact her. Thinking of this, the queen ant felt a little disappointed. Could it be because she had killed too few monsters recently? In that case, let this little guy lead the ant soldiers out of the forest. At this time, the queen ant's body has reached a critical point and only needs an external force to successfully break through to the next level. After giving the order to the blood-devouring king, the queen ant's body trembled slightly, ready to continue sleeping. In Zhao County, a huge water ball wrapped around 2 figures and floated in the air. Anlin was a little dumbfounded. These were 2 powerful king-level warriors, and they were captured like this? A king-level physical cultivator can be exchanged for some cultivation resources, but this pseudo-king probably can't be saved. King Shui West said with a smile. This was the first time he captured a king-level cultivator so easily. The water ball broke, and the 2 fell to the ground. King Fenghua said coldly, "This old man should be the Grand Pope of Qianzhou. I didn't expect that people from the 4 major families were involved this time. It's time to investigate thoroughly." King Bailing smiled but said nothing. Among the 5 major families in Linsheng, only the Ding family did not participate. This time, Tiger War King has to bear a big blame. After all, Linsheng is under his jurisdiction. At this time, He Royun flew over and looked at Xiao Shun with a complicated expression. Although I don't understand the general situation, the soul of Xiao Shun, even if he is not a member of the cult, will be liquidated. No matter what, you cannot use human lives to improve your own strength. Xiao Shun also knew his own ending, so he didn't make excuses and looked at Qi Anlin with indifference. After a long silence, he forced a bitter smile. Qi Anlin, I don't deny that I had thoughts about your body before. Although this sentence seemed a bit strange, Qi Anlin didn't say anything at this time, but just looked at him silently. He didn't know what to say. Although Xiao Shun did want to attack him, it was undeniable that if it weren't for him, he would have been dead today. However, now that things have come to this, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope you can kill a few more kings of the Tianjiao tribe in the future. Xiao Shun shook his head. This time, the ghost had entered his body and he would definitely die. Instead of dying like this, he might as well do something else. Stars were dancing in the sky, and under Qi Amlin's complicated gaze, Xiao Shun's body began to slowly dissipate. Although there isn't much left, it's enough for you to break through. A short black horn appeared in his hand, and Xiao Shun ignited his mental power to cover it. A strange fragrance wafted out, and a little bit of expectation reappeared in Xiao Shun's dead eyes, but quickly turned into disappointment. Raw rhinoceros horn cannot be burned. When burned, it produces a strange fragrance. If it touches clothes, people can communicate with ghosts. Tears slowly fell from the corners of Xiao Shun's eyes. Anlin stared at him, whose body was covered with human faces. For some reason, he felt a little sad. The surrounding starlight floated towards Anlin, and Xiao Shun's body became a little illusory. The three kings stared at Xiao Shun in silence. King Bai Ling sighed, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the sneaky Xiao Xing. Xiao Shun stared at the empty space in front of him, and his eyes eventually darkened. Burning rhino horns, learning the magic method of controlling souls. No matter what, he still could not see the old man who was like a father to him. Teacher, do you also think I did something wrong? The starlight entered Anlin's body, transformed into gentle spiritual power and mental power, and began to push Anlin's realm. Xiao Shun's body completely collapsed, and Anlin saw that at the last moment, a hint of joy appeared on Xiao Shun's face. Even so, around him, countless ghosts grabbed him and dragged his soul into the abyss. Chapter 76, Monster. Beastmaster is also a fighting body. Boy, this is also a blessing for you. Close your eyes and absorb it quickly. King Finghua said in a deep voice. With himself and others here, there would be no problem for Anlin's breakthrough. But this boy is indeed a bit of a monster. Thinking of Anlin's test results, King Fenghua's eyes swept over the two kings beside him. If these two people were not there, he would have accepted Anlin as his disciple even if he had to snatch him away. Who says that a fire attribute can't accept an ice attribute apprentice? I know more about ice and water attributes than anyone else. Anlin sighed, feeling the spiritual power surging wildly in his body, and finally sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. This spiritual power was very huge. Although it was gentle, it also had a tendency to break the meridians. At this time, the spiritual power channels belonging to the Queen Ant and Seya were opened, sharing the spiritual power tide with Anlin, as well as the ownerless spiritual power that almost shattered the sea of spiritual energy. On the side, Seya, whose injuries were healed by King Bai Ling, was stunned for a moment, then immediately lay down and began to absorb spiritual energy. And in the forest, the Queen Ant suddenly woke up, feeling the extra spiritual energy and mental power in her body, and began to absorb them happily. The master still remembers me. This spiritual power was so huge that it actually caused the barrier of the Queen Ant's realm to begin to break. The Queen Ant thought about it and decided that with so much spiritual power, it would be better to give some to the little guy. This was the first time that she favored a child so much. In the ant colony, the Blood Eater King's body suddenly stiffened and began to roll on the ground, causing the surrounding ant soldiers to stop involuntarily. King-level spiritual power. What's going on? The blood-devouring king's body swelled up and almost exploded. Although he was once considered a strong man among the king-level cultivators, otherwise he would not have escaped to the other world despite being hunted by the Chinese country. However, the body of an ant was not that strong. If he had not reacted quickly, he would have burst. The fluctuations on Anlin's body became stronger and stronger, and at this time, Xiaoya's aura suddenly changed, and he was the first to break through. The three kings' attention shifted to Xiaoya, who was suddenly released by Anlin just now. He was seriously injured, but there was a magical healing power in his body that was constantly repairing him, allowing him to hold on until King Bai Ling treated him. They were also well-informed people, so they naturally realized that Seya died because of the elixir he had taken. But the problem was that they had never seen this kind of elixir before. Could it be that Anlin had obtained it from some ruins? However, King Shuiwe shook his head when he saw that the boy was such a fool for feeding the elixir to the beast when his own injuries were so serious. Xiao Xing kept acting coquettishly on King Bai Ling's body, which made King Bai Ling couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. With a thought, he took out a few pills and fed them to Xiao Xing. It's strange to say that this kid hasn't even broken through one realm, but he can actually contract 3 beasts. While helping Xiao Xing digest the medicine, King Bai Ling continued, "But why didn't this little thing share spiritual power with him?" King Shuiwe observed Xiao Xing and frowned slightly. "What kind of monster is this? It looks like a hidden mouse, but its quality is much higher than a hidden mouse." Although he was not a beast tamer, he was still a king-level warrior. His ocean-like mental strength had memorized countless monster illustrations, and the closest one among them was the hidden rat. And that wolf beast, He didn't recognize it either. However, there's so many monsters in the world, so King Shuiwe did not think much about it. Combined with the power of the medicine before, he was 90% sure that Anlin must have found the ruins. Perhaps this outrageous physical and mental strength is the gain from the ruins. In the ruins, Seya quickly broke through and his body began to slowly swell. His sharp claws glowed with a faint blue light. The mane behind his neck was flying, and his slightly swollen muscles made Seya look very majestic. Inside Anlin's body, the dantian expanded again, taking on an icy blue color. The meridians throughout his body also became more perfect, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased slightly. What's going on? There was a gleam of fire in King Fenghua's eyes, as if he wanted to burn Anlin's body. At this time, King Bailing's icy spiritual power brushed past, and the turbulent space immediately returned to calm. King Fenghua, control your strength. King Bailing said softly. This guy has no sense of propriety. What if Anlin is so powerful? What if he is burned to death? After blaming Queen Fenghua, her gaze turned to Anlin. Why did the breakthrough of the Ice Wolf Beast cause Anlin's combat form to change? King Bailing looked at Seya carefully, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. How is it possible? This wolf beast also has the aura of an icy soul combat body. King Bailing's calm and gentle voice finally showed a slight fluctuation. The fighting body of this wolf beast had not yet been fully stimulated, so they could not see it before. Seeing two identical combat bodies, King Bailing took a deep breath. This kid's luck is incredible. The battle body is something that not only humans have, but all races have it. The beast that Anlin contracted is also a battle body. The two complement each other, and the increase in strength will be terrifying. No wonder the spiritual power in this kid is so pure. While King Bailing continued to think, the other two kings were also shocked. A demon beast with a fighting body actually turned into a beast. This is the first time. King Fenghua, those old guys from other universities seem to be coming. Why don't you stop them first? King Bailing, and I will take this kid back. King Shuiwe quickly reacted. The double combat bodies were enough to make them break the rules. Such a monster cannot be obtained by other universities. They dare. King Fenghua suddenly flew up, and his figure disappeared in an instant, while King Shuiwe was also stunned and dumbfounded for a moment. Idiot, I just mentioned it, and you really went? King Shuiwe cursed in a low voice. This guy has a hot temper and gets easily irritated. Who knows, he might actually fight with those kings. But this guy doesn't think about it. Those guys are not vegetarians either. Don't get caught. It would be embarrassing. Anlin didn't notice the changes happening nearby, but his realm was about to break through. The barrier of the first realm was shattered. Anlin's aura suddenly changed, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations were faintly transmitted from all parts of his body, making Anlin unable to help but want to find someone to vent. The catharsis of fighting. Before he had time to get familiar with the power, the next moment, the Queen Ant's spiritual power surged over. The familiar scene reappeared. Blood flowed from the corner of Anlin's mouth, and he looked at the remaining two kings with some difficulty. Senior, help. Others are worried about having too little spiritual power, but Anlin is afraid of bursting every time he breaks through. A bit like a balloon. Anlin felt inexplicably sad. It was like this every time. It was too embarrassing. Sensing Anlin's changes, King Bailing and King Shuiwe's faces changed, and they quickly took action to stabilize Anlin's meridians and began to help Anlin absorb the spiritual power. What kind of beast did this kid find? The spiritual power feedback is too much. King Shuiwe could no longer remain calm. He thought that it was abnormal enough for Anlin to have a beast with an ice soul body, but he didn't expect that this first beast was also very special. Moreover, he clearly felt that the beast had fire and gold attributes, so why was the spiritual power it fed back to him attributeless? Also, what the hell is this mental feedback? On the other side, King Bailing couldn't help but secretly curse him as a pervert, but he kept taking out pills and throwing them into Anlin's mouth. This spiritual power is too huge, and Anlin's realm may break through again. She has to lay a good foundation for this guy to prevent his foundation from being unstable. After a while, Anlin's aura changed again, and he broke through to the second stage of the first realm. Chapter 77. Anticipation of New Soldiers. Logically speaking, Anlin has reached the second stage of the first realm before he has taken the formal college entrance examination. King Bai Ling smiled lightly, as if with his kid's strength, there is no need to look at the final theoretical knowledge. However, Zhao County has also been plagued by disasters. Many people died because of the incident in the small insect world before, and today they fought with several powerful men, which seriously damaged their vitality. Above the sky, a powerful wave appeared. King Shueiyue raised his head and saw that the person who would take the blame had arrived. The collar of Tiger War King's clothes was torn, and it was obvious that he had been through a great battle. He looked around Zhao County and let out a long sigh. After the battle between cultivators above the 5th level, there are no survivors left in the ruins nearby. Shaking his head, Tiger War King was no longer sad. He looked in the direction of Lin Cheng with murderous intent in his eyes. It's time to clean up the several major families. Looking at the time, people from other universities should be here soon. King Bailing, take this kid with you, and let's go. King Shueiyue didn't care about King Qizhan. Although they were all at the king level, they were in different regions too far apart, so there was no connection between them. Moreover, the presence of so many high-level evil cults on this person's territory also shows that he is not managing the territory properly. However, Lincheng is also a relatively backward place. There are not many king-level people, and the territory is large. So it can be said that the will is there, but the strength is not enough. King Bailing looked at King Shueyu with some surprise. He thought King Shueyu was just joking, but he didn't expect this guy to be serious. Who knows what kind of trouble this kid might get into in Zhao County. Let's take him back to school first. As for other universities, let's have a fair competition. Our army has no shortage of resources to keep him. King Shueiyue reminded that although at present they were the only ones who knew that Seya and Anlin had the same combat body, even if the person who came later was not at the king level, he would be at the heaven level, and his eyesight would not be too bad. It would have been fine if Seya hadn't made a breakthrough, and they hadn't noticed that his combat body hadn't awakened. But now, if he was discovered and a fight broke out, it would be disadvantageous to them. King Bailing nodded, looked at King Huzhan, nodded, and flew into the sky with Anlin and the 2 beasts. Host, Anlin. Realm, 1 realm, 2 stages. Occupation, beastmaster, physical cultivator, cultivator. Blood energy, 230,000. Beast tamer, Xiao E level 1, stage 1. Xiao Yu level 1, stage 1. Xiao Xing, ordinary level 7. Kung Fu, Tiger Edge Fist, ordinary level upper grade, great success. Ling Feng Bu, ordinary level, minor success. Falling Leaf Sword Technique, ordinary level top grade, minor success. Guiyuan Xiangong, yellow level upper grade, second level. Xianjun Body Refining Method, yellow grade, upper grade, level 3. Xianin Sword Technique, remaining, yellow level mid-grade, proficient. The data may not reflect how much the strength has changed, but Anlin can feel that even if 20 of his previous cells came together, they would not be his match now. The Queen Ant's production stage has moved up a level, and now she can produce a level of ant soldiers. The number of troop types has reached 6, and the previous troop types of the Queen Ant are already full, so now I can create new troop types. Anlin glanced at the rapidly retreating white clouds, and his legs felt a little weak. Even though the king was carrying him flying, the spiritual power shield around him made him unable to feel the existence of wind resistance. But after all, his feet were still empty. Xiao Qi, in 2 hours we will be able to arrive at the military university, but you may have to wait. Other schools will also come to recruit you, and we can't break the rules. King Bailing saw Anlin open his eyes and spoke first to explain. Military University is a top university, and your sister is also a student at the military university, so the benefits that military university can give you will be even more generous. On the other side, King Shueiyue also spoke up. You and your beast are both combat bodies, but top universities also have their own circles, so you won't be ostracized if you enter a military university. Anlin's sister is very important in the military university. If anyone causes trouble for Anlin, he will definitely be entangled by that crazy woman. So Anlin will not be suppressed in the military university. Although being too smooth is not very conducive to the growth of a genius. In the eyes of King Shueiyue, a genius should be tempered in another world rather than fighting wits and courage with his own people in school, which is meaningless. After the 2 kings talked with Anlin for a while, Anlin took the initiative to ask, 2 seniors, I remember that when my sister tested her combat form before, she was not surrounded by so many strong men. She also encountered a heaven-level evil cultivator at that time, But Feng Huijuan happened to be in lynching at the time. He smashed the evil cultivator to pieces with one move, even though he was hundreds of kilometers away. Feng Huiyun, Qi, Anlin was stunned. The battle fluctuations of a king-level warrior could destroy half of Zhao County, and a full-strength attack could raze a city to the ground, not to mention the June-level warriors above the king realm. Your situation is quite special this time. Your sister has a fire-type combat body, but you have an ice-type combat body. So, some people speculate that you may have undergone some kind of abnormality. Besides, if we capture you, we might have a chance to lure your sister out. So we let this evil cult directly expose 2 king-level monks. Qi Anlin was speechless, thinking that it was because of this reason that he was really suffering from so many misfortunes. It's just that Zhao County, Qi Anlin sighed. Even if it wasn't caused by him, it was more or less related to him, which made Qi Anlin feel a little guilty. King Shueiyue seemed to have seen through his thoughts and consoled him. The matter in Zhao County can only be blamed on King Hu Zhan's mismanagement. So many evil cults have appeared under his command. Instead of feeling guilty, you should practice hard and strive to eliminate the evil cults. Kill the first-level demon beast, Iron Brahma, ape, and gain 160,000 blood energy points. Kill the first-level second-stage monster, Iron Flower Mantis, and gain 300,000 blood energy points. News of the death of many tiger ant soldiers came one after another. Qi Anlin was stunned. Did the queen ant run outside? It seemed that this guy had been saying recently that he had given birth to a child who was as smart as him. Qi Anlin felt that he needed to go and take a look. At this level, killing a monster can gain hundreds of thousands of blood energy. As long as you go to the small beast world, you can try to synthesize the queen ant and the space ring. The biggest use of the queen ant now is to gain blood energy. It may take until the 4th or 5th realm before she can truly appear in front of the world. Thousands of king ant soldiers are born all of a sudden. Let's see who dares to attack me again. There was nothing to do in the air, so Qi Anlin closed his eyes, moved his mind, and entered the system background. Although the tiger armored ant soldiers are powerful, Qi Anlin feels that they are still missing something. It just so happens that the queen ant killed a mantis at the 2nd stage of the 1st realm. Why not fuse their genes and create ant soldiers with a mantis's powerful attack power? Ant soldiers with sickles. Qi Anlin began to look forward to it. Chapter 78, Blood-Killing Ant Soldiers. The gene list of the queen ant appeared, and Qi Anlin quickly found the genes of the Iron Flower Mantis. What made Qi Anlin a little sad was that this gene fusion actually required 800,000 blood energy. It was really like spending money like water. Qi Anlin reluctantly chose to confirm it. The fusion takes an hour. After Qi Anlin fought in the blood energy space for 10 hours, he finally waited for the fusion to be completed. In the air, King Bai Ling and King Shui, you were a little surprised that Qi Anlin just closed his eyes to rest, but they could feel that this guy was slowly improving his realm, and the control over his own body seemed to be gradually getting stronger. King Bai Ling was a little worried at first. Qi Anlin had broken through 2 levels in a row, and they were both large levels of the mortal level and the 1st level. It was inevitable that he would not be able to adapt, but now it seems that he seems to have a tendency to fully master the strength of this realm. What a little monster. Bai Ling, although this kid has some extraordinary talent, he has learned too many things. King Shueiyue frowned and said, in fact, even for Qi cultivators, after breaking through the king realm, their physique and mental strength will undergo a transformation. So king-level cultivators can overwhelm and even kill heaven-level cultivators in seconds. After all, in comparison, the two are no longer at the same level of life. Even for a king, it is difficult to switch to other professions after a breakthrough. This will not only cause a decrease in control over the body, but also easily cause an imbalance of energy in the body. As Qi Anlin is doing, he will eventually have to give up his other careers and switch to another one. As a combat body, King Shueiyue thinks that Qi Anlin should switch to practicing Qi. After all, the Ice Soul combat body has a blessing for the absorption of spiritual energy and is the best choice for Qi cultivation. But now, Qi Anlin's beast was also an Ice Soul combat body, which made him a little worried. The two combat bodies of the same origin complemented each other, and the final achievement was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As for the physical cultivation, this kid's physique is also a bit scary. He also saw that Qi Anlin's body refining method is the Xianjun body refining method. Speaking of which, this body refining method came from the military academy, and it must have been brought to him by Qi Shiyue. Although there are 9 levels in total, a cultivator at the peak of the first realm who can cultivate to the 7th level is actually far superior to other geniuses. Sighing, King Shuewa didn't know how to describe it. He just hoped that this kid could know how to make choices. Anlin also heard the conversation between the two. In fact, in the blood energy space, he would have a certain sensitivity to the outside world. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy attack while practicing and didn't know it, his death would be too unfair. After some testing, Anlin discovered that Seya, who was at the 8th level of the mortal realm, could not break his defense at all. In other words, even if he stood there and let Seya hit him, Seya would not be able to cause any injuries to him. This is too perverted. The Queen Ant's cultivation speed is very slow. After Anlin's realm catches up, he will continue to break through, so there's no need to worry about the Queen Ant's spiritual power bursting him again in the future. As for what the two kings said about giving up a profession is totally unnecessary. I have a cheat. But now that he has reached a new realm, he can contract another monster. Anlin thought about it and decided that he must choose an auxiliary monster this time. Without thinking any more, Anlin entered the system background and found the Ant Queen's troop type option. Mantises are natural hunters, and the Iron Flower Mantis's arms attacks are even more terrifying. Even a high-level monster would not dare to withstand its attacks. Anlin removed the fire poison from the new soldiers. After reaching the new realm, the fire poison was not so useful. He would install on the new ant soldiers after finding the right toxic gene. As for the new ant soldiers' expectations, Anlin felt that the current monsters had very strong defenses, and the tiger-armored ant soldiers would have to bite them several times if they wanted to break through their defenses. This would easily lead to a situation where the monster would escape before being killed. So Anlin felt that after his health increased, he would have to get a control-type troop. After adding the genes of the Iron Flower Mantis, a strange ant similar to a mantis appeared in front of Anlin. Anlin took a look at this thing and couldn't bear to look at it. Anlin did not continue to add genes to the tiger ant soldier. This new ant soldier looked a little deformed, with all 6 legs shaped like sickles. It is impossible for you to fight with your legs, and it is difficult to exert force. Anlin decisively removed the sickles on the back 4 legs, and used the hind legs of the new ant soldiers as the support points for walking and fighting. As for the sickle stuff, 2 are enough. As for the end of the sickle, the part that was originally used to support the ground when walking, Anlin made it into the shape of an armor-piercing cone, which does not affect walking and still has the function of breaking armor and bleeding. The defense of the new ant soldiers is not that high. There are gains and losses. Anlin doesn't care about these. It's better to leave the defense to the tiger-armored ant soldiers. However, the tiger ant soldiers are strong in mobility. Anlin thought about it and wondered if he could create some meat shields later. Forget it. Let's not aim too high. Soon, a new ant soldier was pinched out by Anlin. This ant soldier looks very similar to a mantis, but its body is much heavier than a mantis. The iron-like sickle is shining with a cold light, and the armor-piercing cone at the end is like a 3-edged bayonet, which makes people shudder. In order to enhance the armor-piercing ability of this type of soldier, Anlin thickened the muscle fibers in their bodies to increase the explosive power of the ant soldiers. However, this would also result in a loss of mobility, so Anlin thought about it and found a new gene again. Mimic gene. This gene cost Anlin 300,000 blood energy, and after the ant soldiers stepped into the area outside the forest this time, the blood energy obtained from killing several first-level monsters was once again exhausted. Mimic insects are insects discovered by ant soldiers during their raids. Although this thing can not only imitate the external environment, but also conceal its breath, it is still easy for ant soldiers who want to take a bite of everything to discover it. When the tiger ant soldiers discovered it, the mimic insect was imitating minerals. After adding the genes of the mimic insect, Anlin made some further fine-tuning, so that the new ant soldier would become a rather bulky assassin. The main reason is that their movement speed is definitely not that fast, so Anlin added a stealth function, which might allow these ant soldiers to kill with one strike. After completing the new type of soldiers, Anlin took a look at the production options. Producing one new type of ant soldier is equivalent to 5 tiger-armored ant soldiers of the same level. However, the new ant soldiers at the first level are almost as big as humans. Perhaps with such a large body size, the function of mimicry seems to be of little use, but ant soldiers do not attack alone. As long as the tiger-armored ant soldiers attack the enemy, The new type of ant soldiers can hide their breath and approach, and then directly use a fatal blow. Looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, Anlin named the new type of ant soldiers blood-killing ant soldiers. This is a real killing machine. Chapter 79, Killing Machine. After pinching the ant soldiers, Anlin exited the system back-end contentedly. Most of the Queen Ant's ant soldiers are now dead, and it is not known whether that special little ant soldier is dead or not. However, with so many corpses of first-level monsters, the Queen Ant can produce many first-level ant soldiers, so there's no need to worry about the source of blood energy. There were some lights on the ground in the distance, and the bright lights looked like a brocade scroll, which made Anlin a little dazed. It would be great if there were guardrails underfoot. Flying in the air always feels unsafe. Hi, Chung. Here we are. Although this group of ant soldiers don't have any brains, their fearlessness of death is indeed terrifying. On the ground, the Blood Eater King absorbed the blood around him and slowly recovered from his injuries. Not long after they came out of the forest, they encountered a battle between several first-level monsters. The Blood-Devouring King was originally planning to wait for them to be defeated so that he could reap the benefits, but he didn't expect that this group of brainless ant soldiers would actually rush forward. This group of ant soldiers at the 9th level of the ordinary level seemed to have no idea what fear was. They wanted to take a bite of everything they came across, whether it was the sky, the earth, or the air. Faced with several first-level monsters, they launched suicidal attacks one after another. What surprised the Blood Eater King even more was that this group of ant soldiers did not allow any injured ants to exist. If an ant soldier was injured and unable to fight, the other ant soldiers would kill him even if they did not attack the enemy. You can only win or die. What a terrifying species. This is also the first time that the Blood Eater King has encountered such a strange ant. Moreover, the Queen Ant can actually produce ants of the same type continuously. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he seemed unable to attack the Queen Ant. Whenever he had any thoughts about the Queen Ant, he would strangely calm down and force himself not to think about them, making it impossible for him to feel hostile towards the Queen Ant. It's a pity that the corpses were taken away by the ant soldiers. Otherwise, with the blood in these monsters, I should be able to reach the first realm. After all, he was once a king-level demon. Even if he is now just an ordinary 9th level ant soldier, he is able to use some martial arts to kill a first-level demon beast. Shaking his body, the blood-devouring king left the spot and began to look for lone first-level monsters. He temporarily left the ant colony. Otherwise, if he killed a monster, he would have to transport it back to the Queen Ant for food, which was too inefficient. After absorbing the souls of the first-level monsters and ant soldiers, the aura of the blood-devouring king became even more powerful, and there was a tendency for him to break through the first level. At this time, in a cave under the forest, several blood-killing ant soldiers with ferocious looks and faint murderous aura were licking their sickles. The appearance of new ant soldiers usually requires testing their combat effectiveness with the old ant soldiers, so the Queen Ant also produced several ordinary to second-level blood-killing ant soldiers and a bunch of tiger-armored ant soldiers. For the rest, the Queen Ant produced 10 first-level tiger-armored ant soldiers and 3 blood-killing ant soldiers to supplement high-end combat power. Under the command of the Queen Ant, the battle was about to break out. The tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed forward and began to besiege the blood-killing ant soldiers, while the blood-killing ant soldiers stayed where they were, slightly bent over, ready to counterattack at any time. Sizzle! A blood-killing ant soldier took the lead, and its sharp armor-piercing cone pierced directly into the tiger-armored ant soldier's head without any hindrance, nailing it to the ground. The next second, the other ant soldiers attacked, and their sickle-like forelimbs swept across, tearing the tiger-armored ant soldiers in front of them into pieces. The blood-killing ant soldiers had extremely strong explosive power, and coupled with their sharp forelimbs, they were like natural killing machines, leaving the tiger-armored ant soldiers helpless. Compared with mantis-type monsters, the blood-killing ant soldiers with ant-type talents are more powerful. And compared with those monsters of the same level, the blood-killing ant soldiers can also kill with one blow under hidden attacks. After a while, more than 10 tiger-armored ant soldiers were killed. Although the tiger-armored ant soldiers were much weaker than the monsters of the same level and generally relied on the advantage in numbers, they were no match for the high-attack assassins like the blood-killing ant soldiers. More tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed up, and the blood-killing ant soldiers began to show disadvantages. Although the blood-killing ant soldiers were powerful, they were still much larger than the tiger-armored ant soldiers, and they were not as flexible as the tiger armored ant soldiers. So after killing hundreds of tiger armored ant soldiers, the blood-killing ant soldiers finally died on the spot. However, even after its body was eaten to pieces, the blood-killing ant soldier still did not give up the attack. After its head was completely bitten off, it also took away 2 tiger armored ant soldiers. Strong. After receiving the feedback from the queen ant, Anlin was also very satisfied. This was just a frontal battle. One blood-killing ant soldier could deal with 7 or 8 tiger armored ant soldiers. If they were not besieged, but attacked one by one, the blood-killing ant soldier could kill half more tiger armored ant soldiers. Coupled with their fearlessness of death, every blood ant soldier is a terrifying existence that strikes fear into the hearts of the enemy. Anlin, who was landing, thought about it and realized that the tiger-armored ant soldiers themselves were not weak, but because they were brainless and reckless, they caused such casualties. It seems that the matter of combined military tactics needs to catch up with the progress. All kinds of inspiration flashed through his mind. At this time, King Bailing said, "Shao Qi, this is Haicheng, but we will not return to Junda tonight." After all, Anlin has not officially become a student of the military university. It is already presumptuous enough to take Anlin away directly. If Anlin is brought to the military university and forced to be a student of the military university, the other major schools will also jointly report it. Although combat bodies are scarce, it is normal to have a few combat bodies with tens of millions of candidates every year. However, only this little bit of combat body can appear among so many people, which is enough to show how precious combat body is. This year is also special. There are more than 10 combat bodies. If Anlin is not counted, the military university has also received 3 combat bodies. Among them, the Tianlai war body ranked 8720, the Jinhong war body ranked 9702, and the Bingfa war body ranked 4705, which also cost the military a lot of money. Among all the worlds, the human race is not considered strong. In the past hundreds of years, there has only been one combat body ranked in the top 100. Anlin nodded. He heard that his sister had gone to another world, so he didn't need to see her for the time being when he came to Haicheng this time. If Qi Shuyue saw his current state, she might even have a small exchange with him, which was something Anlin didn't want to face. "I'm finally going to college." Anlin was a little excited. After entering college, he could get more resources and have more synthesis options. An idea emerged in his mind, and Anlin felt a little elated, thinking that his future was bright. He has a synthesis system. When he goes to university, he can help some monsters evolve and mutate. Wouldn't that be a huge profit for him? The students studying in the military university are all rich people. Chapter 80 New Function, Training Beastmen. After checking into the hotel provided by the school in Haicheng and seeing off his 2 mentors, Anlin began to plan his own money-making business. Although using blood energy to directly synthesize monsters to make money quickly, it is too ostentatious. Anlin estimated that if he dared to do this, even if the government did not look for him, a large number of kings would come to forcibly abduct him soon. Therefore, Anlin is more inclined to take the exam for a spiritual trainer position. After all, he started out as a beastmaster. For Anlin, even if he gave up the other 2 professions, he would never give up the beastmaster profession, otherwise he would really be letting down his own synthesis system. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Anlin looked at Xiaoxing, who was jumping on the bed beside him. "Since my system is related to beast taming everywhere, what about the blood energy space?" Anlin curled the corners of his mouth, as if he took it for granted that the blood energy space would be his own place. But what if the beastmaster could also come in? Taking a deep breath, Anlin grabbed Xiaoxing. Apart from anything else, Xiaoxing has seriously hindered the team. So if there's a chance, Anlin still wants him to build up his courage and practice well. This is also because Xiaoxing is special and does not have a spiritual power channel with me. Otherwise, the energy of my breakthrough might be enough to kill it. Anlin felt that he should take better control of the Queen Ant's spiritual power channel. Otherwise, he would almost die every time the Queen Ant broke through, which was too embarrassing. Grabbing Xiaoxing, Anlin said silently in his heart, "Let Xiaoxing enter the blood energy space." The next second, Anlin was surprised to find that Xiaoxing disappeared from his hands. The physical body enters the blood energy space. Without thinking too much, Anlin's consciousness also quickly entered the blood energy space. The scene in front of him changed. and Anlin came to the blood energy space. After looking at the three familiar options, he found an additional item, beast taming training. Sure enough, the blood energy space can also be used to train beasts. Anlin couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Why did he realize this only now? It's all because of this 3-no system. There's no prompt every time there's an update, and I can only slowly explore the functions by myself. At this moment, Xiaoxing looked at the bloody space with a blank face, and the next moment, it was like being struck by lightning. Shushu, I'm already dead. Xiaoxing almost fainted with this horrible thought in her mind. Anlin, who noticed this scene, pressed his temple helplessly and picked up this guy. You're not dead, but you're almost dead. Anlin smiled evilly. You like picking your belly button, right? You like using my phone to send messages to girls, right? Without hesitation, Anlin clicked on the beast taming training, and the next moment, several options appeared again. Please select a training direction. Attack, defense, speed, skill, combat ability, all-around improvement. Compared to Anlin's training, the beastman's training is obviously much more comprehensive. Since it was his first time using it, Anlin thought about it and clicked on speed. Train the beast, Xiaoxing. Select the direction, speed. The training requires 10,000 blood energy and takes 1 hour. Anlin looked at the notes given by the system. This thing calculates blood energy and training methods based on the strength of the beast. If you want to train for 2 hours, you have to add another 10,000 blood energies. However, the training time should not be too long. Anlin was also very clear about this. After all, he had been in the blood energy space for so long that he almost became mentally exhausted. After clicking OK, the next second, Xiaoxing's body appeared in the center of venue, and around her, more than a dozen humanoid puppets holding machine guns appeared, all looking at Xiaoxing. Sensing the danger, Xiaoxing raised his head and looked at the puppets with some astonishment. Rat, rat, the time has come for me to be a rat. The next second, sparks flew out from the muzzle, and bullets flew towards the treasure-hunting rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The picture is so beautiful, but it's a pity that I can't bring a mobile phone into the blood energy space. Otherwise, I would definitely record this moment. Xiaoxing dodged the bullets quickly, and this training was tailor-made for it. So, within 2 seconds, Xiaoxing was successfully hit by several bullets and died gloriously. The next second, Xiaoxing's body appeared again, with fear and grief from the previous second still on its face. It was unable to react for a while, so after letting out a heart-wrenching scream, it died gloriously again. Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiaoxing would not be harmed in here, which made him feel much more at ease. However, this may not be too cruel for Xiaoxing, as it will be tortured like this for a whole hour. For Xiaoxing's sake, Anlin sighed and exited the blood energy space. In this way, Xiaoxing would be free in a few minutes. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin returned to the familiar room. This training was not mandatory. As long as he wanted to stop, Xiaoxing could come out of the blood energy space directly. It just so happens that Seya has improved his strength, and there has been no way for him to fight recently, so why not give him some training as well? After summoning Seya, Anlin had a brief conversation with it, then brought Seya to the blood energy space and selected the attack option. Actually, Anlin was originally going to choose the all-around upgrade, but after taking a look, he found that it was a large package that included the previous items and would take a long time. So, after some consideration, Anlin decided to increase its attack power first. The cultivation time is also 1 hour, but the blood energy consumed is as high as 100,000, which is enough to kill a first-level monster. However, there are other conditions for attack power training, such as whether to actively recover from injuries. Anlin chose this option, so is so expensive. Otherwise, training would only require 10,000 blood energy. After starting training, Anlin understood why recovering from an injury was so expensive. There were many huge wooden stakes in front of Seya, with varying degrees of hardness, and Seya needed to attack the wooden stakes continuously, which would cause its claws to be worn out and even cracked. Soon, Seya's claws became bloody, and the next second, a stream of energy appeared and healed his injuries. If he doesn't choose this function, Seya will need to recover from his injuries slowly on his own. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin waited for a while, and King Bailing sent a message saying that she had communicated with the school and would come over to discuss the resource allocation issue with Anlin later. As for combat physiques, several major schools are vying for them, so these schools will offer certain benefits to recruit combat physiques. Anlin was slightly excited, as this meant that people from other universities had also arrived. I don't know what this group of people will use to tempt, recruit me. Chapter 81 Recruitment from Various Schools. Soon, Anlin, who got the news, left the hotel and came to a spacious gymnasium. The graceful figure of King Bai Ling descended from the sky, and next to her, King Shui Yu had a slight smile on his face. That guy, Fenghua Wang, actually went to intercept the king level from other schools, and his tone was very arrogant. As King Fenghua's best friend for many years, he knew what that guy would say without even having to think about it. The battle body has been taken by our army. You can leave on your own. If you don't obey, you can fight me. The scene can be imagined. Several kings surrounded and fought together. Even if they didn't kill each other, it would be enough to make King Fenghua suffer a lot. This guy didn't even show up when he came back. He just yelled, "I will remember today's grudge." Then he went straight to heal his wounds. King Bai Ling looked at King Shuyue's gloating expression and couldn't help shaking his head. Only King Fenghua would be so reckless. Shao Qi, the universities will offer some benefits later, so don't panic. Since you are here, we can continue to discuss it privately. Although the military university has natural advantages, Anlin also has a combat beast, so there is no guarantee that other universities will become jealous and offer extremely high conditions. In order to recruit soldiers with combat physique this year, the military university has spent a lot of resources. After all, this is not a university for one person, and they cannot reduce resource allocation to other students for the sake of combat physique, so the conditions they can offer are relatively limited. Anlin nodded. If the difference was not too big, he would of course choose the military university. After all, Qi Shuyue was also here. It's a pity that Qi Shuyue is not a beastmaster, otherwise I could take her away. After a while, several figures appeared in the sky. Anlin felt the powerful pressure above his head and raised his eyebrows. So many king-level masters? Logically speaking, at my current level, I shouldn't be able to explore a map of this level. King Bai Ling, King Shui Yu, long time no see. A strong man with a body as big as a brown bear laughed and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the whole stadium shook. King of brute force, control your strength. This is not another world. The Sky Sword King, who was dressed in white and stepped on a king-level sword, said coldly. In addition to these two, 5 king-level powerhouses also landed on the ground. In China, there are 5 top schools and hundreds of first-class schools. Except for the Heavenly Sword King and the Manpower King, who were from Wuhan University, the other 3 top universities only sent 1 king-level powerhouse, and the remaining 2 were from first-rate universities. Generally speaking, first-class universities cannot compete with top-tier universities. However, the first-class universities to which these 2 king-level masters belong are also among the best, so they sent king-level cultivators to recruit students. Anlin, your spiritual power quality is top-notch. Your mental strength is top-notch. Your physical strength is top-notch. Your combat ability and comprehension are also top-notch. The 7 absolute kings from Yuanda checked the information and then looked at Anlin with a look of amazement in his eyes. I thought that the test either had errors or that the levels of other professions were relatively low, but I didn't expect that there are people who can improve all abilities to the top level at this age. Moreover, this kid's realm has actually reached the 2nd stage of the 1st realm, and it looks very solid, not like it was forcibly raised by elixirs. If he could be admitted into the school, he will be the leader among the freshmen. Although the battle body is ranked relatively low, but considering my top talents, my treatment should be equal to that of the battle bodies ranked within 5,000. The 7th Absolute King was the first to extend an olive branch to Anlin. Little guy, join my Yuanda, and I will give you 5,000 credits, a king-level technique, 5 heaven-level golden cicada spirit leaves, and a place to practice in the secret realm. In addition, the school will provide you with 2 complete sets of resources for your body refining technique. If you're talented enough, you can reach the 9th level. Hiss. Anlin originally thought that even if he was recruited, the maximum he would get would be 12,000 rank spirit stones. However, after hearing the benefits offered by the 7 absolute kings, he almost did not agree directly. Hold on, wait a little longer. Don't be tempted. Anlin took a deep breath and said with a smile, Senior, I just entered university and don't know much about many things. I don't know if I can live up to your kindness. Let's be polite first and see what other schools say. King Qi Ju smiled and didn't care. Many young warriors are too ambitious and think that they will be able to reach the king level in the future. Therefore, many of them are extremely arrogant and are not polite even to the king level. And Qi Anlin's attitude is already very good. At this time, Purple Thunder King from Nanjing University also said, "Enter Nanjing University, and you will receive 5,000 credits, a set of king-level skills, a set of heaven-level dragon blood, and a chance to practice enlightenment." The edge of enlightenment? What a generous move from Nanda. King Qi Ju raised his eyebrows. The edge of enlightenment opens once every 4 years. In it, one can not only improve one's comprehension and fall into a state of enlightenment, but one may also realize the true meaning of martial arts. To become a king, the most important thing is to have one's own way. Although the school can give Qi Anlin a heavenly level martial arts technique, it is only a rubbing version, not the original, so it does not contain the Tao. Therefore, every place in Wadea is extremely precious. Beside Qi Anlin, King Bai Ling's face changed. It seemed that Nanda was determined to get the chance to attain Wu Daoya. Although the combat body will definitely reach the king realm, it is unknown how much time it will take to comprehend the Tao. When Qi Anlin saw the expressions of the kings around him, he instantly realized that this enlightenment must be very precious. But as for enlightenment, Qi Anlin felt that although his comprehension was not very fast, with the system, if he spent 10 times more time and had guidance from an expert, he should be able to achieve enlightenment. King Bai Ling sighed and said to Qi Anlin, "Shao Qi, the opportunity to understand the Daoya is rare. With this quota, you may be able to understand the Tao directly." After telling Qi Anlin about the function of Wu Daoya, Qi Anlin nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he really didn't need this thing. However, since Nanda has offered such a big benefit, it also proves that they value me enough. Although it is not very necessary, I can't say it directly. Qi Anlin sighed in his heart, and then smiled happily. "Thank you for your kindness. I heard that you are a beastmaster. Why don't you summon him out to see your beastmaster talent? Let me see whether I should give you a king-level quality monster cub." At this time, Long Da's Dragon King suddenly spoke. The conditions offered by King Zi Lei were too generous. This kid came from a small place and probably had never seen the world. He might have agreed to it in the next second. He had just observed from the side. As the king of beastmasters, he could naturally see through the 3 barriers in Qi Anlin's spiritual sea. However, the 3 balls of light in Qi Anlin's mind, especially the first one, were not beasts that could be contracted by Qi Anlin at his level. Even he had never seen such a strange ball of light. Chapter 82, an offer that is hard to refuse, ending. King of Beasts. Qi Anlin became excited instantly. With this thing, he could save 10 years of hard work. On the side, King Bai Ling and King Shueiyu's faces changed. As expected, they still couldn't hide it. Originally, they concealed the news that Qi Anlin had a beast of the same origin, and just now they were secretly contacting the school to ask for more shares, just to keep Qi Anlin. But if Qi Anlin exposed Seya, it would mean that they would have to pay a higher price to accept Qi Anlin. "Shao Qi, release your beast." King Bai Ling sighed. Things had come to this point, and they could no longer stop Qi Anlin from summoning the beast. However, she was also curious about what Qi Anlin's first beast was. Qi Anlin nodded and pretended to take out the beast-taming bag, and the next second, Seya appeared on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and the pupils of several kings shrank suddenly. King Bai Ling also waved his hand lightly, dispersing the surging aura from their bodies. "I sold battle body," the Dragon King said with some trembling. Originally, he was only concerned about Qi Anlin's first beast and not necessarily about Qi Anlin's battle body identity. The combat body is only what the school needs, and as a beastmaster, he doesn't care much about other combat bodies unless they're the special combat bodies of the beastmasters. However, right now, there is actually a person with an Ice Soul battle body who has contracted a beastmaster with an Ice Soul battle body. We must snatch this kid away. The Dragon King's body was shaking with excitement. As a beastmaster, he naturally knew how precious it was to have a beast with a combat body. No matter what race they are, as long as they're a combat body, it is basically impossible for them to become someone else's subordinate, especially those beastmasters. If they want to force a contract, the backlash power of the combat body is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Moreover, the war bodies are the most talented seeds of all major races. It is basically impossible to capture a monster with a war body. Their backgrounds should not be underestimated. The next moment, he looked at King Bai Ling and King Shueiyu. These 2 people must have known about it. He was also wondering, even if Anlin was a very talented warrior, he would not let the people from the military break the rules and bring him directly to Haicheng. Fortunately, I suggested it after I realized it, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Shao Qi, summon all three of your beasts. The Dragon King said kindly, and even the way he addressed them sounded more intimate. Three-headed beast, Anlin summoned out the Ice War Soul and his Shao Xing. The Ice War Soul's body was still a little weak, and he was recovering from his injuries in the beast-taming bag. The moment Shao Xing came out, she hugged Anlin's thighs, and her tears and snot wiped onto Anlin's trouser legs. After seeing Shao Xing, although he didn't know what kind of thing it was, the Dragon King felt it and felt that this monster seemed to be slightly special. Could it be some special variant? As for the Ice Battle Soul, the Dragon King could tell at a glance that this was not Anlin's beast. Shao Qi, where's your first beast? Anlin's face changed. What do you mean the first beast to be controlled? This Ice War Spirit is his first beast to be controlled. This monster is so obedient even though it has no contract. Could it be that it has been raised since childhood? No way. The Dragon King muttered to himself, but then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Elemental monsters have no emotions, so even if you raise them from childhood, it will be of no use. He took a close look at the Ice War Spirit and could see that this thing was obeying Anlin's orders. Could it be the companion spirit beast of that Ice Soul Battle Body monster? This way it makes sense. Anlin felt a little toothache. It turned out that his clumsy disguise had been seen through long ago. Could it be that the king could still sense that he had made a contract with the Queen Ant? It's possible. I'm sorry, Senior. My first beast was lost in another world and has not been found yet. Anlin said calmly. Lost? The Dragon King raised his voice slightly. Shao Qi, join my Dragon University. I can help you find your beast in another world and give you a king-level monster cub, 10,000 credits, a king-level skill, and a heavenly beast bag. As a beast-taming bag carried by a beast tamer, the higher the quality of this thing, the more powerful its function. Anlin's beast-taming bag can only hold 3 beasts and has no function. However, the heavenly-level beast-taming bag can not only hold 10 beasts, but also has the function of absorbing spiritual power and spiritual stones. In this way, even in the beast-taming bag, the monster can practice independently. The Ice Soul Battle Body is prepared for cultivators. Boy, join my Wuda and you'll get 10,000 credits, 1 king-level technique of your choice, 1 piece of king-grade Yuanyang ice, a set of heaven-grade inner armor, and 1 trip to the Lingqi's secret realm to practice. King Tianjian suddenly said. With Seya, the beast he controlled, Anlin's importance increased again. Although Anlin may give up 1 or 2 professions in the end, the many special things about this guy just represent that he has great luck and his future achievements will definitely not be low. No matter what, we are the host. It would be too embarrassing if we were outclassed by you on our own territory. At this time, King Shuiwei, who received the message, suddenly laughed and said, Boy, the military commander has invested a lot this time. At the military university, 10,000 credits, 1 king-level cultivation technique, 1 king-level body refining technique, 1 king-level heavenly wolf divine jade, 1 heaven-level snow crystal pill, 1 blood flame secret realm cultivation session, and 1 pound of earth-level source of life. After these words were spoken, the several kings fell silent. This time, Junda had indeed invested a huge amount of money. The 2 champions from the top universities had bitter looks on their faces. Although they also wanted to recruit Anlin as their disciple, they were still far behind in terms of resources and had no way to participate in the bidding. The Dragon King was somewhat unwilling to accept this. If it were any other king of Dragon University, their conditions might not be as high as his. This was the limit of what he could offer, and it also exceeded the share that the school originally gave him. However, since the military has offered such conditions, there is nothing we can do. The Dragon King sighed and said to Anlin, If you're interested in learning Dragonda, I will definitely teach you everything I know. After saying that, he left somewhat dejectedly. Nothing could be more painful than watching a genius being taken away by other forces. He also knew that there was no chance that Anlin would come to Longda. I'm sorry, seniors. My sister is studying at the military university, so it has always been my first choice. Anlin said with a little apology, but he was very excited in his heart. I am only at the first level, and the reward for contact are either king level or heaven level, which makes him feel a little unreal. Now, he can't wait to get these benefits. After receiving Anlin's response, the kings talked for a few words and then left. Chapter 83. The Wealthy Military University. After everyone left, King Bailing said, "It turns out that your beast was lost in the other world. At that time, I thought you just didn't summon it. If the beast dies, it will backfire on the beastmaster, and Anlin's beast was lost in another world, so it is very necessary to find it. However, there's another method, which is to cut off the connection with the beast tamer. Although this will cause some harm to the beast tamer, it is not serious and can be treated. Many beastmasters, after becoming powerful, will abandon their original beasts and replace them with higher quality ones. This is much more cost-effective than finding a spirit trainer to help the beast evolve." After talking to King Bailing for a few words, Anlin's attitude was very firm, and he would never cancel the contract. Are you kidding? The role of the queen ant is very important. What can you do with your blood without the queen ant? However, if I told this lie and the school really helped me look for it in the world of small animals in the future, it would be quite troublesome. In the small beast world, the density of spiritual energy is not high, and the strongest monster is only at the 4th level. As long as the school sends a king there, they can directly defeat it. So, we have to find a way to cover it up. Anlin felt helpless. These kings were like radars, and they could see all the secrets of the body at once. It seemed that he had to think of a way. Following the two kings, they arrived at the gate of the military university. Unlike the university that Anlin had imagined, the military university was not located in Haicheng, but in another world. What a generous deal. Through King Bailing's narration, Anlin finally knew that the alien world where the military university was located was not conquered, but a world opened up by the first president as a subsidiary world of Blue Star. In fact, most of the secret realms were opened up by powerful people. These are not considered a separate world and cannot generate spiritual power on their own. For example, the Lingqi secret realm of Wuda, where the density of spiritual power is very high. Legend has it that it was opened up by a powerful person. It has 10 large spiritual springs, but the number of people who can enter each year is relatively limited. This is also the rule left by that powerful person. The world of Juanda has a more general name, called the military realm. It also contains a large spiritual spring. Therefore, the density of spiritual energy in the military university is much higher than that in Haicheng, which is enough for the teachers and students of the school to practice. Through the space tunnel, Anlin entered the military world. Everything went dark before his eyes, and the next moment, a towering gate appeared, carrying a hint of primitive aura, which made Anlin feel awe. The whole world was not arranged like a modern university, but a bit like the sect described in the novel. King Bailing led Anlin into the sky. The mountains that emerged from the clouds were suspended like islands, like a fairyland. In the military academy, each green peak represents the residence of a king. King Bailing introduced to Anlin with a smile. Of course, you can also treat them as factions. After all, the path of each king is different, so the paths on these mountains are also different. At first glance, Anlin found that these mountains did look very different. For example, the brightest mountain, without a doubt, must be the mountain of the king of fire attributes. On top of that mountain, there were many trees that were burning with flames. However, rather than being called trees, they were more like a new species. In the world of cultivation, science was not the norm. God knows why a tree keeps burning. In addition to this mountain, Anlin can also see mountains that look like ice crystals, azure mountains with many pools of water and waterfalls, or mountains that are made entirely of stone. It's quite unique. Where the king lives, if he does not restrain his aura, over time he will change the surrounding environment. In fact, this is not a privilege of the king. After all, as a strong man, if he needs to restrain himself all the time, it would be too depressing. So in order to prevent the school from becoming too diverse, someone specially made this rule. He flew towards the school with Anlin. Along the way, several students raised their heads. It was not yet the start of the school term, and most of the students were training in another world, so there were not many people in the school. Another combat body has arrived. How many combat bodies are the school accepting this year? A student murmured. He could tell Anlin's realm at a glance. The students enrolled at this time were basically all combat bodies. As for the rest, unless they are extremely talented, the school will definitely not send the king to pick them up in person. Even if you have reached a certain level during this period, you still have to wait for school to start before you can enter. Stop talking. That person has already reached the first level. Hurry up and practice. Don't let the freshmen squeeze you out once the ranking competition starts. Several people sighed. Everyone who entered the military university was a genius. But precisely because all of them were geniuses, more gaps were revealed. Above the sky, Anlin looked at the cloud-like pavilions hidden among the green trees, as well as the mansions with high walls and deep courtyards, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. As expected, the ancient style is more suitable for cultivation. The modern cultivation feels too inconsistent, making people feel like, sir, times have changed. However, although the army is terrifyingly large, they're all cultivators. For example, Anlin, his speed is no less than that of a vehicle, not to mention those cultivators in the second and third realms. Therefore, there was no means of transportation in the military college, and everyone had to rely on running. Soon, Anlin came to a residential area with rich spiritual energy. This was the courtyard house assigned to him by the school. Not only is the furniture complete, but there's also a fish pond, a small bridge, flowers and grass in the courtyard. The area is incredibly large, enough to accommodate one's own beasts. Sure enough, after being able to explore the other world, housing prices must have become much cheaper. Such a large courtyard house was actually given away for free. For the first time, Anlin felt that he was a little too unsophisticated. This is Tianzi housing. If other students want to live here, they have to be in the top 100 of the school rankings. King Bai Ling said with a smile. Although the students of the military university all live alone, only the Tianzi housing type is this big. Moreover, as a motivation to inspire students, the Tianzi room is not only large, but also equipped with alchemists, training rooms, etc., and the density of spiritual energy will be much higher. After entering the courtyard, Anlin saw a monster with an eagle's head and a lion's body, and its entire body was as white as jade. He subconsciously chose to identify it. Name: Ice Spirit Griffin. Attribute: Ice. Level: Level 1, Level 2. Potential: High Spiritual Grade. This is... Seeing the doubt in Anlin's eyes, King Bai Ling smiled and said, "This can be regarded as a benefit given to you by the school. The area of the military university is very large, enough for a first-level cultivator to run to death, so the school will give some students monster mounts." Hearing this, Anlin suddenly realized that as a cultivation university, they felt that ordinary means of transportation were too low, so they only allowed students to ride on monster beasts. Some of the students here are probably at the genius level, and the rest should pay. Chapter 84 School Mall. There will be some ordinary people or monks in the school who are responsible for cleaning. If you want to hire a nanny, you have to pay the salary yourself. The housing area of Tianzi is too large, and daily cleaning will be very troublesome, so the school allows students to hire nannies. As for how ordinary people enter and exit the school, those who enter the military university and have not been issued with monsters can call monsters on the bracelets given by the university. The prices of monsters of different realms will also be different. An ice blue bracelet appeared in King Bai Ling's hand, and he handed it to Anlin. This is the bracelet given to you by the school. It has holographic projection technology and 10 cubic meters of storage space. After refining the bracelet, it can be bound. The bracelet is considered a magical tool and needs to be refined before it can be opened. Anlin closed his eyes and refined it directly in a few seconds. He instantly knew how to use this thing. "Thank you, Senior." The continuous benefits made Anlin a little happy. Is this the treatment of a genius? In the past, he always resisted privileged people and pursued equality for all. But when the benefits really fell upon him, Anlin could only say, "It's so great." After King Bai Ling left, Anlin turned on the holographic projection of the bracelet and began to learn about the school. After all, King Bai Ling is a king, not Anlin's personal nanny, so Anlin has to figure out the rest himself. On the holographic projection, Anlin saw the points mall, the taskbar, and some school introductions and precautions. Anlin opened the points mall. He currently had 10,000 credits, so he should be able to exchange for a lot of things. The virtual panel in front of him unfolded, and suddenly, treasures appeared in front of Anlin one after another, making Anlin overwhelmed. Flame Star Tumor Ant Queen Body, King Level Low Grade. Price, 35 billion credits. Flesh Eroding Flame Lion Heart, King Level Mid Grade. Price, 17 billion credits. Aurora Sword Art, The Way of the King. After fully absorbing it, a peak heavenly level cultivator can break through to the king level. Price, 21 billion credits. Purple Gold Panlong Spear, Low Grade King. Price, 31 billion credits. Heavenly Demon Bodhi Pill. King level low grade. Bodybuilding pill. Price, 13 billion credits. Anlin stared at them all blankly. What the hell are these? Anlin almost drooled as he stared at the body of the queen ant of the Yan's Hongsing tumor ant. If this thing was given to the queen ant, her strength and potential would skyrocket. Not knowing what additional attributes would appear, Anlin was full of thoughts. King-level items were incredibly expensive, and Anlin's credits weren't even enough to make up a fraction of them. The credits listed as one of the benefits of the military university are definitely not a small amount, but the things he saw were too expensive. Anlin clicked on the special area for the first-level cultivators and planned to take a look. Bone Tempering Pill, Yellow Grade Lower Grade. Price, 40 credits. Refining Pill, Yellow Grade Lower Grade. Price, 40 credits. First Class Spirit Stone. Price, 30 credits. Scarlet Sky Art, Yellow Level Lower Grade. Price, credits 210. Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He finally understood that 100 credits here were equivalent to a first-grade Spirit Stone, and 10,000 credits were only equivalent to a second-grade Spirit Stone. Of course, it would be much cheaper to exchange them with credits. However, credits certainly cannot be measured with these Spirit Stones. Many resources in the school are difficult to obtain in the outside world, and the prices are not so cheap. For example, the Aurora Sword Dao is something that a heavenly level powerhouse cannot obtain even if he gives up everything. Even for a king, one more path will greatly enhance his strength. If this kind of thing appeared in the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloody storm, but now it is hung in the school mall. Anlin let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that his 10,000 credits could only be exchanged for 3 second-grade Spirit Stones. However, only a fool would exchange for Spirit Stones. After closing them all, Anlin opened the taskbar. The taskbar is a function provided by the school for students to gain experience and earn credits. Obtain 10 yellow-level bellflowers. Mission reward, 300 credits. Obtain the corpse of the third-level monster, Xuanyu Stonehorse. Mission reward, 3 million credits. Kill the Blood Devourer King. Mission reward, 42 billion, Liang Road. Anlin. And killing the king? However, judging from the reward, the Bloodthirster should be very strong. After all, it only requires killing him, and does not require obtaining his corpse or anything, otherwise the reward may be doubled. It would be great if I could meet the blood-devouring king who is on the verge of death and has no power at all. Anlin had some wild thoughts, but he could only think about it. A strong man of the blood-devouring king's level could kill him with just a glance. After studying the bracelet given by the school, Anlin turned his attention to the Ice Spirit Griffin. Although this thing was given to him by the school, it was at best an employment relationship, not true loyalty. How about synthesizing it? In the background, the first-level tiger-armored ant soldiers and blood-killing ant soldiers produced by the queen ant began to join the team to brush up on blood energy. Kill the first level of the colorful deer silkworm and gain 110,000 blood energy. Kill the third stage flying rain frog in the first realm and gain 450,000 blood energy. Kill. During this period, the blood energy value reached 1.3 million. I have to say that with the addition of the blood-stop ant soldiers, the efficiency of refreshing blood energy is very high. However, the speed of the blood-killing ant soldiers is not very fast, so Anlin always lets the tiger-armored ant soldiers find the monsters and then run back to pick up the blood-killing ant soldiers. More than 1 million blood energy is enough to fuse a simple thing to gain loyalty. Glancing at the distant mountains, Anlin frowned slightly. He had just arrived at the military academy, and who knows which king might be observing him. If he used synthetic means at this time, he would be exposed. As for evolution, that cannot gain the loyalty of monsters. Never mind, I'll try again after I leave. On the side, the Ice Spirit Griffin stared at Anlin with some curiosity. It could feel the very familiar aura from Anlin, and felt that as long as it stayed with Anlin, its potential would slowly increase. As monsters raised by the military, they were forced to serve these students under the threat of the Monster King. However, after receiving many benefits, they turned from passive to active. After hesitating for a moment, the Ice Spirit Griffin took the initiative to step forward and sniff Anlin. Its eyes lit up and it chirped twice. On the lapel, Xiaoxing's face changed, and he shook his head quickly. Dasha, it wants to be your beast. Xiaoxing's voice sounded in Anlin's mind, making Anlin shake his head helplessly. Although the ice spirit griffin is indeed very eye-catching as a mount, its attributes and position are somewhat in conflict with Seya. Even if it can fly, the next beast he needs is still a support type. You can just synthesize it occasionally, but forget about the contract. You are now a second-level demon beast, much stronger than me. It will take some time. Anlin comforted the ice spirit griffin. He was still worried that it would have emotions and be dissatisfied. After finding a deserted place to secretly synthesize them, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Beep beep. At this time, a message appeared on the bracelet. Anlin clicked it and saw that King Bai Ling asked him to go to the Tower of God of War. The God of War Tower, which Anlin had seen on the bracelet, was a place specifically used for students to train. It had many floors, which could improve combat capabilities, and rewards could be obtained for each level passed. Most importantly, the higher the tier, the more credits the school will give you every month. Is this to let me go to the tower? Chapter 85, Avenue Crystal. Riding on the ice spirit griffin, Anlin followed the map and came to the Tower of the God of War. From the outside, the Tower of God of War only has 9 floors and is tall and majestic, but in fact, there are more than just that many floors inside, but as many as 100. The tower was covered with cracks. Under the giant tower, King Bai Ling and an old man with a white beard were talking. Bai Ling, is this the new combat body? The old man's eyes lit up when he saw Anlin. This kid's body was so strong. King Bai Ling nodded and said with a smile, "Does King Fu and Mo have any ideas? You have good aptitude. If you can just use my physical body, your strength will definitely be far beyond what it is now." That won't do. After discussion among several of us, we decided that it would be best for Anlin to practice both beast taming and chi cultivation at the same time. Anlin has the Ice Soul combat body, and this combat body is most suitable for chi cultivation. It just so happens that Anlin is also a beast tamer. The two complement each other. Even if he practices both, his realm improvement will not be slower than that of other combat bodies. However, if a beastmaster does not have a strong mental power, he will easily be attacked by the beasts he controls. I don't know how this kid cultivated his mental power, but it is far superior to those of the same level. The Demon King also knew Anlin's situation and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. The ice spirit griffin landed on the ground. Anlin's eyes focused. It was another king. "Hello, seniors," Anlin said respectfully. The two men must have asked him to come here in order to challenge the tower, but Anlin thought that it would be better to give his reward to himself first, and let him learn the 2 king-level skills in the blood energy space before challenging the level. For other geniuses, it may take a long time to learn the king-level skills, but with the blood energy space, Anlin felt that he should be able to comprehend it within half a month. The Demon King stroked his long beard. This kid didn't have any arrogance, but from the subtle movements of Anlin's body, he could see that Anlin's body had developed a certain habit. The habit of fighting. Even when facing the two of them, Anlin was still alert. As long as someone made a move, he would run away. Of course, the gap in strength is too big, so running away is the best option. This kid must have experienced a lot of battles. The more the Demon King thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He could also feel a hint of murderous aura emanating from Anlin's body. Although it was well restrained, this was not a murderous aura that could be cultivated by killing a few hundred people. How could someone born in a small county possess such a strong murderous aura? Boy, you have a lot of secrets. Now that you've been declared a combat body, it is very dangerous for you to go to another world. The demon subduing king's arm suddenly swelled up, and energy floated around it. Soon, a crystal stone like a demon subduing wand appeared in the air. This is the Tao crystal that I condensed, and it contains my full strength attack. After condensing the crystal, the Demon King's aura dropped slightly. This Tao crystal was very consuming for him, and he needed to recuperate for a while. The Tao crystal can only be condensed at the king level, and each Tao crystal can actually be seen as the king's incarnation, containing some of the king's strength. The demon subduing king is really decisive. Shao Qi, the demon subduing king, is not an ordinary king. Although this crystal cannot directly kill a cultivator who has just entered the king level, it can also severely injure him. King Bai Ling was also a little surprised, but when he thought of the demon subduing king's character, he was relieved. "Thank you, senior." Anlin seemed a little excited and did not refuse. The demon subduing king invested more in him and appreciated him. Refusing and being polite would only slap the king in the face. Anlin did not use any identification technique to identify this thing. Who knows if the identification technique has any special fluctuations? And he knew without thinking that he would not be able to identify it. Seeing Anlin was not hesitant, the Demon King laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Try to break into the War God Tower. No matter what, the people I value will not break through the tower lower than the other few new warriors. Among the several combat bodies that entered the school this time, the Golden Rainbow combat body was only at the 8th level of the Ordinary Realm, with 12 levels. The Sky Thunder combat body had half a foot into the First Realm, with 16 levels, and the Soldier Fighting combat body, as soon as he entered the school, his strength had already reached the first level of the First Realm, with 28 levels in the tower. This was their first time to challenge the tower. Students who entered the military university had all stood out from tens of thousands of candidates. Even so, as new students, they could only challenge about 5 levels of the tower. Some people may have a realm that exceeds the combat body when they first enter the school, but you should know that the strength of many combat bodies does not lie in the speed of cultivation, but in their combat power and understanding of the Tao. For example, the Ice Soul battle body. If there are no problems in the future, it will basically be able to comprehend the Great Way of Ice. Anlin's realm is definitely the highest among this year's freshmen. I will definitely live up to your high expectations, Anlin said immediately, feeling a little excited. This Avenue Crystal is exactly what he needs. He must go visit the Queen Ant in a few days. The Queen Ant is so special that he definitely cannot let the king escort her, so the Avenue Crystal can be regarded as an insurance. Although he had not passed the Tower of War God, Anlin did not think that other warriors were stronger than him. Looking at the description on the bracelet, it is not about realm, but about combat power in all aspects. Even if other combat bodies have been experiencing battles since childhood, their combat awareness is certainly not as strong as his. In the other world, Anlin basically soaks in the blood energy space every day. He doesn't need to recover from his injuries, nor does he have to worry about death. He fights one battle after another. After talking with the two kings for a while, Anlin walked into the Tower of War God. His eyes went dark, and a feeling similar to space teleportation appeared. The next second, Anlin arrived in a very wide space. A figure suddenly pounced over, and Anlin grabbed his neck reflexively, veins bulging on his hands, and pressed him into the ground. Blood was overflowing, and Anlin also saw clearly. Isn't this thing himself? How could I be so weak? At this time, a pure spiritual power emerged from the space and entered Anlin's body. However, the amount is relatively small, and for Anlin, it can only be regarded as a drizzle. Past the first level, Anlin felt it and found that the realm of this thing was 1 level lower than his own, but its own strength was completely different from him who was at the first level of the first realm. To put it simply, it's like a realm without any bonus. Outside the tower, seeing the sign that Anlin had passed the first level light up, King Bai Ling raised his lips, as if smiling. Shao Qi resolved the battle very quickly. Many people have suffered losses in this level. Once you step into the Tower of God of War, the battle will begin directly. Many students who enter the Tower of God of War for the first time have suffered great losses. Even if they're not kicked out of the Tower of God of War, they will suffer certain injuries and their progress in passing the levels will be hindered. In the Tower of War God, the damage received is real, but if the student receives a fatal injury, he will be teleported out directly. Chapter 86. You can cheat even the God of War Tower. The first level is when you're at a level lower than yours, with combat power similar to that of an ordinary cultivator. However, if you cannot react in time, getting injured is inevitable. Except for people like Anlin, even if the figure attacked him just now, the injuries would not be too serious. Inside the tower, Anlin absorbed all the energy and entered the second level. The second level was more normal, with a slightly stronger version of myself. But this time, I was the one who was ready to take action before I started the fight. It could be said that the first level is just a bad fun of the Tower of War God. Anlin revealed a hint of murderous intent, and the figure instantly started moving and attacked Anlin. Anlin was not in a hurry to kill the figure instantly, but fought with him for a while. The figure at this level did seem to be a little stronger, but still did not have the special points and martial arts of Anlin. For the second level, anyone should be able to pass it. Anlin passed this level by stabbing the figure's throat with a kick. This time, what he was given was not spiritual power, but a top-grade mortal fruit. Anlin thought for a while, and summoned Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu. Since it was a simulation, he could definitely simulate Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu and let them fight as well. Seya has been trained, and his strength has increased by 30%, while Xiaoxing has become much faster and his ability to dodge attacks has also become stronger. He threw the fruit to Xiaoxing, and Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. He quickly caught it and began to eat it happily. This time the big bad guy called her out not to do hard labor. Xiaoxing was very pleased that the child had grown up. Anlin glanced at it and felt that this guy was scheming against him again. He shook his head and stepped directly into the next level. Someone will take care of you. On the third level, there were two figures whose strength was one level lower than his, including Seya and Xiaoxing. The number of enemies reached four at once. Xiaoxing's shadow was not considered an enemy, and Anlin could just stand there and let it hit him without getting scratched. Without hesitation, Anlin went forward and killed both of his selves with 2 punches, and Seya also quickly resolved the fight. As for Xiaoxing, she was being chased by 2 people who were 1 level lower than her. With a sigh, Anlin stepped forward and stomped the 2 rat shadows to death, while Xiaoxing looked at Anlin with horror. The rat, was stepped on to death and even exploded. After the challenge was over, Anlin obtained several top-grade, ordinary-grade Qi condensation pills. In the following time, Anlin quickly resolved the battle, and the level soon broke through 10 levels. The 10th level was to fight against 2 identical versions of himself, and Anlin relied on his rich combat experience to quickly defeat them. The rewards for the first few levels are either resources, mental strength, and spiritual energy, as well as the power of body tempering. At this level, Anlin obtained a book of martial arts techniques. Name: Divine Forging Method. Quality: Spiritual grade lower. Introduction: This technique can improve the resilience of mental power to a certain extent by continuously hammering it to make it more solid. After receiving the technique, Anlin prepared to move on to the next level. At this stage, it seems that having strong mental strength is of no use to me at all. It is difficult for a beastmaster to use mental attack methods, as it can easily cause turbulence in the spiritual sea. Anlin did not think about taking up another position, as there was no need for that. Now that my mental strength is strong, it may just be to prevent myself from being mentally suppressed by others. Level 10 is a watershed. When you reach level 11, the person you're fighting against is no longer yourself. In front of Anlin, a man with sharp horns appeared. Now Anlin probably knows that the War God Tower is similar to the Blood Energy space, except that the War God Tower cannot heal injuries. However, one advantage over the Blood Energy space is that you can get rewards after passing it. Name: Mocha. Race: Golden Horn Tribe. Strength: Level 1, Stage 2. The Golden Horn Clan? Anlin was a little confused. How many races are there in this world? Those demons before were all incredibly strong, and I don't know how powerful this guy is. To be on the safe side, Anlin opened the Blood Energy space and began to search for Mocha. A minute later, Anlin came out. This guy had pretty good fighting ability, especially the little horn on his head. He originally thought it was a weakness, but he didn't expect it to be so hard. It was also the strongest defense of the Golden Horn clan. When hit by this thing, a lot of energy will appear in his body, which can easily make him go violent. With experience, Anlin quickly defeated Mocha. This time, he obtained a large amount of spiritual power, which directly filled his dantian, forcing Anlin to sit down and practice. Beside him, spiritual power also appeared in Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu's bodies. Although they did not participate in the battle, as the combat power brought by Anlin, they would definitely have a share of the benefits. The speed of spiritual power transmission is not very fast, allowing Anlin to practice slowly. It is unlike the energy of the Queen Ant, which all pours indirectly. After practicing with his eyes closed for a while, Anlin pushed his realm forward a certain distance. In fact, this much spiritual power was enough for him to reach the peak of the second stage of the first realm. However, in order to lay a solid foundation, he also used part of the spiritual power to temper his body and nourish his dantian. Anlin continued to step into the next level. Outside the God of War Tower, King Fuma flew over wrapped in bandages. That guy, the Brute King, took advantage of my inferior physical body and even dared to attack me. I'll burn his body sooner or later. King Bailing was trying to hold back his laughter, but King Fuamo didn't care and said directly, "I told you to control your temper normally, but now you're at a disadvantage, right? Don't hang out with Shui Wei Wang every day." He always gets the benefits while you get hurt. Hearing the words of the demon-subduing king, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Fenghua king, and he looked over. Then, he fell down again without a sound. King Bailing could no longer hold back the smile on his face. Although King Fenghua was very aggressive, he was very afraid when facing King Fuemo. In other words, the demon-subduing king was very powerful. Facing the provocation of the Fenghua king, he directly used the demon-subduing seal to suppress the Fenghua king for a month. After that time, even if the Fenghua king was angry with everyone, he didn't want to face the demon-subduing king. The demon king would not tolerate him. If he said anything wrong, he would suppress him directly. This kid has already reached level 15, which is pretty good. He's almost catching up with the heavenly thunder battle body. Chi Anlin's realm is stronger, so the enemies he faces must be much stronger than those with the heavenly thunder battle body. Plus, this guy practices 3 professions at the same time. It's like stacking buffs. So even though the demon-subduing king said that, he didn't think in his heart that Chi Anlin's tower level was higher than that of the soldier-fighting battle body. After all, this was Chi Anlin's first time here, but Bing Fajani had been here several times. What made the Demon King feel a little strange was that this kid resolved the battle at an absurdly fast speed. As for stopping for a while before each level, it must be to recover his spiritual power and injuries, so he didn't rush through the levels continuously in one breath. The 3 kings would never know that Chi Anlin could cheat, even when fighting in the Tower of War God. At this time, in the blood energy space, Chi Anlin was constantly looking for the weakness of the giant opposite. The blood energy space can be consumed at will, but once you're injured outside, it will take a long time to recover. So Chi Anlin kept killing this giant, looking for a way to pass the level without getting hurt. In the Tower of God of War, Xiaoxing was holding a large pile of rare treasures. I don't know if it was because of luck, but what Xiaoxing got was not only precious, but also very large in quantity, which made Seya feel a little uncomfortable. The reward it got was less than a quarter of this guy's. Moreover, it still participated in the battle. Chapter 87, 21st Floor. The number of floors soon reached the 20th, and Chi Anlin began to rest. In fact, few people would go through too many levels of the Tower of God of War at one time. It would consume too much spiritual energy, and the recovery from injuries would be slow. It'd be better to find a doctor on campus to recover. Outside the tower, the presence of the 3 kings attracted many students who stayed on campus to watch. A new combat body? It's already the 20th level. A young man dressed in ancient style said, "I got the news from my family. I heard that a talented ice soul battle body appeared in Zhao County, and even attracted the king to take action. To survive under the hands of the king? Impossible. None of this is important. What's important is that this combat body is going through a level for the first time. The 20th level, doesn't he need to recover?" At this time, King Bailing also began to feel that something was wrong. No matter how talented and powerful Chi Anlin is, the images in the God of War Tower are not to be trifled with. And Chi Anlin's speed of clearing the level was indeed a bit scary. The school source of life has not been handed over to Xiaoqi yet. What on earth is he using to recover in there? King Bailing frowned slightly. This kid, would he fight while injured? Many geniuses come to the Tower of War God for the first time and want to achieve good results in one go, so they're often sent out in a state of serious injury and dying. The Demon King looked at the stone tablet beside him, which showed the number of levels of Chi Anlin. The first time, there were 20 levels, which had already exceeded the level of the Bingfa war body. Back then, Chi Anlin's sister only made it to the 18th floor. Fenghua, give the things the school gave to this kid directly to him later. I will go find Feng Guojin. The Demon King suddenly said, breaking through the 20th level within 2 hours. One can imagine his combat talent. In the military university, the highest record holder has always been Ji Hao, with the God of War Tower reaching 79 floors. At the same time, he is also the owner of the Holy Emperor Battle Body, ranking 1702. But now, Ji Hao has graduated and his strength has reached the king level. Back then, when Ji Hao entered the Tower of the God of War for the first time, he reached the 25th floor in one go, but it took him a long time, a full 8 hours. Besides, Ji Hao also brought in a lot of medicinal pills at that time. The Demon King looked towards the War God Tower. This kid had a lot of secrets, so he had to find a way to cover them up. With a slight flicker in his eyes, the Demon King soared into the air and disappeared from the spot in an instant. These 20-story demons are a bit difficult to fight. In the blood energy space, Chi Anlin looked at half of his palm and shook his head helplessly. He tried many different ways of fighting, but always ended up getting hurt. For example, now, the demon bit off half of his palm before dying. With scratches all over his body, Anlin chose to challenge again. The next second, his injuries were completely healed. After experiencing so many life and death situations in the blood energy space, he is now a little numb. Even if his arm is cut off, his combat effectiveness will not be affected by the pain. Thinking of his own challenge, Anlin felt a little pain in his teeth. He now realized that the phantoms in the War God Tower would become stronger when facing a stronger opponent, and the enemies Anlin himself faced had to include Seya's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess. As for taking Seya back, then the reward will be one less, which is not very cost-effective. After thinking for a while, Anlin summoned Seya into the blood energy space. The beastmaster's combat ability training can be carried out together with him, but the blood energy will be multiplied several times. Anlin spent 80,000 blood energy to let Seya accompany him in battle. The demons have weapons all over their bodies, and the tail of this demon is like a cone, which can break through the enemy's defense. Seya, pay attention to his tail. This guy's tail is also his main fighting force. After giving the instruction, Anlin started the battle. Name Magic Ginseng. Race, Intermediate Demon. Attribute, Dark. Level 1, Stage 2. The power of ice appeared and froze the Magic Ginseng, and the next second, the ice surface exploded directly, and the figure of the Magic Ginseng suddenly appeared in front of Seya. Seya's level is only the first level of the first realm, which still puts him at a disadvantage when facing the Magic Ginseng. Although it is a combat body, the main function of the Ice Soul combat body is its fast training speed, not its strong combat power. Of course, compared to other people, the speed at which the Ice Soul battle body recovers its spiritual power is simply unreasonable. Bang! Anlin kicked out, sending the Magic Ginseng flying. Xiaoyu, this guy is quite strong. I will fight him first. You observe his weaknesses. The two men were fighting each other. At this time, a bone spur emitting a white color from the elbow of Mo Shen suddenly popped out and stabbed towards Anlin's neck. Anlin seemed to know that this would happen. He twisted his body slightly and then reached for Mo Shen's heart. The bloody flesh wings of the demon Ginseng blocked Anlin's fingers, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Anlin grabbed the wing membrane and tore it open. The demon Ginseng spoke in a language that Anlin could not understand, and its mouth opened as if it wanted to bite off Anlin's head. At this time, Seya appeared and bit Anlin on the back of the neck. The demon Ginseng didn't even turn its head back and raised its cone-shaped tail, trying to pierce Seya. The next moment, Seya's tail and Motsan's tail were entangled together, and the power of ice appeared, directly sealing the tails that were like twists. Anlin stomped on the ground suddenly, leaving the attack range of the Magic Ginseng directly. He stretched out his hand and stabbed a long sword into the mouth of the Magic Ginseng. There was a fierce light flashing in the demon Ginseng's eyes, and he wanted to bite the sword in one bite. At this time, the sound of flesh tearing was heard, and the demon Ginseng's eyes suddenly turned blood red. With a painful roar from its mouth, the blood of the demon Ginseng fell to the ground. Anlin withdrew his hand. The Shinin sword technique was based on insidious tactics, and he would not stab people directly in broad daylight. The hand can also be used as a sword. Blood was flowing from the crotch of the demon Ginseng. Seya immediately let go of the demon Ginseng and used the ice claws to scratch the demon Ginseng a few times. The demon turned his head. His eyes became even scarleter. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and an extremely dark energy ball appeared. Xiaoyu. Before he could finish his words, the energy ball flew out. This is the ultimate move of the demon Ginseng. Anlin had been hit by it once before. When the demon Ginseng feels that there is no hope of survival, it will directly use this attack, exhausting all the blood and mental strength in the body, and bursting out an attack far beyond its actual strength. The energy ball was like a black hole, annihilating the splashing bricks and appearing in front of Seya in the blink of an eye. This guy knew that his dying blow might not kill Anlin, so he chose Seya, who was at a lower level. When Anlin thought he had to reload the game and start over again, Seya's falling body suddenly turned, bending into an extremely strange arc, and used this force to slide to the other side. The energy ball exploded, and a huge ice wall appeared, which then turned into pieces under the destructive force. Chapter 88, Synthesis Failure. The body of the demon Ginseng turned into a mummy. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Seya appeared in Anlin's sight in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Not bad, not bad. Anlin narrowed his eyes. Seya's move, just now, was also a kind of physical technique. However, in this battle, Anlin saw some limitations of Seya's combat. Although Seya's speed was slightly faster than the Mogenshin, his defense and attack power were too weak. His main purpose in training Seya was to fight against the enemy, not to interfere. Now that he had reached the first level, the original freezing skill was no longer very useful. Anlin thought about it and spent 400,000 blood energy to upgrade Seya's freezing skill to the lower level of the spiritual level. After waiting for Seya to upgrade his skills in the blood energy space, Anlin returned to the God of War Tower. By killing this first level, third stage Ice Lion, I can successfully break through to the first level. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 5-meter-tall Ice Lion of the blood-devouring king. Recently, the Queen Ant has produced a new kind of ant soldier. Not only does it have strong attack power, but its concealment skills are also very abnormal. Even if the monsters at the same level get close to it, they will not be able to detect it. Thinking of these new ant soldiers, the blood-devouring king became a little furious. Once it was injured and almost killed by the blood-killing ant soldiers. According to the rules that ant soldiers need to follow, if an ant soldier loses his ability to fight, he must be killed. I don't know why that silly queen ant would set such a cruel rule, which has caused the blood-devouring king to not dare to get hurt. If you get injured, your teammates around you will instantly become enemies. The most important thing is that this group of ant soldiers are like they have no brains and cannot communicate at all. Once your strength reaches the second realm, go and get my devil's heart back. The blood-devouring king secretly said in his heart. Although the ant soldier has a good body, his potential is still too low. And this devil heart can greatly enhance the potential of this body and can even allow oneself to reach the third realm and fifth stage. The surrounding ant soldiers began to swarm towards the Ice Lion, while the blood-devouring king used his skills to conceal his own aura, looking for an opportunity to approach the Ice Lion. After killing the monsters, the ant soldiers will not take away the monster's souls. These souls can be used to enhance their strength. These ant soldiers are considered its fighting force, so it does not want too many of them to be killed or injured. However, the biggest reason is that after the death of the ant soldiers, their soul power is pitifully small, even less than that of some ordinary monsters. Sooner or later, I will recover my strength and lead this queen ant to attack the human world again. Demon Subduer, you wait for me, and that damn old man. Kill the first level, third stage Ice Lion. Gain 470,000 blood energy. A message came from the system background that another large amount of blood energy had been deposited into the account. In the God of War Tower, Anlin tossed the ice blue crystal in his hand. This was his reward on the 30th floor. Name Moon Crystal. Quality, spiritual grade top grade. Attribute, ice. Introduction, the crystal of the moon, filled with the energy of the moon. He looked at Seya. It seemed that he had not synthesized for a while and almost forgot his old job. Ding, do you want to fuse Ice Wolf and Moon Crystal? Required health, 300,000. Fusion success rate, 40%. The success rate is a bit low. Anlin touched his chin. Seya's potential is only at the top yellow level. Compared with Yue Jing, it is a whole level lower in quality, so it is normal for the success rate to be low. However, Anlin felt that this thing was quite suitable for Seya. After all, in many novels, wolves were associated with the moon. He even gave a name called Seya. If I fuse the moon crystal, will I turn into a werewolf on a full moon night, and my combat power will double. Anyway, there are 3 moon crystals and millions of blood energies. Anlin is now rich and can afford it. Synthesis. Fusion failed. The attached composite disappeared. 300,000 blood energies and a piece of moon crystal disappeared in an instant. Anlin was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. This was his first failure. After all, he had always chosen the ones with high fusion rates before, and Anlin had not expected that with his current luck, he would fail even with half of the success rate. Fuse again. Fusion failed. The attached composite disappeared. 600,000. Anlin's eyes were somewhat empty. He also lost 2 spiritual grade treasures. Resynthesize. The reason why he was so persistent was mainly because the moon crystal contained the power of tying, and the swordsmanship that Anlin practiced was also the power of tying. If Seya's spiritual energy could be contaminated with the energy of tying, Anlin's swordsmanship proficiency would improve by leaps and bounds, and his combat physique would also be greatly improved. Fortunately, the prompt of synthesis failure did not appear this time, which made Anlin breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Xiaoxing, Anlin walked over, took away all the treasures, and said, "These are useless to you. Look at what you want, and I'll get it for you." Anlin was a little jealous of Xiaoxing's treasures, including the high-grade spiritual level red cloud bones and the low-grade mysterious level Luyan hairs, which were richer than what he and Xiaoyu had obtained together. I fought hard in the front, but in the end, I was still no match for this guy. When Xiaoxing saw her things being robbed, she was ready to cry at first, but after hearing what Anlin said, her eyes rolled, and she quickly said, "Rat, I want to open a harem of rats." Anlin was stunned for a moment, then grabbed it and said, "Do you want to check your gender? Are you a male mouse? Every day, you're either a flight attendant or a black silk mouse. What are you thinking about?" Rat loved this one. There was a faint sense of helplessness in his heart, but Xiaoxing wanted a female mouse, and there would not be a scene where the cabbage was eaten by the pig, so Anlin agreed to its request. "Just go back to the pet store and buy 2 hamsters, so that this guy won't use his phone to flirt with girls every day." After taking Xiaoxing's reward, Anlin entered the blood energy space and began to practice the 4th level of Xianjun body refining method. At this time, outside the Ares Tower, a group of students were talking, and it seemed a bit noisy. "It's already the 30th floor? Is this guy cheating? He can actually beat the Saint Emperor's record. Several kings have come here, and the military has produced another monster. I heard that this new combat body has 3 professions practicing together, and they have all reached the 2nd stage of the 1st realm. They are simply not human." The new combat body, the soldier attacking combat body, not long ago also made several sophomores suffer a lot. The students continued to talk about Anlin, and at this time, a lazy but very fiery figure appeared in the sky, and suddenly everyone shut up. "Everyone disperse. Why are you joining in the fun instead of practicing hard?" The voice was lazily informed, yet it left no room for doubt. The next second, the students around the god of war tower fled from the scene. On the ground, King Fenghua suppressed his arrogance and took the initiative to greet him. "Lord Fenghua, you actually came here in person. Come and see that girl's brother, so that the girl won't come to Phoenix Peak to bother me again." Fenghuajuan said lightly. His eyes swept across the stone tablet, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Chapter 89, Sun-Wheeled Battle Body. In the God of War Tower, Anlin left the blood energy space and exhaled a breath of foul air. After experiencing inhuman torture again, he successfully practiced the Xianjun body refining method to the 4th level. Now, his defense is so strong that even a 9th level mortal can hardly break through it. The fighting power has been enhanced again. It's time to challenge the 30th floor of the Tower of War God. On the side, the blood cocoon transformed by Seya burst, and the blood energy feedback turned into pure power and began to cleanse Anlin's body. The internal injuries caused by the body training began to recover slowly, and Anlin's physical condition reached its peak again. His eyes turned to Seya. This synthesis brought great changes to Seya. Name: Extreme Ice Tying Wolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Spiritual grade top grade. Physique: Ice Soul Battle Body. Skill: Freezing, lower spiritual grade. The freezing effect is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed. It can create ice to attack the enemy. Swift Wind Step, yellow level mid-grade skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and increases speed by 2 times. Ice Claws, top grade yellow skill. Each attack carries a frost mark, which strengthens the attack power of the claws. When the frost mark reaches a certain level, it will freeze the opponent. Physical skills, yellow level mid-grade, passive skill that can improve the explosiveness, attack power, and combat ability of the beast. Eye of Insight, yellow level superior, passive skill, able to find the enemy's weaknesses and infer the enemy's next move based on the movements of various parts of the enemy's body. Crescent Moon, a passive skill, lower spiritual level, can absorb spiritual energy for storage. Combat power is enhanced under the moonlight, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is increased. Above Seya's forehead, a crescent moon appeared, carrying a hint of holiness. His soft hair moved without wind, and his ice-blue eyes seemed to freeze the space. Not bad, not bad. It's worthy of my 900,000 blood energy. Anlin was a little itchy. He should have only used 300,000 blood energy. After Seya evolved again, his combat power became even stronger. Anlin tried it, and found that his freezing skill had become very solid and difficult to break. There was an additional force of tying in his body, and the tying sword technique emerged in Anlin's mind, and he began to deduce it inexplicably. All the tying power of the tying sword technique needs to be converted, and this time the synthesis directly allows the tying power to be integrated into Seya's spiritual power, making Anlin and the tying sword technique perfectly compatible. The power of tying penetrated his body and circled around Anlin, and Anlin also picked up the sword and involuntarily attacked the figure opposite. Every 10 floors is considered a watershed, and the guards on the 30th floor are even more powerful, like a small sun. Name Feng Su. Race, Protoss. Realm, 1 realm, 2 stages. Physique, Sun Wheel Fighting Body, ranked 9850. Attributes, Firelight. The moment Anlin launched the attack, Seya also moved, and a series of ice cones flew towards Feng Su, but suddenly exploded when they got close to Feng Su. The flying ice sand blocked the view, and at this moment, Anlin's sword suddenly jumped out like a snake and stabbed Feng Su's eyes. Glory! Feng Su stood in place and shouted softly. Suddenly, his body was shining brightly, and huge energy fluctuations emerged, as if swallowing up everything around him. Suddenly, the space of the God of War Tower was swallowed by white light, and Xiaoxing in the distance silently took out a pair of sunglasses. Taking out a bottle of tanning oil from the storage ring that Anlin gave her, Xiaoxing found a comfortable angle and began to apply it on her paws and tail. The white light quickly disappeared, and a half-melted ice wall appeared. The next second, Anlin appeared behind Feng Su and slashed with his sword. The moves of the Yin sword technique became clearer and clearer in his mind. Lines of Tai-Yin power lingered on the sword body, even concealing the aura of the sword. Anlin once fought with Feng Su in the blood energy space. Most of this guy's skills were area effect and had extremely high damage that could not be resisted. However, after releasing each skill, Feng Su will appear in a brief state of exhaustion and will need to recover for a while before he can continue to amplify. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anlin and Feng Su fought each other, and streams of Tai-Yin power penetrated into Feng Su's body. He had met people from the God Clan before in the blood energy space. They all seemed very arrogant and would not do any harm, so Anlin took advantage of this and kept attacking Feng Su's lower body. Even though it was just a projection, Feng Su's expression became a little angry. One by one, balls of light emitting high temperatures appeared. Feng Su looked at Anlin, stretched out his hand, and waved it. In an instant, all the balls of light flew towards Anlin. A pale blue ice wall appeared, blocking the light balls. Wind spiritual power swirled under Seya's feet. His speed suddenly doubled, and he grabbed Feng Su's back with one claw. Blood splattered everywhere, and the next second, Seya flew backwards with some of the hair on his body burnt black. The injured Feng Su was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue the enemy, but at this moment, Anlin's sword pierced his abdomen, and the power of Tai-Yin burst out, freezing Feng Su's internal organs into ice. Feng Su ignored his injuries and turned around to punch out. Seeing this, Anlin simply gave up his sword, growled, and punched out as well. Bang! Feng Su's arm was torn into pieces, and Anlin also took a few steps back. This guy's body was really terrifying. If he had not broken through to the 4th level of Xinjun body refining method, he would have been the one who was more seriously injured by this punch. Reaching out and grabbing Feng Su's arms, Anlin smashed his head on him, causing Feng Su's head to be broken and bleeding. Blood splattered everywhere, and Seya's claws appeared again, cutting off half of Feng Su's scalp. Feng Su's long golden hair was instantly dyed blood red. A golden light flashed, and Anlin immediately let go of Feng Su. After leaping a few meters, he looked at his slightly charred palm. The Yin sword art in his mind became clearer and clearer. At this time, a roar came from Anlin's mind, and he suddenly felt clear. Feng Su's eyes were burning with rage. As he roared, his spiritual power poured out and turned into beams of light that came like a divine punishment. At this moment, Anlin suddenly jumped up, and a pale blue sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed directly at Feng Su. The long sword broke out of the body, and the next second, it split into countless small swords, piercing Feng Su's body like a sieve. Feng Su's body disappeared, and Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He finally killed this guy. At that moment, just now, his Yin sword technique actually broke through to the minor success realm, which enabled his combat power to increase again, and he killed Feng Su in one go. It was a close call. However, this guy's attack was a range attack, so both he and Seya suffered certain injuries, and the spiritual power in their bodies was very limited. Almost. Chapter 90. Feng Huijuan's Reward. It's a pity that the enemies killed in the War God Tower were just projections. Anlin sighed. Otherwise, he could have obtained a combat body. I don't know what the combination of the combat body and the beast-taming body will become. After passing this level, Anlin felt that there was no need to continue. There was no need to become fat in one go, as there would be opportunities to do so in the future. After I have learned the king-level skills, my combat capability will definitely become stronger, and then I can continue to challenge the tower. Pure spiritual power began to emerge in his body. Anlin sat cross-legged, and the reward from the Tower of War God arrived. Seya also lay down and began to digest the spiritual power, while on the other side, Xiaoxing was screaming with comfort. Although it did nothing but take a sun bath, the reward given to it by the God of War Tower actually allowed it to directly break through to the 9th level of the mortal level. Soon, Seya's realm broke through and entered the second stage of the first realm, and Anlin also opened his eyes. A lot of spiritual power emerged from Seya's breakthrough this time, but it was basically used to change his Dantian. Now the capacity of Anlin's Dantian is even twice that of an ordinary first realm second stage cultivator. There was no rush to break through. Anlin compressed the spiritual power in his Dantian into a very dense state, with a faint feeling of gasification. That's because the Dantian is very resilient. Otherwise, Anlin would not dare to do this. If the Dantian exploded, he would be in trouble. The reward for the 30th floor are more than that. 3 beads filled with life force appear and float in the air. Anlin's eyes light up. These things with life force are not easy to obtain. Name source Pearl. Quality, spiritual grade mid-level. Introduction. The beads condensed by the demon plant by consuming the source of life have a strong healing effect. There was no rush to use it. Anlin directly put the bead into the beast taming space. He had read the records of the God of War Tower and thought that he should be able to pass it easily with the system, but now it seems that his combat power is still not strong enough. Some monsters have been practicing since childhood, and with the bonus of combat body, they have stacked a lot of buffs at this level. Anlin also felt this deeply in the blood energy space. For example, some demons with higher bloodlines cannot be defeated by me at all. Not only does he have a ton of skills, but his body is also incredibly tough. But now, I'm the one who broke the record after all. There must be a king coming from the outside world. I can use the king's light to recover from the injuries on my body without wasting these treasures. Outside the tower, Feng Huijuan narrowed his fox-like eyes and said softly, "This little fellow's family background is not prominent, but he was able to surpass Ji Hao's record back then. Bai Ling, you did a great job." With a gleam in his eyes, Feng Huijuan thought of his disciple. Qi Xingfei is only a cultivator of the 2nd level. There are a lot of them in the school, and basically all the sophomores have reached this level. Such bloodline can give birth to 2 completely different fighting bodies at the same time. Generally speaking, for a family that gives birth to a combat body, it will be more difficult to give birth to bloodlines in the future. After all, giving birth to a combat body consumes very little in all senses. So usually there will be a situation where one talent is great and the other is useless. There are families like this that have 2 combat bodies at the same time, but the strength of both sides is far beyond the king level. You know, the stronger the cultivator is, the harder it is to have offspring, and even if he does give birth to offspring, his vitality will be seriously damaged. Could it be that the bloodline reverted to its ancestral form? Feng Huijuan shook his head. It was really strange. If the bloodlines reverted to their ancestral form at the same time, they should also have the same combat body. It's the 31st floor already. Xiaoqi, do you want to continue going down? King Bai Ling said in a low voice. He didn't know if this kid had any pills to recover from his injuries in his storage ring. The next second, at the entrance of the God of War Tower, Anlin walked out riding on Seya's body. Although there were not many students in the school, They would probably gather around him when they heard the news that he had entered the tower. Anlin straightened his chest slightly, ready to accept everyone's shocked and admiring gazes. Light appeared. Anlin looked around and saw only 3 kings looking down at him in the sky. The pressure from one of the kings seemed even more terrifying. Even under control, Anlin could feel her power. After a brief silence, Anlin said somewhat unnaturally, 3 seniors. Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission and successfully broke Senior G's record. Queen Bailing seemed to smile. She saw Anlin's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, "Well done, Xiao Qi." The 3 of them were all strong, so naturally they wouldn't say anything flattering. They just praised Anlin. "Not bad, boy. You're half as good as I was back then." Anlin looked over. Why did the voice of this man, wrapped in bandages, sound so familiar? Anlin felt a little aggrieved. The script shouldn't be written like this. What he didn't know was that just now, all the students surrounding the God of War Tower were scared away by Feng Huojuan. At this time, Feng Huojuan's lazy voice sounded, "Little guy, you are stronger than your sister was back then. If you break Ji Hao's record, I will reward you with a heavenly magic weapon and 100,000 credits." Hearing this, Anlin's eyes lit up instantly. This is the big boss, and he's a big shot who knows my sister. After expressing his gratitude, Anlin had some vague guesses about Feng Huojuan's identity. He should be his sister's master. "You little guy, you have a lot of secrets, which makes people worry about you." King Fenghua waved his hand, and a ring appeared in Anlin's hand. This is a heavenly-level breath-concealing ring that can conceal your aura. If the king doesn't investigate carefully, he won't be able to discover your secrets. With the breath-concealing ring, if one just casually investigates, even an ordinary king realm cultivator will only find that Anlin is an ordinary first realm cultivator. Feng Huojuan stretched out her hand, and Anlin's bracelet appeared in her hand. All the rewards given to you by the school are placed in this bracelet. You can hang the heavenly wolf divine jade around the neck of your wolf beast for it to absorb. Don't eat it directly. You can take the snow crystal pill directly. The medicinal properties of this pill are relatively mild. The Blood Flame Secret Realm is a place dedicated to body training. It will be open in half a month. School hasn't started yet, so go find something to do. Anlin nodded rapidly. He wished he could go to the small beast world immediately. Rather than practicing step by step, Anlin would rather take a bunch of resources to another world to synthesize monsters. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Anlin said, "Excuse me, Senior, does the military academy have a place to test the profession of spiritual nurturer?" After the words fell, there was a brief silence for a second. Then Anlin's eyes blurred, and he appeared directly in front of Feng Huojuan. "You also have the talent of a spirit trainer?" Feng Huojuan had a strange look in her eyes. Was this kid teasing her? He was so young and was practicing so many professions at the same time. How could he have the time to learn about the profession of spirit trainer? Could it be that after he managed to evolve his beast by chance, he thought of himself as a spirit cultivator? Chapter 91. Spiritual Cultivator's Talent. Anlin nodded quickly. Jun Jing was really scary. That move just now was like breaking through space and pulling him out. Feng Huojuan had a questioning look on his face, and after thinking for a while he said directly, "It just so happens that there are many flying monsters in the back mountain. I will take you to test them. Fenghua, go and call King Feiyu." King Feiyu is the only beastmaster king in the army. It is precisely because of the restraint of the beasts under his command that these flying monster beasts are so obedient. She wanted to see what other tricks Anlin could come up with. Feng Huojuan's figure flickered, and the next second, Anlin's eyes blurred, and he was floating above the cliff. This steep cliff looks like it was split by an axe, and is almost vertical at 90 degrees. There are many holes chiseled on the cliff, and thousands of beasts are flying in the sky, which is very magnificent. Among them, there were not only the griffins that Anlin had seen, but also some strange-looking birds. Anlin even saw a white horse with wings. Although he didn't understand why the herbivorous Pegasus built its nest on this cliff, Feng Huojuan led Anlin into a relatively large cave. At this time, a huge monster that looked like a pterosaur was startled in the cave. After seeing Feng Huojuan, it shrank into the corner and trembled. Anlin looked around and saw a crystal ball on the stone wall of the cave. He looked at Feng Huojuan with some confusion. This is a little gadget developed by the school. If there are students or ordinary people working in the military university, they can choose monsters through the bracelet. Feng Huijuan took Qi Anlin's bracelet and tapped it lightly. The next second, a location appeared on the crystal ball in front of him. Every monster here has a mental inducer that allows it to know where to pick up people. Feng Huijuan was a little helpless. After all, these monsters were much faster than cars, and they were also a considerable combat force. Otherwise, with the school being so fancy, she would definitely be the first one to refuse. If you can afford the credits, you can also hire heaven-level monsters to pick you up. Of course, these monsters can also fight for you, but when they encounter a fatal threat, they will definitely flee. Qi Anlin nodded. This refreshed his understanding of the world of cultivation. Sure enough, this was a world where science and fantasy coexisted. Otherwise, the style of painting would not be so strange. This giant winged crocodile is a mid-level monster. Its IQ is relatively low, but it has a large size, so the school has never eliminated it. See if you can meet the conditions for its evolution. Qi Anlin looked at the pterosaur-like creature in front of him in confusion. You told me this is a crocodile? After using the identification technique on the four-legged creature in front of him, Qi Anlin instantly understood. Name winged giant crocodile. Potential ordinary middle grade. Realm ordinary level 7th stage. Attribute Earth. Introduction a breed that was hybridized due to some special reasons. It has mixed bloodlines and great defects, resulting in a dull brain. Special reasons? What do you put reproductive isolation? Looking at the giant crocodile in front of him, Qi Anlin suppressed the urge to complain and used the evolutionary path option. Since he can synthesize them randomly, the birth of this giant crocodile is not so strange. Several options appeared in front of Qi Anlin. Evolution route. Flying crocodile. Ordinary grade. Required HP 7,000. Land dragon. Yellow grade. Lower grade. Required HP 30,000. Winged beast. Ordinary grade. Required blood energy 6,000. Qi Anlin looked at it carefully. The first evolutionary route was to abandon the huge body of the winged crocodile and purify its own bloodline, which would greatly increase the flying speed. The land dragon gave up its ability to fly, activated its bloodline, and evolved into a western dragon beast. As for the last winged beast, it greatly increased the size of the monster and lost a certain amount of flying speed, but as a transport monster, it was undoubtedly the best choice. At the side, Feng Huijuan looked at Qi Anlin's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that this kid really saw something? Senior, this giant winged crocodile is born stupid because of its mixed bloodline and cannot understand commands. I've thought of 3 ways to evolve the winged crocodile. Qi Anlin did not hide it. It was rare to see a king-level person. At this stage, if he was optimistic about himself and gave himself anything, he could save a lot of trouble for a long time. 3 kinds? Feng Huijuan frowned even more tightly. Although Qi Anlin was thinking just now, you have to know that if a spirit trainer wants to understand the evolutionary path of a monster, he has to observe from many aspects. For example, looking at the teeth, looking at the fighting ability, or even living with a monster for a period of time before there's a chance to find a method. This kid directly said that he could see 3 evolutionary paths. At that moment, Feng Huijuan wanted to slap him to death. Looking at Qi Anlin, Feng Huijuan did not expose him, but just said calmly, "Which 3?" To answer the question, Senior, the method of evolution can be explained from the bloodline. Qi Anlin said confidently that he had unlocked 3 evolutionary routes by using blood energy at once. This monster should have the bloodline of the thick earth armored crocodile and the flying dragon. If we find 5 flying grasses and a first-level wind attribute crystal to activate its bloodline, it can allow the winged giant crocodile to evolve into a monster similar to the flying dragon. The disadvantage of this is that it will reduce a large part of its volume, but it also has many advantages. After all, this monster is so stupid because its bloodline is too mixed. After the bloodline is activated and purified, its intelligence should be improved a little. Qi Anlin told all 3 evolutionary routes in one breath, and Feng Huijuan opened his mouth slightly. This kind of monster was bred by King Feiyu because he saw the huge body of the thick earth armored crocodile and wanted to breed a large flying monster. The other winged giant crocodiles have evolved, but that was after absorbing the essence and blood of the flying dragon. Not only are their cost effectiveness extremely low, but their functions are also not as good as the flying dragon. If the method Anlin mentioned is feasible, it can greatly reduce the cost of the evolution of the winged giant crocodile. Flying grass usually appears in places where flying dragons grow, and there are so many of them. Feng Huijuan looked at Anlin. Although she had not tried these three methods, she had evolved them herself and felt that they were extremely feasible. Even though she was not a spiritual trainer, she could tell that Anlin was not talking nonsense. His eyes flickered slightly, and Feng Huijuan said, "Wait for King Fei Yu to come over, and then we'll give it a try. Although these monsters are stupid, they're very fertile. If they could be developed into 3 evolutionary routes, it will be enough for the army to make a fortune." Anlin nodded, but he kept reminding himself in his heart. He couldn't be so complacent. Even if he wanted to act like a genius, he had to observe carefully. Otherwise, the beast tamer's evolutionary path would be visible at a glance, and he felt that even Lord Fenghua couldn't protect him. Chapter 92. The king accepts a disciple. After a while, a huge dark shadow appeared in the sky, and the flying monsters around it roared and retreated into the cave. Anlin looked outside the cave. It was an extremely huge eagle-like monster. At first glance, his body was not even as big as one of its feathers. King-level monster. An old figure flew up from the body of the king-level monster and entered the cave. I wonder if Lord Fenghua invited me here because he discovered the mutated giant winged crocodile. King Feiyu looked a bit old-fashioned, reminding Anlin of those old elementary school teachers who would slap their hands at any time. Feng Huijuan shook his head and said, "This is a new combat body. We have found 3 evolutionary routes for the winged giant crocodile. See if it is feasible. If it is feasible, give him the identity of a spiritual trainer." King Feiyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the somewhat inconspicuous Anlin next to him. This kid looked ordinary. How could he be a combat body? With his spiritual power revealed, King Feiyu glanced at Anlin and immediately understood. "Lord Fenghua, you even gave this kid such a treasure?" He was obsessed with studying beast taming and had not paid attention to news from the outside world, so he did not know any information about Anlin. He has good talent and is expected to become the next Ji Hao. Feng Huijuan said lightly. Although Anlin is performing very well now, Ji Hao's combat physique is much stronger than Anlin's after all. Feng Huijuan is not quite sure about Anlin's future potential. A trace of shock flashed across Fei Yuang's eyes. This kid was only an ice soul battle body. Although he could become a king in the future, his talent would definitely not be as good as Ji Hao's. And Feng Huijuan said this. King Fei Yu shook his head, then realized the point, and his voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. "You said this kid found 3 evolutionary routes?" In fact, King Fei Yu himself also knew these 3 evolutionary routes, but this kid was only a cultivator at the 2nd stage of the 1st realm. 3 professions? Tell me about it. Feeling the 3 strange light balls in Anlin's mind, King Fei Yu excitedly pressed Anlin's shoulders. Anlin's shoulders were pressed so hard that they hurt. He took back what he had said before. This old man couldn't keep his composure at all. In the small beast world, the blood-devouring king was fighting a 1st-level, 2nd-stage demon beast. There are many more hideous barbs on its body. At this time, the Blood-Eater King has escaped from the range of the tiger-armored ant soldiers and has evolved. Originally, the potential of this ant soldier should be shockingly low, but for some reason, the Blood-Eater King discovered that there seemed to be a special energy in the ant soldier's body that allowed him to combine with certain things. Unfortunately, after he successfully evolved, this energy was completely consumed, and he had no idea how he could be born again. The blood of the monster in that realm suddenly floated into the sky and turned into a huge blood beast, which continued to fight with the monster. As long as he has enough blood, energy, and soul, he will be able to make rapid progress and soon break through to the 2nd realm. At this time, the queen ant in the cave moved her body. She had already devoured all the monsters that Xiao Songming brought back and gave birth to many ant soldiers. Little smart guy, that's the nickname it gave to that special ant soldier. This little thing is promoted very quickly. If the owner saw it, I will definitely reward myself well. Therefore, the little smart one cannot die. The queen ant thought about it and realized that she gave birth to this little smart one just by luck and inexplicably. But what would happen if it allowed its own special little cleverness to lay eggs again? The queen ant thought about it for a while, but found it too troublesome, so she stopped thinking about it. Just let the clever one lay eggs directly. Throwing aside the complicated thoughts in her mind, the queen ant began to recall her cleverness. Incredible, really incredible. King Feiyu looked at Qi Anlin as if he saw a priceless treasure. You can actually use this idea. How did you come up with it? Looking at the monster in front of him that had evolved into a land dragon, Feng Huijuan was also a little surprised. What's wrong with this kid's head? Qi Anlin smiled and said, Senior, my mental power is different from that of ordinary people. When the insect world was in turmoil, I entered a special space. There are many books about beast control in it. During that time, I was recovering from my injuries and had nothing to do, so I read all these books and learned a lot about beast control. After leaving that space, by chance, I tried to harmonize the energy in a monster's body. There were very few useful things around. Qi Anlin kept making up lies and believed them himself. Although what he said was outrageous, no matter how outrageous it was not as outrageous as carrying a system with you. Thinking about it this way, the lie he made up was more reliable. So here, I put what I learned into practice, and I didn't expect it to be so effective. Hearing Qi Anlin's words, King Feiyu touched his chin and suddenly said, Little classmate, do you want to become my disciple? I checked and found that you have 3 special beasts. If you join my sect, I can give them the best evolutionary resources. At this time, Feng Huiju interrupted and said, King Feiyu, you are too late. This little guy has already become my disciple. Qi Anlin was stunned. When did this happen? How come he didn't know about it? King Feiyu's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal and said, Although Feng Huijuan is powerful, it is better for us kings to handle such complicated matters as disciplining students. It's okay. This kid's sister is my eldest disciple. I can let her discipline this kid. But Feng Huijuan has the fire attribute, after all. What's wrong with the fire attribute? Do you think there is any ice attribute instructor in the sect who is stronger than me? There was a hint of helplessness in King Feiyu's eyes. Lord Fenghua was just so unreasonable. Apart from the principal, she was the only Lord-level person in the school. Not to mention the ice attribute. Even with all other attributes combined, no one could beat her. Hey, Xiao Qi, you'd better think about it carefully. Seeing that Feng Huijuan had a bad look on his face, King Feiyu said no more. What do you mean? I've already said this much, and you still dare to steal my girl? Feng Huijuan exhaled, grabbed Qi Anlin, and said, I have accepted another apprentice, King Feiyu. Remember to apply for the status of a spiritual trainer for Xiao Qi later. After saying that, Feng Huijuan disappeared from the spot, and along with him, Qi Anlin also disappeared. In the cave, King Feiyu sighed, thinking that he should have come out earlier. On the other side, Feng Huijuan grabbed Qi Anlin and appeared in the courtyard. Xiao Qi, when Xiao Shui first became my disciple, I gave her several goals, and you were no exception. First, within the first 7 days of school, earn 10,000 credits. The original reward you received will not be counted. Secondly, before the sophomore year, the strength ranking should be among the top 5,000 in the school. Finally, before graduation, you must fight a world master. It can be from a small world, but its strength must be at the same level as yours, or hunt down a king from another world. Hearing this request, Qi Anlin took a breath of cold air. Where could he find a world ruler? As for the king, Qi Anlin felt that the teacher thought he had lived too long. There's nothing else. Before school starts, I can send you to another world. After school starts, you must be stronger than all the freshmen. Chapter 93 Return to the Small Beast Realm. However, your teacher will also give you some support. Feng Huijuan smiled, picked up Qi Anlin's bracelet, and tapped it lightly. Your strength is relatively low right now, so as for weapons, I'll give you Xin level 1s first. As for healing pills, I don't have Huang level 1s in stock, so I'll give you 30 Ling level Snow Toad pills first. What do you usually feed your combat beast? King Bai Ling said that Qi Anlin's beast was well-bred and had strong combat power. Lord Fenghua thought that he could add some spiritual food to the original ingredients. What to eat? Qi Anlin recalled that all along, Seya ate whatever he ate. Generally speaking, there are more barbecues, followed by some home-cooked dishes. At this moment, Qi Anlin felt that the space had stopped. After a long while, Feng Huijuan said leisurely, the cultivation of beast tamers requires the aid of spiritual food. Have you really learned the knowledge of beast tamers? Seya is an ice-attributed monster, so its food combination is generally ice-attributed elixirs plus some crystal cores and meat, but Qi Anlin has never cared about these. With a sigh, Feng Huijuan felt that it was a miracle that Qi Anlin could cultivate Seya. King Feiyu has just come out of retreat. I'll send him a message and ask him to prepare some spiritual food for you. I'll take you to get it later." Anlin nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know the use of feeding spiritual food on a daily basis, it would be great if someone could solve this problem. "Teacher, I made up my mind. I'm going to the small beast world." Anlin thought for a while and suddenly said, "The small beast world? That's fine." The blood-devouring king of the demon clan broke into the human world and killed several of Lin Da's instructors before entering the small beast world. His whereabouts have not been found to date. But you have the Tao crystal given to you by the demon-subduing king, so you don't have to worry too much even if you meet the blood-devouring king. Feng Huijun narrowed his eyes. The demon-subduing king was a peak king-level warrior. Even if his Tao crystal could not defeat the blood-devouring king, he could still take Anlin away and escape. However, Feng Huijun thought of King Fudi's son, who was also a genius who had just reached the king level. He met King Blood Devourer in lynching that day and eventually died at the hands of King Blood Devourer. It's not that he's too weak, but because when he fought the blood-devouring king, he was concerned about the heavy casualties among the residents. And because he had just been promoted to be on the safe side, the spiritual energy in Feng Huijun's body fluctuated, and suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to shatter. A minute later, a red avenue crystal appeared. "My master's Tao crystal is enough to destroy the blood-devouring king. If the blood-devouring king's strength is at its peak, you can directly use my master's Tao crystal. Even among the monarch-level cultivators, she is a strong one. Even if the blood-devouring king's strength breaks through, one Tao crystal is enough to kill him. However, the possibility of a breakthrough in strength is not great. The blood-devouring king is a bloodthirsty war body, and it needs a large amount of blood to grow. If there were a large-scale death of monsters in the small beast world, it would have been discovered by the Guardians long ago. Low-level monsters can't provide any energy to the blood-devouring king." After receiving the spiritual food, Feng Huijun brought Anlin to the space tunnel of the small beast world. Lord-level cultivators have the ability to cross space, just like Flash, but the distance will not be too far, so Lord Fenghua flew all the way here. But this flying speed is much faster than the king level, making Anlin feel a little carsick. "I prepared a lot of spirit stones for you. You should practice well in there." Jihao reached the 5th stage of the first realm when he first entered the school. If you want to get more support from the school, you must surpass him as soon as possible. After Feng Huijun said this, he threw Anlin into the small beast world. "Remember to return to school in half a month. If you miss the Blood Flame secret realm, you will have to wait another year." The next moment, Anlin entered the small beast world. At this moment, a figure appeared in the Iron Fortress, and many people around looked over. In order to prevent Anlin from being found by the cult, Feng Huijun gave Anlin a disguised magic weapon to change Anlin's appearance. Patting his butt, Anlin stood up, ignoring the gazes of the people around him, and quickly rushed out of the steel fortress. He opened the beast bag and summoned out the Ice Spirit Griffin. To be honest, bringing the Ice Spirit Griffin with him is a bit like cheating. After all, the Ice Spirit Griffin's strength has also reached the 2nd level. Feng Huijun asked Anlin to carry the Ice Spirit Griffin just because he wanted Anlin to have a means of transportation. But he did not expect that after Anlin gained the loyalty of the Ice Spirit Griffin, he could let the Ice Spirit Griffin help him gain blood energy. Riding on the Ice Spirit Griffin, Anlin flew towards the direction of the Queen Ant. When he reached the forest, the strength of the Ice Spirit Griffin would be suppressed to the ordinary level. By then, he would not have to worry about the Ice Spirit Griffin resisting synthesis. The requirement for synthesis is that the monster is bound. As they got closer and closer to the forest, Anlin became very excited. He could finally improve the Queen Ant's talents again. There's a lot of blood energy this time, which would be used to synthesize the Queen Ant with the storage ring. And with the Ice Spirit Griffin present, the blood energy can quickly exceed 10 million, allowing the system to be upgraded again. Soon, Anlin arrived at the forest. "Bing Ling, your strength will be suppressed here, but don't worry, there's no danger in there. When I left here before, something was stored in there, and I have to go get it." The Ice Spirit Griffin nodded. It was a 2nd-level demon beast. Even if its strength was suppressed, it was still no match for these ordinary-level demon beasts, so it was not too worried. Anlin entered the forest. His strength was suppressed to the 9th level of the mortal level, but he was not in a hurry to take action, as this place was too close to the forest entrance. What if the Ice Spirit Griffin ran away? The queen ant sent many ant soldiers to ambush the surroundings. After a while, Anlin said to the ice spirit griffin, King Feiyu helped me with the talent of a spiritual trainer. As you know, my teacher is also a monarch-level strongman. The ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin with some confusion. It was because of this that it became more determined to follow Anlin. But why was it saying this at this time? In fact, I have a special talent that allows monsters to evolve. This is why my beast is a combat body. Hearing these words, the ice spirit griffin's aura changed, and it looked at Anlin fiercely. Can it make monsters evolve? This will definitely come at a price. The ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin with eyes full of greed, but it was quickly hidden. Anlin's master is a powerful monarch. He is so confident in letting Anlin come to the small beast realm. He is definitely not relying on himself. On the contrary, June should be on guard against the ice spirit griffin. After all, these monsters only succumb to the strength of the king-level monsters and are not truly loyal. So generally speaking, the military will not allow these monsters to leave the military unless they become beastmasters. The ice spirit griffin concealed its greed. If it tried to touch Anlin, it would definitely not be able to do so, or it would die miserably. Chapter 94. The blood-devouring king spawns eggs. On the other side, Anlin smiled. He saw the greed in the eyes of the griffin. Monsters all yearn for freedom. If the ice spirit griffin could forcibly imprison itself and evolve specifically for it, it would certainly be happy to do so. Therefore, Anlin was preparing to synthesize the ice spirit griffin now to avoid any accidents. Since you have followed me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Anlin summoned Seya and Xiaoxing and asked Seya to create a block of ice. As for Xiaoxing, she was summoned only to increase the success rate. Afterwards, Anlin took out a lot of ice-attributed elixirs and minerals. The ice is a medium. After I use my talent, you will be able to absorb these things without any hindrance. The ice spirit griffin was stunned. Among this pile of treasures, there was also a heavenly-level heavenly wolf, divine jade. Anlin was actually willing to give him such a treasure. A complex look flashed in its eyes, and the ice spirit griffin leaned down and rubbed Anlin gently. Okay, we're all family. There's no need to divide these. Anlin smiled gently. I'm taking this thing out to show you. My own child hasn't even been fed yet, so why should it be your turn? Relax your mind. I'm ready to use my talent. After the ice spirit griffin relaxed, Anlin glanced at Xiaoxing. This guy had been making up stories in the sea of spirituality to deceive the monsters, and he was not afraid of being punished later. Never learn a lesson. Ding, do you want to fuse the ice spirit griffin in the ice block? Required health, 150,000. Fusion success rate, 55%. Fusion time, 1 hour. It's really expensive. Anlin felt a little emotional. After all, it was a second-level monster. If he wanted to gain loyalty, it was normal to pay a higher price. After grabbing Xiaoxing and rubbing her rat head vigorously, Anlin exhaled and chose to synthesize. The next second, the ice spirit griffin reflexively wanted to escape, but a lot of blood threads suddenly appeared around it, wrapping it up and quickly turning it into a blood cocoon. The problem of the ice spirit griffin was solved. Anlin asked the surrounding ant soldiers to gather around and move the blood cocoon to a safe place to prevent other monsters from approaching. Then Anlin left. Following the ant soldiers underground, Anlin saw the queen ant whose appearance had changed drastically. The queen ant is now terrifyingly large, a bit like the giant insect queens in the movies. After seeing Anlin, the queen ant was very excited, but because it was inconvenient for her to move, she could only make a chi sound of grievance. The big fool is so ugly. Xiaoxing jumped onto the queen ant's head in a few steps, and her pink nose twitched slightly, as if she was getting familiar with the queen ant smell. Where is that special insect soldier you mentioned? Anlin stepped forward and stroked the queen ant's head, and sparks flew from the thorns on his hand. His defense now is stronger than steel. Hearing Anlin's words, the queen ant woke up as if from a dream. She quickly asked the ant soldiers to carry her and led Anlin to the other side of the cave. Soon, Anlin saw a blood-red ant soldier huddled in a corner, and next to it was a bright red ant egg. This ant soldier looks a bit peculiar, but it looks like he is autistic. Anlin was a little confused and looked at the queen ant. Soon, Anlin received a reply from the queen ant. It turned out that this ant soldier had been forced to lay eggs under the queen ant's order and had been hiding in a corner, refusing to move. Maybe it's because this ant soldier has wisdom, so it's unwilling to lay eggs, Anlin thought. After all, this ant soldier was born not long ago and is still a virgin. The queen ant is special in that she can reproduce without male ants, but these soldier ants are different. According to the queen ant, the ant soldier also shocked several male ants to death, and in the end, it was under its oppression that the breeding was forced to be completed. Anlin shook his head. The queen ant's original intention was right, but she did not consider the feelings of the ant soldier. When Anlin noticed that the ant soldier in the corner was looking at him, he suddenly felt that this guy seemed a little smart. At this time, the blood-devouring king, who was in autism, finally comforted himself. It was the body that was defiled, not himself. It's just that feeling that it doesn't want to revisit again. It's like a needle prick. If it weren't for revenge, it would have wanted to die. After sensing Anlin's arrival, it suppressed the discomfort in its heart and looked over, and was stunned for a moment. How can humans and the ant queen live in such peace? And judging from the ant queen's appearance, she seems very happy and dependent. Could it be a transformed male ant? It felt it carefully, but couldn't even detect Anlin's realm. The blood-devouring king curled up timidly. The monster had to transform into a king-level monster. Such a strong man could tell at a glance that he had taken over the body of the ant soldier. I didn't expect that this queen ant has such a great background. No wonder she is so special and can produce a bunch of ant soldiers of the same level. As for the beast tamer, it had not considered that there was no beast tamer who could contract a creature like the queen ant. You know, to contract a queen insect-level monster is equivalent to contracting a bunch of monsters, and there are restrictions on the monsters that a beastmaster can contract. As for the information Anlin had found before, it was just a thought for low-level beastmasters. What if there really was a special person who succeeded in the contract? Feeling the blood-devouring king's fear, Anlin was a little confused. He didn't know that the blood-devouring king had explored him. He had a breath-concealing treasure on him, and the blood-devouring king's mental strength was severely damaged, so there was no way he could explore his realm. Anlin touched his chin and asked, "How about an appraisal? Name, blood-devouring king. Race, blood-armored ant soldier. Attribute, dark. Level, level 1, stage 2. Potential, spiritual level lower. Introduction. After being possessed by, the ant soldiers have great potential." Anlin almost choked to death on his own saliva. What the hell? Is this thing the blood-devouring king? The last part of the system introduction was a question mark, which was obviously redundant. The name was already there, and Anlin was a little dumbfounded. What was this? Anlin revealed a hint of murderous intent. If this thing is the blood-devouring king, he cannot let it grow. Suddenly thinking of the blood-devouring king's previous performance, Anlin calmed down again. As a king, he was so proud. How could he obey the orders of the queen ant? Anlin thought of the queen ant's special skill, bloodline control. It is precisely because of this skill that the blood-devouring king listens to the queen ant. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Anlin became a little excited. Even though the blood-devouring king is an unforgivable evildoer, it has now become an ant soldier under his command. It would be a pity to kill it directly. If it is trained well, the blood-devouring king's improvement speed will definitely exceed that of other beasts. Of course, Anlin didn't want to contract the blood-devouring king. With the synthesis system, the beasts he would cultivate in the future would definitely exceed the king level. However, for double insurance, Anlin planned to synthesize the blood-devouring king as well. Ding, do you want to fuse blood-devouring king and iron block? Required blood energy, 20 million. Fusion success rate, 80%. Fusion time, 1 hour. 20 million? Anlin was a little dumbfounded. Even though the blood-devouring king was just an ant of the second stage of the first realm, his soul was special after all, so 20 million was already a discount that Anlin could only get by stepping on dog shit. Chapter 95 Blood Energy Accumulation 10 million. 20 million health energy. Even though Anlin doesn't have it now, it doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. The Ice Spirit Griffin is already in the process of being synthesized. With its existence, even if it cannot kill some second-level monsters, it is more than enough to slaughter first-level monsters. Keep an eye on this ant soldier and don't let it get out of your control. Anlin said to the queen ant in the sea of consciousness. He was not sure how long the queen ant's blood control could restrict the blood-devouring king. After finishing his instructions, Anlin went deep into the cave. This time he came to the small beast world for several main purposes. First, enrich the types of ant soldiers. The tiger-armored ant soldiers are extremely numerous and fast, making them suitable for besieging the enemy, while the blood-killing ant soldiers are specifically designed for killing. There haven't been many lightning ant soldiers produced recently. Although the small animal world is large, there is no ocean, so the aquatic monsters are not very powerful, and the most resources are still on the ground. So the lightning ant soldiers have basically been eliminated now. As for the transport ant soldiers, Anlin felt that these could not be considered transport ant soldiers. Real transport ant soldiers not only transport nutrients and energy, but they also mainly rely on their own bodies to store energy, which is too limited. Anlin planned to combine the queen ant and the space ring, and then recreate the transport ant soldiers. In this way, the ant soldiers can be transported in their own space, and volume will no longer be a hindrance. An hour later, the ice spirit griffin was synthesized and walked out of the blood cocoon. This time, the ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin without any greed in its eyes, but with dependence and trust. This is the terrifying aspect of the system. It can make all the monsters that you synthesize loyal to you. At present, the queen ant can produce 40 tiger-armored ant soldiers of the first level a day. About 3 tiger-armored ant soldiers can kill a monster of the same level. Taking into account casualties, she can obtain about 2 million blood energy a day. Of course, this is a relatively stable situation. If they encounter a higher-level monster, the ant soldiers will be directly defeated, resulting in no gain that day. The blood-killing ant soldiers are more powerful. If a sneak attack is successful, the blood-killing ant soldiers can instantly kill a monster of the same level. In a head-on confrontation, although the blood-killing ant soldiers will suffer certain injuries, they can also kill a monster of the same level. Anlin has almost used up the blood energy that the queen ant has obtained in the past 2 days. If he wants to synthesize it with the space ring, the required blood energy has to be obtained by Anlin himself. Now, 100,000 ordinary second-stage ant soldiers can be produced a day, but the energy required is a bit too much. All of these ant soldiers have been spread out as scouts to explore the small animal world. It is precisely because of these little ant soldiers that the first-level ant soldier army has not encountered those high-level monsters. Anlin looked at the ice spirit griffin beside him. With his second-level combat power, he could now hunt down those high-level first-level monsters found by the ant soldiers. After communicating with the queen ant, Anlin locked his target on a demon beast of the 8th stage of the first realm. This demon beast had a strong sense of territory and was also an anteater, so it posed a greater threat to the ant soldiers. So Anlin planned to deal with this guy first. Riding on the ice spirit griffin and bringing Shaoxing with him, Anlin soon arrived at a plain. At this time, a 3-meter-tall anteater was walking slowly, its hairs like steel wires, emitting a metallic luster. Sensing the presence of the ice griffin, the anteater raised its head and let out a threatening roar. Name Steel Anteater. Attribute Gold. Realm. 1 realm, 8 stages. Potential. Yellow grade. Introduction. The nemesis of ants, it can secrete a toxin that makes ants temporarily lose their ability to move and then smear it on the bodies of ants through saliva. What the hell is this? Anlin raised his eyebrows. This thing must be killed. Although ordinary anteaters certainly don't have this function, it's not surprising that they can evolve such an ability after becoming a demon beast. We will have to collect this toxin later and synthesize it for the ant soldiers. If there is no problem, we will let the queen ant fuse the genes of this thing. After landing in the distance, Anlin let the ice spirit griffin go alone to kill the anteater. After all, he was only at the 2nd stage of the first realm, and if he went to fight rashly, he might be killed directly. After receiving the order, the ice griffin flew out, let out a long roar, and shot ice cones towards the anteater. The ice cone, empowered by spiritual power, directly pierced through the anteater's defense, shattered its hair, and then pierced into the anteater's body. Roar! Feeling the pain, the anteater began to flee. It understood the gap between itself and the ice griffin, so it decisively chose to escape. It also has no anti-aircraft capabilities. A little frost and snow appeared on the anteater's body, and its movements became slower and slower. At this time, the ice griffin landed on the ground, hugged the anteater's back with its front paws, and pierced its sharp claws into the anteater's body. Blood gushed out, and the anteater let out a painful scream. The next moment, a blue light flashed on the sharp beak of the ice spirit griffin, and it pecked the back of the anteater's neck. This peck directly created a bloody hole in the anteater. Then, the blood at the hole quickly coagulated and spread into the anteater's body. The anteater's body slowly became stiff, and soon, under the attack of the ice griffin, it completely turned into a cold corpse. Anlin waited for a long time, but the expected system prompt did not come. Why? The ice spirit griffin's head isn't counted on me. Anlin thought for a while. Although he did gain the loyalty of the ice spirit griffin, the ice spirit griffin was not his own beast, so the reward for killing it would not fall on him. Anlin originally planned to use the blood to synthesize other people's beasts and cast a wide net, but now he thinks it's useless. The monsters killed by the ant soldiers are counted on their own heads because the queen ant is their own beast and its cubs are connected to them in a certain sense, so they can increase their blood energy. However, this is not a big problem. I will let the ice spirit griffin beat the monster half to death, and then I will let the blood-killing ant soldiers finish it off. As for why he didn't finish off the enemy himself, it was because he was afraid that these monsters were trying to trick him. If they could deliver a fatal blow to him, he would suffer a great loss. With the help of the ant soldiers, Anlin quickly found another first-level 8th-stage monster. After several minutes of fighting, the ice spirit griffin defeated the monster with a crushing force. In order to prevent the blood-killing ant soldiers from breaking through the defense, Anlin asked the ice spirit griffin to make a hole in the chest of the monster, exposing its heart. At Anlin's request, the blood-killing ant soldiers stepped forward and began to attack the heart of the monster. With one blow, the Golden Marten died successfully. Kill the first-level 8th-stage monster, Jinbo Huadiao. Gain 9.7 million blood energy, and gain an additional 5 million blood energy in cross-level battles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 million blood points and upgrading the system. Time remaining, 24 hours. Chapter 96, The Queen Ant Mutates Again. The system began to upgrade, and Anlin summoned Seya and prepared to return. The ice spirit griffin will continue to follow the ant soldiers to find those first-level monsters for hunting, so you can go back and consume some blood energy first. Soon, Anlin returned to the underground cave and found the queen ant. During the return journey, the ice spirit griffin once again cooperated with the ant soldiers to kill 2 first-level 7th-stage monsters. Kill the first-level 7th-stage blood rainbow, stone monkey, gain 5 million blood energy, cross-level battle to gain an additional 1 million blood energy. Kill the first-level 7th-stage white pear sheep to obtain 4 million blood energy. An additional 1 million blood energy will be obtained by fighting across levels. At this time, Anlin's blood energy value has reached 26.12 million, which is enough to synthesize the blood-devouring king. After asking the queen ant to summon the blood-devouring king back, Anlin took out the iron block and aimed it at the blood-devouring king. Order this ant soldier to relax his vigilance and not move. Because of the blood suppression, the blood-devouring king could only watch Anlin walk towards him. Damn it, we've been discovered. What is this guy going to do? Anlin didn't know what the blood-devouring king was thinking, so he directly opened the system and chose OK. The next moment, the blood-devouring king began to struggle frantically. The power of rules. It's actually the power of rules. This is not a transformed monster. It's the most powerful. Lines of blood entangled it, and Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his luck was still very good. In such a long time, he had only failed twice. But unfortunately, the blood-devouring king is not his own beast, so he can spend the 20 million blood but will not get any kickbacks. After the blood-devouring king started synthesizing, Anlin took out his original space ring. This space ring only has 10 cubic meters of storage space, while the space ring that Feng Huijuan gave him later has 100 cubic meters of space. The space is smaller and requires less blood energy. Use it to try it out first. If the effect is good, use this space ring for synthesis. Ding! Do you want to fuse the ferocious ant queen and the space ring? Required health, 1.5 million. Fusion success rate, 60%. Fusion time, 2 hours. As the queen ant's strength improved, the success rate of fusion became higher. Anlin rubbed Shaoxing's head and decisively chose to confirm. The next second, the queen ant was wrapped in a blood cocoon, which also meant that the synthesis was successful. There were still several million blood energies left. Chi Anlin pulled over a tiger ant soldier and took out the anteater's saliva. Ding! Do you want to fuse tiger-armored ant devourer and iron anteater saliva? Required health, 1.8 million. Fusion success rate, 5%. Huh, the synthesis rate is so low. Chi Anlin raised his eyebrows, not in a hurry to make such a bet. He discovered that everything he synthesized was only good, not bad. Could it be that the blood energy in the system not only has a fusion effect, but can also optimize the synthesis results? Chi Anlin shook his head. This still requires more experiments. The success rate of previous synthesis was relatively high, which means it is more suitable. This time, it is better to try a lower synthesis rate. Time passed quickly, and after the blood-devouring king emerged from its cocoon, Chi Anlin let it follow the ice spirit griffin and go sailing. The blood-devouring king still has his own thoughts, but he is absolutely loyal to Chi Anlin. This kind of loyalty is to regard Chi Anlin as the closest person to oneself and will not have any psychological intention to hurt Chi Anlin, so it has little impact on the blood-devouring king himself. Through Shaoxing's retelling, Chi Anlin also understood that the blood-devouring king can become stronger by devouring blood and souls. It just so happened that the ice spirit griffin was hunting high-level monsters, which could allow the blood-devouring king to level up. On the other side, the queen ant also successfully broke out of the cocoon. Namespace Ant Queen. Attributes: Space, Fire Gold. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Spiritual level mid-grade. Production speed: Queen Ant, 1/90th days. 1 realm, 3 stages, 2/1 day. First level, second stage, 25 to 1 day. 1 section per area, 200/day. Ordinary level 9th stage, 600/day. Level 1, 1500000/day. Normal, 15000000/day. Skills: Deterrence, yellow high grade. Bloodline control, special. Gene uptake, high quality yellow grade. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production, spiritual grade. Produce ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the speed. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note, the strength of the soldier type itself affects the production speed. Gene, fire poison omitted. Space. There is a space in the body that can store inanimate matter. The stronger the strength, the larger the space. Every synthesis brings new surprises. Chi Anlin almost jumped up. He was really cheating. Not to mention that the production speed has increased 5-fold. What makes Chi Anlin most happy is that this new space is actually in a gene column. This means that the ant soldiers produced by the queen ant can also possess this gene. This also means that I can create real transport ant soldiers. But Chi Anlin looked at the introduction of this space gene, which has limitations. Creating a transport soldier is equivalent to having only one more storage ring. The next second, Chi Anlin took out the beast taming bag. The beast taming bag is different from the space ring. The beast taming bag can store living things, but it cannot store other things. This is enough. Within 2 hours, the ice spirit griffin had hunted down most of the high-level monsters discovered by the ant soldiers, and the rest were waiting for the ant soldiers to continue exploring. Chi Anlin also gained more than 60 million blood energy. With another 20 million, the system can continue to be upgraded. Ding, do you want to fuse the Space Ant Queen and the Beast Taming Bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Fusion success rate, 97%. The fusion rate is so high. This direction is indeed correct. The corners of Chi Anlin's mouth rose slightly. He could create a real mobile arsenal. If you carry one ant soldier, you can carry countless ant soldiers. This also means that Chi Anlin can take the ant soldiers to other different worlds. Queen Ant, what did the blood-devouring king say? Chi Anlin suddenly asked. He found a first-level, second-level demon beast, but it was unclear which one was stronger between the ice spirit griffin and the demon beast. The ice spirit griffin would also be injured, making it inconvenient for subsequent battles. When fighting against monsters that are 2 levels lower than itself, the ice spirit griffin will not get hurt as long as it is careful. But although it can crush monsters of the 1st level and 9th level, it will still suffer some injuries to a certain extent. As for the 2nd-level monsters, even the ice spirit griffin may fall if it fights desperately. The queen ant's antennae trembled slightly, and she quickly gave Chi Anlin a reply. After absorbing so many souls and blood, the blood-devouring king's strength has reached the fourth stage of the first realm. And most importantly, the blood-devouring king can now temporarily simulate his own king-level aura for 0.5 seconds. During these 0.5 seconds, the second-level monster would absolutely not dare to move. However, this will cost the blood-devouring king some price, so the entire corpse of this second-level demon beast must be eaten by the blood-devouring king. Then let's do it. After killing a level 2 demon beast, the blood energy accumulated will definitely exceed 100 million. Chapter 97, The Little World of the Ant Queen. In a canyon, the blood-devouring king stood on the ice spirit griffin, and behind them was a group of ant soldiers. As the offspring of the queen ant, Anlin can obtain blood energy after the blood-devouring king kills monsters. Not far away, a howling wind and cloud-splitting dog was staring at them hungrily, its muscles tense and trembling slightly, ready to attack at any time. Although the ice spirit griffin is a second-level monster, it is in school after all and has not experienced many battles. Therefore, in a one-on-one situation, it is likely to be unable to defeat the howling wind and breaking cloud dog. The blood-devouring king thought about it, and with a slight movement of his mind, he transmitted his thoughts to the ice spirit griffin. Although its mental strength has not yet reached the level of being able to penetrate the body, as a former king, it can still do it with some tricks. Simulating the aura of a king consumes a lot of energy for the blood-devouring king, but after devouring the blood and souls of these howling wind and cloud-splitting dogs, he will definitely be able to break through to a higher level. Before they can make a move, the howling cloud dog took the lead in launching an attack. Wind blades condensed around it and flew towards the ice spirit griffin like a crescent moon. Icicles rose up around the ice spirit griffin to block the attack of the wind blade. At this time, the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog also rushed up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards the head of the ice spirit griffin. Bang! Icicles suddenly broke apart, and the icy air gathered the exploding ice crystals together, all flying towards the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog. The ground suddenly exploded. A tornado rose out of nowhere and collided with the ice crystals. The next second, an air wave appeared, and the huge impact force blew away all the tiger ant soldiers on the ground. A green light flashed behind the howling cloud-splitting dog, and its speed suddenly doubled as it rushed towards the ice spirit griffin. At this moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure appeared, causing the howling wind and Lyun dog to fall directly to the ground. Its eyes were full of fear, and it opened its mouth and let out a wailing sound like begging for mercy. The next second, an ice cone pierced into its mouth and exploded again under the control of the ice spirit griffin. Ice explosion. Ice crystals were rampaging in its body, and at this moment, the blood-devouring king jumped up, emitting scarlet color from his body. For a moment, the blood in the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog's body began to squeeze its heart. Bang! The heart exploded, and the howling wind and cloud dog also lost its life. I guess I was the one who killed him. The blood-devouring king's body collapsed, with only this thought in his mind. Kill the level 2 stage 1 howling wind-splitting cloud dog to gain 80 million HP. Killing a level 2 dog across levels to gain an additional 40 million HP. Anlin stood up suddenly. In this way, he directly gained 120 million blood energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100 million health points. The system is upgrading. Since the host has upgraded twice in a row, the upgrade time is shortened. There are 12 hours left. When the news of a system upgrade came, Anlin began to whistle happily. It turned out that the other world was the most enjoyable place to upgrade. After upgrading twice in a row, there was no telling what rewards he would get. However, the primary goal now is to fuse the beast-taming bag to the queen ant. Ding! Do you want to fuse the space ant queen and the beast-taming bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Fusion success rate, 97%. Fusion time, 5 hours. Fusion. Time passed quickly, and the queen ant walked out of the blood cocoon. Name, Void Ant Queen. Attributes, Space, Fire Gold. Level, 1 stage. Potential, Shin level lower grade. There was no change in production speed and skills, but the space gene in the gene column became another gene. World. There's a small world inside the body that can accommodate life. The small world cannot generate spiritual power and cannot store space rings. The world inside the queen ant is the highest world and can accommodate ant soldiers with their own worlds. Done. Anlin looked at the queen ant. At this time, the queen ant's body became a little petite, like a puppy. The queen ant is now not as bloated and incapable of mobility as before, so Anlin can just carry the queen ant with him. Xiao Yi, install the ice battle soul into your world. Since the beast taming bag was taken away by Anlin for fusion, the ice war spirit is now homeless. After entering the queen ant's world, Anlin asked the queen ant to describe it roughly. He immediately understood that the height of the space inside the queen ant's body was about 20 meters, and the area was 10,000 square meters. Very big. Now the ant eggs laid by the queen ant are directly produced in the small world and can be summoned at any time. There's also a digestion pool in the queen ant's small world. As long as the corpse of the monster is thrown into it, it can be turned into nutrition for itself. This is much more efficient, saving the time of chewing and speeding up digestion a lot. After observing the queen ant's small world, Anlin opened the queen ant's gene panel and began to create the transport ant soldiers again. The original size of the transport ant soldiers is relatively large, and in order to provide nutrition to the queen ant, the tail will also swell. With the small world, these can all be removed, mainly for ease of carrying. Anlin didn't know whether the small world would collapse directly if the transport ants died, so he thought that the transport ants only needed defense. As for mobility, you can let a tiger ant soldier lead you. All the original genes were removed, and Anlin added the queen ant's world gene. Next, Anlin integrated the exoskeleton gene that he thought had the highest defensive power. This gene came from an insect that looked like a ball. This thing could actually withstand the attacks of blood-killing ant soldiers of the same level. Next, Anlin integrated the genes of a plant, which was one of the few demon plants that Anlin encountered in the small beast world. The resin of this demon plant is extremely sticky, has a certain corrosive power, and is also extremely tough. After the ant soldier's giant jaw pierced into it, it was actually blocked. After adding these genes, Anlin began to shape the appearance of the transport ant soldiers. After using the resin as a buffer to fill the gaps in the exoskeleton, Anlin flattened the body of the transport ant soldier a little. When encountering an attack, the transport ant soldiers will curl up into a ball to resist external attacks. When the ant soldiers are being transported, they can also be made into a ball for easy carrying. Soon, new transport ant soldiers were produced. After Anlin carefully looked at his masterpiece, he glanced at the production time. It takes about 3 days to produce a transport ant soldier of one realm and one section. But this thing's small world is only 15 meters high and has an area of 1,000 square meters. The world is definitely not bigger than the queen ant. Nowadays, the ant soldiers are getting bigger and bigger, and their numbers are increasing. 1,000 square meters can barely last for a while. After making the transport ant soldiers, Anlin struck while the iron was hot and started making another kind of ant soldiers. Chapter 98 System Continuous Upgrade. Tiger ant soldiers are fast, numerous, and can siege the enemy. Blood ant soldiers can act as assassins and kill with one strike. Anlin felt that he still needed a controlling ant soldier and one who used poison. The fire poison is now a little unable to keep up with the pace. It just so happens that I have encountered many poisonous monsters recently, and I can fuse their genes. No matter what kind of poison it is, as long as it is accumulated, it can create the most poisonous ant soldiers. In addition, Anlin thought that next time he went back, he could buy some bombs and the like and fuse them into an explosive ant soldier. To control the ant soldiers, the first choice is spider-type genes, and the previous plant gene can also be used. However, what makes Anlin a little embarrassed is that such ant soldiers can not only control the enemy, but also control teammates. After all, the spider web is very sticky and can easily entangle the tiger ant soldiers. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no need for any stickiness to deal with these monsters now. Even if the monsters are stuck to the ground, they can tear the soil off directly with some force, so the stickiness is not very useful. At most, it will make the monsters' bodies covered with some things. What he needed was something more resilient that could prevent the monster from breaking it. Anlin continued to operate. After removing the sticky substances, he added some genes that increased toughness, such as the streamer spiderweb gene, the ghost vine gene, the mountain-destroying bull tendon gene, and so on. As for why the beef tendon gene was added, Because Anlin had eaten the beef tendon of this Chiyue cow before, he almost vomited it before he could chew it. Anlin gathered all the sticky substances together. These sticky substances could be sprayed into the monster's eyes, which might be of great use. Anlin began to pinch new ant soldiers with his hands, and finally an ant soldier that looked like a spider with a tail like a cannon barrel appeared. Let's just call you Skynet Ant Soldier. After creating the Skynet Ant Soldier, Anlin selected several stronger toxin genes and integrated them into the body of another new ant soldier. It is relatively simple to make poisonous ant soldiers. Finally, after Anlin integrated the stinger gene of the armor-breaking bee, he successfully created the ant soldiers. The ant soldiers that use poison should be called mandragora ant soldiers. After creating 2 types of soldiers, Anlin let the queen ant give birth to a few and conducted some experiments. The production rate of Skynet ants at the first level is 60 to 1 day, and the nutrition they need is 3 times that of tiger ants. The Skynet ant soldiers can bind the blood-killing ant soldiers, and the silk threads they spit out can also block the blood-killing ant soldiers' attacks. They are very tough, but these silk threads themselves are not very thick and can easily be broken by the violent struggle of the same monster. But that's not a problem, as long as there are enough of them. The color of the mandragora ant soldier was an alluring dark green. The production rate of a first-level ant soldier was 5/1 day. Anlin had the ant soldiers capture a few monsters. A first-level ordinary mandragora ant soldier could actually poison monsters that were 2 or 3 levels higher than itself. However, this refers to the effect after the monster eats it. When the monster grows larger, the venom will take effect more slowly, but it is still highly toxic. The poison of the mandrake ant soldiers can continue to stack, and the upper limit is still relatively high. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded. The identification function has been upgraded, the synthesis function has been upgraded, and the weak point analysis has been started. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. The rewards are as follows. Bloodthirsty Spirit Sword, a mid-grade spiritual sword. It has the function of alleviating wound healing, and the sword body can absorb blood to become sharper. Xinyan Formation Book, a mid-level Xian grade book that contains a variety of formations and deployment methods. Pea Shooter, lower spiritual level, first realm, 3rd stage with element, needs to be a demon plant planted in the soil, able to spray pea bullets. Flower and tree spirit eggs, mid-level spirit grade, with element, elemental affinity, possesses certain healing abilities. Heavenly Illusionary Book, lower level Xian grade, spiritual practice, able to charm others and lead them into the world of illusion. A series of rewards popped up. Anlin had seen a lot of the world recently, so he wasn't too shocked. Let's put it another way. What's wrong with your pea shooter? The reward appeared on the ground. Anlin looked at the familiar plant, a little confused. Is it really a pea shooter? Anlin suppressed the complaints in his heart, put the reward into his space ring, and threw the flower and wood spirit egg to the queen ant. Xiao, go and hatch this egg so I can see its properties. Since the system had sent a healing monster, there was no need to look for it. It would just be a good idea to give birth to it and then synthesize it as the 4th beast. As for the pea shooter, he thought he could go back and buy a machine gun to see if he could become a machine gunner. The improvement of the identification system should mean that one can identify higher-level monsters and cultivators, or that the identification function is more accurate. Anlin opened the system's synthesis option, thought about it, took out the bloodthirsty spirit sword, and aimed it at Seya. Please select the fusion site. Light appeared, and Anlin discovered that the current fusion could be point-to-point. Of course, whole-body fusion was also possible, but it was definitely not as targeted as point-to-point fusion. Synthetic parts clause. Ding, do you want to fuse Ice Wolf and Bloodthirsty Spirit Sword? Required health, 32 million. Fusion success rate, 35%, can be increased by consuming blood energy. Fusion time, 3 hours, can consume blood energy to shorten the time. Anlin opened his eyes wide. Why is this system becoming more and more like some unscrupulous pay-to-win games? But this new feature is great. He tried to click it to increase the success rate, but after a while, Anlin closed it with a dark face. If 1.5 million HP can be increased by 1%, why not go and grab it? This is equivalent to increasing the success rate by 20%, and the blood energy consumed is equivalent to the blood energy originally required for synthesis. It's ridiculously expensive. There was still a lot of blood energy at the moment, so Anlin reluctantly increased it by 20% and directly chose Synthesis. Seya's attack power is too weak. After being combined with this sword, it should be able to inherit the attributes of the bloodthirsty spirit sword. After synthesizing Seya, Anlin checked the final weak point analysis. This function is easy to understand and can show the weak points of the beast tamer. Anlin opened Seya's panel. Seya's weaknesses were attack and defense. His resistance to elements was also relatively weak. As for his speed and control, they were still relatively high. If he wanted to cultivate him, he had to start from these aspects. However, Xiaoxing's panel was full of weak points, and Anlin couldn't bear to look at it for a moment. Even the system's evaluation was cowardly, low combat effectiveness, low quality, it is recommended to restart, and so on. As for the queen ant, her IQ is almost negative. More detailed weak points require blood energy to unlock. Anlin feels that he doesn't need them for the time being, so he fills other holes first. After updating the new system, Anlin entered the blood energy space. He had not yet practiced the 2 king-level skills that the school had given him. It happened to be the blood energy expansion period now, so he took them out and had a look. Chapter 99, Expensive King-Level Kung Fu. Asking the Heaven's True Secret, a king-level intermediate-grade martial arts technique with a total of 9 levels. First layer, 500 million. Second layer, 1.5 billion. Third layer, 5 billion. Ninth level, 10 trillion. Anlin. How long will it take to complete this training? This king-level skill has no attributes, but it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation and the solidity of spiritual energy, which is very suitable for his ice soul combat body. His dantian is now twice the size of that of a cultivator at the same level. After practicing this technique, it will expand even more. He didn't have 500 million blood energies yet. Anlin thought about it and looked at another body-refining technique. 9 forgings of heavenly thunder, low-grade king level, 9 levels in total. The first level, 100 million blood energy, materials required, heavenly thunder true branch, mid-grade heavenly grade, or heavenly tribulation. Second level, 500 million blood energy, materials consumed, true thunderstone, heavenly grade ultimate. In general, this technique relies on being electrocuted to improve physical fitness. Anlin felt that he should find a power station to try it out after he returned. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin sighed. This technique required too much blood energy, so he had to accumulate it. At the entrance of the cave, huge animal corpses were dragged in and disappeared out of thin air in front of the queen ant. In the queen ant's small world, the digestive tank kept rolling, wrapping up the animal corpses. Anlin looked at the small appearance of the queen ant and touched his chin. Xiao Yi's world does have ways to improve, such as combining it with something related to time. Like a watch? Anlin thought for a moment and opened the synthesis bar. Ding! Insufficient synthesis permissions. Please upgrade the system and try again. Anlin was stunned. It really works. Is this a conceptual synthesis? Many ideas emerged in Anlin's mind, and this way he would be able to synthesize more things. Can a snake be combined with a deer antler, and then combined with a tiger's paw, an eagle's claw, a horse's head, etc., to create a dragon? As he was thinking, Anlin felt a prying gaze. He looked over and found that Xiaoxing was looking at him awkwardly, as if she was expecting something but also a little timid. What did you do again? Anlin asked suspiciously. Although it was right to start a fight when he saw Xiaoxing like this, he still couldn't help but ask. This guy just wandered around after he came out and didn't practice. As a result, his realm is almost catching up with the queen ant. Datu, Shu, I still remember that you agreed to one of Shu's requests. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Xiaoxing started to squeak and gesture. It seemed to be true. Anlin recalled that in the Tower of War God, he had promised Xiaoxing to give it a few female mice. This is not a difficult task. Just let the queen ant send her ant soldiers to catch a few of them. Tell me what you want. Hearing Anlin's words, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran back to another cave and took out a piece of paper. On this piece of paper, there is a picture of a little mouse with a white body but black limbs. White rat, black silk. Picking up the paper, Anlin was a little puzzled. Where did this guy get the paper? Looking closely, there seemed to be some strange words written on the paper. Identification. Name, blood refining fragments. Quality, king level lower grade. Introduction. This technique was created by the blood-devouring king, and can strengthen oneself by consuming the blood of powerful creatures. Feeling something was wrong, Xiaoxing quickly prepared to escape, but was caught by Qi Anlin. Where did you get this? Following Xiaoxing's paw, Qi Anlin saw a pile of books in the corner. These were all found by the queen ant at the place where the blood-devouring king was sealed, but the queen ant had a bad memory and forgot to tell Qi Anlin. Name: Ice Blood Wolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: Level 1, Stage 2. Potential: Spiritual Grade. Physique: Ice Soul Battle Body. Skill: Frozen, Wine Step, Ice Claw. Physical skill: Eye of Insight, New Moon. Lie. Passive: the claws have a tearing effect, which can destroy the enemy's defense. The wounds created are difficult to heal, causing continuous bleeding. At the same time, the wolf claws that absorb blood can increase a certain amount of attack power. Xiaoya's claws have been successfully strengthened, and currently, he no longer lacks attack power. After school starts, Qi Anlin plans to join the Beast Taming Academy. After all, this is his main profession. After getting the heaven-grade breath-concealing ring, he can start playing the pig and eating the tiger again. Before, in the corner, Qi Anlin obtained many Earth-level and even King-level skills. These were the treasures carried by the blood-devouring king. Through questioning, Qi Anlin also learned that the blood-devouring king died at the hands of an old man, and his space ring was blown up. However, Qi Anlin felt lucky that this guy's heart was still there. Qi Anlin did not plan to let the blood-devouring king absorb it himself. The spiritual power contained in it had become much scarcer due to the passage of time. If the blood-devouring king absorbed it, the range of improvement would not be very large. It would be better for him to synthesize it with his own blood. Qi Anlin was going to take this heart back to school. The king-level cultivators are not that exaggerated. At most, they can survive by being beheaded. However, the monarch-level cultivators are more terrifying. They can be reborn with a drop of blood. Therefore, the blood-devouring king cannot be revived with just a heart. Speaking of which, the husband of teacher He, the heavenly grade expert who helped me before, seemed to have died at the hands of the blood-devouring king. I can also report to teacher He and let her know that my revenge has been taken. As for killing the blood-devouring king, strictly speaking, the blood-devouring king has become his puppet, and he has nothing to do with the blood-devouring king. Putting the heart into the space ring, Qi Anlin rode Seya out of the cave. At present, the beast egg has not hatched, and he does not intend to keep waiting. It would be very hurtful if what hatched did not meet his requirements. It just so happens that I have nothing to do right now. While waiting for the blood-devouring king and the ice spirit griffin to continue to generate blood energy, I can go capture some monsters to synthesize them and enrich my choices. If the attributes are better, even if it cannot become your own beast, you can sell it. Throwing Xiaoxing on the ground and preparing to take this guy out for some exercise, Qi Anlin rode Seya to look for monsters. It was nighttime, and countless bright stars were twinkling in the deep blue sky. Qi Anlin passed through the dense forest and saw the endless plain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if sensing something, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and he quickly jumped out. Not far ahead, a khaki little mouse was holding a fruit and eating it. Qi Anlin and Seya stared silently at Xiaoxing's excited face under the bushes. This guy was just lustful, and when he saw a mouse, he ran out without even fear of danger. Soon, Xiaoxing came to the side of the little mouse and walked up to it awkwardly. Chapter 100 Rat, I am about to be killed. Squeak, squeak. The khaki mouse's fur stood on end, and it squeaked when it saw Xiaoxing coming. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then mustered up her courage. The creator planned this encounter called redemption when White Rose was born. Qi Anlin, where did this guy see these dirty words? Xiaoxing was not only communicating with the khaki mouse, but his voice was also echoing in the sea of spirituality. The khaki mouse was a little confused and stared at Xiaoxing with his head tilted. Do you want to go to Shu's house and sit for a while? The big dog in Shu's family can do backflips and street dance. Xiaoxing had just finished speaking when she suddenly felt a little chill on her body and shivered involuntarily. Under a tree in the distance, Qi Anlin glanced at Seya. Sure enough, even Seya knew that the big dog was talking about him. Xiaoxing had seen Seya fight before. Seya, who was skilled in physical skills, sometimes rolled over like he was doing street dance. It's okay, this guy is just that mean. I just want to cultivate its ability to resist freezing recently. You can help. Qi Anlin comforted Seya. There's also a big fool in the mouse family, who is the mouse's nanny and a silly mount and ant. Well, I've offended you all once and for all. Anlin touched his palm and decided to give this guy a good training when he returned. At this time, a fiery red eagle was flying in the sky, looking for tonight's midnight snack. There's something weird about the forest here. You have to fly around it, otherwise your realm will be lowered. Suddenly, it saw a conspicuous khaki mouse on the plain not far away. I don't know what's going on in this area recently. There's not even a trace of an animal, but it's better than nothing. The red cloud eagle swooped down from the sky, flames erupting behind it, and it fell like a meteor. As if he sensed something, Seya stood up suddenly, his hair flying, and rushed out. Anlin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was about to shout, but it was too late. The red cloud eagle's claws were about to grab the khaki mouse, but at this time, Xiaoxing pounced on it and pushed it away. The red cloud eagle grabbed Xiaoxing with its claws, and after feeling the flesh on its claws, it flew up with satisfaction. Although the mouse was very small, it had tender skin and flesh, making it most suitable for feeding the cubs. There was a chill from behind, and a bunch of ice cones flew over like an overwhelming force. Yuning quickly used his skills and turned into a long rainbow of fire and flew out. The icicles pierced the ground, dyeing the plain an ice blue color for a moment. Xiaoya's figure arrived late, looked at Yuning's back, let out a long howl, and chased after him again. In the next second, countless ants on the entire plain flew up like a black mist and all chased after the red cloud eagle. On the other side of the plain, a blood-red ant received an order, spread its nearly 1 meter long wings, flew into the sky, turned into a streak of blood, and flew towards the direction of the red cloud eagle. The ice griffin just reacted and flew in the direction the blood-devouring king left. Several monks who had entered the plains under the cover of night to hunt heard the noise, looked up at the sky, and saw this scene, and they felt like urinating. They're just mortal cultivators, and the forest here is full of mortal monsters, so they plan to explore here. As a result, I saw such a spectacular scene as soon as I arrived. The ordinary ants swarmed across the sky like locusts, and the bloodlight was like a meteor, carrying a fishy smell that made them feel a little nauseous. Something big has happened. Run away separately. Several monks were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Rat, my time is really coming. High in the sky, Xiaoxing stared at the claws on his body with a stupid look on his face. I was so obsessed with sex that I actually volunteered to die for that khaki mouse. But the look of that little girl is exactly the type it likes. Thinking of her past, Xiaoxing shed a tear. Shu, I can't go back. Lily, Xiao Bai, Xiaojin, Xiaohei, Hong Yinin, Lily, Xiaoying, Abayo, you guys must take care of yourselves. As for me, Shu, I also used to have a harem. Feeling that Xiaoya was getting farther and farther away, Xiaoxing became even more desperate. This stupid big dog ran too slowly. I'm actually not that strong. The sky in the distance seemed to be brighter, and Xiaoxing felt a hint of warmth. Could this be the feeling of heaven? It turned its head with difficulty and opened its eyes that were almost blinded by the wind. A huge volcano appeared in front of him. The rocks on the ground were slightly red and emitting heat. Many fire monsters were fighting for territory, and flames were everywhere. For a moment, Xiaoxing thought he had come to hell. Yuning returned to the fire region and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pursuers behind him were too terrifying. Along the way, it desperately used its spiritual energy to increase its speed, and only then was it able to barely shake off its pursuers. Although it is only at the 7th stage of the first realm, it is a monster famous for its speed. When it shuttles through flames, basically no monster at the same realm can catch up with it. After flying back to its nest, it dropped the fat rat in its hand. This rat was not enough to fill its teeth, but it was barely enough to feed a young eagle. After throwing Xiaoxing into the nest, the red cloud eagle flew up again. It had to shake off the pursuers so that they would not notice its nest. In a huge redbird's nest, Xiaoxing rolled several times and landed perfectly. It wiped its eyes, looked around, and found 4 little eagles with a little hair beside it, who were indifferent to its arrival. Seeing 4 little eagles of the 3rd level of ordinary level, Xiaoxing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of these little cubs. After all, it is a 9th level mortal rat, so it can definitely beat these little eagles. But it has a passive skill, can't see me, and these little eagles are like blind people in front of it. Now these little eagles seemed a little full. Xiaoxing walked around in the eagle's nest, built a pile of fiery red crystal blocks, and saw a shivering little wolf in the corner. The little wolf was red all over. Xiao Xing walked over slowly. Although it was only at the third level of the ordinary level, it looked good. The big stupid dog seemed to be a male. It would be better to take this little female wolf back and give it as a child bride. Around the little wolf was a pile of wolf bones, and it seemed that there was more than one little wolf that was captured. Hey, why does this guy's aura resemble that of Big Stupid Dog? And he looks a bit like Big Stupid Dog, too? Could he be Big Stupid Dog's illegitimate daughter? Xiaoxing was a little confused, but that Big Stupid Dog didn't seem to be older than her. It was just that his realm improved too quickly, so his body size was that big. How could he have an illegitimate child? At this time, at the entrance of the fire domain, the blood-devouring king and Seya met up. Seya's eyes were full of indifference, and the scene of his birth emerged in his mind. It was here that its mother abandoned it.